Only when Jian Yu died did he realize that the end of the world was not a natural disaster, but a complete man-made disaster. All the destruction of the blue planet was due to the reckless behavior of the advanced civilization. The other side treated humanity's struggle and despair as an entertainment show, turning this unprecedented apocalyptic catastrophe into a hunting game of an inferior civilization. This is such an ironic truth. In the last moments before his death, Jian Yu looked at those arrogant hunters and sneered at them. In addition to anger, he also felt a strong regret in his heart. She had always thought that she was fighting against the end of the world and against fate, but she had never expected that from the very beginning. She was one of the victims of this game. However, when Jian Yu thought everything was over, she was miraculously reborn. Her consciousness went back 10 years to the day before the end of the world. This time, there was an additional system in her mind, a mysterious existence that seemed to help her change her destiny. The information brought by the system made Jian Yu suddenly realize that the so-called genetic modification fluid and awakening of superpowers in the end times were actually experimental subjects released to Blue Planet by advanced civilizations. They were tools they used to monitor humans and observe human reactions. Jian Yu looked at the various temptations thrown by the system with cold eyes, and his heart was full of vigilance. She understood that relying on this system might make her stronger, but this was definitely not her goal. What she needs to do is to completely break the rules of this game so that humans will no longer be the target of hunting. So, she decided to take a different path. She did not use the genetic modification fluid provided by the system by herself, but decisively handed it over to the country. Through scientist replication and mass production, the entire Chinese nation began to awaken its superpowers. Jian Yu firmly believes that she should not fight this apocalypse alone. All human beings have the right to stand up and fight for their right to survive. She tells everyone through her actions, as long as we unite, we can overcome any difficulties. At this moment, Jian Yu could not be sure whether his current world was his original world or a parallel world. But the answer is not important. The only thing she understands is that the tragedy of her previous life must never happen again. If she had been less selfish and had more trust in the country, perhaps the Dragon Kingdom, with its strong cohesion and troop strength ratio, would have been fully capable of changing the outcome. Unfortunately, she was deceived by Chi and only wanted to make a fortune in silence, which eventually led to her destruction. The blue sky outside the car window was clear and calm. Jian Yu raised his hand and pointed to the sky and said seriously to Gu Mingi in the driver's seat, "Brother, do you know? In the future, our planet, and even the entire Milky Way, will be indiscriminately bombarded by advanced civilizations." Gu Mingi frowned at her, but saw her stuff a box into his hand and said hurriedly and firmly, "Trust me, I won't joke about this kind of thing." Gu Mingi gritted his teeth and looked at her, then looked at the box in his hand and cursed in a low voice. "Let's fight. Jian Xiaoyu, you'd better pray that all this is true, otherwise your brother's military career will be over." After saying that, he started the car and rushed towards the office building. The car stopped and the two got out. Gu Mingi whispered, "Follow me." Jian Yu followed closely behind him, went up to the third floor, and came to the office at the end. Gu Mingi knocked on the door and got permission, then took Jian Yu in. In the office, Leader Tang Jianya was busy processing documents. When he saw Jian Yu coming in, he smiled and greeted her. "Xiaoyu, you're here? Come and sit down." "Hello, Leader." Jian Yu greeted politely and sat on the chair indicated by Tang Jianya. Then, Gu Mingi spoke briefly. "Leader, there is an important situation to report." Tang Jianya glanced at him and motioned for him to continue. However, Gu Mingi shook his head and handed the right to speak to Jian Yu. Jian Yu did not hesitate, stood up and said directly, "Leader, I have superpowers." She demonstrated her fire and healing abilities on the spot, and then placed the box of genetic modification fluid on the table. These two genetic modification fluids are from an advanced civilization. I have already taken one, and I have decided to hand over the remaining two to the country. Tang Jianya's face suddenly became solemn. Jian Yu continued, 1 month later, on May 28th, at 10 a.m., the end of the world will officially arrive. The Zerg invaders from outer space will bring viruses, pollute the soil and water sources, and humans, animals, and plants will mutate. Zombies and alien plants are no longer fictional. Acid rain, severe freezing rain, and long cold waves will follow one after another, but the real threat is the Zerg. She paused and added, Zerg are extremely dangerous creatures. They eat everything, can reproduce asexually, and evolve according to environmental changes. Once humans are infected by parasite eggs, they will become a breeding ground for larvae until the larvae break out of the body. Jian Yu told everything she knew in one breath, except the secret of her rebirth. She also mentioned her own system, hoping that the country could study it or formulate a reasonable strategy to obtain more resources from Chi. She firmly believed that the country's think tank would be able to solve these problems. Tang Jinya was silent for a moment. Then he picked up the big teapot and took a big sip of water. Then he sighed deeply. Comrade Jian Yu, I believe you. His eyes were firm, but his words were heavier. However, this matter is beyond my authority. I need time to discuss and report it. Gu Mingyi noticed Tang Jinya's attitude and nodded, saying, I'll take Xiu to the dormitory to rest. She came here overnight and must be very tired. Tang Jinya nodded slightly and said to Jian Yu, Xiu, you rest first. We will give you a reply as soon as possible. Jian Yu nodded solemnly. Time is running out. Please ask the leaders to pay attention to this matter. I will stay in my brother's dormitory and wait for a reply. Jian Yu left with Gu Mingyi, and Tang Jinya immediately encrypted contact with his superiors. Half an hour later, Wu Zhitong, minister of the Long Kingdom's War Department, personally led a team and rushed to the base by military helicopter. 2 hours later, Jian Yu was awakened by Gu Mingyi knocking on the door. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened the door. A group of soldiers in neat uniforms lined up outside the door. Gu Mingyi reminded them in a low voice, Get ready. The leader from Jinghai wants to see you. Jian Yu instantly perked up, quickly washed and dressed, and followed Gu Mingyi to the meeting place. She was secretly happy. The country has taken it seriously, and everything is finally getting on track. 5 minutes later, Jian Yu was escorted into a spacious conference room. The room was full of people, including officers in uniform and researchers in casual clothes. As soon as she entered the door, Tang Jinya stood up and waved. Xiu, come here and report the situation to the leaders. Jian Yu nodded, walked to the conference table, and without any hesitation repeated in detail what she had told Tang Jinya before. Her speech was clear and logical, and everyone in the room listened attentively without interruption. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man in casual clothes couldn't wait to speak. Little girl, can you show me your special ability? Sure. Jian Yu agreed readily and then demonstrated his fire and healing abilities. 2 balls of elemental power emerged in her hands. The flames were burning fiercely, and the healing balls of light were soft and warm. Both the fire and healing systems were at level 3, far higher than the average level at the beginning of the apocalypse. In Jian Yu's previous life, the 3rd-level supernatural power required a large amount of crystal cores to achieve, but if the Zerg source crystals were used, the efficiency would be much higher. Thinking of the Zerg and the source crystal, Jian Yu felt a chill in his heart. The source crystal is the energy crystal in the Zerg body, and it is also the key to their survival in the universe. This energy is also important to advanced civilizations. In her previous life, Chi tricked her into using countless source crystals in exchange for survival supplies, but in fact she concealed the true function of the source crystals and used these resources to enhance the strength of the family, ultimately pushing her and the entire human race toward destruction. Her emotions fluctuated, and the flame in her hand suddenly became strong, and the heat wave rushed towards her. The old man was caught off guard, and his eyebrow was singed. Jian Yu hurriedly put away the flame and apologized. I'm sorry, are you okay? The old man waved his hands and said with a smile, It's okay, but your fire ability is very powerful. His tone was full of exploratory excitement. Then, the old man asked Jian Yu to demonstrate his healing abilities. Jian Yu raised his hand and condensed a warm ball of light. The old man reached out and touched it. Feeling the gentle touch of the light ball, he nodded in amazement. It is indeed warm and comfortable. How is the healing effect? It can heal injuries, but you have to try to know the specific effect. Jian Yu answered truthfully. The old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered an officer beside him. Shawan, come here. Shawan walked forward, and after listening to the old man's request, he took off his coat without saying a word, rolled up his sleeves, raised his knife, and cut his arm. Blood gushed out immediately, and everyone was shocked by his decisiveness. Jian Yu subconsciously threw out a healing light ball, which slowly covered the wound. After a while, Shawan was surprised to feel the heat flowing through his arms. It's warm and comfortable. Now it's a little itchy. The minister handed over a handkerchief, and Xiaowan wiped the wound and found that it had healed, leaving only a shallow mark. There was an uproar in the room. Amazing! Xiaowan looked at his arm, his face full of shock. This healing system is amazing. The old man was still unsatisfied and urged, "Try again." Xiaowan cut again without hesitation. Jian Yu helplessly threw out another ball of light, and the wound healed quickly again. "Do you want to try again?" Xiaowan looked at the old man, and Jian Yu quickly stopped him. "Don't try again. Superpowers are consumables. Without crystal cores, recovery will be very slow. I've reached my limit now. If you try again, I won't be able to be cured." Her frankness made everyone laugh. The minister patted the table and said, "You're right. Comrade Jian Yu's special ability should be used sparingly. Xiaowan, stop messing around." "Yes." Xiaowan stood at attention and saluted, then returned to his original position. The meeting room fell silent again. The minister looked at Jian Yu and said in a low but serious tone, "Comrade Jian Yu, I am Wu Zhitong. Did your superpowers appear because of the genetic modification fluid?" Jian Yu nodded gently and said calmly, "Yes, after I got 3 bottles of gene modification liquid, I drank one and gained superpowers." Wu Zhitong's eyes fell on her fingertips, and he asked in confusion, "Then what is the system you mentioned? Can we meet him?" Another person interrupted, "You can try." Jian Yu immediately tried to summon the system. "System, come out." At this moment, and Chi-Chi was sleeping soundly. Last night, she and a handsome man from the Python tribe partied all night long, and it was time for a deep rest. However, Jian Yu's call rang directly in her mind, waking her up suddenly. Realizing that it was the host who was calling, she suppressed her anger and responded calmly, "Host, good morning." A mechanical sound rang out in the air, and the room was silent. Then, Jian Yu's fingertips lit up slightly, and that light was obviously the manifestation of the system, full of technology. A glimmer of interest flashed in Wu Zhitong's eyes, and then he waved his hand. Several scientific researchers quietly came forward, and various instruments were quickly arranged around Jian Yu. Patches, scanning equipment, and complex waveform data flashed on the screen. Jian Yu didn't understand anything at all, so she just turned to Wu Zhitong calmly. He nodded slightly, motioning her to continue. Jian Yu raised the corner of her mouth and said softly, "System, good morning." Gu Mingyi and Tang Jinya looked at each other silently. It was sunny outside, and it was obviously afternoon. This good morning was obviously inappropriate. At the same time, and Chi-Chi in the system was furious. This host disappeared after taking the novice gift package, and now he is so provocative. But due to the binding contract, she could only suppress her anger and try to adjust her tone. "Host, the novice gift package has been sent out. If you need more resources, you need to complete tasks in exchange for points." Jian Yu raised her eyebrows and said in a casual tone, "I have no objection to the mission, but before accepting the mission, I need to know what the points can be exchanged for. The system mall has everything, but your level is not yet available, so it cannot be viewed for the time being." And Chi-Chi replied calmly. Jian Yu smiled slightly, her tone calm but unquestionable. "In that case, you should know what is in the mall, right?" "I know, but it's not appropriate to reveal it now." "Does that mean you're rejecting me?" Jian Yu said in a light tone, but with a hint of intimidation. "I won't accept rejection. Think about it carefully." The system was silent for a long time, and its heart was raging with anger. This host could actually grasp the weakness of the system so accurately, and also had a certain understanding of the binding mechanism and technical details. She secretly made up her mind not to let the initiative fall into Jian Yu's hands again. Jian Yu saw through her struggle and said slowly, "If you really have the ability, just unbind me. But you also know that genetic binding is irreversible. Unless I die, you have no choice." The system had no choice but to evade the main point. The items in the mall are all-encompassing. As long as the host works hard, he can get anything he wants. Hearing this, the researchers in the room suddenly became excited. The technology behind the system is obviously extraordinary, and it may even involve living intelligent life. All signs indicate that its complexity far exceeds that of artificial intelligence. Jian Yu continued to ask, "In this case, can I change it for a little golden dragon?" The system froze for a moment and urgently connected to the database for search, but the results showed unknown. She replied, "Sorry, there is no such item in the mall." "What about Phoenix? Brave troops?" "Nothing." There was a hint of impatience in the mechanical voice of the system. Jian Yu chuckled and spread her hands, saying, "So your so-called all-inclusive is just this. It seems that your boasting is not worth much." And Chi-Chi felt insulted and could no longer bear it. She gritted her teeth and said, "Isn't it just to look at them all? Fine, I'll show you. You'll be mad to death if you can see it but can't buy it." After that, she projected the mall list through the system. Suddenly, a holographic screen appeared in front of Jian Yu, full of technology. She reached out to touch it, but found that her fingers went straight through the screen, as if touching nothingness. Naked eye holographic technology. Everyone present gasped. This technology was simply not achievable with the technological level of the blue water planet. Then, the contents on the mall screen made everyone breathe faster. The products displayed on it included mechas, individual combat armor, energy weapons, medical cabins, genetic modification fluids, civilian starships, military starships, and a series of epic-making high-tech products. Wu Zhitong and other military personnel were all amazed at the sight of the individual combat armor and energy weapons, while the scientific researchers showed great interest in the medical cabin and nutrient solution. All eyes were focused on Jian Yu, signaling her to continue asking for details. Jian Yu nodded, turned around, and asked the system, "How many points are required for the intermediate gene modification fluid?" 10,000 points. "Where's the individual combat armor?" 100,000. "What about the medical bay?" 500,000. Jian Yu couldn't help but frown. Why is the medical cabin more expensive than the individual combat armor? And Chi-Chi patiently explained. The medical cabin is a core product of advanced civilizations. It can treat almost all known diseases, so its value is naturally extraordinary. Individual combat armor is conventional equipment and is updated every year. The ones sold in the mall are naturally not the latest models, so the points required are relatively low. "Oh, I see." Jian Yu touched his chin thoughtfully and then asked, "Is the medical cabin easy to use? Does it require any special operations?" "No need." And Chi-Chi replied, "The user only needs to lie down in the cabin, and the accompanying medicine will automatically adjust according to the disease." Hearing this, Jian Yu raised the corner of his mouth, as if he had made up his mind. "I've decided. I want to take the individual combat armor. Issue the task." Upon hearing this, and Chi-Chi happily issued a task immediately. "Host, please go to Baichuan County to find the source of the insects. The task time is 1 week. If you complete it, you will be rewarded with 100 points. If you fail, you will be deducted 1,000 points." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Wu Zhitong and others' faces turned pale. Only 100 points were given for completing the task, but 1,000 points were deducted for failure. This punishment was too harsh. Jian Yu's face was not looking good either, but for a different reason. She knew that the insect source was the key to the Zerg invasion. These insect eggs were the product of advanced civilizations that dropped them on the blue water planet, and were the culprit for the planet's doomsday. Thinking about how she had no idea about these inside stories in her previous life, she was furious, but she could only suppress her emotions to avoid alerting the enemy. Taking a deep breath, she said coldly, "Okay, I will complete the task. You can go now." And Chi-Chi was so angry at her word, "Get out," that she cut off the system connection and flew into a rage in her own space. Jian Yu calmed down and sneezed twice in a row. She knew that the other party was scolding her, but she didn't care. She tried to call the system, but got no response. It seemed that the connection was temporarily cut off. Seeing this, Gu Mingyi hurriedly comforted him. "Xiao Yu, don't be angry. We will hold up the sky even if it collapses." Jian Yu took a few deep breaths, calmed down, turned to Wu Zhitong and said, "Leader, I need to go to Baichuan County to find the source of the insects." She explained in detail the concept and harm of insect sources. After listening to her story, Wu Zhitong and others were furious. "How dare they?" Wu Zhitong said angrily. "Drop insect eggs onto our planet? This is naked aggression." Jian Yu sneered. "Not only did they dare to do it, they did it more than once. I am sure that the insect sources are not only placed in Shirakawa County, but all over the world." Wu Zhidong's face turned pale, and he was shrouded in a state of low pressure. Jian Yu still calmly stated the facts. The eggs hatch very quickly, and it only takes 1 week from hatching to growth. Although the newborn larvae are weak, their instinct will drive them to leave the hatching place, find a safe environment, and grow rapidly after absorbing nutrients in their bodies. Once they start eating, the growth rate of the Zerg will increase noticeably every hour. She paused for a moment, her voice getting deeper. Within a month, the larvae can grow into complete adults, and subadults at 3 weeks old are enough to cause devastating damage to humans, especially ordinary humans who are defenseless. The people present listened with bated breath, their expressions solemn. If we can't find the source of the insects in time, Jian Yu continued, the entire Baichuan County will become the base camp of the Zerg, and all the people may become their incubators. What's even more terrifying is that humans who are parasitized by the eggs in the early stages have no symptoms. Only when the eggs enter the high-speed growth stage will the host show abnormalities, such as rapid weight loss and a sudden increase in appetite. Shawan couldn't help but interrupt. It sounds like the plot in the movies where they let organisms parasitize them in order to lose weight. No matter how much they eat, they won't gain weight. Jian Yu nodded and sneered. Unfortunately, this is reality, not a movie. When the host can no longer meet the nutritional needs of the Zerg, humans will be directly devoured by the Zerg. Wu Zhitong took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Comrade Jian Yu, are you confident that you can find the source of the insects? Jian Yu was silent for 2 seconds, then said seriously, Commander, I can only say that I will do my best. The eggs are very small, and even if they are piled up in the tens of thousands, they are only the size of a ping-pong ball. What's more, we don't even know the exact location of the placement. Wu Zhidong thought for a moment and nodded. I will contact the Northern Province military region and have the garrison fully cooperate with your actions. Okay, Jian Yu nodded. Wu Zhitong immediately turned to Gu Mingyi. Lieutenant Colonel Gu. Here. Gu Mingyi stood at attention, his voice sonorous and powerful. You will lead the team to accompany Comrade Jian Yu to Baichuan County. You must obey her command in all matters related to the insect source. Protecting Comrade Jian Yu's safety is the top priority, even at the cost of her life, if necessary. Can you do it? Reporting to the commander, yes. Gu Mingyi stood at attention and saluted, answering in a resounding voice. Wu Zhitong nodded with satisfaction and turned to Tang Jinya. Go and arrange their itinerary and prepare a suitable military uniform for Comrade Jian Yu. Then, he looked at Jian Yu with a burning gaze. Comrade Jian Yu, I am now recruiting you into the army. Are you willing? Jian Yu did not hesitate. Serve the people. A smile appeared on Wu Zhitong's face. Okay, I won't give you the military rank for now. When the source of the insects is found, I will personally take you to see the big boss, and he will personally award you the rank. Jian Yu was shocked when he heard this and couldn't help but get excited. Don't worry, Chief. I will definitely complete the task. Then, the whole team got busy. Wu Zhitong was responsible for connecting with the Northern Province military region. Tang Jianya arranged the details, and Gu Mingyi selected the accompanying personnel. Jian Yu was surrounded by professors, who explained in detail the knowledge and countermeasures related to the Zerg. Half an hour later, Jian Yu, who changed into a neat military uniform and cut her waist-length hair into neat short hair, stood in front of the military helicopter and saluted and said goodbye to Wu Zhitong and others. Chief, professors, let's go. Return safely. Yes, Jian Yu said in a clear voice and saluted. The plane took off and flew towards the northern province. In the cabin, the atmosphere was a little more relaxed. A team member with a baby face, Lu Deshang, came over with a smile and said, Girl, do you have a date? Can I be your partner? Before Jian Yu could speak, Gu Mingyi pushed his face away and said coldly, There is a difference between men and women. Don't get so close. If you don't understand the rules, I will beat you. Lu Deshang didn't take it seriously and continued to introduce himself to Jian Yu with a smile. Sister, my name is Lu Deshang. I'm 25 years old, 1.8 meters tall. I have good physical strength and can cook. I'm absolutely reliable. Jian Yu laughed and answered seriously. When I look for a partner, I only look for one thing. Someone who can beat me. Lu Deshang was stunned at first, then couldn't help laughing. Sister, do you have any misunderstanding about your own strength? The other team members also joked. With your small arms and legs, I'm afraid it's not even enough to scratch an itch. Jian Yu smiled slightly. If you don't believe me, you can try. My requirements are not high. It's okay as long as you can beat me or be on par with me. Lu Deshang and the others looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong with Jian Yu's words. Muja couldn't help but ask, Sister, your martial arts value is very high? Jian Yu smiled calmly, but her tone was extremely serious. It's no exaggeration to say that I can easily beat 10 men of your level. As soon as these words came out, Gu Mingyi, who was drinking water, spat out a mouthful of water, and then choked and started coughing. He looked at Jian Yu with disbelief on his face. Sister, can we stop bragging? I know you have superpowers, but how long have you just awakened? How can you pick 10 people of Muge's level? Lu Deshang and others also cast suspicious glances at her. Lan Nin even looked Jian Yu up and down and said jokingly, Sister, you must be a person who likes to joke around. Just say I'm bragging. No need to beat around the bush. Jian Yu chuckled, apparently not caring about these doubts. Whether it's true or not, you will know it later. Her calmness surprised everyone and made them more confused. Muge smiled and joked. Okay, then we'll wait and see. Jian Yu was determined. Without the experience of her previous life, she was indeed an ordinary person with no power at all. However, the training in the apocalypse and the strengthening of the system allowed her to transform from an ordinary person into a female warrior who could fight in and out of the Zerg and zombies. The genetic modification fluid improved her physical fitness, and her combat experience was accumulated through countless bloody battles. Now she has strength, speed, and moves, so choosing 10 opponents of Muge's level is just being modest. Seeing that she didn't continue to argue, everyone changed the topic and stopped arguing. Time passed slowly on the way. After the helicopter arrived at the Northern Province military region, a special person came to contact us. Gu Mingyi was in charge of all external affairs, while Jian Yu sat quietly and observed. These affairs were not important to her. She had only one mission, to find the source of the insects. 10 minutes later, they changed to vehicles arranged by the military region and drove towards Baichuan County. At the same time, on the other side, in Jinghai, Wu Zhitong and his group had arrived. He needed to go to office number 1 immediately to report the situation to the big boss, while the deans were anxious to return to the Chinese Academy of Sciences to conduct research on the genetically modified fluid. The two sides did not exchange any extra pleasantries and went their separate ways. Before boarding the black car, Wu Zhitong gave Xiao Wan an order. Protect the dean and the others. Yes, Xiao Wan stood at attention and saluted. The black car drove to office number 1. On the way, Wu Zhitong had contacted the big boss in advance, and the other party took 10 minutes to listen to the report. After arriving, he got straight to the point. Leader, the end of the world will officially arrive in 1 month, on May 28th. The big boss was stunned. His expression rarely fluctuated. Xiao Wu, have you encountered any difficulties? Although his tone was steady, he revealed his doubt about these words. Wu Zhitong took a deep breath and briefly reported the whole story, including key contents such as the system, Zerg, and genetic modification fluid. The big boss fell in a deep thought, digesting it for a long time before speaking. Are you sure you are not joking? Confirm, Wu Zhitong said firmly. The genetic modification fluid has been sent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the dean and his colleagues are responsible for the research. The news hasn't leaked out, has it? No. Everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement. The big boss nodded and asked, Do you have any information about Comrade Jian Yu? Yes. Wu Zhitong passed Jian Yu's information to the Secretary General. A few minutes later, the big boss had the complete file in his hands. After flipping through it for a while, he sighed and said, Things are going to change. Wu Zhitong remained silent. The big boss continued to ask, The task time limit issued by the system is 1 week. Yes. The big boss restrained his expression and instructed, When she completes the task, bring her to see me as soon as possible. Xiao Wu, do you think she can complete it? It's hard to say. Wu Zhitong's tone was a little solemn. The source of the insects is hard to find, especially in a place like Baichuan County, surrounded by mountains. Thousands of insect eggs piled together are only the size of a ping-pong ball. If they were released into the mountains and forests, even if the entire garrison was mobilized, a week might not be enough. He became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and finally couldn't help cursing. The advanced civilizations are just a bunch of lunatics with holes in their brains. They are capable of doing such things. I seriously suspect that when their parents gave birth to them, they threw away the good children and left behind a bunch of rubbish. The big boss was so angry at his bluntness that his face twitched. He sighed. Xiao Wu, calm down. It's useless to get angry now. Our top priority is to prepare for the end of the world. He immediately ordered the Secretary General, notify the convening of a first-level meeting and start immediately. 5 minutes later, the 9 ministers gathered in the Jinghai Conference Hall. Wu Zhitong appeared at the meeting and said directly, Everyone, the end of the world is coming. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room fell silent. The second boss's face turned pale, and he slammed the table angrily and said, Wu Zhitong, you are the Minister of War. This is not the place for you to talk nonsense. Several others also echoed. That's right, what era is it now? Do you still believe in such ridiculous talk as the end of the world? Wu Zhidong said sternly, I'm not kidding. I saw with my own eyes a person who awakened dual system abilities. The end of the world is not a natural disaster, but a game from a higher civilization, or in other words, a conspiracy. Advanced civilization? The second boss frowned slightly. Where does the advanced civilization come from? Wu Zhidong said sternly, we don't know which advanced civilization it is, nor do we know their exact location, but we can confirm that their civilization level is far superior to ours. This civilization has achieved interstellar travel, and their technology is incredibly advanced. They have naked-eye holographic technology, individual combat armor, mechas, spaceships, etc., which are all things we could only see in science fiction movies before. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Asked the third boss in a bad tone. Yes, I have seen it. Wu Zhitong nodded frankly. Where did you meet? Asked the third boss. Wu Zhitong glanced at the big boss, and after seeing him nod, he said in a deep voice, it was a young comrade who provided the information. She has already handed herself and the relevant information over to the country. The second boss's eyes suddenly became hot when he heard this. Where is this young comrade? Call her out and ask her face to face. There's nothing we can do now. Wu Zhidong shook his head and sighed. She is on a mission to find the source of the insects. He went on to say, this is a task issued by the system. The time limit is 1 week. If you complete it, you can only get 100 points. If you fail, you will lose 1,000 points. If the points are deducted to a certain level, you may face unpredictable consequences. The hall fell into a brief silence, and Wu Zhidong's tone became heavier. That young comrade not only voluntarily handed himself in, but also brought 2 genetic modification liquids. These 2 liquids are our biggest trump card to deal with the end of the world. As long as we can analyze, crack, and achieve mass production, long will be able to improve the physical fitness of the entire population and enhance their resistance to the end of the world. Boss Chi raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking, tasks issued by the system? Is this system the kind often mentioned in online novels? Wu Zhitong was stunned, and even the big boss turned to look at the 7th boss. How do you know the existence of the system? Boss Chi smiled bitterly. My child likes to read online novels, and he even wrote a book about the true and false Tianjin system. So he has some understanding of this routine. However, I always thought that the system was just a fictional thing, and I didn't expect it to really exist. The other bosses were dumbfounded. The second boss was even more stunned. The system in the novel has become a reality? Then have aliens also become a reality? Wu Zhitong nodded. The end of the world is indeed the result of the manipulation of the advanced civilization behind the system. What are these guys from a higher civilization trying to do? Games or conspiracy? The second boss asked coldly, furious. Based on the information we have so far, it seems like a conspiracy, Wu Zhitong replied calmly. Just points when the mission is completed? The second boss continued to ask. Points can be used to redeem technological products, such as individual combat armor, mechas, and spaceships. Wu Zhidong's eyes lit up. The young comrade is working hard to complete the task for the individual combat armor. How many points are needed for a single soldier armor? Boss 9 asked curiously. 100,000 points. The 4th boss frowned. It doesn't sound like much, but completing a task only gives 100 points. It's too difficult to accumulate 100,000 points. The atmosphere of the meeting was a little solemn. After a moment, the second boss knocked on the table and got to the point. Let's enter the first level alert state. The news cannot be made public now. We will announce it when the time is right. Boss 5 shook his head. Level 1 security cannot be kept secret. The full mobilization of all departments is bound to cause speculation and panic. He continued. My suggestion is that instead of hiding it, it is better to make the news public so that the people of the whole country can work together to prepare for the end of the world. Time is too short, and it is difficult to deal with it comprehensively relying on the power of the government alone. But making the news public may cause unrest. Boss Chi frowned. With internal and external troubles, the situation will be even more chaotic. Boss Wu said coldly, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Since the news cannot be concealed, we might as well take the initiative and seize the initiative in public opinion. If there are really troublemakers, we will use thundering means to quell them. Wu Zhitong also nodded in agreement. Now it has come to a critical moment of life and death. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be suppressed with the strongest possible attitude. If the news is announced directly, public security problems will continue to emerge. Boss Liu is worried. Middle and grassroots staff may be exhausted, which will reduce the efficiency of response. So we must be cautious. Boss Chi added, I suggest that we hold off on making it public and announce it at a later time after we have made basic preparations. The big boss pondered for a moment and made a decision. First, activate the first level alert state and mobilize all departments to prepare for the reserve of supplies. At the same time, order the War Department to formulate an emergency plan for the joint response of the entire nation as soon as possible. As for whether to make the news public, we will decide after discussing the specific implementation details. Several bosses nodded in agreement, and the meeting reached a preliminary consensus. With the crisis imminent, Longwa is about to face its most difficult test. At the 9 Ministers meeting, there was a heated debate over whether to announce the end of the world to the public. The voices of support and opposition were evenly matched, and no one could convince anyone else. The big boss never interrupted, but just listened quietly until the argument gradually died down. Then he said in a deep voice, Since we can't reach a consensus, let's discuss it again at the special meeting. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions becoming solemn. The second boss spoke first. Special meeting? Is this matter so serious? The big boss nodded and said, Yes, if the end of the world really comes in a month, time is extremely tight. The current situation requires the whole country to work together and mobilize all resources to deal with it. Whether it is the first level alert or emergency reserve, this is not something that we can easily decide. The third boss hesitated and said, But what if the end of the world is fake? If we act rashly, wouldn't it be a waste of national strength? Just treat it as an exercise. The big boss responded without hesitation. The economy can be developed again, and money can be made again. But if the end of the world really comes and a large number of people lose their lives because of our hesitation, this sin will be something none of us can bear. He glanced at everyone in the conference room and said in a heavy tone, We must take this path. What do you think? There was a deep silence in the conference room. Everyone looked at each other, but finally gritted their teeth and nodded. Hold a special meeting. After receiving the order, the Secretary General quickly passed the message on. This decision was unprecedented in the history of Dragon Country, because the convening of a special meeting marked that the country had entered the highest state of alert. The Dragon States conference system is divided into multiple levels. The 9 Ministers Conference is a first-level conference, and the special-level conference cannot be held unless it is a matter of life and death. This is the first special-level conference since the founding of the Dragon State, and it is of great significance. The news spread, immediately causing a stir among high-level officials in various places. Leaders in politics, the military, business, and scientific research all looked solemn and immediately dropped their work and rushed to Jinghai. Those who are nearby can take the high-speed rail. Those who are a little further away can directly take a military aircraft. And if that is really not possible, simply find a way to get there via other means. Even retired senior leaders were required to be present. All the forces that could be mobilized in the entire Dragon Country began to gather towards Jinghai. At the same time, Baichuan County. Jian Yu and his group arrived at the Baichuan County government, where the county government staff had already been waiting at the door. As soon as they got off the car, the people in military uniforms immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Jian Yu, a petite woman with no military rank but surrounded by many lieutenant colonels and majors, was particularly eye-catching. She didn't care about it, and her eyes quickly fell on the county annals and traditional hand-drawn maps that Gu Mingi took from the county magistrate. Let me see the county annals. Jian Yu stretched out his hand to take the county annals and started flipping through them on the spot. When she turned to page 7, her eyes stopped on a place name and her brows furrowed slightly. Takagaki. She whispered the name, and a sense of familiarity emerged in her mind, but she couldn't remember the specific details for a moment. What's wrong? Muja came over and asked puzzledly. Jian Yu handed him the county annals and asked, Does this place name sound familiar to you? Muja took a look and shook his head. No, could it be a place rich in bamboo? A lot of bamboos. These 3 words triggered Jian Yu's memory. Her eyes lit up and she looked up suddenly. I know. Zhuyuan is the source of insects. What? Muja looked at her in surprise. Others also stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Jian Yu. Gu Mingi. who was discussing the situation with the secretary, heard the shout and turned his head sharply to look over. You found the clue so quickly? Jian Yu nodded firmly. Yes, it's here. Gu Mingyi was instantly excited. What are we waiting for? Let's go over there right away. Jian Yu and everyone else quickly got into the car, and the convoy drove towards Zhiyuan like an arrow. Baichuan County is located in a remote area with many mountains and little land. Most of the young and middle-aged people had gone out to work, leaving only the elderly and children. When the convoy passed through the streets of the county town, it was the weekend, and the children playing on the street saw the military vehicles whizzing past and stood at attention to salute. As the third child returned the gift, he felt a pang of sadness in his heart. These innocent children were about to face a dark, bloody apocalypse. Jian Yu looked at the childish, smiling faces and sighed softly. In the apocalypse, the children will suffer the most. The convoy soon drove into the Zhiyuan area. Flipping through the county annals in his hand, Gu Mingyi asked in confusion, There doesn't seem to be anything special here. How do you know for sure that the source of the insects is here? Jian Yu looked down at the map and did not answer directly. She did not want to explain her rebirth for the time being. After all, it was related to her past life experiences and all the mistakes she had made. In her previous life, she was an extremely stupid person. She believed in the system so much that she even concealed all information and did not tell her family any news about the end of the world. By the time she realized what was happening, Dragon Country had already fallen, and everyone was struggling to survive in the apocalypse. The world at that time was full of darkness and blood. Morality and bottom line collapsed, and humanity was torn to pieces. She tried to integrate the survivors and rebuild order, but it was too late. This time, she will never make the same mistake again. Holding the county annals tightly in her hand, Jian Yu's eyes became more determined. Zhiyuan is the key. Chapter 12, I Didn't Praise You. She followed the system settings step by step and walked towards an inevitable death. The system was wrong, but she was even more wrong. Therefore, people with low IQ, even if they become the chosen son, daughter of God, will ultimately only harm themselves and others and make things easier for others. After being reborn, Jian Yu deeply understood one truth. That is, there is no such thing as a free lunch. All the gifts bestowed by fate have actually been secretly marked with a price. Don't mention rebirth, even if you kill yourself. Even though it would hurt her feelings, she still has to save her face. All Jian Yu responded with was serious nonsense. I don't know. You asked me, and my answer is that my intuition tells me that the source of the insects is in Zhiyuan. As for where exactly it was in Zhiyuan, Jian Yu was not sure. But it is true that Zhiyuan was the Zerg base in the previous life. Because of Zhiyuan, Baichuan County was completely occupied, and the Zerg that spread out, together with the zombies, broke through the entire northern province at an extremely fast speed. Only 1 in 10 people escaped from the entire province. The city where Jian Yu was located at that time was far away from the northern province. Zerg and zombies appeared all over the country at that time. Communication problems occurred in many places, and the speed of news dissemination was too slow. It was several years later when she found out about what happened in the northern province. If Muja hadn't mentioned Juzi to remind her, she wouldn't have remembered this incident. Gu Mingyi glanced at her little finger that was raised on her knee and snorted. The silly girl might not even know that she liked to raise her little finger whenever she felt guilty about lying. Your instincts better be right, or I'll beat you up. Ruffling her short hair, Gu Mingyi pretended to be fierce. Jian Yu was not afraid. She smiled and said, Then I will tell my uncle and let him beat you to death. You are so cruel. Gu Mingyi gave her a thumbs up, and Jian Yu clasped her hands together and said with a smile, Thank you very much. I didn't praise you. Gu Mingyi gave her a slap on the head and asked softly, Why do you need to bring the chemical defense team with you? Deal with the eggs. Jian Yu said succinctly, The Zerg are very harmful, but on the other hand, there is a kind of source crystal in the Zerg body. This thing is very useful. Not only can it improve the strength of the psychic, but it is also a high concentration, wide-ranging new energy source. Gu Mingyi was shocked by the meaning of her words. He said in disbelief, Don't tell me you want to hatch these insect eggs and raise them? Jian Yu did not deny that her thoughts were guessed. She hummed to show that you were right. In the face of Gu Mingyi's expression that said you must be crazy, she explained, I think it's useless. It depends on what the higher-ups say. So, if you find the insect eggs, don't rush to destroy them. Seal them up and hand them over first. Wait for instructions from above on whether to destroy them or keep them to obtain the source crystals. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Mingyi finally let go of the worry in his heart. Just hand it in. He was really afraid that his stupid sister would raise Zerd herself. That scene, it's chilling to think about it. The conversation between the brother and sister stopped, and Muzha, who had been listening in on the whole conversation without responding, could no longer hold back. He looked at Jian Yu, then at Gu Mingyi, and said with a serious and shocked expression, "Old Gu, I think you have to give us a hint. What exactly is the insect source? What about the mutants? What about the source crystal your sister mentioned?" Jian Yu was even more shocked than him. She looked at Gu Mingyi and asked, "Brother, you didn't tell them anything?" Gu Mingyi smiled awkwardly. "It's too late." Lu Deshang, who was driving, replied quietly, "It's not too late to talk now, so go ahead. We are listening with all our ears." Gu Mingyi, "Don't worry, we'll talk about it when we get to the destination and everyone is gathered." "Secrecy clause?" Jian Yu reminded him, and Gu Mingyi responded by patting her head and saying, "Sister, don't worry about it. Those who can carry out this mission know more about the confidentiality regulations than you do." That makes sense. So, Jian Yu really stopped worrying about it, and instead concentrated on recalling the words of the survivor who escaped from the northern province in his previous life. Before he realized the seriousness of the problem, Jian Yu wanted to explode when he thought about it. There are a total of 17 insect source locations. No wonder the news of the fall of northern province in the previous life could not be spread. Inconvenient communication was indeed the main reason, but the secondary reason was also that northern province fell too quickly. It happened so fast that each department didn't even have time to react. All parts of the northern province were surrounded by hordes of Zerg and zombies. How could they get the message out under such circumstances? She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and decided to take photos and videos once the source of the insects in Jiyuan was found. Then find Minister Wu and ask all relevant departments in the entire northern province to cooperate in finding and catching all the remaining 16 sources of insects in one fell swoop. The car sped along and arrived at Jiyuan half an hour later. Jiyuan is located in the southwest of Baichuan County, with mountains everywhere. There were villages here in the early years, but now due to urbanization, all the villagers have moved out, so several villages have become empty villages. The terrace fields reclaimed by the villagers have also been abandoned. The house was dilapidated, and the village paths and the yards in front of and behind the house were covered with lush weeds. Several families also planted roses, lilies, and other flowers. Without the owner's care, these flowers not only did not die, but instead grew in large patches, forming clusters and patches of beautiful flowers. You know what? It's quite beautiful. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to look at these flowers that were growing freely and wantonly, because everyone who had gathered was shocked by what Gu Mingyi said about the end of the world. The end of the world. When he finished speaking, Muzha said in disbelief, "Are you sure this is the end of the world? Are you kidding? How could this stuff come true? Isn't it all fiction? How come the end of the world has come into reality?" Not only Muzha didn't believe it, but Lu Deshang and the people from the Northern Province Military District's Protection Brigade also didn't believe it. Gu Mingyi said seriously, "It's true, I'm not kidding. Our mission this time is to find the culprit that caused the apocalyptic crisis, the Zerg eggs." "Why eggs instead of adults?" Fan Wenjian, the leader of the first team of the Protection Brigade, said, "The eggs are so small. How can we find them?" Pointing to the wasteland and forest around him, he said solemnly, "How are we going to find it in such a large area? It's completely dark. Insect eggs? You can imagine that they can't be that big. If an egg is as big as a cat or dog, it will be easier to find. If it was the size of a grain of rice, it would be difficult for them to find it inch by inch even with a magnifying glass. Search separately, by area. Everyone should form a team and search according to the area divisions." Gu Mingyi said in a deep voice, "We don't have much time left for this mission, only 6 days. So everyone, thank you for your hard work. No matter what, we have to find the source of the insects within these 6 days." Chapter 13, Project Dawn. This mission is not easy to carry out. The target is too small and the area is too large. There are less than 50 people in their group. If they use a carpet search, boy, there's a long way to go. However, this task had to be done. If the apocalypse theory was true, if the Zerg were really that harmful, and if, because of their inaction, they caused tragic casualties to the people after hatching, it would be a grave sin. They cannot bear this sin, and no one can bear it. So let's give it a try. They are all action-oriented. They form groups of 5 and advance outward according to areas and directions, conducting an all-round carpet search. Jian Yu, Gu Mingyi, Lu Desheng, Wang Xiao, and Qin Che are in the same team. The area they were assigned to was the southeast area. After the teams and areas were assigned, the group of people went their separate ways to carry out their missions. Let's go to. At Gu Mingyi's command, the team set off. In the following time, no one spoke, but instead focused on finding the source of the insects. They were so serious that they wanted to turn over the entire ground. But no matter how careful we are, the place is too big and the source of the insects is too hidden. It is unrealistic to expect to gain something in a short period of time. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time, and Jian Yu and the others were able to remain patient and continue searching. But at this moment, the bigwigs gathered in the Jinghai Tinga Grand Hall could no longer maintain their composure in the face of honor or disgrace, sorrow or joy. What does it mean that the end of the world will come next month? What does it mean that they only have a pitiful month left? What do you mean by an advanced civilization releasing the Zerg onto their planet? Where did this advanced civilization come from? The amount of information is too much, more than anyone can handle. The entire conference hall was in an uproar. The big boss said solemnly, I know everyone has doubts and doesn't believe in the apocalyptic crisis, but these are all true. Everyone. Evidence. A retired senior officer whose students were all over the military looked at the big boss with his old, but not cloudy eyes. Do you have any reliable evidence? The big boss looked at Dean Tan, who came up to the stage with a briefcase. In full view of everyone, he took out the documents he brought with him, turned on his computer, and projected the screen onto the big screen. The above groups of data graphs are incomprehensible to most people present, except those from scientific research institutions who can understand them vaguely because of their lack of professional knowledge. There are walls in the scientific research community, the military community, the political community, and the business community. These walls are very thick, so it's normal not to understand it. Dean Tan pointed to the data groups above and explained what they represented one by one, and finally made the following conclusions. Due to time constraints, the genetic modification fluid has not been thoroughly analyzed yet, but the few sets of data analyzed so far can prove that the genetic modification fluid is not a product of our time. It will also have a huge impact on the human body. Once all the data is analyzed, I can guarantee with my expertise in life genetics that the average age of over 100 will no longer be a dream. Improving the physical fitness of the entire nation will no longer be a dream. The current average life expectancy in Long Country is 77. If it exceeds 100, it is equivalent to an increase of nearly 30 years. Even in the countries with the most advanced medical levels today, the average life expectancy is only similar to that of Long Country. I dare not say 100. There is data available for these. But now, Dean Tan said that this genetic modification fluid from an advanced civilization, submitted by a young comrade, could improve physical fitness and extend lifespan to over 100 years. Moreover, it is said that this is still a primary genetic modification fluid. The primary genetic modification fluid has such incredible effects. What about the intermediate and advanced ones? At this moment, except for the big bosses who knew about the situation, everyone present looked at Dean Tan with heated eyes. Are you sure you can crack them all? It was the old leader who had asked for evidence earlier who took over the conversation. The light in his eyes was now incredibly hot. Dean Tan did not give a direct answer, but said, our scientific research colleagues in related fields are doing their best to crack it. Good. The old chief nodded and turned to look at the big boss. I have only one request. Once the genetic modification fluid is successfully cracked and replicated, it should be supplied to the military, police, and fire departments first. If the apocalypse theory comes true, these 3 departments will be the first fighting force to charge forward. Only by ensuring the combat effectiveness of these 3 departments can the country be saved and the people have hope. You are right. The big boss nodded and made a promise. Don't worry. Once the genetic modification fluid is copied and cracked, it will be delivered to these 3 departments as soon as possible. The old chief nodded. Then let's do it. Just tell us what you want us to do. Our old bones can still move around. As soon as the old leader expressed his opinion, the rest of the people also began to express their views. But this matter cannot be solved by just expressing one stance. Therefore, the big boss nodded to the Secretary General, who immediately led people to distribute a plan called Dawn prepared by the top think tank members of Dragon Country to everyone present. Take a look at this plan first, and then we'll continue the discussion. There was a rustling sound of papers being flipped through, and everyone lowered their heads to look at the plan. The plan created by Longwa's top think tank was not perfect because of the tight time. Some minor details are ignored, but the big framework is here. The general direction is fine. All that's left is to fill in the details. There is not a single person present who lacks vision and experience. As the saying goes, one person's plan is short-sighted, two people's plan is long-sighted. Thousands of bigwigs gathered together, covering the military, politics, business, and scientific research fields. It is unrealistic to expect the plan to be imperfect. Everyone expressed their opinions. The clerk's fingers danced on the keyboard, leaving after images. The think tank members who also participated in the meeting but remained silent and only listened to everyone's opinions showed a thoughtful look from time to time, and then made appropriate modifications and additions to the plan. The conference hall, which should have been solemn and dignified, has now become like a vegetable market. The meeting lasted for a long time and ended at around 2 a.m. As for the results of the meeting, the Dawn Plan was officially launched. The whole country is mobilizing to prepare for the end of the world. I would rather the economy regress 10 years than gamble that the apocalyptic crisis will not come. A special operations team was established, led directly by the big boss and several veteran leaders. The current policy of the Dragon Kingdom is that everything must give way to emergency reserves. The emergency reserves will only last for half a month. After half a month, the country will announce the news of the doomsday crisis to the people and even overseas countries. As for whether those countries believe it or have conspiracy theories, this is not something they can control. They have tried their best, and let's just accept the outcome as fate would have it. The only people that the Dragon Kingdom can control are its own residents. Chapter 14, What Do Zerg Eat? The country's ability to act was amazing. Early the next morning, instructions were sent down from Beijing to all parts of the country like snowflakes. The bosses who received the notice looked at each other and sighed in their hearts, thinking that things were going to change. Immediately afterwards, the relevant departments took action. At this time, Jian Yu and his team also started the second round of searching. Wu Zhitong called in the middle of the call, and Jian Yu answered it. The first thing he said was, "Comrade Jian Yu, how's the mission?" Jian Yu's mouth twitched. Reporting to the leader, there is no effect yet. There was silence on the other side. Jian Yu knew that Wu Zhitong was anxious, so she comforted him. "Don't worry, leader. We promised to complete the task. We still have time. Well, it's a good thing that you have this mentality. Don't be anxious. Stay calm. Only by keeping your mind calm can you avoid confusion." Wu Zhitong gave Jian Yu a gentle reminder, and Jian Yu nodded. When she had finished talking to Wu Zhitong, she suddenly said seriously, "By the way, leader, I have to report something to you." Wu Zhitong immediately perked up. "You say, there are a total of 17 insect source points in the northern province. How many?" Wu Zhitong's face turned pale, and he stood up in shock. 17 insect source points? "Yes," Jian Yu said solemnly. "I analyzed it yesterday, but because I was not sure of the exact location, I did not rush to contact you. Are you sure of the location now?" Wu Zhitong interrupted her anxiously. Jian Yu remained silent and shook her head. "I'm sorry, I don't know the exact location. I only know the approximate location." "Just know roughly? Probably better than nothing. Just tell me these approximate addresses, and I'll make the arrangements." "Good." Then, Jian Yu reported the approximate locations of the remaining 16 insect sources to Wu Zhitong. "I see. Anything else?" "Have." Jian Yu expressed her idea, and when Wu Zhitong learned that she wanted to raise the insect source she found, he had a question mark on his face. "Are you serious?" "Seriously." Jian Yu reiterated her idea. Wu Zhitong hesitated for a moment, neither agreeing nor objecting. Instead, he said, "You guys go first. Raising Zerg is a big deal. I can't make the decision. Wait for me to discuss it with the big boss and the others." "Okay, I'll wait for your news. If the big boss and his men disagree, we'll have the chemical defense team destroy it directly." "Okay, I'll go find the boss right away." After hanging up the phone, Wu Zhitong went to the boss's office. Lu Desheng and the others, who had been listening attentively throughout the entire process, gave Jian Yu a thumbs up. "Girl, you can do it. Not only dare to think, but also dare to take action. The girl named Lao Gu is not something they can even dream of. So bold. If I make her angry one day, I don't know what will happen to me. It's better not to take risks. The key is that there is Lao Gu as the backer, and mixed doubles of men and women is just too tragic. Life is already bitter enough. They just want sweetness and are really unwilling to continue suffering. Jian Yu had no idea of what Lu Desheng and the others were thinking. She thought they were praising her and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. I'm not as good as you say. Gu Mingyi looked up at the sky in silence. His silly sister really left him speechless. Lu Desheng and the others said calmly that you were just so good. Jian Yu was beautiful. Lu Desheng and the others smiled, and Gu Mingyi could only sigh. At this time, the big bosses stared at Wu Zhitong with wide eyes. Please repeat what you just said. It seems like I am hallucinating. Otherwise, how could one possibly hear of such an absurd thing as raising Zerg? Just as he was doubting his life, Wu Zhitong had already cooperated very well and repeated Jian Yu's thoughts. The big boss and his friends. Very good. It was not an auditory hallucination, but Comrade Jian Yu was serious about the idea of raising Zerg. The second boss cleared his throat and said in disbelief, why would she want to raise Zerg? These creatures are supposed to be so ferocious. How can they be raised? Wu Zhitong. Since she said so, I think she can support him. It is impossible to know that it is a big harm and still insist on doing it. This is not something that Jian Yu's personality can do. It can be seen from the fact that she handed over the remaining two without hesitation after taking the genetic modification liquid and did not even hide the matter of the system from them that this girl has no bad intentions. A true and sincere person who has given his heart to the country. What did the Zerg eat? The third boss was a little tempted. Source crystal is a good thing. It can not only enhance the strength of the psychic, but also serve as a new type of energy. If it is feasible, it would be good to raise it. When the end of the world comes and the world is suffering from disasters, it will definitely be unrealistic to trade resources with foreign countries. By then, we will be self-sufficient. Energy is too important. Wu Zhitong. I don't know. Several bosses were speechless, and Boss 7 couldn't help but complain. You come here to tell me you don't know this or that. Isn't this torturing me? Call Comrade Jian Yu and ask her how to raise Zerg and what she needs to pay attention to. Wu Zhitong looked at the big boss, who nodded. So, Jian Yu received another call from Wu Zhitong. Not a voice call, but a video call. Jian Yu answered the call subconsciously. But before she could say hello, Wu Zhitong adjusted the camera, and the faces of the boss and others immediately appeared on the screen. Jian Yu. Go crazy. Hello, leaders. She screamed like a woodchuck in her heart, but she smiled and greeted the big boss and others. Gu Mingyi and the others were startled and paused for a moment, then turned to look at Jian Yu. They were eager to try and check on the boss and the others beside Jian Yu, but were afraid of making any mistakes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, they withdrew their gazes and decided not to join in the fun. At this time, when Jian Yu learned that the boss and his men had the idea of raising insects, he immediately told them everything he knew and all the precautions for raising insects. Then he emphasized, the place where the insects are raised must be hidden, away from human habitation and solid. When feeding, it is also best to use mechanical feeding. As she spoke, she thought of someone. If you're sure you want to raise one, I suggest you find a woman named Way Shawa. This person's ability is a bit strange. The Zerg don't attack her actively, but get close to her. There are still people like this? The boss' eyes lit up, and Jian Yu nodded. There was indeed a person named Way Shawa in his previous life. A middle-aged woman, leading a few Zergs to wander in the end times, could have lived a good life and had the ability to become a big boss. But because of a man, she ended up with a torn corpse. Way Shawa is actually a tragic person. She originally wanted to recruit Way Shawa. Apart from anything else, Way Shawa's ability was really good. The Zerg's willingness to get close means that Way Shawa can hunt the Zerg by surprise and obtain the source of the Zerg. Moreover, the Zerg and zombies are in a hostile relationship. Even if the Zerg raised do not take the source of insects, releasing the Zerg to hunt zombies is a good thing, provided that the Zerg can be controlled. Others can't do it, but Wei Shaohua can do it. Unfortunately, she went too late. Wei Shaohua died because of the greed and short-sightedness of her first love. Chapter 15, Don't Buy Pigs, Find People. Wu Zhidong nodded and waited for the next words, but he didn't expect Jian Yu to stop talking after she finished talking about Wei Xiaohua's gender and age. Wu Zhitong had a question mark on his face. No more. Jian Yu. What else? Where is Wei Xiaohua? This question, Jian Yu smiled awkwardly and said, I don't know. I only know that this person exists, but I don't know where he is from or what he looks like. When she arrived, Wei Xiaohua was already dead, and the people who killed her first love and others were also dead. The only survivor who escaped suffered mental problems due to excessive shock. She was able to know news about Way Shawa through the survivors who had contact with Way Shawa and the image of Way Shawa that was pieced together by the mentally disturbed survivor. A middle-aged woman, based on her current age, should be around 36 or 37 years old. She speaks non-standard Mandarin with a strong local accent. She should be raising pigs on a farm. She has no children and was married once but divorced. She shared all the information she knew and then concluded, "This is all I know for now, nothing more." Wu Zhitong. To be honest, there is no difference between saying this information and not saying it. Wei Shaohua, although this name is not very rustic and does not suit the names of this era, the entire Dragon Kingdom with the same name is definitely not small. There are people of similar age and experience. Forget it. Something is better than nothing. Isn't it just poaching someone? At worst, you can use the process of elimination to check one by one, and you will always find it. I understand. I'll arrange for someone to look for this Wei Shaohua. Wu Zhidong said in a deep voice. If we can find it, there is no need to destroy the eggs in a hurry. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can only destroy it. Good. After hanging up the phone, Gu Mingi and the others could no longer hold back and asked, "Is there anyone else who can control the Zerg? This ability is a bit against the will of heaven." Jian Yu nodded and said yes, and Muja said with emotion, "I want to have this ability." "Don't even think about it." Jian Yu poured cold water on him without hesitation. "There may not be one person with this ability among 100 million people." Muja smiled awkwardly. "So I was just thinking about it." Jian Yu sighed. To be honest, she wanted to do that too. Unfortunately not. Get to work. So, a group of people continued to work diligently. At this time, Wu Zhidong had already issued the order to find Wei Shaohua. After receiving the order, a Longan personnel looked at the general information about Wei Shaohua in a daze. After thinking for a moment, he logged into the computer, entered the internal system, and started a big data query. 3 minutes later, all the Wei Zaiwas who met the requirements in Longwa appeared on the page. How come there are so many people who meet the requirements? When the Longan personnel saw the few pages of Wei Shaohua, they did not know whether to laugh or cry, but they still resigned themselves to their fate and started checking one by one. Although I don't understand why Wei Shaohua was needed, since the order was given by the minister, it means that Wei Shaohua is a very important person. So, check and find. I just don't believe that it can't be found. 2 hours later, after repeated analysis and investigation, the Longan personnel were troubled by the 3 Wei Zaiwas who were found. He pondered for a moment, still undecided. Just then his team leader hurried by, so he quickly stopped him. "Team leader, wait a moment." A man in casual clothes with a stern face stopped and looked over when he heard the voice. "What's the matter?" The Longan staff immediately came to the team leader with the information they had checked out and explained the situation briefly. By the time he finished speaking, the team leader had also finished reading the information. He pulled out one of the files and handed it to his men. "Check her, and the remaining 2 can be ruled out." "Ah?" The young Longan staff member took it in a daze, looking as if he was sure it was Wei Shaohua. The team leader's mouth twitched when he saw this. Pay attention to the key point. This Wei Shaohua is good at raising pigs. The Longan staff suddenly realized, I understand. Although all 3 Wei Zaiwas raise pigs, only this Wei Shaohua's pigs are the best. The pigs under her care can eat, sleep, grow meat, and do not get sick. This is not something worth talking about. As long as the staff in the farm are careful and attentive, they can probably do this. A very common thing, but compared with the other 2 Wei Zaiwas, the Wei Shaohua, who is good at raising pigs, stands out at once. Team leader, then I will contact my local branch colleagues. After the candidate was confirmed, the staff immediately asked for instructions. The team leader just nodded, said something to pay attention to the impact, and hurried away. 3 hours later, 2 black cars arrived at Wanda Pig Farm located in the far suburbs of Meiching. The car stopped and 8 people got out. 8 inconspicuous people, each more ordinary than the other. They stood beside the car and looked into the pig farm. One of them came forward, holding a large teacup. The gatekeeper, who had been keeping his eyes on them since they appeared, asked, "Young man, are you here to buy pigs?" "Hello, uncle. We are not here to buy pigs. We are looking for someone." The young man smiled and said, "I am Wei Bo, Wei Xiaohua's nephew from the next room. Could you please call my Aunt Wei Xiaohua for me?" As he said that, he handed over a bag of Chinese noodles. "Uncle." "Oh." The young man is very generous and upright, But don't think that this old man will be easily hit by a bag of Chinese seeds. The old man looked at him and said, "Are you sure you are Way Shawa's nephew? Don't coax me. Way Shawa has been working with us for 3 years, and she has never said that she has a nephew." As he spoke, the old man shouted, "Tell me the truth. What are you here for? If you don't tell the truth, I'll call the police." Pointing to the alarm in the guardroom, the old man said seriously, "Young man, once this thing is pressed, you will have to follow the security police uncle to have a cup of free tea. Quite vigilant. Fortunately, they are not bad people, and they are not false." The young man couldn't laugh or cry because of the old man's vigilance. He took out his ID and showed it to the old man. "Uncle, I'm not lying to you. I'm really Wei Xiaohua's nephew. If you don't believe me, can you help pass on a message for me?" "Pass a message? That's no problem, you say. Okay, sir." The young man pretended to be happy and said, "Just tell my aunt that my uncle's father wants to eat the pig head rice she made." "Uncle, okay. Wait a minute. I'll call Wei Xiaohua for you." As he said that, he took out his loud old phone and made a call. When the other party answered and asked what was going on, the old man immediately said, "You idiot, go call Wei Xiaohua and tell her that her nephew is here to see her." Wei Xiaohua has relatives? The idiot was very surprised. Wei Shawa had been working here for more than 3 years and had never taken a vacation. She never even left the pig farm. Her food, clothing, and housing were all lived in the pig farm. Even her daily necessities were purchased online and sent to the express delivery point in the town, and then someone would bring them back for her when they went to the town. I never heard her talk about her family. Chapter 16, Finding Suspicious Objects. There must be family. They didn't come out of stones. The old man said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and ask Wei Xiaohua to come out." "Okay, I'll go find her now." There was no sound from the other end. He probably went to look for Wei Xiaohua. The old man looked at Wei Bo and said, "I've already gone to help you." As he said this, his eyes glanced at Huazi. Wei Bo handed the Huazi over, and this time the old man took it without hesitation. "Why hasn't your aunt contacted your family in the past few years?" Wei Bo sighed and said quietly, "I don't know exactly what happened. I just know that my aunt has a stubborn temper." "I see." The old man nodded, and based on the principle of having nothing to do, he started talking to Wei Bo about Wei Shawa. He talks endlessly and is undoubtedly a chatterbox. Wei Bo didn't mind that he talked too much, but listened patiently, occasionally making a hum or nodding to show that he was listening, and he listened very seriously. The old man expressed satisfaction with his attitude and talked more. Finally, Wei Shawa came out with an anxious look on her face. Wei Bo, who was always alert, noticed Wei Xiaohua's arrival and said, "Sir, my aunt is here. I won't chat with you anymore." Before he finished speaking, he walked quickly towards Wei Xiaohua. He was still calling her auntie. "Wei Xiaohua, is this her eldest nephew?" Aunt, I'm Xiaobo. Don't you recognize me?" "Xiaobo? That's not right. No one in her family's name has the character Bo." Just as she was about to ask, Wei Bo took out his ID and thrust it at her. At the same time, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't be afraid, Ms. Wei. I have something I want to talk to you about. How about we talk about it somewhere else?" Wei Shawa looked at Wei Bo in doubt, and Wei Bo smiled at her without urging her. She hesitated for a while, then nodded. "Okay, but can you wait for me for 2 minutes? I need to ask the team leader for leave." "No problem." Wei Bo made a gesture of invitation. He originally thought that Wei Shawa would go back to the farm, but unexpectedly, Wei Shaohua walked straight towards the gate. "Uncle, can you lend me your phone? I want to ask for leave from my team leader." "No need to ask. Just go. I'll approve your leave." As he spoke, the old man glanced at Wei Bo again and asked softly, "Is this really your nephew from your mother's side? I don't think you look familiar." The old man looked like a spectator. "Yes." Wei Shaohua smiled awkwardly. "You know, feelings need to be developed through interaction." "That's true. Not to mention aunts and nieces. Even husbands and wives who haven't seen each other for a few years are almost like strangers. Even children and parents who haven't seen each other for several years need time to get familiar with each other." Wei Xiaohua's situation is normal when you think about it. Seeing that Wei Xiaohua had personally admitted that they were aunt and nephew, the old man stopped talking nonsense and earnestly admonished, "You haven't been granted leave for more than 3 years. This time I will grant you a month's leave. Go home and take a good look at your parents. No matter how big the matter is, it should have calmed down after a few years. My daughter, listen to my advice. Your parents are old and don't have many years left to live. If you can get over it, let it go. If you really can't get over it, just ignore what I said." Hey, I remember that. Wei Shawa nodded, then asked, My salary. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the finance department and transfer the money to you when the time comes. Thank you, sir. I'm leaving now, okay? Pointing at Wei Bo, Wei Shawa hoped in her heart that the old man would keep her. But the old man refused to cooperate and waved his hand, asking her to leave quickly and not keep them waiting. So, Wei Shawa had no choice but to leave with Wei Bo and the others. Young people nowadays lack professional qualities and are full of flaws. If it were my temper when I was young, I would never send such people out. The old man watched the car go away, then retracted his gaze and lay back in the rocking chair, an inaudible voice escaping from his mouth. At this time, Wei Shaohua was anxiously saying to Wei Bo, Comrade, I have been law-abiding and have never done anything illegal. I don't know why you were looking for me. I need Ms. Wei's help with something. I'll help. I'm happy to help. Before Wei Bo finished speaking, Wei Shaohua couldn't wait to interrupt. Wei Bo. He was silent for 2 seconds, then said, I wonder if Ms. Wei is afraid of insects. Afraid of insects? There's nothing to be afraid of about this thing. Wei Shaohua was speechless. It's hard for country kids to be afraid of insects. We have been dealing with insects since we were young. What if it's an ugly-looking bug? The dung beetle kind? Wei Bo choked, and Wei Xiaohua's mind was full of ideas. Could it be that there is an overabundance of dung beetles somewhere? No. Wei Xiaohua was about to respond when Wei Bo said, It's almost the same. I can't tell you the details for now, but we need you to go to Jinghai with us. Where? Wei Xiaohua was shocked. Is it the Jinghai I know? Yes. Wei Xiaohua was in a daze, unable to understand what went wrong. How could she, an ordinary middle-aged woman, end up being invited to go to Jinghai? However, what happened next made her doubt her life even more. She followed Wei Ran and the others all the way to the airport. They did not take a passenger plane, but a military transport plane heading to Jinghai. There was no need to buy a plane ticket. I just got on the plane and waited for a few minutes. The plane took off and arrived in Jinghai 3 hours later. After getting off the plane, she got back into the car that came to pick them up. It was a very ordinary and popular black car, and the place they arrived at was also very ordinary and popular. The people were very ordinary, men and women walking hurriedly, muttering to themselves, just like normal office workers. But Wei Xiaohua quickly dispelled this idea, because when she was taken into an office by Wei Bo, she saw a middle-aged man in military uniform. He is full of majesty, and his eyes are so sharp that it seems he can see through people's hearts. Under such a gaze, Wei Xiaohua didn't feel guilty, but she was a little scared. But then, her fear disappeared, because this man, who looked like a high-ranking official, suddenly said, Comrade Wei Xiaohua, we need your help. I'll help. Wei Shawa thought it over. She was a middle-aged woman who had no money and no connections. Since she had not committed any crime and was invited to Jinghai across the province, it must be because she was useful. If the country needs her, then she naturally has no choice but to do her part. Can I ask how I can help you? You'll know later. The insect eggs have not been found yet, and it is unknown whether they can be found. It is naturally impossible to tell Wei Shaohua the truth now. At least we have to wait until the young comrade mentioned by the minister finds the insect eggs before deciding on the next course of action. Now everything is ready, except for the insect eggs from the unknown comrade. What? You found something suspicious that looks like insect eggs. Just as he was thinking about it, Gu Mingyi's walkie-talkie rang. When he picked it up, the news from the other end surprised and delighted him. Chapter 17, Serving the People. Jian Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly approached Gu Mingyi and asked, Where is it? The cheerful male voice on the other side laughed. I'm not sure. It's a bit far from where you are. How about I take a picture and show it to you first? Shoot! Gu Mingyi made the final decision and took a photo to confirm before going over. If not, there is no need to make this trip to avoid wasting time. Good. A few seconds later, Gu Mingyi received a photo on his mobile phone. He couldn't tell the difference, but it didn't matter because he had his little fish. See if it is? When Gu Mingyi pointed the phone screen towards Jian Yu's eyes, the light in his eyes was surprisingly bright. Lu Deshang and the others were not much better off. At this moment, everyone stared at Jian Yu nervously, waiting for her to give an answer. Jian Yu stared at the photo carefully. The expression on his face gradually changed from serious to relaxed, and then the corners of his lips curled up. Gu Mingyi and the others were delighted. They found it. Sure enough, just as this thought came into my mind, Jian Yu's brisk voice rang out. It's the source of the insects. Let's go over there quickly. Once they get the insect source here, they can go to the next location to find another nest of insect source. Upon learning that it had indeed been found, Gu Mingi and the others were filled with joy and could hardly believe it. You found it already? Yes, I found it. It went quite smoothly, smoother than I expected. Really? Jian Yu didn't expect it to be so smooth, but no matter what the process is, as long as the result is good, it's fine. So, she said happily, hurry. Ask for the coordinates and we'll go over there. Okay. Gu Mingi responded happily and contacted the captain of the team that found the source of the insects and asked him to send the coordinates. Then he shared the coordinates and informed everyone of the good news that the source of the insects had been found. Then, the teams that were scattered in all directions rushed towards the coordinates as if they were injected with chicken blood. The distance is quite far, not just ordinary far. The people in the 5th team were really amazing. In order to find the source of the insects, they crawled across 2 mountains in a carpet-style manner. In other words, the area of these 2 mountains is not large, they are just small mountains. If we change to a big mountain, it will definitely take dozens of hours to search them completely. 1 hour and 15 minutes later, all the members gathered together. Hurry and see if this is it. Seeing Jian Yu and the others appear, Jiang Chun, the captain of the 5th team, quickly waved to them. Where? Jian Yu took the lead and quickly arrived beside Chun. This. Jiang Chun moved aside to let her look at the box on the ground. This is an iron box for candy, the size of Jian Yu's palm, with a green exterior and a silvery white interior. With a cold glow, at this moment, inside the box, there was a round ball the size of a ping-pong ball, flashing with light. Hiss! Seeing this insect source, Jian Yu took a breath and said with great relief, luckily we found it. There are at least tens of thousands of insect eggs in it. How many? Muja opened his eyes wide in disbelief, seriously suspecting that he was hallucinating. Tens of thousands. Jian Yu flicked her fingertips, and a ball of soft light fell into the insect source. The insect source, which was originally just scattered points of light, suddenly shone brightly and turned into a round ball with beautiful colors. The color is comparable to that of high-quality diamond wire with the most beautiful fire. So beautiful! Lu Desheng looked amazed, but Jian Yu looked serious. It's very active. It's already in the incubation state. She took out her cell phone and called Wu Zhidong. The first thing the other party said after the call was, Minister, now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Wu Zhidong pinched his brows, and his tired face remained as serious as ever. Bad news first. The bad news is that the insect source we found is already in the hatching stage. If nothing unexpected happens, the remaining dozen or so insect sources should also be in the hatching stage. Jian Yu said seriously, Minister, we don't have enough manpower. Let's send out the troops. We must find the source of these insects. Once they hatch, the situation will develop in the worst direction. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Do all the insect sources look the same? Yes. Jian Yu said, we will send you the photos of the insect source. You send the photos to the person in charge of finding the insect source, and ask them to find it according to the photos. Don't send out the injured. Only the chemical defense soldiers should be brought along. They have equipment to store insect sources. Ordinary people must not touch the insect sources directly with their hands, or they will be parasitized. Got it? I'll pass it on to them. Should we destroy the insect source on the spot or seal it and send it to Jinghai? You should deliver it in person and have Gu Mingi accompany you. Wu Zhidong added, Way Shawa has been picked up by Jinghai. Jian Yu was pleasantly surprised and asked, Did you receive it? Right. Okay, I'll take the insect source to Jinghai right away. Go directly to the military district. Today, 2 transport planes from the Northern Province Military District will come to Jinghai. You can take one of these planes. I will have the person in charge contact you directly later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jian Yu looked at Jiang Chun and said, Captain Jiang, please seal the insect source for storage. The result of sealing could be death. Jiang Chun reminded, and Jenu smiled and said, Don't worry, they are very tenacious and can survive in space. The Zerg are amazing creatures. His IQ is not high, which can be said to be no intelligence, but his appetite instinct is extremely strong. Moreover, they have extremely strong vitality and can adapt to various environments. In addition, they can also adjust their own genetic conditions according to changes in the environment. Just like this pile of insects, after being sealed, they will immediately stop hatching the moment they sense environmental changes to accumulate energy and prepare for the next hatching. Instead of continuing to hatch, It will die without food to obtain nutrition. Therefore, Jiang Chun's worries are not a problem. After learning about the characteristics of the insect source, Jiang Chun finally put his mind at ease. As long as they didn't die, it would be fine. He can seal it with confidence as long as he won't die. Work, he called out, and a team member came over with a lot of bags and said with a smile, "Here we come." Next, Jian Yu and others witnessed the difference between professional and non-professional. If the people from the Chemical Defense Brigade didn't come, Jian Yu and the others would have to seal it themselves. They would probably just find a box to put the insect source in and then wrap it up with circles of tape, making it airtight. After wrapping it, put a few more boxes on the outside like nesting dolls and wrap them in the same way. Is it insured? I don't know, but this is the limit of what Jian Yu and his team can do on their own. But when Jiang Chun and his team took over, they had all the professional equipment, and after completing the entire procedure, all that was left on the scene was a small metal box that seemed to fit perfectly. This box needs professional equipment to open. If you don't have the equipment, you'll have to use a cutting machine. Don't pry it open. It won't open. Jiang Chun handed the box to Jian Yu and instructed. Good. Jian Yu nodded, and then thanked Jiang Chun and the others. Thank you, everyone. You have worked hard these past few days. Serve the people. Jiang Chun and the others responded by raising their hands and saluting. Chapter 18. The value of the living is greater than the dead. After saying goodbye to Jiang Chun and the others, Jin Yu and Gu Mingyi went straight to the military area to catch a flight. Just as they were on their way to the military region, the soldiers who were sent to various places in the Northern Province military region finally received their mission instructions. Looking for a luminous insect source that is about the size of a ping-pong ball. The person in charge of the team looked at the photos and videos sent by his superiors on his mobile phone with a confused look on his face. They had received a task a few days ago to come to Heping Village in Taiping Town to find something. What are you looking for specifically? Wait for news. For this purpose, all the villagers were evacuated, and they stayed in the village waiting for news. But now the news has come, and it is asking them to find the source of the insects. What can we say about this direction? The person in charge is quite disappointed. I also couldn't understand why my superiors would issue such an order. But it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Now that the mission objective has appeared, let's do it. Everyone assemble. The major comrade with 2 rods and 1 star on his shoulder shouted with his throat pulled. The soldiers who were scattered around, either exercising, resting, or helping the villagers clean the yard, were delighted and immediately gathered towards the leader. The team assembled quickly. The major said in a deep voice, "Now divide into groups of 5. Each group will be equipped with a chemical defense soldier. Spread out from Heping Village as the center point and conduct a blanket search in all directions. I've sent the mission target to your cell phones. Once you find it, seal it. Have the chemical defense soldiers take charge. Be fully armed. Non-chemical defense soldiers should not touch it directly with their hands. Do you understand? Clear. Okay, now let's start dividing into groups." Comrade Major brought out 200 people this time, who could be divided into 40 groups. The teams were quickly assigned, and the soldiers received photos and videos of the mission objectives. Seeing the mission target, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. One of the soldiers even said in disbelief, "Leader, we have been in Heping Village for a few days and dispatched so many people. We even evacuated all the villagers just to find this insect egg. Why? Do you have any objection?" The major glanced at him coldly, and the soldier said with a wry smile, "Isn't this just curiosity? Curiosity kills the cat." The reason why Xiao Ming's grandfather lived a long life was because he never meddles in other people's business. Then Comrade Major smiled and asked him, "Do you understand what I mean?" Report to the leader. I understand. If you understand, then hurry up and carry out the mission for me. If you can't find this thing called insect source, I will train you to death. Yes. The team was disbanded, and groups of 5 began a carpet search. At this moment, all the soldiers assigned to places where insect sources appeared in the entire northern province took action. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the first good news came that the source of the insects was found in Yonghe Mountain. At 3:02, the second source of insects was found. Then came the third and fourth. In 2 days, all 16 insect sources were found. All the insect sources found were sealed by the chemical defense troops and sent to Jinghai. At this time, Jin Yu was squatting with Gu Mingyi, staring at Way Shawa's every move. In front of Way Shawa was the source of insects they brought back. Seeing Way Shawa's expression change from solemn to normal, and then from normal to surprised, Jian Yu asked in surprise. Can you sense it? A bit weird. Way Shawa frowned and said in confusion, I feel so hungry. Are you sure you're hungry? Jian Yu asked. Wei Shaohua touched her belly, shook her head and nodded, then suddenly closed the box containing the insect eggs. Just when Jian Yu and Gu Mingyi were feeling strange about her actions, she suddenly said, I'm not hungry. They are hungry and they are giving me feedback. As she spoke, she asked Jian Yu in a panic, Leader, is there something wrong with me? How could she, a healthy person, sense the thoughts of the insect eggs? You're fine, you're normal. Jian Yu soothed him. It's just that compared to ordinary people, you have an extra special ability. However, Wei Shaohua does not want this special ability. She stammered, Can this ability be transferred? Can't. Jian Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She noticed her fear and asked, What are you afraid of? Having special abilities is not a good thing. She looked around and saw that there were only 3 of them in the room. There were no cameras or anything like that. She approached the 2 of them and whispered, Will I be sliced into pieces? Won't. Before Jian Yu could say anything, Gu Mingyi said in a deep voice, The value of living people is greater than that of dead people, especially those with special abilities. The country can't provide them enough for them. Don't worry about what you are worried about. The principle of exhausting the pond to catch all the fish is understood by ordinary people, not to mention leaders with a big picture and vision. Wei Shaohua didn't believe what Gu Mingyi said. She looked at Jian Yu. Jian Yu sighed, stretched out her hand, and a cluster of bright red flames appeared in her palm. She looked at Wei Shaohua, whose eyes were wide open, and she looked surprised and said softly, I am also a person with special abilities. Do you feel more at ease now? Wei Shaohua felt more than relieved. She felt like she was alive again. The huge rock in my heart fell to the ground with a clang, and I felt relieved from the bottom of my heart. It turns out that she is not the only one, and there are other people like her in this world. Since this young leader Jian was not sliced, she certainly won't be sliced either. I feel relieved. I'm really relieved now. She had been feeling uneasy these past few days, unable to eat or sleep well, and couldn't understand why the country had brought her to Jinghai. Asking was just asking her to wait patiently. But I didn't expect that the young leader Jian would show up after I waited for a while. Then, the door to a new world opened. Wei Shaohua was a little excited at this time. She probably knew why the country asked her to come. Pointing to the very beautiful-looking insect eggs in the box, she said, Is my mission related to this ball? Jian Yu nodded, then explained the degree of danger of the insect source, and emphasized that if Wei Shaohua took on this task, she would have to deal with the Zerg in the future and live alone. For safety reasons, there is only one person in the Zerg breeding area, and the rest are all operated by machines. Her task is to feed the insects at regular intervals and in fixed quantities after the eggs have hatched, to build relationships with them, or to tame these insects. She needs to figure out the taming techniques on her own. After that, Jenu looked at her and said solemnly, This mission is very dangerous and not as easy as you think. The Zerg are creatures without intelligence. They only have appetite. You are a special case. You are the only one among billions of people who can sense the Zerg's thoughts. I don't know what you will face in the future after accepting this mission. You may become a Zerg queen who successfully domesticates the Zerg, or you may die in the sharp mouth parts of the Zerg. We give you the right to refuse. Think carefully whether you want to accept this mission or not. If you accept it, you will have to stay at your post until the task is completed. Chapter 19. Stand up. Wei Shaohua. Wei Shaohua was silent for a long time before she said, as if she had made up her mind, I'll take it. I have little education, and I am not smart enough. When I was young, I was deceived by a man and could not go home. My relationship with my family became very strained. I have failed in my life. I have thought about changing, but I have never been able to make up my mind. The team leader said that I lack the energy, the fighting spirit, and my character is too weak and incompetent. If I don't stand up, I will be mediocre in my life. At this point, she smiled and said, I think now is an opportunity. Who doesn't want to be famous? Who doesn't have vanity in this world? She has it too. She is just an ordinary person among the masses. I didn't have the ability to stand up before, but now that I have the ability, I am willing to change. At least the country can find me, which means that I'm still useful. It also proves that I am not useless, right? You are not just a little useful. You are very useful. Jian Yu hugged her and patted her. At least you have the courage to take this step. You are willing to take on this mission, even though you know it is dangerous. Just this point alone makes you better than many people. Really? Wei Shaohua asked happily. Jian Yu hummed and said seriously, "Really, you may not know what this step means now, but believe me, in less than a month at most, you will know how important your existence is. The importance of having a person who can cultivate an endless supply of crystals is self-evident. In the end times when everything collapsed, Way Shawa could be said to be the one who created the energy, a person comparable to a national treasure." However, Jenu did not plan to tell Way Shawa how important she was now. The prerequisite for her to become a national treasure is to successfully breed Zerg. If you succeed, everything will be easy to say. If you fail, no matter how much you say now, it will be useless. Everything depends on the results. After communicating with Way Shawa, Jian Yu contacted Wu Zhitong to report the progress of the matter. She agreed? Agreed. Okay, Wei Shawa will have someone in charge. You go to the door and meet Xiaolin now. Good. Then, after Jian Yu and Gu Mingyi met up with Xiaolin, they got in the car and headed straight for Jinghai Tiange. Jinghai is the political power center of Longhua, and Jinghai has an extremely special status in the entire Longhua. But the most special thing about Jinghai is Tiange. This is the real center of power. For those who are involved in politics, their lifelong dream is to enter the Tiange. However, very few can achieve their wishes. Jian Yu never thought that there would be a day in her life when she would come to Tiange. But now, she has entered the very heart of the country. There is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps. These are the obvious guards. There are even more people in black suits secretly. As a reborn person who has died once and knows about the huge conspiracy, Jian Yu can keep his composure. Tiange has a high status, but what does it have to do with her? She had no intention of getting involved in politics. Her biggest dream in life was to gather the strength of the entire Dragon Kingdom to resist the premature end of the world, smash the conspiracy of the higher civilizations, and make them empty-handed. Because she had a goal, her expression didn't change much even after entering Jinghai. The expression on my face at the gate is the same as it is now. But Gu Mingyi couldn't hold it still. He was fidgeting as if there were nails stuck to his chair. Nervous? Jian Yu joked when she saw him like this. Gu Mingyi's response was a roll of his eyes. Isn't this obviously nonsense? Where is this? This is the Sky Tower. He is a middle-level military officer, and he actually came to Tiange in his lifetime. If nothing unexpected happens, he will meet the big boss and others soon. He is excited just thinking about it. I'm also very nervous and anxious. Touching his chest, Gu Mingyi whispered to Jian Yu, "Xiao Yuer, my heart feels like it's about to jump out of my chest. Don't be nervous. Show your Gu family's confidence and stand up for me." Gu Mingyi, fuck you. Do you want me to call my aunt and ask her to talk to you about life? Gu Mingyi instantly perked up. No need, I can stand up on my own. Jian Yu snorted and laughed. Look at you, you are such a loser. Gu Mingyi, I'd better shut up. That damn girl is so infuriating. There are 2 kinds of women in this world whom you should never mess with. One is the woman who is full of fallacies and heresies, and will lead you into a ditch without you realizing it. There is another type of person like his sister. She looks like a quiet and pretty little girl, but she either doesn't speak or makes people want to hit her when she speaks. However, he didn't have the courage to fight, so he could only endure it. Gu Mingyi, who had no choice but to endure it, prepared himself mentally along the way, thinking about how he would meet the boss and his friends after arriving at the destination. How could he leave a good impression on the boss and his friends without being rude? He simulated it several times in his mind, but when he got there he realized he had overthought. He was arranged by the secretarial office to go to the reception room to have some snacks and read books, where he could stroll around the garden and enjoy the scenery if he wanted. The big boss and the others didn't want to see him at all. The person he wanted to see was his sister. Thinking of this, Gu Mingyi's mentality instantly calmed down and he became contented. Read a magazine, eat some snacks, and go to the window to look at the exotic flowers and plants in the garden. It's so relaxing. At this time, Jian Yu briefly reported the situation to the big boss and his friends, and then the big boss and his friends started the mode of asking questions and Jian Yu answering them. The atmosphere was not serious, but there was a strong sense of urgency. But this is not the boss's fault. The time left for them is really too short. It's hard not to feel urgent. Comrade Xiu, are you sure you want to hand over the system? Right. Jian Yu nodded. I don't think I can beat the people behind the system. Handing it over is the best option. Let the people in the think tank play with the people behind the system and work hard to fleece the higher civilizations to strengthen ourselves. I think it's good. Good idea. This is feasible. After 2 seconds of silence, the second boss asked her, "Didn't they say it was genetically bound? What if the system is destroyed after it's taken out?" Jian Yu's mouth twitched, and she said innocently, "I don't know, so I chose to hand it over and let the professionals find a solution." This time it was the boss and his friends who were speechless. They could see that this girl didn't value the system at all, and instead seemed to disdain it. After exchanging glances, the second boss asked her, "I want to confirm with you one last time. Is the system sure you want to submit it? If it can be taken down without being discovered, if there is a risk of discovery, then don't hand it in. It's better to have it than nothing." Jian Yu smiled and said, "The wool of advanced civilizations is still very fragrant. What do you think? It smells really good." The big boss and his colleagues thought of genetic modification fluid at the same time. Chapter 20, just in case. The eyes of several bosses lit up instantly. Since Jian Yu was willing to hand over the system, they had to give it a try. If the system can be transferred from her, subsequent communication with the system will be the responsibility of the think tank. The top think tank of Dragon Country, with the wisdom of many against one, just believes that they cannot defeat a system and fleece the higher civilization. But these have a prerequisite. That is, they can be transferred without the system self-destructing. If this cannot be done, then Comrade Jian, you will have to work harder to complete the task. With this in mind, the decisive and ruthless boss immediately contacted Dean Wei and asked him to bring some bigwigs from the fields of electronic information, biogenetics, biophysics, bioreaction engineering, etc. to Tiange. The distance from Lonqiwan to Tiange is not short. Furthermore, industry leaders all have projects on hand, and if they are still in the experimental stage, they have to wait until the experiment is completed. If it is not completed, people will not be able to come. Therefore, if we don't inform you in advance, the time when Dean Wei and others will come will be unknown. Therefore, the big boss added, "Come here as quickly as possible and put aside the research you have on hand." Dean Wei, "Leader, can you tell me what exactly happened?" After Professor Qin and his team entered the laboratory, they would not give up their projects unless it was a matter of life and death for the country. They are a group of people who would put their own lives aside for scientific research. "Big boss, Comrade Jian Yu is here with me." Dean Wei. Considering what the big boss said before, Dean Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. "Okay, leader, don't worry. I will take Professor Qin and the others to Tiange as quickly as possible." To ensure his determination, he added, "I'll tie them up if I have to." Without waiting for the boss's reply, Dean Wei decisively hung up the phone and excitedly went to find someone. There, Admiral Zhou, who was wearing a military uniform, handed Jian Yu a cup of tea with a serious face. She took it and thanked him. Before she could drink it, she heard Major General Zhou said, "If you want to become a superpower, do you have to take genetic modification fluid?" The big boss and his friends immediately pricked up their ears and looked at Jian Yu with burning eyes. Jian Yu was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that she had forgotten to mention the thing about the psychic. "No," she said seriously, "there are already people with special abilities who are in the stage of awakening their special abilities." The magnetic field and environment of the blue water planet actually changed when the insect source was released. Secondly, Zerg are also carriers of pathogens. But not all pathogens are bad. The pathogens brought in by insects multiply and grow at an extremely fast rate on the blue water planet, and then merge into the air, water, and soil. Therefore, the great evolution that came 100 years ahead of schedule resulted in the appearance of zombies and zombie beasts, and even plants mutated. After these viruses from the outer universe enter the human body, they will perfectly match the genes and coexist or repel and fight each other, depending on the strength of the body's resistance. If the body's own antibodies block the virus, fusion and symbiosis will occur during the confrontation process, and then the superpowers will be awakened. If the virus is not stopped and is allowed to invade and occupy cells on a large scale, the genes will change, which is called genetic disease, and this is the origin of zombies. The initial signs of awakening of a mutant are not obvious, but when they enter the middle stage, their appetite will increase, and they will never feel full no matter how much they eat. They will also have high fever and bad temper. As soon as she said this, the big boss and the others all looked at the fifth boss. Jian Yu also looked over, and Boss Wu said in a deep voice, "Are you sure this is not an infectious disease?" Jian Yu understood immediately that this was a person with awakened powers. Moreover, there are quite a few of them. Otherwise, the 5 bosses in charge of national health and wellness would not ask such a question. "I'm sure." She smiled and said, "You should be happy that someone like this appeared." The combat power of the superpowers after the end of the world cannot be underestimated. But the question remains, are these people now under unified quarantine? If so, I suggest sending all the people to the military camp for unified intensive training. She said there is a big difference between non-professionals and professionals. A person with superpowers only has superpowers but no physical strength. He will be blind even when the end of the world comes. Another thing is that psychological training must also keep up. In her previous life, she had seen many combat-type psychics acting like cowards. His fighting ability is extremely poor, and he likes to scream and yell, and it is common for him to accidentally injure his companions. Later, when he finally stopped screaming and was willing to take the initiative to attack, his fighting capacity could not keep up. The mutants grow through fighting, while zombies, zombie beasts, and Zerg grow through eating. While you are working hard to improve your strength, creatures such as Zerg and zombies are also working hard to eat and increase their strength in order to obtain more food. At the beginning of the end of the world, the military, police, and fire departments are the undisputed first-class combat forces. These three departments produced many people with special abilities, but they all died early. Those who did not die in the early stage also died in the middle and late stages. As the saying goes, with great ability comes great responsibility. The people with special abilities coming from these three departments are pioneers and dare-to-die personnel. Wherever there is danger, you can see them. They fight on the front lines of the battle to protect the people. As for the civilian supernatural people, due to the lack of organization and discipline, except for a few organizations that still have personnel matters, the rest are not worth mentioning. The crimes and evil deeds are too numerous to list. All people with special abilities must join the army and be subject to military management and training. She said meaningfully, just in case. The big boss and his friends were very smart. When Jian Yu said this, they immediately understood what she meant. The big boss immediately said, "Arrange it." Then he asked Jian Yu, "Is there anything else I need to pay attention to?" Jian Yu, "Can I ask what preparations the country has made now?" The big boss took out a document and handed it to her without saying anything. "Take a look first. After you finish reading it, tell us if there is anything you need to add." "Good." Jian Yu took it and started reading it carefully. She didn't think much of it until she read it. After reading it, she realized that the country is worthy of being a country. This plan called Hope is simply perfect and could not be more perfect. The safe zone, survival supplies, combat effectiveness, productivity, and so on are all taken into consideration. After reading the plan, Jian Yu regretted it again and cursed herself in her heart for being as stupid as a pig. What had gone wrong with her in the first place? That she actually listened to the words of a system of unknown origin and ended up with inevitable death. Fortunately, God was kind to her and she was reborn, giving her a chance to correct her mistakes. However, if the material reserves are carried out according to the plan, it will cause an uproar around the world, right? She looked conflicted and her movements were really too big. Will foreign exchange reserves be insufficient? Chapter 21 Newbie Gift. The big boss smiled and said, "Don't worry about these. Since we dare to make such a plan, it means we have the ability to complete all the projects in the plan." "That's right." So Jian, you stopped worrying about it. Nothing more to add. This is much, much better than I thought. This is normal. The third boss continued. You are young, and your knowledge and experience are limited. The most important thing is that you are alone, so it is impossible for you to be thorough in everything. The plan was customized by a think tank, and it was the brainstorming of countless people that produced this plan. Really, while Dean Wei and others were not here yet, the big boss took the opportunity to give Jian Yu a title to make it easier for her to do things in the future. In addition, she was also given a legal murder certificate. Jian Yu looked at the certificate in her hand, then at the epaulets on her shoulders, put the certificate down, stood at attention, raised her right hand and swore, "I swear that I will be loyal to the country and the party, and work hard and fight wholeheartedly to defend my country. Strictly abide by discipline and fear no sacrifice." Good. The oath was wrong, but the big bosses did not feel dissatisfied. Instead, they gave her high praise. "Come, sit down and talk." The big boss waved his hand and motioned for Jian Yu to sit down. She sat down obediently, and the boss asked her, "How long will it take for insect breeding to produce results?" "If there is enough food, we can harvest the first batch of crystal sources before the end of the world." "I don't know any more details." In the previous life, no one raised Zerg, and Way Shawa, the only person who could control the Zerg, died tragically. Therefore, she really didn't know the exact time. The big boss was a little disappointed, but only for a moment. He said, "What are the specific uses of Jinyuan?" It can enhance the strength of people with special abilities and can replace energy sources such as oil, wind power, fire power, and solar power. Can it be used on weapons and equipment? Able. Jian Yu revealed a piece of news. In the interstellar era, crystal sources are one of the important energy sources. The second boss said something shocking. Can we use the crystal source and the system to exchange for something? Jian Yu. I don't know, but I have to say this idea is interesting. The prerequisite is to be able to understand in Chi-Chi's thoughts and force in Chi-Chi to follow their ideas. And she definitely couldn't do this. When the professors come, we can ask them. They have high IQs. The big boss's mouth twitched. Their IQs were indeed high, but without it they would not have become industry leaders. But again, the IQ of Professor Chin and his group of people is all focused on their profession, and there is no hope for them to learn anything beyond their profession. I think it would be better to invite the people from the think tank as well. The second boss suggested, and the third boss said, don't be in a hurry. Comrade Jian Yu still doesn't know what's going on with the system on his fingertips. Let's wait for the professor and the others to arrive and hear what they have to say. The waiting time was not long. The big bosses were not idle. While chatting with Jian Yu, they also answered calls one after another and reviewed documents one after another. People from the secretarial office came and went, and the only people who were idle in the entire Tiango were Jian Yu and Gu Mingyi. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, Dean Wei and his team arrived. The first time he saw Jian Yu, Professor Chin came over to her with an excited look on his face and stretched out his hand. Comrade Jian Yu, I'm glad to see you. Come on, let's shake hands. Hello, it's an honor to meet you. Jian Yu reached out her hand and shook hands with Professor Chin. Before she could withdraw her hand, Professor Chin asked, Are you sure you want to hand over the system? If you can. Jian Yu smiled. The professors were silent for 2 seconds, then ignored the big boss and said, Show the system to us first. Yes, we need to first see what the system is like before we can prescribe the right remedy. Jian Yu looked at the boss, and when he nodded, he started calling the system. And Chi-Chi didn't expect Jian Yu to be able to complete this task. Therefore, after issuing the task, she left the system aside. As a result, Jian Yu suddenly called her. She was stunned for a moment and thought to herself, This is impossible? Hello, host. I'm here. What can I do for you? My mission is accomplished. Jian Yu took out the insect source she had saved and said to the system, How can I give you the quest item? Have you found the source of the insects? And Chi-Chi was shocked. This was impossible. The insect source was so small, and the place where it was dropped was so large. How could the medieval monkey? She was bound to find it. Yes, I found it. Jian Yu avoided Professor Chin's hand and used her eyes to indicate that this thing was dangerous. At the same time, she did not forget to ask the system, So, how do I hand in the task? Take out the quest item, and I'll scan it. Everyone in the room suddenly became thoughtful. The second boss quickly cleaned up the big boss's desk, then pointed at the table and signaled Jian Yu to put the insect source on it. Jian Yu did as he was told and placed the sealed box containing the insect source on the table. I've put it here, scan it. Good host. And Chi-Chi turned on the scanning system, and then everyone watched as Jian Yu's fingertips lit up, followed by a fan-shaped soft light. At the same time, a holographic display screen also appeared. When they saw this naked-eye holographic display, the light in Professor Chin and others' eyes instantly became as bright as the sun. This is good stuff. Even if they are not professionals in this field, they know that holographic technology will be a groundbreaking product. If I could get holographic technology, looking at the system, everyone present was determined to get the high-tech benefits through the system. The scan was very fast, and in Chi-Chi's era, people could already use energy fluctuation monitoring to scan and determine which insect eggs belong to a certain species of the Zerg. Looking at the results fed back by the system, and Chi-Chi didn't know what went wrong. The host she bound to was really beyond her expectations. But it's also good this way. The more tasks she completes, the greater her chances of winning the game as the system holder. This is a good thing for her. Thinking of this, and Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with smiles, and she said, Congratulations to the host for completing this mission perfectly. The mission points of 100 points will be credited to your account later. At the same time, in order to reward the host for completing the task here, the system will give the host a novice gift. Please extend your hands to receive it. Jian Yu stretched out his hands, and the big bosses who heard the system's words looked at Jian Yu's hands with burning eyes. Then, they watched as a metal box appeared out of nowhere in Jian Yu's hand. Host, are you satisfied with the novice gift? Satisfy. Jian Yu did not hesitate. It would be strange if she was not satisfied with the reward she got for free. And Chi-Chi was also very satisfied. She smiled and said, So, host, do you want to rest for a few days before taking the second mission? Or do you want to take the second mission now? Chapter 22, 4-star Winged Beetle. Jian Yu looked at the big boss, who nodded slightly. Jian Yu understood immediately. What is the second task? Okay. And Chi-Chi was really happy now. The host she was bound to was both capable and hardworking, and the final victory was just around the corner. Host, please successfully breed a 4-star winged beetle. The task will take half a month. Due to the danger of the 4-star winged beetle, this mission is considered the ultimate mission. If you complete the mission, the reward points will be tripled to 300 points. If you fail the mission, 30,000 points will be deducted. Cultivate a 4-star winged beetle? Jian Yu laughed out of anger. It was such a fucking pitfall. She knew from the beginning that they were willing to bomb the Milky Way for a game, and that in Chi-Chi from the Blue Water Planet were not good people. But this breach of shame and bottom line still caught her off guard. The collection task in the previous life has now become the breeding of 4-star winged insects. Does this bastard in Chi-Chi know what the 4-star winged insect means to people who have not awakened their superpowers? Yes, host. The boss's expressions became solemn. What a broken system. Only 300 points are given for completing the task, and so many points are deducted for failure. Even Zhou Baopi is not so cruel. The big boss decisively rejected Jian Yu's offer and negotiated terms. Jian Yu was thinking the same thing, and immediately said, System, I refuse to accept this mission. Ah? And Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment, then quickly returned to normal and said, Host, let me remind you that you will be punished if you refuse a mission. Jian Yu sneered. The name of the 4-star winged beetle sounds very powerful. Are you sure I can still survive if I breed it? Don't talk nonsense. If you want me to accept this mission, you can change the reward. Otherwise, let alone the punishment. Even if you kill me now, I will not accept this mission. And Chi-Chi was choked and paused for 2 seconds before saying, Okay, since we are one family, I will privately change your reward points to 500. Are you satisfied now? Not enough. Jian Yu was not so easy to deal with, and in Chi-Chi's compromise did not allow her to stop. She said, The points reward has been changed to 1,500. If you dare to issue a task to breed 4-star winged beetles, I will dare to ask for a huge amount of money to seek benefits for mankind. In addition, I also need the formula of the nutrient solution and the formula of the primary cell repair solution. The key point is that both of these prescriptions are free. The apocalypse will not end in a short time. When the water sources and soil are polluted, and when the vast world is occupied by Zerg zombies and mutated plants, the compressed space for humans will be squeezed into a very small piece. When the only safe space left for humans to move freely is the safe zone, and when all industries related to people's livelihoods such as growth, planting, and breeding are all shut down, even if the country has stockpiled more supplies in the early stages, it will not be able to withstand the accumulated consumption. If we are ruthless and calculate based on half of the population, the food consumption of all people in the country combined will be a huge number. What's more, the consumption accumulates over time. Even if there are countless mountains of grain, they will not be enough for more than a few years. Therefore, saving food becomes a very necessary thing. But no matter how much we save, the population is still there, and the total amount of food is still there. In the long run, it will only delay time. But nutrient solution can solve this problem well. The nutrient solution, which is a combination of nutrients extracted from various crops and meats, has the advantages of high nutrition and long absorption time. A bottle of highly concentrated nutrient solution, from opening to finishing consumption, the entire process only takes a few seconds. But it can keep your stomach from getting hungry for 8 hours. The key is to ensure that the nutrition is comprehensive and well absorbed. If all the stored food can be processed into nutrient solution, it can not only save a lot of food but also save time. As for the issue of taste, compared with survival, the desire for food is nothing. Being alive is the key. Only by being alive can there be a future. Only after the end of the world can we return to a normal standard of living and enjoy the wonderful life of eating meat and drinking wine, eating hot pot with milk tea in winter and hot pot with beer in summer. As for the primary cell repair fluid, this thing is definitely a miracle medicine for external injuries. It is better than any other medicine and works quickly. As long as the person does not die on the spot, no matter how serious the injury is, the wound can be healed to a certain extent in a very short time by using cell repair fluid. Above the primary cell repair fluid, there are two more levels: intermediate and advanced. Jian Yu was greedy and wanted the intermediate and high levels, but based on her understanding of Chi, she might still have a chance of getting the elementary level, but it was absolutely impossible for her to get the intermediate and high levels. She couldn't force Chi to rebel. If Chi was really forced to quit the game by her big mouth, then all her efforts would be in vain. So, don't be greedy. Get the formula of nutrient solution and repair solution first. In his previous life, Jian Yu was unable to obtain the formula for nutrient solution and cell repair solution, so he was determined to get one this time. That's impossible. There is no example of anything being given away for free in the system mall. And Chi played the victim. Host, I'm just a small commander. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? Not good. Jenu has a heart of stone and cannot be soft-hearted towards his enemies. She did not have any emotion because of Chi-Chi's words, but said calmly, "Precedents are meant to be set. My requirements are not high. It will cost 1,500 points to raise a 4-star winged beetle, plus the nutrient solution and cell repair solution formula. If you agree, we'll all be happy. If you don't agree, we'll break up immediately." The big boss and his men are engaged in a lawsuit, and the two things that Comrade Jian Yu wants seem to be very promising. It's not very interesting, it's very interesting. Professor Wu of Electronic Information, who is the youngest and still keeps up with the trend, said, "Based on my experience of reading novels, nutrient solution can replace food. With this thing, food consumption will be greatly reduced. As for the cell repair fluid, this thing is easier to understand. It is a magical tool that can repair cells." The big boss's eyes lit up. Is he so powerful? Professor Wu nodded slightly, indicating that yes, it was that amazing. Jian Yu didn't pay any attention to the big boss's lawsuit. She was waiting for Chi to think about whether to accept her conditions. Chi was struggling at this time. If it was just about points, 1,500 would be fine. In the end, the wool would come from the sheep anyway. Before the sheep officially grow up, necessary investment is necessary. Whether it is the previous genetic modification fluid, or the task points gained this time, or the nutrient solution and cell repair fluid, they can actually be invested. But this investment shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't be forced to follow the host's thinking. Her ideal result should be that the host follows the thinking and pattern she wants. As a result, everything is messed up now. No, the accurate statement should be that ever since the system was bound to this medieval monkey, all the ideal games she imagined and the plans she had made were not only useless, but also went astray. Chapter 23, Find the System First. And Chi naturally understands that one compromise means compromises all the time. But it's no use understanding it. She couldn't let go of her pride and was reluctant to give up the reward for the final winner and the benefits that the family could gain from this game. Running his fingers over the cell repair solution and nutrient solution, and Chi said solemnly, 1,500 points can be given to the host. Anyway, the amount of points is decided by her, so it doesn't matter. It's impossible to give you both of the formulas you want. Jian Yu's eyes lit up, but her face remained calm and her voice remained even without any fluctuation. I want to. Host, please be reasonable. I've already changed the background without permission at the risk of being punished to give you one. If you want to kill me or yourself, then it's up to you. And Chi pretended to be angry and said, just one, if you want me to, I will smuggle the formula to you. If you don't want me to, forget it. At worst, we can die together. The big boss pressed a few buttons on his phone, then pushed the screen in front of Jian Yu, with the words "Quit while you're ahead" written on it. Jian Yu nodded to show that he knew, and then pretended to hesitate and asked, "Will you die?" "Yes." And Chi was delighted. The host cared about her life and death. This was a good start. There is competition in our system, and it's quite fierce. So, host, for your future to be a great boss, and for me to retire peacefully, let's work hard together. Jian Yu's mouth twitched. These words were from the heart and were similar to those in her previous life. She was so moved at that time. Now, okay, system, we will live together in old age. Give me the recipe. Okay, do you want the formula for the nutrient solution or the cell repair solution? Jian Yu looked at the big boss and the others. The big boss and his friends. They were given the choice. Do you want cell repair solution or nutrient solution? After thinking for a moment, the bosses exchanged glances and chose the nutrient solution in unison. Food is the most important thing for people, and today's medical technology is not bad. As long as it is not cancer and the patient dies instantly, it can be cured with current medical technology. A person can survive even if he loses limbs, but if he has no food, he really cannot survive. Cell repair fluid is also a good thing, but compared with nutrient solution that can replace staple food, nutrient solution is more important. The nutrient solution concerns all the people of Dragon Kingdom. There is no rush for cell repair fluid. There is still a long way to go, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I want nutrient solution. Good. The formula of the nutrient solution is a public patent in Vino's universe, and anyone can download and use it for free. And Chi-Chi directly downloaded and packaged all the formulas of the nutrient solution and sent them to Jian Yu for express delivery. Looking at the metal box that appeared out of thin air again, the boss and the others' pupils dilated. Jian Yu knew what was going on, but now was not the time to explain. She had to get rid of Chi-Chi quickly. I received the item. Thank you, system. I will go to carry out the second task immediately. Please wish me a smooth mission. I wish the host good luck in his mission. I am waiting for your good news. Then the system went silent. After Jian Yu shouted a few times and got no response from Chi-Chi, she knew that she had cut off the connection with the system again. She didn't say much about this, but directly gave both metal boxes to the boss. Same old as always, turn it in. Take it and study it. The big boss didn't bother to be polite with her and took it and handed it to Dean Wei. Dean Wei took it happily, and Professor Zhang and Professor Lin followed hurriedly. Professor Qin and the others did not follow, but came to Professor Wu's side together. This person's major is electronic information. When Professor Qin and others came over, he was typing code very quickly. You're typing code at this time? When Professor Qin saw what was on the screen, he was shocked. Professor Wu hushed and soothed him. Don't worry, this is a foolproof analysis software. I want to analyze the personality of the person who controls the system so that Comrade Jian Yu can cheat. No, this is a mutually beneficial and friendly cooperation. Everyone, we don't understand the world of the big guys, so do whatever you want. Professor Qin looked at Jian Yu. Where did the box come from? Jian Yu finally had a chance to ask. When the box appeared, didn't you see a crack suddenly appear in the room and a small white mummy? Everyone, you can understand each word individually, and you can also understand the combination of the words together, but they seem to have trouble understanding the meaning. What does it mean that there is a crack in the room and a little white mummy? The little mummy you're talking about is the little mummy we know. Right. Jian Yu nodded. On the day the system bound itself to me, the system gave me a novice gift pack, which was also sent by the little mummy. She took a pen and paper and quickly sketched the cracks and the appearance of the little mummy. What a little mummy! Looking at the tiny mummy on the paper that looked like a mini doll, Boss Chi's eyes were full of stars. Oh my god, this mummy is so cute. I suspect this little mummy is a mechanical life form. Jian Yu said, it also has the ability to travel through space. I don't know whether the little mummy has the ability to travel through space, but I know that when the little mummy appeared and the system was activated, strong energy waves appeared in this room. As he spoke, Professor Wu turned the computer in front of him so that the screen was facing Jian Yu and the others. Do you see red? Pointing to the red color on the graph, Professor Wu said, this is the result of the rapid increase in energy value. At this point, Professor Wu took a deep breath and said excitedly, the system is not an intelligent life form. Someone is controlling the system, or rather, treating the system as a bridge to communicate with Comrade Jian Yu. You can treat the system as a tool. I'm sure the person who was talking to Comrade Jian Yu was the one behind the system. This was something that had been known for a long time. When Dean Xiang and his team came back, they reported the news to the big boss and his team. Therefore, there are big bosses behind the system, and they are all insiders. The second boss heard the voice and said calmly, it doesn't matter whether there is someone behind the system. What matters is how to successfully take the system out of Comrade Jian Yu's hands without the system's will and prevent it from self-destructing. Professor Qin and others. Professor Qin and his colleagues were having a headache. They couldn't understand the existence and principles of the system. It was such a tiny system that they probably couldn't see it even with a magnifying glass unless it appeared by itself. And here came the point. How were they going to get the system out of Jian Yu's hands when they couldn't even see it? Find the system first. A system that is not in working order can be said to be Angelica, and now it is a real dead system. Jian Yu extended her hand to Professor Qin and the others. The system is not responding now. You can proceed with the experiment without any worries. Chapter 24 Warning. The system is separated from the host. It is easy to find the system. Jian Yu can call out the system. But without Chi-Chi's control, the system became very rigid. Jian Yu deliberately asked it if it could play a song. The mechanized electronic sound was stuck for a long time before it slowly said, "I'm sorry, host, but I can't provide this service." My goodness, there's a stutter every time he says a word. It's really irritating to my ears. Jian Yu rubbed his ear and asked, "So what functions do you have?" "I am beyond my authority." I refused to reply. There was another mechanical sound, enunciating each word. Jian Yu looked at the big boss and the others. The big boss quickly typed out a line of words and said that it was okay and let the system rest. Jian Yu nodded and said to the system, "Okay, go and rest. I'll go do the task." "Good." After a slow reply, the system automatically entered standby mode. At this time, Dean Wei and his team have already used instruments to conduct a comprehensive data analysis of the system, as well as the success rate of retrieval, etc. This is not an easy job. The system is an external product. Even without the person behind the scenes controlling it, the system's intelligence level is not very high, and it is not a product that can be produced by Dragon Country's current technological level. The fact that this system can come to Blue Water Planet from an advanced civilization deserves their extreme caution. While Dean Wei and his colleagues were analyzing the situation, the big bosses were not idle either. They answer phone calls one after another and approve document one after another. The secretaries in the secretarial office came and went as fast as the wind. Jian Yu was the only idle person. When she asked the big boss if she could go find her brother, the big boss was stunned for a moment. "Your brother is here too?" Jian Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "He came. He accompanied me to Baichuan to look for the source of insects." After her reminder, the boss also reacted. "Bring your brother with you when you come back later. Don't leave him alone. The young man is an elite. I want to meet him." "Okay, I'll bring my brother over later." Her brother will definitely be so happy later. Jian Yu was very happy. Seeing her happy expression, the boss said with a smile, "Go and see your brother quickly. If you don't go, I'm worried that Comrade Xiaogu will think we did something to you." "Okay, you're busy, I'll come back later." So, Gu Mingi, who was so bored in the reception room that he wished he could grow hair and do planks, heard the door open, turned his head, and saw Jian Yu. Suddenly, I became excited as if I had been injected with chicken blood. He jumped up, ran to Jian Yu and asked, "Can we go now?" "It's still early." Jian Yu pointed at the sweat on his forehead and said, "Go take care of your personal hygiene. I'll take you to meet the big boss later." "Okay, no, wait a minute." Gu Mingi nodded subconsciously, then realized something was wrong. He asked Jian Yu in astonishment, "You said you would take me to meet the big boss?" "Yeah." Jian Yu pushed him towards the bathroom and asked with a smile, "Why? Are you scared?" "I'm not afraid." Gu Mingi spoke loudly, and then his voice softened. "What should I do, Xiaoyu? I'm so nervous." Covering his chest, he said, "My heart is about to jump out of my chest with excitement." "You are really promising." Jian Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Don't worry, the boss and his friends are very nice people." Gu Mingi, "Forget it. There's no point in explaining this stupid girl to him." As expected, in this world, one has to overcome one's own sorrows and joys, while others find it difficult to understand and are easily misled. He should adjust himself. After finally adjusting, his sister stood him up. She didn't take him to meet the boss and instead took him to visit the garden. Looking at Jian Yu, who was enjoying the scenery and flowers happily, Gu Mingi felt like punching someone. "You are quite leisurely. I have nothing to do." Jian Yu was confident and righteous, while Gu Mingi was speechless. "The end of the world is coming, and you are not at all anxious about such an urgent matter. Since you have nothing to do at this time, shouldn't you say goodbye and go back to prepare for the end of the world?" "We must prepare, but not now. We have to wait for feedback from Dean Wei and others to see if the system can be used." Gu Mingi's expression turned serious. He whispered, "If it can be taken, are you sure it won't hurt your body?" "Jian Yu. How would she know that? I guess it should be fine." The system in her previous life was in her mind, but she blew herself up and died, but the system was still fine. This shows that it is not easy to break this thing. You just need to take it out and replace the host. It does not destroy the system. It is not that easy to break. Thinking of this, she said, "Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Besides, we don't know whether we can get it or not." Gu Mingi breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter whether he could take it or not, as long as it didn't harm his sister's health. "In short, your body is the most important thing." "I know." Gu Mingi really wanted to say that it's useless for you to know this. The key is that the big bosses must also know it. But thinking about what Jian Yu had done during this period, he felt that he was worrying too much. Not to mention whether the system can be taken out. Even if it is taken out, Xiaoyu will lose the system. Given what she has done, the big boss and his friends will not treat her unfairly. For someone who can rise from the political arena to the top of the Tiange, it is essential to have a broad mind, and a foresight. At around 3 p.m., the analysis results of President Wei and his team came out. We could try to remove it, but we couldn't analyze the chances of success. Because all their analytical data are based on the premise that the system has no protection mechanism. If the system's protection mechanism is taken into account, the probability of success is 0. But again, you won't know the result unless you try. So, try it first. Subsequent plans will be implemented after the results come out. Are you ready? Professor Zhao, the head of surgery, who was summoned temporarily, asked Jian Yu with a scalpel in hand. I'm ready. She stretched out her finger, and Professor Zhao looked at her deeply, then turned to Dean Wei and the others and said, I'm about to start. Are you ready? Ready. Outside the fully enclosed tempered glass room that was also temporarily assembled and isolated, Dean Wei and the others nodded solemnly, and their voices came in through the intercom. Upon hearing the sound, Professor Zhao raised his knife and accurately picked out the right-size system on Jian Yu's fingertips. Warning, warning, the system is detaching from the host. Warning, warning, the system is detaching from the host. Warning, warning, the system is detaching from the host. The mechanical electronic sound echoed in the room. Jian Yu was so frightened that she shuddered all over and said hurriedly, Quick, put it back. Professor Zhao's mouth twitched, but his hands moved without slowing down and stuffed the system back into Jian Yu's wound. As soon as it returned to Jian Yu's fingertips, the system fell silent. But then, an urgent mechanical voice sounded. Host, what just happened? Jian Yu quickly covered her head and said, There was an accident just now. Can't you check it yourself? Did it? Is it that I don't want to check? There's just no way I can check it. Chapter 25. Interests aligned. What accident? Oh, it's not a big accident. I just had a car accident and broke my head. Now I'm very dizzy. She fooled the system without changing her expression. The big boss and the others were all speechless. It was okay for her to curse herself. Gu Mingyi was so angry that he waved his fist at her. This damn girl really has no way of controlling her mouth. You deserve a beating. Jian Yu, who really deserves a beating, is still pretending to be pitiful. System, my head hurts so much. I think I need to go to the hospital. The mission may be delayed. No. And Chi-Chi became anxious when she heard this, because her host mission was currently the most difficult and had the highest score. It is far ahead of all systems. How could they give up halfway at this time and be overtaken by Aguchi and his host? She disagreed with the idea of delaying the mission by taking advantage of the injury to rest. Isn't it just a minor injury? I'll give you a bottle of cell repair liquid and an internal injury repair liquid. You'll be healed immediately after drinking them, and you don't even need to go to the hospital. Jian Yu blinked and pretended to be worried. But won't you be punished for this? I would feel guilty if I caused you to be punished. No way. I wish you to be as miserable as possible. Her voice was filled with worry and concern, but the expression on her face was cold and heartless to the extreme. It's a pity that Chi-Chi couldn't see it, but the boss and the others saw it. Seeing her like this, the big boss and the second boss exchanged glances. They didn't know if it was their illusion, but Comrade Jian Yu had an extraordinary hatred for this system, or the people behind the system. But this is not true. According to her, she handed herself over as soon as the system bound her, and she was operating under their noses for the rest of the time. The uploaded data also confirms this point very well. This also means that Jian Yu and the system did not spend much time alone together, and this kind of hatred was unreasonable no matter how you looked at it. Unless Comrade Jian Yu is hiding something, and what she is hiding is exactly related to her hatred towards the system. Thinking of this, the second boss winked at the big boss and asked, Do you want to ask? The big boss looked at Jian Yu with deep eyes and shook his head slightly, saying there was no need to ask. Everyone has their own inhumane secrets. Even if Comrade Jian Yu concealed something, it was her private matter and there was no need for them to dig into it. As long as she is moving in the direction of the country and does not harm the interests of the people in the country, it is harmless. The second boss, who got the boss's point, thought about it and felt that it made sense. So he let the matter go and didn't take it to heart. At this time, Chi-Chi had been fooled by Jian Yu into thinking that Jian Yu completely trusted her, and she was in a good mood and gave her 2 potions. As usual, Jian Yu handed over the potion the moment he got it. And Chi went to Jian Yu to find out the situation after waiting for 2 minutes. Host, have you taken it? I've taken it. Jian Yu pretended to be surprised and shocked and said, System, these 2 potions are simply magical medicines. The wound on my head has healed. Well, it's necessary. And Chi said seriously, Host, you must remember that the system's products must be top-notch. We are one, with one interest. Whether it's for your comfort and ease in the end times, or for my competition with other systems, we should unite and work together. Host, I hope you can trust me a little more. Okay, I will tolerate you because I can still get some benefits. Jian Yu smiled and said in a tone that said, System, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task well. Okay, host, keep going and call me if you need anything. Well, go get busy. After sending the system away, Jian Yu looked at her fingers with regret and sighed. Actually gave a warning. Genes are bound. Dean Wei and the others were quite disappointed at first, but then Jian Yu got 2 more potions from the system, and their disappointment immediately turned into joy. The big boss also comforted him. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the system can't find out what's going on with you, so it doesn't matter if you take it with you. Jian Yu said solemnly, I'm worried that the people behind the system will get suspicious and go find the people who made the system to upgrade it. As she spoke, she looked at Professor Wu and said, You are an electronic information major, so you must know something about software and hardware upgrades. Can a system like this be upgraded remotely? In theory, yes. In terms of his professional field, Professor Wu spoke eloquently. From the removal of the system, we can determine that this system should be a nanoscale biological robot in Final Fantasy. The use of technology by advanced civilizations should have reached the level of profound application of quantum science. At this point, Professor Wu couldn't help but feel lucky. You are smart. If you hadn't immediately blocked it with your hand, the system's current location would definitely be in your mind. I heard from Lao Lei that once quantum science is thoroughly studied and quantum can be applied skillfully, technology will see a very big advancement. For example, we can't see the little mummy, but you can see it, and other things like telekinesis. Of course, I want to say that these are not the point. If this isn't the point, then what is? Dean Wei couldn't help but say. Professor Wu glanced at him and said, Use your brain. You are a professional after all. If the system is in Jian Yu's mind, it can directly scan Jian Yu's brain to obtain Jian Yu's neural map, and then analyze everything about her based on her neural map information, including her thoughts. As soon as Professor Wu said this, the expressions of everyone present suddenly changed. The 3rd boss couldn't help but continue. If it's the same as Professor Wu's judgment, then we may be facing a different situation now. Unrestricted can control your thoughts and feelings, and can also understand everything and everyone around you through you. The consequence is, giving Jian Yu a thumbs up, the 3rd boss praised. Jian Yu, you did a great job blocking it with your hand. Jian Yu, can I say this is because I was reborn? You must not. So, she pretended to be shy and accepted the praise from the 3rd boss. Since it has been confirmed that the system can only be transferred to Jian Yu, the plan developed by the think tank to deal with the system cannot be used. Only the 2nd option can be activated. As for the remote system upgrade, it is indeed something to worry about once it has been transferred out, but there is no need to worry about it when it comes to Jian Yu. Just start the 2nd option directly. Then, Jian Yu met Yun Jian, the actual executor of the 2nd plan. As soon as this person appears, the room is filled with light. He was a genuine handsome immortal, wearing a crisp black military uniform that was different from the ones worn by the Navy, Army, and Air Force. However, he did not look ascetic in the uniform, but instead, he looked like an immortal who was detached from the world and had an ethereal air. However, Jian Yu did not feel amazed, but just felt scared. It's nothing, just because he is a ruthless person. He is calculating and decisive enough to be cruel to others and himself. In his previous life, in order to prevent the Zerg from spreading out, he decisively ordered the blockade of the entire safe zone, allowing neither entry nor exit. Finally, when an 8th-level Zerg king led a massive invasion, he dragged more than 500,000 survivors in the entire safe zone to death along with the Zerg army. Chapter 26, I don't want him. However, this one is now going to partner with her. Jian Yu. Jian Yu's face froze with a look of shock in his eyes. Yun Jin came in front of Jian Yu, glanced at her face, then glanced at the epaulets on her shoulders, his expression ambiguous. From Yun Jin's eyes, Jian Yu knew that Yun Jin looked down on her from the bottom of his heart. But she wasn't angry either. Yun Jin is indeed qualified to look down on her. In his previous life, he relied on his real abilities to become a local overlord and protect the survivors in the entire safe zone. She achieved success through the system. Their starting points are different. If Yun Jian and her identities were swapped, it is certain that Yun Jian would do better than her. It is unknown what she would do if she were in Yun Jian's position. The biggest difference between her and Yun Jian is that Yun Jian is calm, rational, and decisive enough. You need to have the ability and the wisdom, but the key is to have justice in your heart. In order to prevent the Zerg from spreading, most people would not dare to do such a thing as dragging the people in a safe zone to hell with the Zerg. Even ants try to survive, let alone humans. But Yun Jian did it. He paid the price of his life to curb the expansion of the Zerg. Even if this containment was only temporary, it was undeniable that his decision in his previous life had bought time for countless survivors, and also for her. But she couldn't achieve the same level as Yun Jian. As for the reason, it is very simple. She does not have the overall view like Yun Jian. Jenu was not angry about Yun Jian's contempt for her, but she felt that if Yun Jian continued with this attitude, they would not be able to be partners. After all, she is not a slut and has no hobby of being masochistic. Oh, I know you look down on me, but I still try to get close to you. Sorry, I can't do that. Jenu frowned slightly, and Yun Jian slowly straightened his sleeves. Comrade Jenu, hello. I will be your partner from now on. Gu Yunhe took a step forward and stood in front of Jian Yu, wanting to stand up for him, but was stopped by Jian Yu. Before Gu Yunhe had the time to ask, he felt a redness in front of his eyes, followed by a familiar wave of heat. His body reacted before his consciousness did. He turned rapidly and stood behind Jian Yu, the big boss and his friends. Why did you even start this? The fist with fire stopped in front of Yun Jian's face. Jian Yu withdrew his fist, looked at Yun Jian, sighed, turned to the big boss and said, Boss, I request to change my partner. I don't want him. He looks down on me. Jian Yu's complaint was justified, and now everyone was silent. Yun Jian, who didn't even bat an eyelid when facing the flaming fist, now raised his eyes to Jian Yu and looked at him straight in the eye. Jian Yu raised her eyebrows. Although you are the partner appointed by the big boss, I also have the right to refuse. If you feel that being my partner is unfair to you, I still don't like you. Yun Jian looked at her calmly and suddenly chuckled softly. She is already beautiful, and her smile is simply stunning. He raised his hand and scratched his cheek, then leaned forward slightly to look into Jian Yu's eyes and said in a deep voice, I believe you are an interesting person, and I apologize for my initial contempt for you. As he spoke, he straightened his body and raised his hand to salute Jian Yu. Hello, Comrade Jian Yu. I am Yun Jian, your future partner. I swear on my military uniform that my back will be your most loyal support. Jian Yu was not satisfied with his softened attitude. She frowned and said, Comrade Yun Jian, you may not know that I am the leader of our team. You are indeed a very powerful elite soldier, but from your words and actions, I think your team should be like my brothers with a high degree of freedom, which is different from regular troops. As long as you are strong, you have the capital to be arrogant. I understand, but I don't think you will really obey my orders. Since I can appear here, I think you must be aware of my identity and origin. I can tell you that my existence, to put it in a small way, is related to the development of Dragon Country's technology. To put it in a big way, it is related to the life and death of mankind. Yun Jian looked at her. Jian Yu was still going on. He suddenly frowned and threw a punch at Jian Yu as fast as lightning. The power was so strong that there was a sound of breaking through air when he swung his fist. The speed is really fast, and even after images appear. However, he was unable to swing his fist all the way because a white and tender palm pressed against his fist. Then, a huge force hit him, and Yun Jian took 2 steps back uncontrollably. He steadied himself, looked at his numb arm again, and looked at Jian Yu with a bit more surprise. Jian Yu blinked at him and finished her unfinished words with a smile. If you want to be my partner and I can trust you with my back, then I hope you will correct your attitude from now on. There was a hint of smile in Gu Mingyi's eyes. The big bosses, who never expected that they would suddenly confront each other, also changed from being stunned at the beginning to smiling faces now. Yun Jian's eyes flashed slightly, and the smile on his face was no longer a superficial hypocritical smile, but a sincere smile. He said, Okay, I will keep Chief Jian's teachings in mind. He stretched his numb right hand and saluted Jian Yu again. The Jiaolong Amphibious Special Elite Force is ready. Captain Yun Jian reports to you and requests to carry out the mission immediately. Seeing that he had finally become serious, Jian Yu looked at the big boss and said, "Boss, shall we leave first?" "Good." The big boss nodded and said, "If you have any questions, you can contact me or Wu Zhidong directly." "Yes." Raising his hand and saluting, Jian Yu turned and left. Gu Mingyi and Yun Jian followed immediately. After leaving the big boss's office, Yun Jian said in a deep voice, "Leader, Colonel Gu's file needs to be transferred." Gu Mingyi exclaimed, "Why do you want to transfer my file? You will be my soldier from now on." Jian Yu was concise and to the point. Gu Mingyi didn't know what to say. He had worked hard for more than 10 years, all the way from military school to barracks, and finally became a lieutenant colonel, but his sister caught up with him on a rocket. Not to mention that I'm 2 levels higher than him. But now I have to be his immediate superior. This day, how to live in the future. If his parents knew about this, he would be criticized by them for being unable to do anything except eating. Whenever you have time, learn from your sister and say things like, "Look at how she is." He experienced that scene from childhood to high school, and he shuddered at the thought of it. Jian Yu didn't care what he was thinking. She told Yun Jian, "You don't need to worry about my brother's file. Minister Tang will make the transfer. Is your team fully assembled? We're here now in the military area." Yun Jian's words were concise and to the point. Jian Yu nodded and gave a decisive order. "We will go to the military district to meet up with the team members now. At the same time, you contact the people in the Jinghai military district. I need a fully enclosed room with high security performance." Chapter 27, Need Blood. Good. Yun Jian was a reliable person. After responding, he directly contacted the person in charge of the Jinghai military region and told him about Jian Yu's requirements for the room. Then tell her that there will be a room available when she gets there. At this moment, Jian Yu once again understood his abilities. She gave Gu Mingyi a look and said, "We are both Special Forces personnel, so why aren't you as capable?" The corner of Gu Mingyi's mouth twitched, and he thought, how can this be the same? He is from the Army Special Operations Forces, and Yun Jian is from the Amphibious Special Operations Forces. However, the Dragon Country only has one Amphibious Special Forces team. If they are the elites, the team led by Yun Jian, including himself, are the elites among the elites. There is no comparison. Tigers on land, dragons in the sea, and falcons in the sky. These are Yun Jian and his group. This is also the most mysterious force in Longwa today. It is unknown which war zone it belongs to and where its headquarters is. You know, all of Longwa's special forces are equipped with their own headquarters and support units. Outsiders may not know this, but special personnel who are also members of the Special Forces team know some things about each Special Forces unit. It is difficult for them not to know the identities of their competitors and partners. It's just that due to the confidentiality regulations, it has not been circulated. But the dragon is a mysterious being. How many people are there in the entire Jialong team, and what equipment are they equipped with? I'm afraid that except for Minister Wu and the big boss, no one else in Longwa knows. Gu Mingyi felt that the silly girl compared him with Yun Jian and the others, and he didn't know whether she thought too highly of him or looked down on him. But no matter whether he looked down on it or not, he had to endure it. This is the worst thing. I feel like the days ahead are going to be even more difficult. For the next moment, the three of them were silent. As the political center of Dragon Country, Jinghai, which has a profound historical heritage and the style of an international metropolis, has serious traffic jams. There are cars everywhere, and the traffic is jammed unless there is a traffic accident. After a traffic accident, the traffic is even worse. Unfortunately, Jian Yu and his friends were unlucky enough to be stuck on the road. After being stuck in traffic for more than 30 minutes, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when they arrived at the Beijing military region. Dinner was also delayed. Jian Yu's stomach growled with hunger. She covered her stomach and said pitifully, "Is there any food in the cafeteria at this time? I'm so hungry." Gu Mingyi was not familiar with the Beijing military region and had no idea where the cafeteria was. He was speechless when he heard her words. Yun Jian gave an affirmative answer. "Yes." "Really?" Jian Yu's eyes suddenly lit up and Yun Jian nodded. "Let's go. I'll take you to dinner." Okay. Jian Yu was happy. If you asked her what the happiest thing about being reborn is, one is that she can make up for the regrets and remorse caused by her mistakes in her previous life, and the other is that she can enjoy delicious food. The end of the world. It's really too hard to bear. They didn't have enough food to eat or warm clothes to wear, and they were worried all day long. In the later stages, they couldn't even eat whole grain steamed buns and could only drink nutrient solution. To be honest, this thing doesn't taste good, but it really fills you up. In her previous life, Every time she drank nutrient solution, Jian Yu imagined that she was drinking chicken soup, fish soup, or something like that, otherwise she would feel like vomiting. It's not that bad to drink, but I've been drinking the nutrient solution day after day and year after year, and I've become physically nauseous from it. I don't understand how Chi and the others managed to endure it. We hurried all the way and finally arrived at the cafeteria. The three of them walked in, and a group of men wearing the same black military uniform as Yun Jian looked over in unison after hearing the footsteps. Then he stood up and saluted. "Captain!" Yun Jian raised his hand in return, then introduced Jian Yu. "This is Commander Jian Yu and Lieutenant Colonel Gu Mingi." "Hello, Chief." "Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Gu." The men now saluted Jian Yu, and Jian Yu and Gu Mingi raised their hands to return the salute at the same time. "Everyone sit down and eat first. After you're done, we can talk business later." "Yes." A group of men sat down in unison. Then, Yun Jian brought Jian Yu and Gu Mingi to the table and said, "Please squeeze in and make room for 3 seats." "Men!" The men squeezed out 3 seats in silence. Yun Jian handed the bowl and chopsticks to Jian Yu. "Eat quickly." Jian Yu looked at the men, and they looked at her with burning eyes. She looked at Gu Mingi, and Gu Mingi looked at her. She looked away, looked at the untouched food on the table, and asked, "Why don't you eat first?" "Wait for you." A handsome man smiled. Jian Yu smiled and said, "That's thoughtful." She called out, come on, let's eat together, and then we'll go do some work." Then, the joyful dinner time begins. They were all edible, and Jian Yu was the same. She still felt unsatisfied at the end, so she ordered a few more dishes, and in the meantime, she finished off most of the rice and steamed buns in the cafeteria. Then, after eating and drinking, the group of people went to meet up with the person arranged by the head of the Beijing military region, and were led by this person to the military region's Military Industry Institute. After going through a series of procedures, Jian Yu and his group arrived at the laboratory specially prepared for them at exactly 8 o'clock. This is a large, fully enclosed laboratory. Once the defense system is activated, it is said that even bombs cannot destroy it. Jian Yu didn't know if it was true, but she was willing to believe it. The main thing is that there is nothing she can do even if she doesn't believe it. The laboratory of the Military Industry Institute is not good enough. She can't imagine that in today's Longwa, there is any laboratory in any scientific research department that could be used. After the others left, and only they were left, Gu Mingi said solemnly, "Are you planning to raise 4-star winged beetles here?" Jian Yu nodded, took out the box containing the insect source, and opened it. Under the gaze of Yun Jian and the others, he took out the tools to peel off the insect eggs. The mission time limit is half a month, which means that it only takes half a month for a 4-star winged beetle to hatch and grow into an adult. We have to hurry. There were so many eggs that Jian Yu couldn't tell which one belonged to the 4-star winged beetle with her naked eyes. But she knew the characteristics of the 4-star winged beetle, so after peeling off the eggs, she took a deep breath and said to Gu Mingi and the others who were silently watching her every move, "I'm about to start. You guys pay attention to these eggs. Take out the ones that emit blue light and put them aside, okay?" Everyone took a look at the insect eggs that were smaller than sesame seeds, looked at Jian Yu with a rather indescribable expression, and said in unison, "Okay." Jian Yu nodded, stretched out his hand, activated his supernatural power, and threw the healing light ball up. Yun Jian and his companions set their sights on the insect eggs and immediately took action. One insect egg after another was found, and after 5 consecutive times, none of the remaining insect eggs glowed. Jian Yu stopped and destroyed all the remaining insect eggs before looking at the eggs that were placed aside. "How many are there?" 56. It was more than she expected, and Chi and her group of bastards would not stop until they killed humans. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Who has the dagger?" "Give." Everyone handed over the daggers at the same time. Jian Yu pulled out a dagger and stabbed his finger. "You out." She moved so quickly that no one present could react, and blood began to flow from her fingertips. As soon as Gu Mingi said the word "you," Jian Yu placed his bloody hand above the insect eggs. Then everyone present saw that the moment Jian Yu's blood fell, the 56 insect eggs that they had picked out turned bright red. As time went by, when Jian Yu healed the wound on her hand, she said, "I need blood, lots of blood, and fresh meat is also fine." Chapter 28, Encountering Difficulties. "I'll arrange it." Yun Jian was not very clear what Jian Yu wanted the fresh flesh and blood for, but since he had become Jian Yu's partner and subordinate, he had to obey his orders. What's more, There is also the key point of the task time limit, which shows how important this insect egg is. At least it is important to them now. Jian Yu nodded and let Jian arrange the flesh and blood, while she herself observed the changes in these bright red insect eggs. It feels like nothing has changed except the color turning red. Gu Mingyi looked at it for a while and couldn't help but respond. There's too little blood to wake them up completely. The Jialong team member whose real name is Xian Yushuan and codename is Butcher asked curiously, "Is this a blood-sucking worm?" "No, this is a 4-star winged beetle from outer space," Jian Yu explained. "It's a kind of insect with 4 wings on its back, more than 2 meters in size, with an extremely hard shell all over its body, and it feeds on warm-blooded creatures." Alien, the real name he's Shangwei, codenamed Fuyo, blurted out by the Jialong team member. "You can say that, but the one that looks most like the alien is not the 4-star winged beetle, but the 5-star black iron beetle. The similarity between this thing and the alien is 80%. There was silence at the scene. After a while, a faint voice was heard. "Chief, can I ask where these Zerg came from?" Jian Yu looked up in surprise. "Don't you know what your mission is?" "I haven't had time to tell them yet." Jian replied that the transfer order came too suddenly. When they received the transfer order jointly signed by the minister and the big boss, they were fighting a small-scale war in the desert. As soon as the mission was completed, they rushed to Jinghai without stopping. Not to mention that the butcher and the others didn't know the specific situation. He only knew a general idea. Before officially meeting Jian Yu, the minister took the time to give him some advice. The minister and the big boss are serious about transferring the ownership of the entire Jialong team to Jian Yu. But the power of command lies with him. The dragon includes him, and Jian Yu's existence is that of a protector who also shoulders the responsibility of surveillance and supervision. It sounds contradictory, but there is actually no conflict between the two. Whether it is protection or surveillance and supervision, the ultimate goal is to keep Jian Yu alive and well. So, although he thought Jian Yu was making a fuss at first, he immediately changed his attitude after realizing that something was wrong with Jian Yu. At this moment, Jian felt that the task they had taken on was extremely difficult. "Actually, I don't know very well. Why don't you tell us about it?" "Good." Jian Yu didn't want to hide anything. She told the whole story in a concise manner. When they heard that she was bound to a system, Jian and the others had no expression on their faces. When they heard the system tell her that their world was about to face the end of the world, the corners of their mouths twitched. When they heard that Jian Yu and his team had really found the source of the insects in Baichuan, which was the pile of insect eggs they saw now, Jian and his team narrowed their eyes. When Jian and the others heard Jian Yu say that she had awakened dual system abilities with the help of genetic modification fluid, their eyes lit up. Then, the 18 men looked at Gu Mingyi with burning eyes. Gu Mingyi, who was originally observing their micro-expressions to judge their mental activities, subconsciously wanted to step back when he saw their gazes, but he forced himself to hold it back. He was laughing in his heart, but smiled and said, "Want to know if I have special abilities?" "Think." In unison, Gu Mingyi spread his hands and said helplessly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. Xiaoyer only had 3 bottles of gene modification liquid. She took one herself. After she was sure that this thing was really useful, she drove to find me overnight and handed the thing over." The implication is that he did not take any genetic modification fluid, so naturally he could not have any special powers. Jian was the first to look away and asked Jian Yu, "Are you sure the genetic modification fluid can awaken superpowers?" "I don't know," Jian Yu said confidently, "but I am awake." The genetic modification fluid that she secretly gave away in her previous life also awakened people. The details will have to wait until the Dragon Science Institute cracks and replicates the genetic modification fluid, mass produces it, and then everyone can take it. I guess we can figure it out. Then, she added, "However, even if the genetic modification fluid does not awaken superpowers, it is certain that the physical condition will improve. This thing can improve a person's physical quality in all aspects." Just as Jian Yu and Jian were talking about the genetically modified fluid, at the Institute of Life Sciences of the Long Academy of Sciences, Dean Xiang and his team had finally completed their analysis of the genetically modified fluid. Then, a group of people began to worry. "It's a bit difficult." Professor Zhou, who had compared countless data but failed to find any data that matched the existing resources, pushed up his glasses and said in a deep voice, "There is a decisive ingredient in the genetic modification fluid that is not known to exist in the animals and plants of our world. If we can't find a substitute, it means we can't replicate the genetic modification fluid. This is indeed a difficult problem. Dean Xiong frowned and asked, "Can we use the existing resources to synthesize this ingredient?" Professor Tang, who was also frowning in thought, looked at Dean Xiong and asked, "Do you mean to use synthetic products as a substitute?" "This is the most effective method, provided that we can synthesize this ingredient." A group of people thought for a moment and said in unison, "We can give it a try." Professor Zhou added, "However, we cannot neglect the search for alternatives. Let's prepare for both situations. We are currently unable to determine whether the effects of the genetic modification fluid produced using synthetic products will be biased." Dean Xiang's assistant had not spoken at first. He was not qualified to speak in this situation. But at this moment, he could not help but whispered, "Why don't you ask the comrade who handed over the genetic modification fluid?" Asked Jian Yu. A group of people exchanged glances, and Professor Zhou said, "Lao Xiang, give it a try. What if Comrade Jin knows?" Dean Xiang felt that the possibility was not high, but time was really tight. Compared with the country's population of more than 1 billion, professional qualities could be put aside for the time being. The top priority is to ensure that the genetically modified fluid can be perfectly replicated successfully. Only if the genetically modified fluid is successfully replicated will the people of their country have more chances of survival when the end of the world comes. As long as people are alive, there is hope. There is also a future to look forward to. When people die, all hope and future are empty. Thinking of this, he said to the dean, "You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll contact Comrade Jian Xiao to ask." So, Jian Yu received a call from Dean Xiang. The first thing he said was, "Xiao Jin, we are in trouble now. There is a key ingredient in the genetic modification fluid that determines its effect, and it is known that our planet does not have it." Jian Yu was helpless about this problem. She said, "Sorry, Dean." Chapter 29, Breaking Out of the Shell. Although he didn't have any hope when he made the call to the dean, he still felt disappointed when he heard that Jian Yu was helpless. He sighed, "Since you don't know either, then we can only try synthesis." Hearing the word synthesis, Jian Yu suddenly remembered something. She asked hurriedly, "Dean, have you compared the data of the ore?" "Ore?" Dean Xiang probably knew what Jian Yu was going to say. He said excitedly, "The data we compared all came from plants and animals. We haven't really tried the minerals you mentioned." Jian Yu understood that the dean and his colleagues had fallen into a misconception, thinking that if something was to be extracted, it should be extracted from animals and plants. Ore is not considered, because no one would eat minerals. Not to mention the specific components of the minerals, just one thing, human teeth and stomachs have determined that it is impossible for humans to treat minerals as food. But in the interstellar age, whether it is nutrient solution, genetic modification solution, cell repair solution, or other things beneficial to the human body, some components of minerals are used. Try the ore. If that doesn't work, expand the scope and try all the known substances and ingredients on the blue water planet. "Let's try it right away." Dean listened to her advice and said, "Then Xiao Jian, you are busy. I will hang up first." Without waiting for Jian Yu to reply, Dean Xiang anxiously hung up the phone. There was a knock on the door, and Yun Jian said in a deep voice, "The flesh and blood you asked for is here." Before he finished speaking, he went to open the door, and together with Gu Mingi and the others, carried in the flesh and blood sent by the logistics department one by one. Then closed the door. The fresh flesh and blood. The blood had not yet coagulated and was still emitting heat. Jian Yu seriously suspected that the logistics comrades had slaughtered live poultry in front of the laboratory door. As buckets of blood were uncovered, the room was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. "What do we do now?" Looking at the buckets of blood, the butcher looked at Jian Yu. "Put the eggs in there." As he spoke, Jian Yu put the insect eggs into the bucket one by one. "Everyone, what kind of weird operation is this? If you put such small insect eggs in there, are you sure you can find them?" Just as he was wondering, Black Hawk said, and the butcher immediately asked, "What's wrong? I don't know if it's my illusion, but why do I feel like there's less blood in the bucket?" Black Hawk looked incredulous. Gu Mingi thought it was impossible. He said, "You must be dazzled. The eggs have grown larger." He pointed at a quail egg-sized blood ball in the bucket and said in shock, "Little fish, take a look. Has it gotten bigger?" "It's normal." Jian Yu was very calm. She looked at the insect eggs that were growing bigger, floating up and sinking in the bucket, with an astonishing light in her eyes. When it grows to the size of a basketball, the larvae will hatch. Then, she asked everyone, those with wounds on their bodies, please leave on your own accord. Don't stay here. It's easy for you to be infected. Can the Zerg parasite? Jian frowned, and Jian Yu hummed, yes. Don't risk your life. As soon as she said this, the butcher and the others immediately left the laboratory. 6 people went out, including Jian. Jian Yu couldn't help but complain. I always thought Jian was invincible and not an ordinary person, but it turns out he can get hurt too. The corners of Haya's mouths twitched when he heard this. Listen, is this human language? Although their boss is very powerful, he often does not behave like a human being, but more like an emotionless robot. But that's just an appearance. It turns out that their boss is indeed a real human being with flesh and blood who can get hurt and become weak. He has been injured quite a lot, and the scars all over his body are the best proof of that. Black Crow was about to defend their boss, but Jian Yu suddenly said in a deep voice, "Get ready, it's time to hatch." Ah! The group of people were really shocked this time. Was the Zerg developing too fast? It's fast indeed. Just because the larvae have entered a period of rapid development, they will work at full capacity to absorb all the nutritious substances around them. Their growth rate was already quite fast, and Jian Yu now soaked them all in a blood bucket, surrounding them with blood. The larvae that had entered the developmental stage began to absorb nutrients desperately in preparation for coming out. The blood in the bucket was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the eggs were growing larger and larger. After a minute, the eggs stopped growing and remained the size of a basketball. 2 minutes later, the thick shell of the egg began to thin. 3 minutes later, the thinning shell of the egg turned transparent. Then, everyone present saw the larvae curled up in a ball inside the eggshells. It doesn't look that ugly this way. The venomous snake touched his chin and said, "Do you think that the larvae look a bit like a human fetus in a mother's womb?" "Yes, a little bit. But this is all an illusion. When they hatch, you'll see how anti-human they look." Jian Yu complained, "Be prepared to not be able to eat." "That's not the case." Black Crow laughed and said that they had seen all kinds of scenes, had seen corpses torn into pieces, and had taken countless lives with their own hands. "How can you be scared by a bug?" "It wasn't scary, but it was disgusting." "It's nothing, it's just too disgusting." The larvae of the 4-star winged beetle grew in a truly anti-human way. When they saw the first beetle break out of its shell and stretch its body, Black Crow and the others immediately turned pale and were struck by a strong feeling of nausea. Jian Yu remained unmoved. She reached out her hand as fast as lightning, grabbed the larva that was in an attacking posture and wanted to pounce on her, and threw it hard to the ground. Then she took a chicken and placed it in front of the mouth parts of the aggressive larva that was struggling to get up. 4-star winged beetle larva. The sudden extra food in its mouth stopped it from struggling. It grabbed the chicken with its large, metallic, but extremely flexible claws and began to eat quickly. At this moment, the second larva hatched. Gu Mingi acted decisively and used the same method as Jian Yu to subdue the larvae and feed them. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, until all 56 insects came out. Then, Jian Yu and the others started to worry. "You're such a big eater," Gu Mingi complained. "Based on the way they eat, I don't know how much meat they will eat when they grow into adults." He said to Jian Yu, "Shao Yu, the mission only requires 1 insect, so we can keep 1 and kill the remaining 55 for the experts to study." "No," Jian Yu refused, and Black Crow asked, "Why not?" "I want the source crystals in their bodies." "What is this?" Black Crow and the others had question mark faces, and Gu Mingi suddenly realized, artificially cultivated insects also have source crystals? How? Jian Yu began to calculate. A 4-star winged beetle is a 4-star source crystal. Even if there are impurities and the purity is not that high, the energy contained in it can be used by a new tank or fighter for half a year. It can also allow a mutant to directly advance to the 4th level after entering the 3rd level. Having said that, Jian Yu looked at these larvae as if they were looking at a pile of gold. Now that you know the use of the source crystal, are you sure you want to kill all but one of these insects? Chapter 30 Taste Preferences. It definitely can't, but there's a problem. Are you sure this thing called crystal source can last a tank or fighter jet for half a year? The pigeon looked skeptical. Jian Yu hummed, "Sure." Now that she has confirmed it, what else is there to say? Just raise it. Must be raised. Once the end of the world comes, the existing energy may be able to last for a while, but definitely not for long. For example, oil and all kinds of derivatives that use oil as raw material. There is also wind power and electricity. By that time, solar energy will probably be the only energy source that can be obtained relatively easily. Moreover, the prerequisite for using solar energy is good weather. If it were like what is written in those apocalyptic novels, with a cold wave that lasted for half a year, or it rained every now and then, we would not be able to obtain solar energy. In this situation, the new energy source, Yuanjing, is really important. Thinking of this, Gu Mingyi said, "Wait a minute. I'll go find Yun Jian and ask him to contact the military district to prepare enough food. We'll feed them in large quantities to see if we can shorten the growth cycle of the 4-star winged beetle a little bit more." After saying that, I thought of a very important question. Will these insects die of starvation? Won't. The Zerg can be eaten. In any case, Jin Yu had never encountered a situation in his previous life where the Zerg had starved him to death. Zerg are good at eating and have a strong ability to withstand hunger. If there is enough food, they can eat nonstop. If there is no food, they will not starve to death even if they do not eat for 10 days or half a month. The Zerg were able to multiply and occupy the entire blue water planet in just a few years, making their presence felt everywhere. They not only invaded the living space of humans, but also the living space of zombies, zombie beasts, and alien plants. This proves how strong the survival ability of this thing is. Jian Yu has always felt that the Zerg is the ultimate winner in the survival of the fittest. The adaptability is really strong. There is no environment that they cannot adapt to. I'm going to find Yun Jian, and we'll be back soon. Upon learning that this would not happen, Gu Mingyi quickly went outside to find Yun Jian. Then he recounted what had happened. Yun Jian frowned and was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I understand. I'll do it now." Having said that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Gu Mingyi returned to the laboratory again. At this time, Yun Jian had already taken out his cell phone and contacted the minister. The minister is very busy as there are simply too many things to do. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom has a total of more than 20 million soldiers. It seems to be enough, but once the end of the world comes, compared with the population of Dragon Country, even if all the personnel of the 3 systems of public security, procuratorial, and judicial systems are added, this number is still not enough. It is too difficult to protect a population of at least hundreds of millions with tens of millions of people. Therefore, the minister is thinking about conscription. Hearing Yun Jian's request, the minister said in a deep voice, "Did Jian Yu hatch all 56 4-star winged beetles?" This girl is so brave. She's also after the source crystal." Yun Jian spoke the truth. "Minister, if the doomsday theory is true, then the source crystal is very important to us. I can understand why Jian Yu made such a decision. If I were in her position, I would make the same choice as her." The minister knew that he had misunderstood what he meant, but he did not think of explaining. "I understand. I will contact the quartermaster department, and the food for breeding 4-star winged beetles will be directly shipped from the quartermaster department. Hurry up, we're going to need it soon." Jian Yu wants to shorten the mission time limit and also shorten the growth cycle of the 4-star winged beetle. "Understood. Let Lao Chen prepare a batch of fresh blood and flesh for you to last for an hour. The quartermaster department will also need time." Then the minister asked, "Does it have to be fresh blood and meat? Will frozen meat or box frozen blood be okay?" Yun Jian couldn't answer this question, so he said, "Please wait a moment, I'll ask Jian Yu." "Good." Then, Jian Yu received a message from Yun Jian. Soon, Yun Jian received a reply. "It's okay, but it doesn't have the nutrition of fresh food. If it's really difficult to afford fresh ones, using frozen ones will work." Yun Jian understood immediately. He still wanted fresh food, but it was okay to use frozen food if there was no other choice. He took the issue directly to the minister, who decided it was fresh and frozen. The minister's mouth twitched. He was reluctant to give up the fresh flesh and blood, but was also worried that it would ruin Jian Yu's plan. After thinking it over, he decided to feed the baby a mixture of half fresh and half frozen. So, when Jin Yu and his team had used up the second batch of fresh flesh and blood sent from the general district, and the 4-star winged armor larvae had grown from the size of an adult man's palm to the size of a puppy, the supplies from the quartermaster department arrived. Half fresh flesh and half frozen flesh. When Jian Yu saw the food being brought in, he was stunned for a moment. Then he asked Gu Mingyi and the others to feed the frozen food to see how it went. The results of feeding are obvious. These insects can eat either raw or cold food and are not picky eaters. But there are obvious taste preferences. Fresh meat is eaten quickly, and a chicken or duck can be eaten in a few minutes. Frozen chicken, frozen duck, and even frozen pork are eaten slowly, and it takes 3 times as long to eat a chicken or a piece of pork weighing 1 pound as fresh meat. And I know how to pick the best ones to eat. Black Crow sighed. I wonder if people will be able to eat so well when the end of the world comes. It's definitely not that good. Jian Yu gave a positive answer. After the end of the world, everyone will drink nutrient solution together. Huh, this thing actually exists. Heya and the others were all surprised. They had always thought it was a fictional thing in novels, but they never expected it to actually exist in reality. I just got the formula from the system. When Jian Yu said this, Black Crow and the others became excited and asked curiously, how did you get it? Then he added, if you can tell, tell. If you can't, forget it and just pretend we didn't ask. There's nothing I can't say. They will be partners in the future. Unless there are special circumstances, this group of people will be tied together for a long time in the future, maybe until the end of the world, or maybe one of them will be separated only after he or she dies. Therefore, it is impossible to hide the existence of the system from them. Jian Yu succinctly recounted what happened. Gu Mingyi said, actually, I wanted to say this before. I feel like the person behind the system doesn't have a very high IQ. A little bit. Fuyo agreed. From what the commander has described, the person behind the system is really not smart. It's not that the person behind the system is not smart. It's because that person has something to ask for. Jian Yu sneered. Because I want something, I'm willing to make the initial investment. Secondly, the people behind the system don't take us humans seriously at all. In the eyes of those behind the system, we are just a group of monkeys from the Middle Ages. Everything the system gives us now will require humans to pay with their lives in the future. Insect sources have been released all over the world. There are 17 insect sources in the northern province alone. What about other places? Once these eggs hatch, the casualties will be very heavy. The people behind the system will need crystal sources, lots and lots of them. Chapter 31, Insect Killing. Damn! When they heard Jian Yu say that the person behind the system wanted source crystals, Haya and the others couldn't help but burst out swearing. The advanced civilizations are all a bunch of damned beasts. It is not wrong to want the source crystal, but it is a sin to release the Zerg onto their planet. An unforgivable sin. Jian Yu nodded. It is precisely because the people of the advanced civilization are a bunch of beasts that we have to work hard to obtain source crystals to improve our own strength. Only when we are strong enough can our generation hope to break out of the blue water planet and head to the Milky Way to enter the interstellar era. The worst-case scenario is that our generation fails, but our children and grandchildren still have a chance. If we don't work hard to improve our own capabilities now, it will be uncertain whether our generation will have a future, let alone future generations. For the sake of future generations, we must also work hard. That's the reason. Let's work together to get the first batch of source crystals first. Good. Then, as a result of Jian Yu and others' joint efforts, the 4-star winged beetles were changing every moment because they had sufficient food. According to Jian Yu's original plan, it would take at least a week for the 4-winged beetle to grow into an adult that could obtain source crystals. The fact is that it only took them 3 days to grow the 4-star winged beetle into an adult. Looking at the 4-star winged beetle in front of them, which was more than 2 meters tall and covered with a hard iron-gray shell, and whose overall shape was extremely contrary to human aesthetics, Gu Mingyi and the others did not feel happy, but only felt bitter. The room was silent, with only the rustling sound of the 4-starred winged beetles eating rapidly. Watching the movements of the 4-winged beetles through the hard, double-layer bulletproof glass, Gu Mingyi said angrily, if all the Zerg in the world are hatched, what hope will there be for mankind? They can't do it. They're scared just looking at this thing. If ordinary people saw it, they would be scared to death, let alone fighting the Zerg. Black Crow said seriously, this thing is too scary. The 4-star winged beetle is not the highest level Zerg. It can only be ranked as the 2nd level. The highest level Zerg is the 9th level Zerg King. In her previous life, she was already the most powerful person in the human world, but she could only deal with the 9th Order Insect King by exchanging her own life for his. In short, facing the Zerg and advanced civilizations, humanity has little hope. But again, even if there is little hope, you have to do it. You have to grit your teeth and hold on to the end, even if it means sacrificing lives as bargaining chips. Otherwise, the fate of the previous life will be repeated. Human beings will become extinct again, and this is not what Jian Yu wants to see. What we want now is the 4-star winged beetle. Next time, we may want the 3rd level tiger-headed beetle, the 4th level colorful beetle, and other insects. Sighing, Jin Yu took out his cell phone to contact Wu Zhidong. The call was connected very quickly, almost as soon as the bell rang. Comrade Xiao Jian, is there anything wrong? Jian Yu hummed and said, Minister, we have raised the 4-star winged beetle. Oh, raise it, wait. Wu Zhidong, who had been talking subconsciously, finally realized what she meant. He stood up in shock and asked, It took only 3 days to raise a baby? Yes. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. The successful breeding of Zerg means that the source crystals can be harvested. As the most important alternative new energy source in the end times, the importance of source crystal is beyond words. Wu Zhidong got up and left the office, explained something to Deputy Minister Lin Mashu, and then rushed to the military region without stopping. Just as Wu Zhidong was on his way over, Jian Yu began to teach him the techniques of hunting Zerg. See the nodes on the first row of their forelimbs? After calling Yun Jian and others who were guarding outside the door in, Jian Yu pointed at the forelimbs of one of the 4-star winged beetles and said, I see. In unison, this is the first weak point of the 4-star winged beetle. Its forelimbs are very hard and invulnerable to swords and guns, but this joint is very fragile. Holding the machete that he had applied for, Jian Yu said with a cold look in his eyes, Once this node is destroyed, the balance system of the 4-winged beetle will be destroyed and it will lose the ability to fly. At this time, we must quickly and accurately attack their second weakness, which is the white spot below the mouth parts. The location of the white spots is similar to the heart and brain of the 4-star winged beetle. Attacking here can kill the 4-star winged beetle in one blow. If you're sure you can attack the white spots directly, you can give up the attack on the node, but I personally don't recommend you give up. Why? Black Crow asked. Jian Yu stretched out her hand and compared. It's very obvious. First of all, there's the height difference. The average height of a 4-star winged armor adult is about 2 meters. Do you think you can kill it with one strike, given the height difference between you and it? No, it's quite difficult. As soon as Jian Yu said this, everyone understood why Jian Yu did not make any suggestions. Yes, because the height difference doesn't match, it will make the originally simple battle complicated. Jian Yu added, also, a 4-star winged beetle with the ability to fly whose balance system has not been damaged will not stand there stupidly and let you attack its weak points. Gu Mingi suggested, among the 56 bugs, except for the one that has completed the task, can we pull them out one by one to practice? Can. As these 4-winged beetles grew up little by little, and in order to prevent them from causing trouble, they were separated and kept in different rooms. Although the room was temporarily renovated in a hurry, the quality is actually not bad at all. So now it's 1 bug per room. The insect in the room they were in at the moment was the largest one. Jian Yu pulled out the machete that the military academy had specially forged for them and said murderously, You guys just watch outside. I'll go kill one for you to see. Before she finished her words, she rushed into the inner room like lightning. Yun Jian and the others didn't even have time to react before they saw Jian Yu appear in front of the 4-winged beetle with a machete in his hand and swinging the machete very quickly and accurately. Bang! There was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the 4-winged beetle, which was eating happily, found 2 more limbs on the ground before it could react what had happened. The shape and the furry, prickly feeling on the edges seemed familiar. Its compound eyes stared at the 2 limbs for a moment, and then it realized that these were its limbs. Suddenly, the insect became annoyed. It flapped its wings and opened its mouth to eat Jian Yu, but it was too late. There was another flash of knife light, and the white spot exploded with a bang like an exploding balloon under the stabbing of Jian Yu's knife tip. The 4-winged beetle's body shook, and then it fell heavily to the ground with a thud, deader than dead. Jian Yu had not yet finished her action. She bent her knees and squatted in front of the 4-winged beetle. She took a knife and carefully removed the shell piece by piece from the insect and put it aside. Then she removed the wings and 8 furry and thorny legs. This was not all. Jian Yu piled these things aside and turned the 3rd section of the insect body over so that the abdomen was facing up and the back was facing down. Then he took a knife and cut a hole in the abdomen. Then he took out a pair of medical gloves from his pocket, put them on, reached in, and dug out a light blue crystal the size of a fist. Chapter 32. Facing the Challenge. Jian Yu took out the source crystal and said, You can come in now. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Gu Mingi and a group of people rushed in to look at the corpse of the 4-star winged beetle. With the shell removed, it doesn't look so hideous anymore. After circling around the 4-winged beetle and carefully studying its body structure, Fuyo's eyes fell on the pile of shells and limbs that Jian Yu had disassembled. Why are you unloading these? It can be used as protective gear. Jian Yu took a piece of the shell that protected the abdomen of the 4-starred winged beetle and used a knife to poke, chop, and split it to show them the experiment. Amid the crisp sound of tinkling, Yun Jian and the others looked at the shell that did not leave any traces, and their eyes lit up. Yun Jian, strong defense. Gu Mingyi asked, "Can it block bullets?" Jian Yu smiled and said, "Yes, if you don't believe me, you can take a piece of carapace out and try it." "We must try, but not now." Picking up a limb, Black Crow said without a teacher, "This thing looks pretty sharp to me, and it seems to be no worse than a cold weapon. Can it be used as a weapon?" Jian Yu's answer was to hold up the shell that had been chopped and stabbed by the knife without leaving any marks and said, "Poke this shell with the tip of the knife." "Is it possible to poke?" As he spoke, Fuyo raised his limbs and poked the carapace. He was shocked when he saw the limbs pierce the carapace easily. "It's pierced. The carapace that can block bullets has been pierced." He looked like he was doubting life. Yun Jian and the others' eyes changed when they looked at the arthropod. This thing was indeed more powerful than cold weapons. The key was that it could easily pierce the shell of a 4-winged beetle. Does this also mean that these limbs are also useful for the carapaces of other Zerg species? Think about it from another angle. Since these limbs are so sharp, can they be modified into handy tools? If worst comes to worst, you can always crush the limbs and use them as raw materials to forge new cold weapons. That should probably work, right? In ancient times, ironsmiths added meteorites and other things to make fine steel and iron. Now, adding Zerg arthropod powder into it seems to be a promising idea. Jian Yu didn't know if it would work or not. She was not a professional. She only knew, this is the source crystal. When the minister comes, we can immediately enter the experimental stage to modify the energy of the tank and the aircraft, and then test fly or test drive it. As soon as the word source crystal came out, everyone's eyes shifted away from these shells and limbs and fell on the source crystal in Jian Yu's hand. While they were daydreaming, Jian Yu swiftly took out a wet tissue from her pocket and wiped the dirt off the source crystal. Therefore, what appeared before Yun Jian and the others was a round crystal that looked like a light blue crystal ball. Although the blue color is light, it gives people a very pleasant visual effect, and it seems that the emotions are calmed down all of a sudden. Yun Jian and the others. This thing feels a bit against the will of heaven. She's pretty good looking. Fuyo reached out and took the source crystal, looked at it, and said with a smile, "It's quite heavy too. You don't have special powers, so you can't feel the energy inside." Speaking of superpowers, Jian Yu couldn't help but sigh. The research on genetic modification fluid has not made any progress yet, and they already have 8 days less. If no results are achieved, they will have even less time left. I just hope that Dean and the others can give me some support and succeed immediately. This was impossible. At this moment, all the staff of the Life Genes Research Institute of the Lonka Academy were so busy that they were dizzy. Dean Xiong and others, who were being kept in mind by Jian Yu, were sneezing one after another. The assistant was almost scared to death, thinking that the dean and the others should not get sick at this time. "Are you all okay?" The assistant said with a worried look on his face. "It's okay. My nose just felt a little itchy." He sniffed at the dean and continued with the work at hand. The same goes for academician Zhang and others. Not to mention that they are not sick now. Even if they were sick, they would have to endure it. The most urgent task is to develop the genetic modification fluid. Nowadays, no matter whether it is people or things, they must make way for genetically modified fluid, including them too. Jian Yu didn't know all this. After studying the source crystal, everyone saw that it was quite easy for her to hunt the 4-star winged beetle, and they were all eager to try it out. Jian Yu didn't think of stopping them, but let them come one by one. Anyway, there are only 20 of them in total now, and there are 56 Zergs. Minus the one that needs to be completed, there are still 55 left, which is enough for each of them to kill 2. However, the insecticide process was not as smooth as Jian Yu's. Yun Jian and the others didn't know whether it was because they didn't hide their evil spirit well enough or for some other reason. But as soon as they showed up, the 4-star winged beetles that were eating happily immediately became restless. It didn't even eat its favorite meat and attacked them by flapping its wings. Once the 4-star winged beetles enter flight mode, it is difficult to kill them. First of all, the fact that the nodes cannot be destroyed means that the 4-star winged beetle has the ability to fly, which is an innate advantage. The flying 4-star winged beetle is too flexible and is good at unexpected attacks. You don't even have time to defend, so how can you have the extra energy to fight back? Fuyo, who was the first to go on the field and had rich combat experience, was forced into a panic by the 4-star winged beetle and was in an unprecedented mess. Yun Jin and the others looked solemn and once again felt that they were not strong enough. If they had Jian Yu's ability, they wouldn't have to worry. However, there was no such thing. Therefore, when it was their turn, if they did not want to repeat the old path of floating and be forced into a miserable state, they had to seize the initiative at the first moment and not give the 4-star winged beetle a chance to react and counterattack. Face the challenge head on. If you continue to hide, you will run out of energy and be caught and eaten by the 4-star winged beetle. Seeing that it was almost done, Jian Yu began to instruct Fuyo on how to deal with the Zerg. When you chop with your knife, the 4-star winged beetle is sensitive to the sound of cold weapons cutting through the air, and there will be a very short pause. You need to seize this opportunity to find a good angle to chop off the node. While she was speaking, Fuyo had already decisively put her method into practice. With a sound of breaking through the air, the wings of the 4-starred winged beetle stopped flapping, and its forelimbs also changed from being curled up at the beginning to drooping naturally. Now cut! Jian Yu's eyes lit up, and he shouted. Crack! Fuyo pursed his lips, raised his knife, and swung it hard at the nodes of the two limbs. With a crackling sound, the two extremely fragile nodes fell to the ground along with the lower limbs. At this time, the 4-winged beetle has returned to normal, but it is too late. The destruction of the nodes caused its balance system to fail. With its body tilted, the 4-winged beetle with cold compound eyes fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound. Wu Zhitong hurried over and arrived at the area prepared for Jian Yu and the others by the commander. Before he arrived, he heard the dull sound, and his pace unconsciously quickened. Have these kids already started killing insects? Jian Yu urged. Fuyo, quickly destroy that white spot. Fuyo responded, and decisively raised his knife to blast the white spot below the mouthparts of the 4-winged beetle, which had lost its ability to fly and became a useless insect. Chapter 33, High-Quality Source Crystal. When Wu Zhitong and his friends arrived, they just saw the head of the 4-winged beetle being exploded. Two people. The commander couldn't believe it. You guys have been raising this thing these days? This terrifying appearance, this huge body. The commander shuddered at the thought of so many alien insects in his military district. If this bug escapes, will the soldiers and officers under him still be able to survive? It was too hasty. I should have asked them clearly what they wanted to raise in the laboratory. Minister, hello, Commander. Hearing the commander's words, Yun Jian was the first to say hello. Jian Yu and the others didn't know the commander, but they knew Minister Wu. After hearing Yun Jian's greeting, a group of people immediately followed suit. Minister, hello, Commander. Good. Wu Zhidong's eyes fell on Fuyo, who was removing the carapace of the 4-star winged beetle. Seeing him remove a piece of the carapace, he wondered, what are you doing with this thing? Fuyo explained, making protective gear and weapons. We have tested these carapaces and limbs. The carapaces have strong defensive power and can resist bullets. The limbs can easily pierce the carapaces that even bullets cannot penetrate. Real? Wu Zhidong said in surprise. Fuyo hummed, his hands moving nonstop, and said, it's true. Commander Jian took us to try it. Well done. Wu Zhitong patted Jian Yu on the shoulder and praised her. You are amazing. You can even think of recycling waste. Jian Yu smiled and said, Minister, the Zerg are not useless. There are many useful things in the Zerg. It's not just the source crystal that is worth our anticipation. Wu Zhitong nodded, looking at the pile of shells and limbs, and began to think about how to maximize the use of these things. As he was pondering, a light blue crystal ball appeared before his eyes. Looking up along the hand holding the crystal ball, Jian Yu's face came into view. Give me a crystal ball. Minister, this is not a crystal ball. This is the source crystal that the advanced civilization wants. Jian Yu explained. Wu Zhitong exclaimed, took the crystal ball, and looked at it while saying, is this the source crystal taken out from the body of the Zerg? Why does it look so much like crystal? Yes, it does look alike. It especially looks like a crystal apple my daughter bought. The commander came over to watch the fun and suddenly asked, what's the use of this thing? New energy. This thing is actually a new type of energy. The commander became interested and said excitedly, Jian Yu nodded. A source crystal like this can be used by a fighter jet or a tank for half a year. The commander's eyes lit up. Little comrade, Are you kidding? Minister Wu is here. The implication is that one would not joke in front of Wu Zhidong. The commander reached out to take the source crystal from Wu Zhidong's hand, but Wu Zhidong dodged his hand neatly, puffed his beard, and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Old Li, what are you doing? It's useless for you to hold this thing. I'll take it to Academician Tan and ask him to modify it on the spot and put it in a tank to see if it really works. Li Jun was confident, and Wu Zhidong thought it made sense. They were now in the Military Industry Institute and were fully capable of conducting on-site experiments. But, Xiao Jian, are there any precautions when using source crystals? Or can I use it directly? Wu Zhitong let Li Jun take the source crystal away, observe it, and say that it was a treasure. Then he looked at Jian Yu and asked, Some. Jian Yu pointed at the source crystal in Li Jun's hand and said, We can find a way to get the energy out of it. The energy of the source crystal is relatively stable. As long as we can achieve sustainable output, it will be fine. This is not a difficult problem and is easy to solve. Wu Zhitong was just about to ask Commander Li to send the source crystal over when Fuyo's voice sounded with some hesitation. Commander, this source crystal is transparent. Jian Yu's eyes lit up. Transparent energy is the purest and high-quality energy. Show it to me. She ran in happily, and Fuyo handed her the source crystal. Regardless of the dirt on the source crystal, Jian Yu reached out to take it and sensed the powerful, high-purity energy inside. The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. She turned around and said to the people who were looking at her expectantly, If the source crystal in the commander's hand can allow a fighter jet or tank to be used for half a year without having to change its energy source, then this source crystal can be used for up to a year. 1 year? Wu Zhitong and the others exclaimed in shock at the same time. Jian Yu hummed, and Commander Li said anxiously, What are you waiting for? Give it to me quickly, and I'll send it to Academician Tan. Jian Yu didn't want to give this source crystal. A transparent, high-quality source crystal like this was a rare one among source crystals, and it was hard to come by. It's lucky to meet you. Seeing her hesitation and the hand holding the source crystal pulling back, Wu Zhitong and the others were surprised, and Gu Mingyi even asked, What's wrong with Xiaoyu? Is there something wrong with this source crystal? Jian Yu shook her head to indicate that Yuan Jing was fine. She looked at Wu Zhitong and said, Minister, can I make a request? Wu Zhitong probably knew what she wanted to say and said, You want this source crystal? Affirmative tone. Before Jian Yu could say anything, the commander shouted anxiously, No, this source crystal is too useful. In the end times, energy is in short supply. If we want to protect the people, we cannot lose our weapons and equipment. One crystal can provide a fighter jet or tank with energy for a year. You are soldiers, and you all know what this means. There is indeed a number. But Jian Yu needs this source crystal. Its purity is really too high. If she gives up this source crystal, she doesn't know when she will encounter it again. She doesn't have that much time to wait. So she said directly, I know this source crystal is very important. It is important to the military and to me. My current ability is stuck at the peak of the 3rd level. If I can absorb this source crystal, I can directly break through the 4th level and sprint to the middle and high level of the 5th level. It is not impossible to break through the 5th level and directly enter the 6th level. Superpowers? Commander Li was surprised. You actually have superpowers? He first knew about the existence of people with special abilities when he attended a special meeting. Now, there is a living superpower in front of me. This Commander Li's brain was also quick. He confirmed, It was you who reported the news of the apocalypse. It's her, Wu Zhitong said. She also handed over the genetic modification fluid. As soon as these words came out, Commander Li immediately said, Give it to her. Her contribution is enough for her to get the right to use this source crystal. We can't let down the hero who made the contribution. Yuan Jing also has people like Jian Yu who disregards his own safety and is devoted to the motherland. After obtaining the genetic modification fluid, he used himself as a test subject and decisively handed it over after confirming its efficacy. He also reported the doomsday news to give the country a chance to prepare. He is a unique person. What's more, this girl is a supernatural being. The stronger she is, the greater role she can play after the end of the world. More people can be saved, under limited conditions. Ensuring her strength is beneficial to them rather than harmful. Old Wu, if you don't agree, I will never let you go. Commander Li threatened, worried that Wu Zhitong would not agree. Chapter 34 advanced. Wu Zhitong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do I look like such a stingy person? Like, Commander Lee complained sharply. I just took a cigarette from you, but you remembered it for so many years and later forced me to buy you a pack. Tell me yourself, if you're not stingy, then who is stingy? Wu Zhitong. Forget it, we can't talk about this topic. I get angry when I talk about it. Pretending not to hear Commander Lee's words, Wu Zhitong said to Jian Yu, "This source crystal is for you." Thank you, Minister. Jian Yu is a person of action. Now that the ownership of this source crystal is in her hands, it is her business to decide how to deal with it. The supernatural power was transmitted into the source crystal and resonated with the energy inside. A soft light immediately appeared from the source crystal in her hand. Then, everyone watched as the source crystal, which was the size of an adult's fist, shrank in her hand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then shattered into powder with a snap. Is that it? Everyone stared in disbelief, and Jenu at this moment felt like he had drunk a refreshing iced drink in the dog days of summer, or like he was soaking in a hot spring when it was freezing cold, or even more like the feeling of the warm sun shining evenly on his body when spring comes and flowers bloom. She closed her eyes comfortably, feeling the abundant energy in her body, like 1,000 horses galloping. When the energies had completely calmed down, she opened her eyes. At this moment, everyone present noticed that her entire state had changed. It's an indescribable feeling. It was as if she was supposed to be passionate, but had the gentleness of water. Very contradictory and very eye-catching. People want to stick their eyes on her, want to be close to her, want to rely on her, want to trust her. Jinyu had no idea what everyone was thinking. She raised her hand with a smile and waved towards Yunjian. One after another, milky white light balls flashing with soft halos sank into their bodies. Immediately afterwards, a warm current flowed through the chest to every part of the body. The warm and comfortable feeling made the group of people unable to suppress their expressions of enjoyment. At this moment, the pigeon said in surprise, "My wound is itchy." "I'm starting too." Yun Jin lifted the hem of his training uniform in surprise, revealing a circle of blood-stained gauze around his waist. He quickly removed the gauze and found that the hideous wound on his waist was not so scary anymore. "You're serious." Jian Yu, who saw his wound for the first time, came over and took a closer look at it, then said, "Let's heal it together today." As he spoke, another ball of light fell on his waist. Then, everyone saw that Yun Jin's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no trace left, except for the white spots on the skin at the injured location. There was no sign of injury at all. "Come on, take off your clothes too. It will be more effective if you apply it directly to the wound." After taking care of Yun Jin's injuries, Jian Yu turned his attention to Guzi and the others. Several people took off their clothes without saying a word. They were all seriously injured with knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and other injuries. Jian Yu couldn't figure out what mission they were carrying out and why there were so many types of wounds. The vulture's injury was not the most serious, but it looked the most frightening. The entire skin on his back was bloody and ulcerated. But during these 3 days, he didn't show any sign of pain. Yun Jin and the others didn't show up either. Apart from their pale faces and the smell of blood and medicine on their bodies, they looked no different from normal people. The ability to endure is really amazing. Jian Yu decisively healed their injuries. Wu Zhidong was very pleased and exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. You are an excellent healer. I don't have to worry about your safety when I go on missions in the future. As long as they don't die on the spot, they can be saved." Jian Yu smiled and replied, "She was so beautiful now, a dual system initial stage of level 6, a real powerhouse." At this stage, fire-type mutants can already develop group attack skills. As long as the Zerg dare to appear in groups, she can use her group attack skills to kill a large number of them and then pick up the source crystals. That kind of scene is kind of beautiful when you think about it. Wu Zhidong and the others are also very beautiful. The stronger Jian Yu becomes, the happier they are, because it means that the team she leads can charge forward and save people from danger. The front line needs a leader, and Jian Yu is the best choice. Yun Jin and the others were also happy, although they had been prepared to sacrifice since the day they put on the military uniforms. But as the saying goes, no one wants to die if they can live. And now, they have a chance to live forever. That's great. From now on, they can charge directly without fear of getting hurt. With Jian Yu supporting them, everything will be fine. Yun Jin, who had made up his mind, sharpened his knives and prepared to attack the Zerg. Commander Lee took the light blue source crystal and the pile of crustaceans removed from the 4-star winged beetle to find Academician Tan. Wu Zhitong didn't rush to leave, but instead watched Yun Jian and the others' insecticidal operations. After seeing this, he couldn't help but suggest that he also wanted to kill a bug to practice. Jian Yu and the others exchanged glances, asking the minister to kill the insects. Kill. It's no use not to allow it. It makes sense that a higher-ranking official can crush people. What's more, they're still soldiers. If they don't obey the minister's orders, it would be no different from disobeying military orders. Wu Zhidong was so embarrassed by their blatant lawsuit that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why? I can't kill insects, right? No, I'm mainly worried about your safety. Jian Yu spoke frankly, and Wu Zhidong laughed. What are you afraid of with you here? You said that as long as they don't die on the spot, you can save them. That's true. Jian Yu swiftly handed over the knife. Then go ahead. We'll be watching. Then Minister Wu took the knife. He is worthy of being a minister. You can tell whether he is capable or not just by looking at his move. Jian Yu thought that a minister would not have much time for training due to his busy work schedule, but she did not expect that Minister Wu was so skilled. His knife skills are outstanding. Has the minister ever practiced swordsmanship? Jian Yu said softly. Gu Mingyi and the others shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. Yun Jian said, the minister came from the 29th Army. Jian Yu and the others were filled with awe when they heard this. The 29th Army has a special status in the Longwa military, and the broadsword team is of particular significance. No wonder Minister Wu is so good at swordsmanship. It is understandable. Bah! With a bang, the four-winged beetle, whose arthropod balance system failed after being hit by Minister Wu's machete, fell to the ground. A dull sound was heard the moment its huge body touched the floor. Seeing the four-winged beetle fall to the ground, Minister Wu raised his knife quickly and accurately and stabbed the white spot. In an instant, the life of the 4-starred winged beetle ended. Minister Wu did not stop there, but dismembered the entire 4-winged beetle according to the steps and harvested a pile of shells and limbs. Then, he took out the source crystal of the 4-winged beetle. Chapter 35, Another Change of Mind. The satisfaction of obtaining the source crystal made Wu Zhitong unable to stop. This feeling was so wonderful that it made him feel like he was back in his youth. I am full of energy. When he thought about how these source crystals could help psychics improve their strength and bring in more people like Jian Yu, and could also be used on weapons and equipment, his blood boiled, and he sharpened his knife as he rushed towards the 4-star winged beetle in the next room. He was so fast and so agile that Jian Yu and the others fell silent as they looked at him like an insect killer. Well, the minister today broke his majestic image among them. In the end, the minister killed 5 bugs by himself. When there was only one left, the minister, who was so obsessed with killing insects that he seemed to be crazy, actually wanted to kill this lone insect as well. Yun Jin immediately realized something was wrong and rushed over to hug the minister's waist, shouting, "Where are you going?" "Kill insects." The minister was murderous. "Jian Yu, this one can't be killed." She quickly reminded him, "You forgot that you have to hand in the system task." The minister shuddered when he heard this. The happiness and satisfaction of killing insects and harvesting source crystals disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a strong sense of loss. What a pity, there are no more bugs to kill. Forget it, let's just hand in the task. Turning his head to look at Yun Jian, who was still holding him, the minister raised his eyebrows and scolded unhappily. "Why don't you let me go, you little brat? What's the matter? It feels so good to be holding me." Yun Jian felt extremely terrified when he heard this. He let go of his hand and stepped back, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his hands as if he had seen a ghost. Looking at his smooth movements, the minister laughed angrily. "Just wait for me, kid." Yun Jian said, "Oh." How could he describe that posture and tone? It was extremely arrogant. Jian Yu ignored them and quickly called the system to submit the task. After learning that she had successfully raised a 4-star winged beetle, and Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Host, you need to dissect the successfully raised insects." "Jian Yu, I refuse. The task you issued before only involved breeding Zerg, but didn't mention dissection. You can ask me to do it, and I'll give you a reward in exchange. Otherwise, you can just take the adult insect away. Anyway, don't expect me to work for nothing. How can this be in vain? This is part of the mission." "Oh." Jian Yu was not fooled. She said coldly, "I'm sorry, system. I recorded the video when you issued the task. Do you want me to play the recording so that you can hear what you said at that time?" Actually, it wasn't recorded, but in Chi-Chi wouldn't know. It was because the system failed to enter her head, but entered her fingertips. She is serious about tricking in Chi-Chi. What are you talking about? We need to trust each other. We are in the same interest chain. I think you are in the interest chain, and I am the one being exploited by you. Honestly, I'm increasingly doubting who you are. How can an outsider like you know so much about our world? The missions you issued are all so strange. You also said with absolute certainty that our world is about to face the end of the world. I now seriously suspect that the end of our world was caused by you. This strange-looking and ferocious Zerg you asked me to raise, which looks like a creature from outer space, is the best example. My intuition tells me that the end of our world must be related to you. Jian Yu's tone was filled with anger and suspicion. Minister Wu and the others all looked at her with sharp eyes. Jian Yu had a calm expression and was in a calm mood. He was not as angry and suspicious as in Chi-Chi had imagined. It's something we've known for a long time. There's no need to be angry, because in Chi-Chi and the others don't deserve it. But in Chi-Chi didn't know that in Chi-Chi, who had no way of controlling all her information and thoughts through the system, was rarely able to speak when she heard her words. There's no need to panic. I'm just a monkey from the Middle Ages. So what if I have doubts and anger? One is that there is no evidence. The other is that I have to rely on her. So, she was not panicked at all. But emotions still need to be calmed. The host that successfully bred the 4-star winged beetle was much stronger than the host of Aguchi and others when only half of the mission time had passed. You know, now Aguchi and his host are still stuck in the first stage of finding the source of the insects. Given the state of those hosts, it is unknown when the source of the insects will be found. And her host has taken the lead and left all other hosts far behind. She really doesn't want to lose such a host that can help her win the final victory. After all, having the first 4-star winged beetle means that there will be many 4-star winged beetles in the future. Being able to raise a 4-star winged beetle also means that her host can raise other insects. The successful breeding of adults means that she can obtain an endless supply of source crystals. She can use some things that have been eliminated in their world to exchange for the source crystals she needs, the ones she needs to settle down, and even the ones the Empire needs. This is a sure-win deal. Thinking of this, and Chi-Chi said, Host, you can refuse the task of dissecting the Zerg, but I want to tell you that there is an object inside the Zerg's body that can be exchanged for what you want in the system mall. Do you still want to refuse? Wu Zhitong and the others gave Jian Yu a thumbs up, saying, well done. The people behind the system are loose. It turns out that routines have always won people's hearts since ancient times. It turns out that routines are also useful to the people behind the system. Wu Zhitong and his friends were eager to get started and were already planning what to buy from the system mall. Jian Yu didn't feel happy because she couldn't afford the things in the system mall with her current points. What Chi-Chi said was nothing more than writing her a blank check. She's not interested in bad promises, she's interested in, oh, Jian Yu taunted. System, am I stupid or are you stupid? Nothing in the system mall is cheap. How many items in the bodies of Zerg do I need to use to exchange for the cheapest item? You can win by accumulating numbers. And Chi-Chi tried hard to persuade Jian Yu to kill the Zerg and exchange the source crystals for things. She said, Host, trust me. I won't harm you. How about this? For every 1,000 items you accumulate from the bodies of the Zerg, I will exchange them for an item worth 10,000 points. Okay, not good. Jian Yu refused without hesitation. Wu Zhitong and the others were a little puzzled as to why she refused, but they didn't say anything and waited patiently for further developments. $1,000 means I have to make 1,000 Zergs. I don't think every Zerg has the thing you mentioned. If you are unlucky and raise or get a Zerg without that thing, 1,000 won't be enough. I won't tell you whether I can get them or how much effort I have to put into hunt and get so many Zerg. I will just tell you one thing. I don't trust you. Jian Yu clearly expressed her dissatisfaction with the system, and Chi-Chi wanted to curse. What kind of medieval monkey is this? Why is it so difficult and causes so much trouble? When he accepted the mission, he happily said that he would trust her and believe that they were a community with common interests. Why did he change his mind as soon as the 4-star winged beetle was successfully bred? Even those brats in the Empire don't change their faces so quickly. Just as she was about to speak, Jian Yu said, 1,000 Zerg internal organs are not a problem. As long as you can pay me a satisfactory price and follow my method, I can do what you ask. Chapter 36. Continue the routine. And Chi-Chi, I have a bad feeling. Host, please tell me your conditions first. Jian Yu was delighted and her tone softened, which meant that if she tried hard, she might be able to get some benefits again. I don't think you'll agree. Host. And Chi-Chi was impatient. Just tell me. I will evaluate whether you agree or not. Jian Yu pretended to hesitate and said, give me the individual combat armor first. And Chi-Chi decisively refused. Host, 1,000 source crystals are not enough for a single soldier's armor. How much is enough? At least 3,000. Give me the individual combat armor. I'll get 3,000 source crystals after the end of the world. Don't rush to refuse. I have legitimate reasons for wanting a personal combat armor. Jian Yu didn't give her a chance to speak and tried to brainwash Chi-Chi. You said we are a community of interests, is that right? Yes. Then if I die, will your community of interests be gone? Does it mean that all your previous investments have gone down the drain? That's true, but giving her the individual combat armor. After hesitating for 2 seconds, and Chi-Chi said, I'm sorry, host. You have already taken the genetic modification solution. I have also given you the formula for the cell repair solution and nutrient solution. It won't be that easy for you to die. That's the theory. Jian Yu did not think of refutation regarding Chi-Chi's statement. She was not the reincarnation of a demon, and there was no need for her to refute whatever the demon said just because she had a grudge against Chi-Chi and the others. She only knows how to convince people with reason. But system, don't forget that I bred a 4-star winged beetle. If my judgment is correct, the 4-star winged beetle is a low-level insect among the Zerg, right? Now Chi-Chi really admired her host's judgment and intuition about danger. It is true that the 4-star winged beetle is a low-level Zerg in the Zerg army, and there are even more terrifying Zerg above the 4-star winged beetle. She probably knew why the host wanted a personal combat armor. As expected, she heard Jian Yu say, the primary gene modification fluid has limited effect on the body. At least I'm still a weakling now. I have no ability except for being stronger. You can't imagine how much effort I put into finding the source of insects and breeding a 4-star winged beetle. It is true that she has put in effort, but it is not her own achievement alone. Host, don't interrupt me, just listen to me. I can barely raise a 4-star winged beetle now, but I can't do anything with higher-level beetles. This involves my life safety. But with the individual combat armor, I can raise even high-level insects, not to mention 4-star winged beetles. System, you must understand that the greater the investment, the higher the return, right? As long as you are willing to buy me the individual combat armor on credit, I can promise you now that I will do my best to get you the 3,000 yuan of that damned source crystal you mentioned. Minister Wu and others. The phrase, do your best, is used cleverly, but I don't know whether the people behind the system can understand the meaning of this phrase. I can't understand it. The levels of civilization are different, and the cultures are not the same. It would be strange if Chi-Chi could understand it. What she interpreted was that Jian Yu would try hard. As a result, the original unwavering refusal began to waver. As if knowing that she was feeling uneasy, Jian Yu said, with the individual combat armor, I can live longer after the apocalypse officially arrives, and I can hand in more source crystals. Do you want to think about whether to give me credit? And Chi-Chi, that makes sense, but let me think about it. Good. After receiving the reply, and Chi-Chi decisively cut off the connection with the system, contacted her eldest brother, and told him what had happened in a concise manner. The eldest brother of the family, he pinched his brows and said seriously, Chi-Chi, do you know what you were doing? No. And Chi-Chi said confidently, brother, you taught me to get the biggest benefit with the smallest investment. Yes, I did teach you that, but I didn't teach you to use a civilized, intelligent life to satisfy your own interests. As he said this, he said sternly, besides, what you did was really sloppy. Your system doesn't even know the specific situation of the host. So how can you be sure that your investment in that host will yield a return? I only saw your continuous investment. First, the 3 primary gene fluids, then the formulas of cell repair, fluid, and nutrient solution. And now, you even want to give away the individual combat armor. The eldest brother of the family was almost irritated by his own stupid sister. You invested so much without getting any return. I am increasingly suspicious that handing the family over to you was the most wrong decision I have ever made in my life. Brother, you're going too far. And Chi-Chi said dissatisfiedly, I have considered all of what you said, but you forgot the most important point. My host is a monkey from the Middle Ages, and civilization is just in its infancy. Besides, she is really capable. You know how difficult it is to find the source of insects. But she found it before the mission deadline officially arrived. She completed the second mission of breeding 4-star winged beetles in 3 days, while Aguchi and his host are still stuck at the first level. Brother, let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that my host can raise insects and help us obtain a steady supply of source crystals is worth my investment. The eldest brother of the family thought for a moment and said, "Don't rush to agree to her request. Let her kill the successfully cultivated 4-star winged beetle and take out the source crystal so that I can check its quality first." Good. And Chi-Chi nodded and did not cut off the connection with her eldest brother. Instead, she connected to the system in front of him and said to Jian Yu, "Host, I need to see the quality of the source crystal of the 4-star winged beetle first." Jian Yu was delighted. There was hope. But the play must still be performed. She sniffed and pretended to be afraid. "Can I give you the whole bug? This insect is so big and scary. I don't dare to kill it, and I don't know how to kill it." And Chi-Chi looked at her eldest brother. The eldest brother of the family, who had overheard the conversation between the two, relaxed his frown. He shook his head at Chi-Chi, indicating that she should refuse. Killing insects is not a pleasant experience. These were things that were done by lowly commoners. Asking the nobles to kill insects was a bold idea of this medieval monkey. Then, Jian Yu heard Chi-Chi say, "No, you have to kill the Zerg yourself?" Then she added, "Host, you must understand that your world is about to end. There will be countless dangers waiting for you in the future. I asked you to kill insects for your own good. You need to get used to killing and blood as soon as possible. Host, think about your individual combat armor." "Okay, I'll remember that." Chapter 37 Space Link. Jian Yu dealt with the last 4-winged beetle. He did not rush to remove the shell and limbs, but took out the source crystal first. This source crystal was a little beyond the expectations of Jian Yu and everyone present. It was actually a sapphire blue source crystal. Because they were not sure whether the person behind the system had cut off the connection with the system, everyone was reluctant to speak, but they also wanted to know whether the quality of this source crystal was good or bad. Wu Zhitong patted Jian Yu, and when she looked over, he pointed at the dirty source crystal in her hand and asked silently with his mouth whether it was okay. Jian Yu, who understood his lip shape, nodded slightly. The sapphire blue source crystal was not as good as the transparent one, but it was of higher quality than the light blue and other blue source crystals. If we were to rate the quality of the source crystals that we took out today, this sapphire blue source crystal would be of above average quality. The aqua blue ones are of low quality, while the transparent ones are of high quality. Among the 56 4-star winged beetles, only 1 high-quality and 1 medium-quality source crystal were produced. Jian Yu was reluctant to hand in the medium-quality source crystal. She decisively stuffed the source crystal into Wu Zhidong's hand, then ran to the place where the source crystals were placed, picked and chose, and then picked out the worst light blue source crystal to hand in the task. "System, are you still there?" She adjusted her voice and pretended to be scared. And Chi-Chi had no way of obtaining her thoughts and real-time status through the system and could only judge by her voice. The trembling voice and the tone that was somewhat fearful made Chi-Chi smile complacently. She winked at the eldest brother of the family, as if to say, "Look, a set of obsolete stock that is almost in the garbage decomposition center can help this medieval monkey overcome its fear and kill insects. It's a sure win to invest in such a good source crystal tool." The eldest brother of the family narrowed his eyes and motioned for her to answer quickly. "Host, don't be afraid. I'm here." And Chi-Chi pretended to be gentle. Listening to her pretentious voice, Jian Yu's scalp went numb and a chill ran up her tailbone. Then, boiling anger rose from her chest. Jian Yu's eyes were filled with strong hostility, and her change in state frightened everyone present. But then, she returned to normal. The strong and frightening hostility seemed like their illusion. But Wu Zhitong and the others knew it was not the case. Jian Yu and this system definitely have a deep hatred that they are not aware of. Wu Zhitong's eyes darkened, and he looked at Jian Yu, who was smiling but trembling, and heard her say, I'm not afraid. I killed the 4-star winged beetle and took out a round object from its body. I wonder if it is the source crystal you want. Do you want to check it?" "No need to check. I trust you. You have the source crystal in your hand. I will collect the mission items immediately." Almost at the moment when Chi-Chi finished speaking, a crack appeared in front of Jian Yu's eyes. It was the familiar mini-mummy again. The mummy first circled around Jian Yu, and then took the source crystal and drilled back into the crack as she watched. About 2 minutes later, Chi-Chi appeared again. "Host, you did a great job. You obtained a medium-quality source crystal in this mission. The mission rating is excellent, and the mission points are 1,500. At the same time, the deal the host mentioned can be done. 3,000 high-quality source crystals in exchange for a set of individual combat armor. At this point, and Chi-Chi asked her, "Excuse me, host, are you going to receive the individual combat armor now?" "Get it now," Jian Yu said decisively. "By the way, system, please give me the instruction manual and maintenance manual of the individual combat armor." "No problem," and Chi-Chi agreed readily. She said, "But host, you need to wait a moment. I need to modify the background before I can give you the things." Worried that Jian Yu would cause trouble again, and Chi-Chi added, "Host, there is competition between our systems as well. The competition is quite fierce. There are a total of 28 people participating in this game, which means that on the planet where the host is currently, including herself, there are a total of 28 system holders. The competition to win the final game is extremely fierce." She wasn't lying. It is not allowed in the system world for the system to violate the rules and open a backdoor for the host. In order to avoid being discovered by the Lord God, I need to modify the background without anyone noticing. I hope the host understands. Understand. There is nothing difficult to understand. As long as she can get the things she wants, she has the patience to wait for a while. System, how long do I need to wait? I am busy stockpiling supplies. If you need more time, I'll go stockpile supplies first and come back later. What do you think? 10 minutes at most. Then I'll wait for you. What can I say about time? When you hope it passes faster, you find that every second feels like a year. When you want it to go slower, it actually goes very fast, and you waste your time without realizing it. At this moment, Jian Yu and the others were the former. Everyone was eagerly hoping that the 10 minutes would pass quickly, but in the end, these 10 minutes went by as slow as a snail, making those waiting anxious. The atmosphere became increasingly anxious and tense, and Jian Yu kept checking the time. Finally, 10 minutes passed, and in Chi-Chi's voice rang out in the room, "Host, the individual combat armor is about to be deployed. Please pay attention to receive it." "Here we come." Everyone's eyes lit up, and Jian Yu looked at the mini mummy that appeared again. Unlike the previous mini mummy that appeared empty-handed, this time the mummy was holding a bracelet-like object in his hand. The little mummy came in front of Jian Yu, loosened its hand, and the bracelet in its hand fell into Jian Yu's palm. Then it turned around and drilled into the crack and disappeared along with the crack. Jian Yu looked at the bracelet in her hand. She had no idea what material it was made of. The texture was a bit strange, neither gold, silver, nor jade. It seemed like a new type of material that had the texture of both metal and jade. In terms of fashion sense and appearance, it is obvious at first glance that it is a very expensive item. Jian Yu knew the identity of the bracelet, but she didn't show it. Instead, she pretended to be surprised and angry and said, "System, come out here. Why is the individual combat armor a bracelet? Don't tell me that this bracelet is the individual combat armor." The bracelet is definitely not a single soldier armor. The single soldier armor is inside the bracelet. "Is this bracelet a space button?" Jian Yu pretended to be excited and said, System, please tell me quickly, is this bracelet the legendary space button?" A backward and poor monkey from the Middle Ages. She was so excited by a pitifully small space button. Her experience was really pitifully limited. But it's better to be pitiful. The less knowledgeable, the more pitiful. The better. Use benefits to entangle the host and make him work hard. She had figured out that this host was not so easy to brainwash. Instead of wasting time brainwashing her, it would be better to directly exchange benefits with her. She saves time and effort, and the host makes a profit. This kind of cooperation model is actually more suitable for them. Chapter 38 in Chi-Chi is crazy. Thinking of this, and Chi-Chi said calmly, "Yes, host, considering that you have performed well in 2 consecutive missions, this space button is an extra reward given to you by me. Aren't you going to stock up on supplies? Use this to pack it up. It's very concealed and safe." Then she added, "Host, please know that I gave you the space hub so that you can better breed Zerg and hunt Zerg to obtain the source crystals inside. Please don't let me down." "Okay, I'll take good care of the insects and kill them." Jian Yu agreed readily. As for when to give the 3,000 source crystals, they would talk about it when the time comes. "System, how do I use this bracelet?" Looking at the bracelet, Jian Yu asked. In her previous life, she was so loyal, but she still couldn't get a space button from a Chi-Chi. In this life, she was disobedient, and an Chi-Chi came to her. Sure enough, no matter how civilization develops or how advanced technology becomes, there will always be these despicable creatures. The space button should have been bound to the gene and identity terminal for dual authentication. Since the host was in an era of backward technology and did not have the technology to perform dual binding, I decided to change the space button. There is a small protrusion at the interface of the bracelet. The host can find it and press the protrusion to open the space button. I need to remind the host that you must pay attention to whether there are people around when you use it. Without the dual authentication of genetics and identity terminals and the manual opening and closing of the space button, anyone can use it. If you don't want to be killed or robbed because of the space link, please remember my reminder. Jian Yu showed a bright smile on her face, and she said in a grateful tone, "Great system. Thank you for your reminder system. You are really the best system in the world, and it is my luck to be bound to you. Don't worry, I will not let you down." Okay, the third mission will be released now. Please be prepared. This really doesn't make it easy for her at all, as tasks come one after another. But it's better not to come here because I'm rushing to get the items in the system mall that are far beyond what they should have in this era. You send it. Please kill the system owner, Mike Cuthbert. When Chi said this, Wu Zhitong and the others' pupils trembled, and Jian Yu was not much better. She knew that there was more than one system holder in this world, but she never expected that Chi would issue such a cruel task. If she had no experience in her previous life, she would never be able to complete this task. But Chi couldn't possibly know, so was it Chi who was crazy, or was it her? You want me to kill someone? Chi paused for a moment and said, "Host, I won't harm you. Not only is there fierce competition between our systems, but it's the same with you, the host. It will be good for you to strike first." Jian Yu sneered silently. What a benefit. She finally understood what the ultimate purpose of Chi-Chi's issuing this task was. If her estimate was correct, the reward for this mission would be very high. If I complete this task, how many task points can I get? 3,000. Reject, Jian Yu said without hesitation. You asked me to kill someone and gave me 3,000 points. Moreover, this name sounds like a foreigner. I don't even have his detailed information. I don't have any other information except his name. Under this circumstance, I can't complete this task. After hearing Jian Yu's words, the eldest brother of the family signaled Chi with his eyes to increase the stakes. Host, what you said is not a problem. I can give you the detailed information of the system owner, Mike Cuthbert. Are you sure you don't want to accept it? I have too few points. If I travel across the ocean to kill someone, I might not be able to come back. Unless I have 30,000 points and a medical cabin, I can give it a try. Chi was shocked. Her host was really black-hearted. 30,000 points plus a medical cabin or something, I refuse. If you want 15,000 points, you can do it. If you don't want to do it, forget it. Then forget it. Jian Yu would not indulge her. Anyway, what she got was enough to relieve Long's pressure. Cell repair fluid and nutrient solution, a universal potion for various internal and external injuries. Combined with her healing ability, the casualty rate could be reduced a lot. Once the genetically modified fluid is successfully replicated, the quality of the entire population will be improved, and their combat power will be much stronger than in the previous life. Now that we have the individual combat armor and the space button, we will hand them over to the Research Institute to study their replication. Even if we cannot complete them before the end of the world, we can continue after the end of the world. You can't bite off more than you can chew. There are already so many good things for experts to study, so just wait and see about the rest. She was not in a hurry, but had plenty of patience to help Chi. The only one who will be anxious is Chi. One less tasker means Chi has a greater chance of winning this game. If all the system holders are killed by her, then Chi will be the final winner for sure. Chi was indeed anxious. She wanted to win in the end so badly, and she also wanted to test Jian Yu's abilities. If Jian Yu can kill the first system holder, she will no longer issue other tasks and let Jian Yu concentrate on dealing with the system holder. But she refused. There was no way to test her ability, so she wanted to take a shortcut. As soon as she said a word, the eldest brother of the family glanced at her coldly, signaling her not to agree. Chi was very depressed and said to Jian Yu, "Then host, you should have a good rest for a few days. I will go and see what other tasks the Lord God has issued that you can do besides this task." Jian Yu said with a smile, "Okay, system. See you next time. See you next time." Cutting off the connection with the system, Chi looked at her eldest brother with dissatisfaction. "Brother, give me a reason not to agree." The eldest brother of the family glanced at her and said calmly, "Why are you so anxious? It's your host who should be anxious." At this point, he remembered something. "I heard you keep calling host. You don't even know the name of the system binder?" "Well," Chi scratched her hair and said helplessly, "I really don't know. You can see that there is a problem with my system and the bound host. Change the system. There's no way to change it. There are only 28 of us who know about this game and are participating. Frederick, who created the system, was killed, so we can't even upgrade it. The eldest brother of the family said, out of 28 systems, your system is the only one that cannot find out everything about the host? Yes. Speaking of this matter, and Chi-Chi was so angry that she complained to her elder brother about the things Jian Yu had done since she tied him to her. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, and the angrier she became. I don't understand. All the system holders like Aguchi know how to open the system correctly, but I am the only one who suspects that I am a fake system holder when I bind it, forcing me to use genetic modification fluid to verify my identity as a regular system. Later, she found all kinds of reasons and excuses to ask me for things. Chapter 39, Do You Have a Brain? The eldest brother of the family. His sister is really stupid. Her host's IQ is not as high as that of a monkey in the Middle Ages. He is too cunning. You shouldn't have compromised the first time. The eldest brother of the family said angrily. When she threatened you for the first time, you just shocked her. No shock. And Chi-Chi was annoyed. She said, do you think I don't know the punishment? I can't fucking punish you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Frederick made a total of 28 systems at our request. They were originally designed with a punishment mode. The punishment method directly acts on the brain tissue of the system holder, making them feel the pain from hell under the stimulation of the electric current. She held her head, and the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. We checked the system before it was put into use, and everything was fine. But we didn't expect problems to arise as soon as it was put into use. It would be fine if there was any problem, but why did it have to be her system that had problems? Can't you change someone? But it was too late. The moment the system checked, in order to prevent the game incident from being exposed and discovered by the people in the royal court, we teamed up to kill Frederick. Compared with Aguchi and the others, I am now in a very passive position. I can advance, but I can't retreat. If I quit now, it means I've chosen to admit defeat in this game. As the loser of the game, after the game is completely over, I need to transfer Anjia's 4 level 5 tourism stars, 2 industrial stars, and 6 energy stars to the final winner of the game free of charge. Looking at her eldest brother, and Chi-Chi said helplessly, brother, do you think I can withdraw in this situation? Cannot. If they withdraw, they will not only lose the family's face, but also suffer huge economic losses and political capital. It is true that the current empire is short of energy resources. As a major energy producer, Anjia has seen its output from hundreds of mineral stars decreasing year by year, and some have even been completely mined out and turned into waste stars. The 6 overexploited energy stars will be given up, and even if the remaining energy mines can be mined, the output will be limited. The industrial stars and tourism stars at stake are the real big ones. Which tourist stars did you agree to transfer? As soon as the eldest brother of the family said this, and Chi-Chi's face suddenly showed guilt. The eldest brother of the family had a bad feeling in his heart and asked sternly, which ones? Yes, there is a red mandarin duck star, and Chi-Chi felt wronged. It wasn't my initiative. It was Aguchi and the others who provoked me. Fuck you. Do you have any brains left? The eldest brother of the family's eyes went dark, and he picked up the ornaments on the desk and threw them at Chi-Chi. However, in his rage, he overlooked one thing. That is, the person who appeared in front of him was not Chi-Chi herself, but a holographic projection. As a result, the ornament hit nothing and fell to the ground. Unbidden, and Chi-Chi didn't dare to feel wronged anymore. Brother, what should we do now? The eldest brother of the family was almost furious. He really didn't expect that his stupid sister would actually give up on Yuanxing. Doesn't she have any idea what this tourist planet means to the family? Once the secrets hidden on the red Yuanyang star are exposed, let alone maintaining the status and reputation of the top 10 in families, it would be lucky not to be swallowed up and torn apart by the other families. There is no real friendship between the major families, and there is nothing they cannot do when it comes to interests. What's more, there's a royal court next to them who is always keeping an eye on the 10 major families and wants to find fault with them and settle accounts with them. No matter who the loser is in this game, there can only be one winner in the end. It must be a home. Taking a deep breath, the eldest brother of the family said coldly, let it sit for a few days before agreeing to your host's request. And Chi-Chi, how many days is it? I really want to kill you. The eldest brother of the family could no longer maintain his usual demeanor. He roared, do you want to give me the system and I will help you play this game? That won't work. And Chi-Chi immediately refused. Brother, we agreed that we can't tell even our family members about this game. I told you it was a foul. If Aguchi and the others knew that I told you everything, I would be declared the loser of the game. The eldest brother of the family. Oh, and you knew to hide it from them. What he did was just too stupid. The eldest brother of the family lost his temper. He lay on the chair and said weakly, 2 or 3 days is fine. You can test your host's attitude first. If she is firm, you should agree to her. Don't agree too quickly. You must let her know that you two share a common interest. Only when you are well can she be well. Vice versa. Do you get me? Clear. And Chi-Chi nodded. I know what to do. I'm glad you understand. Waving his hand, the eldest brother of the family said, Go and do your work. Contact me if you have anything else. Okay, then Wait, is the test report of the source crystal out yet? And Chi-Chi was about to cut off the contact when the eldest brother of the family thought about the origin crystal and immediately asked, It's out, but I haven't had time to see it yet. As she spoke, and Chi-Chi opened the identity terminal and pulled out the test report. Brother, let's take a look together. So, the brother and sister stared at the report together, and they were stunned by what they saw. And Chi-Chi, how can a source crystal of this color be a high-quality source crystal? The eldest brother of the family was also incredulous. This is unscientific. The source crystal of this color is at best a medium quality or the lowest quality among the medium quality ones. But this source crystal actually reached the top quality among the middle quality ones. The brother and sister looked at each other, then continued to watch the following. After looking at the energy purity test data, and Chi-Chi understood, it's not the source crystal that's the problem. It's the place where the Zerg grows that has a problem. The eldest brother of the family's eyes lit up. We have always ignored the problem of cosmic radiation and pollution. No matter how good the protection and defense measures in our world are, the endless cosmic radiation will still bring pollution sources to all planets. The Zerg living in this environment for a long time will naturally be contaminated by radiation, and the purity of the source crystal will not be that high. The planet where the system owner lives is different. Without radiation, the quality of the source crystals, no matter how poor, is better than that of our world. At this point, the eldest brother of the family could not help but sigh. The source crystal that should have been low grade has become medium grade, and it is possible that the medium grade can become high grade. And the authentic high grade source crystals here will only be of higher quality, and it is possible to reach the holy grade. At this point, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he told Chi-Chi, Leave your host alone for 2 or 3 days, and then test her views and attitude towards hunting down the system holder. If she is not determined to hunt down system owners, then we will issue her a mission to kill all system owners. If she is very resistant and unwilling to do such a task, don't force her and let her raise insects. As long as she is willing to raise insects to provide us with a steady supply of source crystals, everything can be discussed. Chapter 40. Do you know that you will die in the light? Good. And Chi-Chi nodded. I'll wait 2 days before contacting her. Go find Aguchi and the others to find out about their hosts and find a way to get their information. No matter if it can be used in the end, it's always better to be prepared. Contact me immediately if anything happens. At this point, the eldest brother of the family said sternly, and Chi-Chi, the family's business empire is in your hands. I don't want stupid things like the system host to happen again. Remember this. This is one thing. If you dare to do something like this without my permission next time, there will be no place for you in the family. You know the consequences of being expelled from the family. And Chi-Chi's face turned pale, and she hummed, I know, big brother. I won't make the same mistake again. The eldest brother of the family did not comment. He had always felt that his sister was very outstanding compared to the women in the top 10 families who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. Therefore, even though she lacked some abilities, when the family was selecting a business leader, he pushed her to the position against all odds because of her business talent. She has performed very well in recent years. The rate of return of group has reached a peak under her business operations and made a lot of money. But he never expected that Chi-Chi, who had achieved success, became arrogant. Instead of thinking about continuing to explore with her feet on the ground, she played a game with Aguchi and others that violated the conventions of civilization. The family is now in a difficult situation, and the game cannot end easily. But once discovered, all 28 families participating in the game will be finished. In order to avoid giving the royal court a chance to cleanse the situation, They had no choice but to continue. You better hope the game isn't discovered before it's over. And Chi-Chi, we are very careful. You are the only one who knows about this, big brother. No one else knows about it. That's better. Thus, the conversation between the brother and sister ended. After looking at the source crystal test report in silence for a while, and Chi-Chi contacted Aguchi and the others to make an appointment to get together. Jian Yu was completely unaware of the conversation between the siblings. At this time, she was studying individual combat armor and instruction manuals with Yun Jian and others. However, the process was not smooth just because I asked, but I don't know him. Wu Zhitong's face turned wooden, and he once again gave a disappointing answer to Jian Yu and the others in the midst of their intense excitement. What now? Looking at the strange handwriting in her hand, Jian Yu wailed. Not being able to understand the manual means we can't verify the performance of the individual combat armor. Do we have to dismantle it and do research on it? Absolutely not. Yun Jin picked up the armor piece on the table and said helplessly, "It seems that this thing needs to be assembled before it can be used." As he said that, he looked at Jian Yu. "I think it's most reliable to ask the system. Do you want to try it?" Jian Yu. She didn't want to ask. That crazy woman in Chi-Chi already wanted her to deal with another system holder. God knew what tricks that crazy woman in Chi-Chi would come up with if she asked now. No matter what, this individual combat armor is just useless waste. Jian Yu scratched his hair and thought for a few seconds before saying decisively, "Okay, I'll ask the system. We have thought of all the possible solutions. Different civilizations lead to different writing systems. The writing used in Chi-Chi's world is not any known writing system on their planet. I contacted all the major ancient writing experts, but none of them recognized it. System, are you there? Damn it, luckily she was in the car. If she met up with Aguchi and the others, she would have no way of hiding the fact that she was cheating for the host." Glancing at the building below, and Chi-Chi sighed resignedly and said softly, "Host, what can I do for you?" Jian Yu said confidently, "I can't understand the maintenance manual and instruction manual of your individual combat armor. The words are different from ours." At this point, she couldn't help but complain, "Speaking of the system, I think you are really unprofessional. Didn't you even remember to convert the text when you gave it to me?" And Chi-Chi made a ferocious face and tried to suppress the anger rising in her chest. She pretended to be calm and said, "I'm sorry, host. Please make one thing clear to me. I tampered with the background and shipped the armor to you without permission. Do you know what this means? It means that this matter cannot be exposed to the public. Do you understand the principle that it will die if exposed to the public?" Her voice suddenly rose, becoming extremely sharp and piercing. Wu Zhitong and the others all frowned, and Jian Yu followed suit. "So that's how it is. I'm sorry, system. I wronged you." After a half-hearted apology, Jian Yu asked, "How do you use this individual combat armor? How about you help me convert the text now?" There is no way to convert it. She is not from the Blue Water Planet, so how can she know what the Blue Water Planet characters look like? Cough. Clearing her throat, and Chi-Chi said, "I'm sorry, host. I can't help you convert the text, but I can dictate it to you, and you can find something to record it yourself." "Okay." Jian Yu winked at everyone, signaling them to move quickly. The men who understood her eyes all moved, some taking videos with their phones, some recording audio, and some taking written notes. In the following time, and Chi-Chi spent 10 minutes explaining in detail how to use the individual combat armor and all the knowledge points about how to repair and maintain the individual combat armor. Gu Mingyi, who was recording the text, wrote quickly, and each powerful character jumped out on the paper. Finally, and Chi-Chi finished speaking, "That's all. Host, do you have any questions?" "No more. Thank you, system." Jian Yu thanked her, and then Chi-Chi hummed, "Then host, I'm leaving. Call me if you have anything." "Okay." Jian Yu readily agreed, and after making sure Chi-Chi was not there, she excitedly asked the minister, "Shall we try now?" Wu Zhidong was a little confused and asked her, "Who will try?" Jian Yu. This is indeed a difficult problem. The use of individual combat armor is really not difficult, as it is equipped with a sensory nervous system. As long as you have flexible limbs, strong physical fitness, and quick thinking, you can directly put on and control the armor. This is where the problem lies. In terms of suitability, it is suitable for everyone present. But there is another point. Individual combat armor is a private armed equipment and needs to be genetically bound to the user. Once one of them is bound to a warframe, it means that this warframe can only be used by the binder. But they had to go on a mission, and it was impossible and unfeasible for them to stay in Jinghai for a long time to cooperate with scientific research experts in conducting all research related to individual combat armor. What do you mean? Jian Yu asked. Wu Zhidong hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, Comrade Xiao Jian, our country needs individual combat armor. Yeah, I understand. Jian Yu smiled and said, send this set of armor to the Research Institute and find someone with good physical and mental qualities and quick thinking who can stay in the Institute for a long time to cooperate with the experts in research to bind it to it. After hearing her words, everyone present saluted at her. Wu Zhidong even raised his hand and saluted her. He said, Comrade Jian Yu, thank you for your trust in the country, and thank you for everything you have done. Of course I am a soldier too. Raising his hand in return, Jian Yu smiled. Her greatest wish in this life is that the Chinese people can stand at the top, that the blue water planet will not be bombed by the insane advanced civilizations, and that humans will not be exterminated. For this, I am willing to give my all. As long as she can achieve this goal, she will do anything. Chapter 41 Dinner is ready. Wu Zhidong left with his personal combat armor. As the system did not issue the third task, Jian Yu was currently in a state of having nothing to do. Yun Jian and the others are her partners now. Since Jian Yu has nothing to do, they have nothing to do too. After Wu Zhidong left, the group of people looked at each other. What do we do next? Fuyo asked. Jian Yu thought for a few seconds and asked them, do you want to awaken your superpowers? What the hell? The group of men were shocked and felt like they were questioning their lives. Gu Mingyi said in disbelief, no, isn't it the genetic modification fluid that can awaken superpowers? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Jian Yu with attention. Jian Yu, who told you that the genetic modification fluid can definitely awaken people's superpowers? You, Gu Mingyi said confidently. You took a gene modification liquid and gained superpowers. This is a fact, right? Right. Jian Yu couldn't deny this, but this doesn't mean that everyone who takes the genetic modification fluid can awaken superpowers. In addition to the genetic modification fluid that has the potential to awaken people's superpowers, there is actually another method that can awaken people's superpowers. What method? The men's eyes were burning with enthusiasm and their hearts were moved. Who doesn't want to be strong? Others may not know, but that's what they think. I want to very much. I thought about it in peacetime, and I think about it even more now. In the crisis-ridden end times, the stronger you are, the more you can do. Not to mention the justice of the country and family. And just talking about one's own survival rate, the strong will definitely live longer. When it comes to the cause of patriotism, the stronger the better. Thinking of this, the group of men began to breathe faster. Gu Mingyi grabbed Jian Yu's hand and said sweetly, Dear sister, may I ask? Shut up. Jian Yu got goosebumps from being provoked by him. She interrupted him and scolded him angrily. Speak properly. Oh, Gu Mingyi responded, and then changed the subject. What method can help us awaken the superpowers? Yun Jian and the others stared even more closely. Source crystals have a certain chance of allowing people to awaken superpowers. Jian Yu spoke truthfully, but there is no detailed data on the exact probability and what kind of people can awaken. If you want to awaken, you can try using the source crystal before the gene modification fluid comes out. If the test is successful, everything will be fine. If it fails, you can only wait for the genetic modification fluid. Yun Jian and the others wanted to try it, and they wanted to try it very badly. No matter whether it will work or not, you won't know until you try. You can't not even try because of the possibility of failure. Then, the problem arises. The source crystals have all been put into the laboratory. Where can we get them? Black Crow asked. Before Jian Yu could say anything, Gu Mingyi looked over with a burning gaze. Xiao Yuer, how about we go look for the source of insects again? No need to bother. Jian Yu laughed and said, Have you forgotten Way Shawa? Way Shawa? Who is this? Yun Jian and the others were confused. Gu Mingyi slapped his forehead and laughed. If you hadn't told me, I would have really forgotten about her. After so many days, she should have produced some results, right? More than just results were achieved. Way Shawa was even more powerful than what Jian Yu had learned in his previous life. It's against the will of heaven. What Jian Yu knew was that the Zerg would not actively attack or harm her, but would protect her instead. She has a strong presence among the Zerg and is very friendly, and the Zerg can live in peace with her. This man is the chosen one gifted by God. However, this person died in his previous life, and his death was quite miserable. Therefore, after returning, Jenu, who wanted to have more helpers on his side, told the country about Way Shawa, and asked the country to find someone. Way Shawa found it and started to breed Zerg ahead of time. Jian Yu knew that she could raise the Zerg well, but she never expected that Way Shawa would be able to raise the Zerg to such a high level. It's time for dinner. Everyone line up. If anyone dares to cut in line, they will go hungry today. Do you hear me? When Jian Yu and the others arrived, Way Shawa was skillfully directing several 5-starred black beetles to move the barrels of meat and blood off the trailer. The 5-spotted black beetle is an insect similar to the pangolin. It looks very similar, but its body size is several times that of the pangolin. The 5-starred black beetle is one of the milder insects among all the Zerg species, and is the only Zerg species that will not actively attack warm-blooded creatures. Breeding Zerg is a very dangerous thing, so the interior of this breeding base is divided into several areas. The area where the Zerg live is a series of impregnable cells with double-layer bulletproof glass installed outside the cells. Outside the bulletproof glass, there are very thick iron railings. The bulletproof glass exists to prevent the larvae from escaping when Way Shawa is feeding the Zerg. This is the first line of defense. Iron railings are the second line of defense, mainly to prevent adult insects. Adult Zergs are large in size, and bulletproof glass may not be able to protect them. Iron railings can trap the Zerg, delaying the activation of the third line of defense, the Tesla coil. There is also a fourth and fifth line of defense. In short, the country is serious about breeding Zerg to obtain source crystals, and it is also serious about protecting Way Shawa's personal safety. Under normal circumstances, Way Shawa should be fully armed and feeding the Zerg, but now, Jian Yu was stunned as she watched the Zergs line up one by one to receive food under her command. Gu Mingi and the others were not much better off. What's going on? Seeing a Zerg returning to the team after collecting food and rubbing against Way Shawa, Jian Yu asked the guard, didn't she not be allowed to get in close contact with Zerg? Not only did he feed the fish at such a close distance, but he even rubbed against it. Way Shawa was not afraid at all and patted the Zerg with a smile on her face. Jian Yu couldn't understand. The guard's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, report to the commander. Comrade Way Shawa is now the mother of these Zerg. This topic was quite shocking. Seeing that Jian Yu and the others looked unhappy, the guard briefly explained what had happened. The problem lies with Way Shawa's physique. Everything was normal on the first day. Way Shawa, who hatched the larvae with fresh flesh and blood, strictly followed the instructions and did not even think about getting in close contact with these insects. But by the next day, things had changed. When Way Shawa was feeding the Zerg in the morning, she was very quiet and well-behaved among them. Eat meat and drink blood obediently, and grow up obediently. The premise is that Way Shawa cannot leave their sight. Well, it is not clear whether they have sight or not. After all, some Zerg whose appearance is contrary to human aesthetics do not have eyes. It may also be possible to rely on the sense of smell to distinguish odors. In short, the situation is that Way Shawa cannot leave them. As soon as Way Shawa left, these Zerg started to go crazy. Chapter 42 passed unanimously. Not only did they go crazy, they also killed each other. Insects of the same species kill each other and eat each other's corpses. As soon as Way Shawa appeared, they calmed down again and stopped going crazy. They even hid the corpses of their own kind to show that they were well-behaved and did not kill each other. At the beginning, the guards who were responsible for protecting Way Shawa and cleaning the Zerg when necessary did not connect the Zerg's madness and killing each other with Way Shawa. It was not until there were more and more examples that the guards realized something was wrong. Then, Way Shawa also discovered it. It was discovered earlier than the guards, because Way Shawa felt that she seemed to be able to communicate with the Zerg. The guards didn't even think of letting her conduct experiments with the Zerg at close range to confirm their findings. But Way Shawa, after some self-deception, took the initiative to tell the guards that she wanted to try close contact with the Zerg. This matter was too big for the guard to make a decision, so he reported it. After some discussion, the above decided to let Way Shawa give it a try. But this test cannot be conducted randomly. First of all, safety work must be done well. We must ensure that Way Shawa is safe even if she comes into close contact with the Zerg. So the guards were dispatched. After repeated simulations and deductions, the plan was finally finalized successfully. The insects were released one by one to come into close contact with Way Shawa. As a result of this contact, Way Shawa showed her talent as a chosen girl. She could train Zerg like dogs. Ask the Zerg to sit, and they will lie on the ground. Well, The Zerg's body structure prevents them from completing the action of sitting. Can only lie down. Just barely past. Then we conducted a circuit experiment. Anyone who has raised a dog may know that, except for a few dogs like Labrador and Golden Retriever that are born with the talent for patrolling, most dog owners who want to play the patrolling game with their dogs will not succeed, and only a few will succeed. But trained dogs are different, and the success rate of playing patrol is very high. But these alien insects did a great job in their first tour experiment with Way Shawa. Basically, Way Shawa would throw a piece of meat out, then point at it and shout to pick it up for her. These insects would then run over and either pick up the meat with their 2 front legs and run back to Way Shawa, or use their poison needles or thorns on their bodies, or even carry the meat in their mouths and bring it back to Way Shawa. In order to please Way Shawa, these insects even went against their eating instincts. Even if they were drooling with greed and the ground was either corroded into holes or left strange marks, they would refuse to eat unless Way Shawa asked them to. Looking at the strange marks on the ground in the base through the monitor screen, and looking at Way Shawa, who was feeding the Zerg with a group of Zerg doing hard labor behind her with a calm expression, Jian Yu and the others could no longer maintain their expressions and could not help but say, "The Zerg Queen is confirmed. This elder sister is incredible. If the end of the world really comes, with her ability to train insects, she can form an entire insect army by herself. Are you sure this isn't the Zerg Queen in human skin? Can I say that I envy her ability? To be honest, I'm envious too. Although these Zergs look contrary to human aesthetics, they are very useful. If I had this ability, I would also raise a bunch of Zergs to get source crystals. When the end of the world comes, I can completely rely on the source crystals to win." As soon as Dove said this, everyone saluted at him. The pigeon didn't think he had said anything wrong at all, and said innocently, "What's wrong? Isn't what I said true?" "It's true." Jian Yu nodded. Pigeon laughed when he heard it. Just as he was about to say that it was okay, Jian Yu added, "But your wish is doomed to fail." "I know." The pigeon was very calm. "There is a country. As long as the state machinery operates, even if the end of the world really comes, private groups will not be able to expand. The army is not a vegetarian. In a matter of life and death, please understand conscription." Jian Yu nodded and said to the guard, "I need to go in." Pointing to the interior of the base, she said, "Looking for Way Shawa. The commander is going in alone?" The guard did not rush to let him go, but asked. Jian Yu nodded. "Yes, I'll go in alone. Please be safe, Chief." "Good." Then, the guard opened the door and let Jian Yu in. Yun Jian and the others stayed with the guards and watched their every move through the monitors. At this time, a meeting about conscription was being held in the conference room of Jinghai Tinga. "I am in favor of conscription." As soon as the proposal was made, the second boss was the first to raise his hand. "We don't know how many Zerg there are. The current troops seem to be plenty, but when the end of the world comes, there will not be enough. Go ahead. The more soldiers we have, the more stable the society will be. The end of the world is not to be feared. As long as everyone unites together with a common purpose, there is no difficulty that cannot be overcome. But human hearts cannot be controlled. There are 2 things in this world that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. No one knows what will happen when the end of the world comes, so they must try their best to provide the people with a relatively safe and stable living environment. In prosperous times, benevolent policies should be implemented, and in troubled times, harsh punishments should be used. If you want to use severe punishment, you must ensure absolute armed force. The territory of Longwa is vast, and the existing military resources are so limited that many places cannot be taken care of. There is only half a month left, and they must ensure that the cities where large security zones are established have absolute armed forces. Therefore, conscription became a very necessary thing. As soon as the second boss expressed his opinion, the rest of the bosses followed suit. The big boss nodded. The conscription was passed unanimously. Now, each person in charge will report on the emergency reserve. This time, the emergency reserves can be said to be reserved regardless of cost. Several bosses are in charge of different reserve matters. Some are responsible for storing grain, cotton, canned meat, and other agricultural and sideline products, fresh food, quick frozen products, etc., to ensure food and clothing for the people when the end of the world comes. Someone is responsible for storing mineral resources such as coal, oil, uranium, iron, manganese, copper, zinc, aluminum, lead, nickel, etc. None of the bosses are idle. They are all busy. But no matter how busy they dare not be careless when it comes to emergency reserves. Whether Longwa can live a relatively stable life in the doomsday depends on this emergency reserve. Therefore, several bosses are fully aware of the emergency reserves for which they are responsible. The big boss listened to the reports one after another in silence. When the ninth boss finished his report, he said solemnly, "It's still not enough. These plus our existing reserves can't support us for a few years. Time is too tight." Boss Wu said helplessly, "We have achieved this at all costs. After all, this is not the harvest season. No matter how the times develop, no matter how advanced technology and the economy become, we cannot control the weather. The agricultural industry depends on the weather. Whether it is their country or those small, medium, or large farmers abroad, what they fear most is extreme weather. Unfortunately, the extremely cold weather before and after the new year not only caused huge economic losses to Longwa, but also those countries on the same latitude as Longwa were not much better off." Chapter 43, Recruiting. May 13th is a special day for the people of Dragon Country. It is also a special day for those countries overseas. Because just today, the Dragon Country's Ministry of National Defense announced conscription news. Conscription is not the point. The point is the number of conscripts this time, which is beyond everyone's imagination, a full 50 million. Moreover, both male and female soldiers are recruited at the same time. At the same time, the age limit was also relaxed. Male soldiers aged 16 to 40 can sign up. Female soldiers who are 16 years old or above but under 26 years old can sign up. In addition to the relaxation of age restrictions, height and weight restrictions have also been relaxed a lot. When the news came out, the whole world was shocked. Domestic social media exploded, with netizens across the country discussing the incident. Overseas social media is not much better. Whether online or in real life, countless people are discussing this conscription event. The military section of Longwa Community, a famous domestic social platform, is extremely lively. Brothers, what's the matter with this sudden conscription news? Does anyone know the inside story? I'm not sure, but I know one thing: something has definitely happened. This goes without saying. With such a strong conscription effort and the conscription conditions being relaxed so much, anyone with a brain would know that something is wrong. The key now is what happened that requires the conscription of 50 million soldiers. I am also confused. The spring conscription just ended not long ago, and now it has started again after only a few days. I have a bad feeling. Is it going to be a war? It is unlikely. It is not like 100 years ago when wars were fought by piles of people. Dragon Country's weapons and equipment are not the best in the world, but its strength is not bad either. It originally had sufficient manpower, and with the 50 million recruited today, it has reached a very scary number. I prefer disaster to war. What kind of disaster would require so many soldiers? Could it be the end of the world? Bullshit, what era is it now? You're still talking about doomsday. Where do you put natural disasters? Natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions, floods, mudslides, extremely cold weather with snow in June, tsunamis, earthquakes, etc. Which one is less powerful than zombies? Why must it be the end of the world rather than a natural disaster? Speaking of natural disasters, I remembered one thing. Our city was carrying out a project to expand enrollment and build a wall. What's wrong with building a wall? Building the wall is not a good thing. The key problem is that the wall is not right. It is unreasonably thick. I had nothing better to do and went to measure it. The wall is made entirely of concrete and steel bars. Not only is the foundation deep, but the thickness is also astonishingly 18 meters. Our city is also building it. I thought we were doing this here at first, but has it started everywhere? It's over, it's over. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have found it strange. Now I see that something has really gone wrong. Do you think I should stock up on food? If you are worried, you can store food. But compared to storing food, I am more concerned about my brothers. Do you want to join the army? Yes, we are already on the way to the recruitment point. I've arrived. I thought there wouldn't be many people joining the army, but when I got there I found that it was full of people, both men and women, with a wide age range. If you don't believe me, I'll show you a photo. Immediately afterwards, this netizen posted a 9-grid JPG. Netizens, there are really a lot of people. At this time, at the recruitment points in various provinces and cities, the staff of the armed forces were busy. From the posture, words, and deeds of those who came to sign up for the army, it could be seen that none of them had any military experience. Are the veterans not here? No, the retired veterans had already left for the barracks overnight. That's right. This time Long Kingdom not only recruited new soldiers, but also recalled all retired veterans. Even those who had retired due to injuries were called back. At this time, being injured is not a problem. Lack of experience is the biggest problem. Furthermore, although the country has issued a notice to recruit 50 million soldiers, it does not mean that the full 50 million can be recruited. Not everyone has a dream of joining the military, and not everyone is willing to go to the barracks and sacrifice their lives for the motherland. The conscription period is only 2 days and will end after the time is up. In addition, in order to save time and avoid wasting time on the road so that more training can be allowed, this conscription adopts a nearby arrangement model. That is to say, if you sign up to join the army in this city, and there is a military district in this city after being admitted, you will directly enter the military district in this city. If there is none in this city, but there is one in the provincial capital or the neighboring province, then go to the provincial capital or the neighboring province. Actually, not much can be done in half a month. The reason for conscripting soldiers is not to expect these new recruits to play a big role after the end of the world. The ones who can really be counted on are the active soldiers and recalled veterans. Active duty soldiers and veterans are organized and disciplined, while new recruits exist primarily to maintain law and order and provide deterrence. When the end of the world comes, no one knows whether someone will want to occupy the mountain and become the king. The country needs military personnel to maintain the operation of the state machinery. As long as the state machinery operates normally for 1 day, certain people and certain forces will not dare to go too far. As for female soldiers, they will receive emergency training in medical knowledge and physical training. We do not require them to become angels in white who can use scalpels to save lives, nor do we require them to become female soldier kings. We only require them to have the courage to bandage and clean the wounds of injured soldiers when insect swarms and zombies attack. This is progress. The domestic conscription was carried out vigorously, and foreign netizens were discussing it. Some said that the Dragon Kingdom was not satisfied with its current status and ambitiously wanted to start the Third World War in order to establish the position of the Dragon Kingdom's leader. Some people say that something must have happened in Longwa. First, it purchased a large amount of supplies, and now it is recruiting so many soldiers. Longwa must have obtained some unknown information, and the stockpiling of supplies and recruiting of soldiers are all preparations for this secret. Some people are also promoting conspiracy theories about the Dragon Kingdom, demanding that the Dragon Kingdom immediately stop its wrong practice of conscription. Otherwise, the Mankato's empire will peacefully suppress the Dragon Kingdom. Let Longwa have a taste of the power of the big boys, and so on. The netizens from Longwa, who had just climbed over the wall to watch the fun while eating a handful of melon seeds, smiled contemptuously at the comments of these overseas netizens, and then started to criticize them with all their might. There are quite a lot of netizens who have climbed over the firewall, and most of the Chinese students studying abroad also support China. Only a small number of them remain silent. As a result, several popular overseas social platforms with large traffic have suddenly become a mess due to the back and forth between the two sides. Desmond Dillon is a third-generation rich man from Frankenstein State in the Mankato's empire, and one of the system holders. He also joined in the excitement on the internet, but he said everything and did nothing. He just smiled contemptuously before closing the page and arranging for the servants to stockpile supplies. He had already stockpiled quite a lot, but Desmond Dillon, who had a system that knew what was happening in the end times, still felt that it was not enough. He needed more supplies. If it were not for the limited funds on hand and the fact that his family did not support his madness, he would have wanted to buy up all the supplies in the entire Mankato's empire and stockpile them. Chapter 44 Come with Confidence. The Mankato's empire allows private gun ownership, a country where every household can keep guns and ammunition at home and carry guns with them. Stores selling guns and ammunition are a unique sight in the Mankato's empire. Desmond Dillon, who had arranged the stockpiling of supplies, contacted a familiar boss and ordered a batch of guns and ammunition. Fortunately, the boss had just received a sufficient amount of goods, and after hanging up the phone, Desmond Dillon went out. He didn't know and didn't care why the Dragon Kingdom was recruiting soldiers. He only knew that he was the chosen one. He is the system holder, God's own son, and the king who is destined to achieve hegemony in the end times. And now, he was going to collect the first batch of weapons to achieve his hegemony. There are a total of 28 system holders on Shuelan Star, and Jian Yu is the only female. Unlike her decision to report the apocalypse news to the country and reveal the existence of the system, none of the remaining 27 system holders thought of telling the truth to the authorities in their country. The culture and beliefs are different. Longwa believes in unity and solidarity. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that a single tree cannot make a forest and one person cannot represent the masses. Therefore, in terms of cohesion, no country on the blue water planet can compare to Dragon Country. The news of the Dragon Nation's conscription was known not only to Desmond Dillon, but also to the rest of the system holders. No one doubted that Longwa had made such a big move for the sake of the end of the world, and no one knew that there were other system holders in the world besides themselves. No one would take the initiative to tell their relatives and friends that they are the system holder. Everyone is secretly preparing for the end of the world. If they knew what Jian Yu did, this group of system holders would definitely think that Jian Yu is a psychopath. Jian Yu and the others also knew about the conscription news, and Jian Yu also knew what the system holder was doing. But she didn't say anything. Everyone has their own choices. Once the end of the world really comes, it is unrealistic to rely on heroism to achieve success. Among all the system holders in the previous life, Jian Yu was the weakest one, but she was able to live the longest and allow Chi-Chi to win the final victory. In addition to her willingness to endure hardships and work hard to improve her strength, it was also because she learned how to use people and be selfless in the later period. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. There are many monsters and demons in the end times. Morality is lost and laws are invalid. Only the bloody and dark end times remain, and light is hard to find. Not everyone is grateful for favors, and Jian Yu has experienced many cases where people with bad intentions were rewarded for their kindness. Of course, there are many people who uphold moral bottom lines and are grateful. The human heart is unpredictable. Until the very last step, no one knows whether they are interacting with a human or a ghost. Therefore, all the remaining system holders from the previous life died. There are reasons for their arrogance, and there are also reasons for their inability to judge people. Jian Yu would not remind them. It was one thing to be a thankless task, but another thing was that most of the system holders were very unfriendly to everything in Longwa. The remaining small group was not unfriendly, but they were also unwilling to deal with the Dragon people. While Dragon Country's conscription was in full swing and the 27 system holders were busy stockpiling supplies, Jian Yu and Gu Mingyi were preparing to awaken their special powers. In fact, there was nothing much to prepare. Jian Yu channeled the energy from the source crystal into Gu Mingyi and the others' bodies and made a circle around them. During this process, they needed to remember the route the energy took after entering their bodies. Before awakening, the human body is unable to store the source crystal energy that enters the body. Once the time is up, it will dissipate and cannot even be integrated into the body. Moreover, it would consume a lot of Jian Yu's energy. In addition, the probability of awakening superpowers using this method is not very high, and there is a large survivor bias rate. It is unknown who will awaken and who will be wasting time. Jian Yu held a light pink source crystal and looked at the group of men. Are you ready? Ready. In unison, Wu Zhitong, who rushed over after receiving the news, wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it out loud. He decided to wait and see the situation first and not be in a hurry. It's not too late to succeed. Who will go first? Yun Jian and the others all looked at Gu Mingyi. Gu Mingyi. In terms of military rank, he is not the highest, and in terms of strength, he is not the strongest, so why is it his turn? You first. Seeing that he didn't move, Yun Jian pushed him and said, hurry up, don't waste time. I'll do it. Gu Mingyi didn't say anything when he saw this. He just stood in front of Jian Yu with his upper body naked. Come on, Xiao Yu. Feel free to come boldly. I won't complain even if you haven't awakened yet. Thank you so much. Jian Yu's response was a roll of her eyes. She then circulated the energy in her body into the source crystal. After directing the energy out, she slapped Gu Mingyi on the chest, allowing the energy to enter from the heart. Remember the path of energy. She gave the instructions in a deep voice and focused on directing the energy. This is a very energy-consuming job. You need to have sufficient energy yourself. Otherwise, you will not be able to sustain the energy consumption required to import energy. It is also necessary to accurately control one's own energy during the process of importing it, so as not to absorb the energy in the source crystal. Less than 2 minutes into the introduction, Jian Yu's face began to turn pale and sweat appeared on his forehead. Wu Zhidong became a little nervous when he saw this. This consumption was too great. The process of introducing sixth-order mutants is so difficult. It seems that we still have to rely on the genetic modification fluid to allow the people of Dragon Country to awaken naturally. Comrade Jian Yu's ability is good, but it's not worth it for Comrade Jian Yu. It's just like this with just one. She definitely won't be able to handle more. All right. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Wu Zhitong heard Jian Yu say, Brother, do you remember the route of energy flow? Remember? Gu Mingyi nodded seriously. He remembered it very seriously and felt that if he followed this route, awakening his superpowers would not be a difficult thing. Then take the source crystal and try it next to it. Jin Yu took a dark blue source crystal, activated the energy inside, and stuffed the source crystal into his hand. Be serious, concentrate, and don't be distracted. Then she said, Get out of the way, the next one is coming. Gu Mingyi stood up and went to the side. Fuyo stepped forward. Jin Yu followed the same method and went through the process of taking care of Minghe again. Then came Yun Jian and the others. By the time everything was done, not only had all her energy been exhausted, but she also felt like she had been soaked in water, with her clothes and hair all wet. Drink it quickly. Seeing this, Wu Zhitong immediately handed a bottle of rehydration fluid to Jian Yu. Replenish electrolytes. Thank you, Minister. Jian Yu thanked him, then took the open bottle and drank most of the liquid in gulps. She felt like she was coming back to life. She took a long breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, raised her slightly pale face, and asked Wu Zhitong, Minister, do you want to try it? Wu Zhitong, ? Can I try too? He always thought that Jian Yu called him over to be a witness, but it turned out that he was also involved. Chapter 45, Human Light Bulb. Yes. Jian Yu smiled and said, But let me tell you in advance, I can't guarantee whether it can be awakened successfully. I can only say that there is a certain hope. Wu Zhitong understood immediately that this meant that he should not have too much hope. I'll try. Without much thought or consideration, Wu Zhitong said decisively, Even if I really don't awaken, I won't be disappointed. You can also wait for the genetic modification fluid. The Life Gene project of the Long Science Institute has made progress. Thanks to Jian Yu's reminder, Dean Xiong and his team have analyzed and extracted certain components and trace elements in minerals and components and trace elements extracted from animals and plants, and then mixed them together to come up with substitutes for the main ingredients in the genetic modification fluid. We have now entered the animal clinical trial stage. Once all 3 stages are completed and the data obtained confirms that it is harmless and has no side effects, we can officially enter the stage of large-scale replication and production. All current pharmaceutical production groups have received notice to prepare for the production of genetically modified fluids. As for the materials for making genetic modification fluid, they have also begun to be sent to various groups one after another. It can be said that everything is ready except for the east wind. Therefore, even if I cannot awaken this time, I can still give it a try with the genetic modification fluid. Wu Zhitong, who was full of confidence in Dean Xiong and his team, never doubted that the genetic modification fluid could not be produced, nor did he doubt the effectiveness of the genetic modification fluid. Wu Zhitong has a filter halo for this group of talented and hardworking experts and scholars in Manhwa. To Jian Yu, he also has his own filter aura. Comrade Xiao Jian, I believe in you, and I believe in myself. He said, I think I will definitely wake up. Jian Yu? What's going on? He suddenly looks like he's got some energy. I don't have confidence. Looking at Wu Zhitong, who looked like he was trusting her, she smiled awkwardly and said, Please sit down first. We'll know if it works after we try it. You're right. We won't know until we try it. Wu Zhitong took off his shirt and sat in front of Jian Yu. He said confidently, Come on, Comrade Jian, don't have too much psychological pressure. Believe in yourself, and also believe in my physique. Jian Yu. Help. It would have been better if she hadn't said this, because once she said it, she felt even more stressed. What can I do? Go ahead. There are only 2 results, success or failure. She wants to succeed if she can, but success is not her responsibility. So, she just needs to do her job well. Jian Yu swiftly took a source crystal, activated the energy inside, and then guided it out bit by bit, then guided the energy into Wu Zhitong's body. Time passed minute by minute, and just when Jian Yu was about to complete his guidance, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Turning around, I saw that Gu Mingyi had awakened and turned into a little iceman. Fortunately, the room was big and the seats they were sitting in were spread out quite far apart, so Yun Jian and the others were not affected by Gu Mingyi's awakening. It's just that Gu Mingyi's condition at the moment is a bit bad. He can't control energy skillfully, so he freezes himself. Well, it may not be accurate to say that it is frozen. After all, it is the initial stage of awakening and the energy is limited. Even so, a thin layer of crystal clear and fragile ice crystals appeared on his body. Bull Master, my brother has awakened. Jian Yu took back her hand and said to Wu Zhitong happily, "Have you memorized the route? If so, we can start now." If you didn't remember it, she would lead you around. Remember, seeing the thin layer of ice on Gu Mingyi's body gradually melting away, Wu Zhitong felt a burning sensation in his heart. He found a place not too far from Yun Jian and the others and sat down with a heroic and confident look, then began to try to awaken according to the method taught by Jian Yu. At this time, Gu Mingyi finally came back to his senses from his supernatural powers. He glanced at Jian Yu, and his lips moved as if he was about to laugh. Jian Yu, who knew him very well, quickly put a finger on his lips and made a gesture to keep quiet. Gu Mingyi understood immediately. He quietly stood up from his original position and came to Jian Yu's side. While putting on his clothes, he said in a nearly whispered tone, "Sister, I'm awakened. Are you happy?" "Happy." Jian Yu handed him a lollipop. "Here's a reward for you. Day, I will rely on you to protect my sister from now on." As soon as these words came out, Gu Mingyi was speechless and said, "You still need my protection. You have become so mad. I think it's enough for you to protect me." Jian Yu answered before Gu Mingyi took the lollipop, tore off the wrapper, and stuffed it into her mouth. She took a big sip of the lollipop. The green apple flavor was a little sour. She frowned slightly and took another sip before slowly saying, "I'll protect you too. This is possible." Gu Mingyi smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. He put his arm around her shoulders and said, "It's worth it that I fought for you every other day when we were kids. It's not in vain that I loved you so much." Before Jian Yu could reply, a blinding light suddenly appeared. The light appeared quickly and disappeared quickly, but it was extremely powerful, similar to the blinding bullets or flash bombs used by the military and police when performing their missions. Jian Yu lost her sight, and so did Gu Mingyi. The two were not in a panic. The Zerg breeding base was as safe as it could be. They just had to wait patiently for their vision to return to normal. The waiting time was not long, only about half a minute, and Jian Yu and Gu Mingyi, who had been in darkness, regained their vision. Then, they saw a pigeon that was shining brightly like a superhuman-shaped light bulb. The pigeon probably didn't expect that it could glow. The expression on its face was blank and dazed, and the disbelief was quite obvious. Jian Yu and Gu Mingyi opened their mouths at the same time, staring at the pigeon in a daze like idiots. So bright and sparkly, it is so attractive. The brightest thing in the world is definitely the pigeon. Finally, the pigeon looked up. The moment their eyes met, Dove felt delighted, stood up and walked towards Jian Yu and Gu Mingyi with big strides. Jian Yu covered her eyes. "It's blinding." Gu Mingyi pulled out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on, sighing softly. "At this moment, I finally understand what it means when he walks in with a 100,000-volt aura in the novel." Jian Yu. Isn't volt a unit of voltage? Can it be used to describe aura? I don't know about that. I saw it written like this in the novel. Just as Jian Yu was about to ask which novel it was, Pigeon's helpless voice rang out. "I say, can you two siblings stop chatting for a while?" "Able," Jian Yu and Gu Mingyi said in unison. For fear of disturbing Wu Zhitong and the others, the two of them deliberately lowered their voices. Pigeon followed suit, sitting cross-legged in front of the two men, putting on his clothes while quietly asking, "What is my current situation? I have read so many apocalyptic novels, but I have never heard of anyone having the supernatural power of glowing. Could it be that the purpose of his awakened supernatural power is to use himself as a light bulb? No. Awakening superpower should be a wonderful and happy thing, but the pigeon couldn't be happy at this moment. Chapter 46 tastes good. How to answer this question? "I don't know what's wrong with you," asked Xiu Yu. Pointing at Jian Yu, Gu Mingyi shifted the blame neatly and efficiently. The pigeon looked at Jian Yu, his eyes full of anticipation. Jian Yu was under great pressure. She hesitated for a while before saying, "I want to say that I don't know what your situation is. What would you do?" To be honest, she has never encountered such a bizarre supernatural power in her past or present life. I have indeed encountered quite a few psychics with rare attributes in my previous life, but they all have their own attributes and are very practical. The only thing was that she had never seen or even heard of this shiny supernatural power. The most important thing is, can you please take back the light from your body? Pointing at the circle of light on the pigeon that seemed to blind people, Jian Yu said seriously, "It's too bright." Pigeon. The pigeon is very sad now. He collected the light with a sad face and asked Jian Yu, "What's the use of my special ability?" Jian Yu thought about it and said uncertainly, "Well, maybe it could be used for lighting after the end of the world?" You can go to the crew and be a lighting engineer. Gu Mingi was so serious that the pigeon felt hopeless. Seeing this, Jian Yu comforted him. Although I don't know what your ability is for, but believe me, it will definitely be useful. There is no such thing as useless superpowers. It's just that we haven't discovered the specific function of your superpower yet. The pigeon said weakly, "It's okay. It's better to be shiny than not shiny. After all, it's a superpower." As he said that, he excitedly asked Gu Mingi, "Did you awaken successfully? What superpowers do you have?" Gu Mingi chuckled and waved his hand. A baby fist-sized ice ball appeared in his hand. "Here, this is my special ability. You can eat it directly. It is guaranteed to be pure and natural, without pollution. It is cleaner than the ice cubes made by professional ice machines." Pigeon. The pigeon was sad and desperate. He looked at the ice ball in Gu Mingi's hand, then at Jian Yu, grabbed a handful of ice cubes, stuffed them into his mouth, and ate them with a crunch. It was too cold, and his mouth was irritated and he kept inhaling. After he finished eating the ice cube, he almost said to himself, "We are both superpowers, but your ice is so practical, while mine is..." "What?" He sighed deeply and quietly, and said, "It's better not to mention it." "Why not mention anything?" Black Crow appeared silently beside the three of them and took over the conversation. "Three people. This mysterious and elusive posture is quite interesting. Sit down and talk." The pigeon patted the seat beside it. The Black Crow sat down, and Gu Mingi put his hand on it. "Old Black, what's your special ability?" Jian Yu looked at the sky and the earth, but didn't look at the Black Crow. Gu Mingi was a fool, with an expression that said, "Tell me quickly, so that I can be envious and jealous about him." The pigeon also looked at the Black Crow with burning eyes. Black Crow, who felt under great pressure from the two people staring at him, pursed his lips and said with a useless look, "Sorry, I haven't awakened my superpowers." "Ah!" The duet began, the sound full of surprise and disbelief. Gu Mingi, "This is unscientific." Pigeon, "How can you not wake up?" Jian Yu, "Well, I've already said that it's not certain that you can awaken. It's a matter of probability. But we are awakened." Pigeon and Gu Mingi said in unison, "I haven't awakened either. What have you awakened to?" Fuyo also failed, and came over just in time to hear this sentence, and couldn't help but ask. This time it was Black Crow and Fuyo's turn to stare at the two of them. Gu Mingi, Pigeon. Gu Mingi winked at the pigeon. "Do you want to tell me or not?" The pigeon nodded slightly and said, "Why not tell me? You can hide it for a while, but not for a lifetime. We are not strangers. We live together day and night. We depend on each other for life and death. You can trust your brothers with all your heart. You can't hide it." "Makes sense. I'm an ice type." Gu Mingi showed off his skills again and took out 2 ice balls for them to taste. Fuyo and Heya took it, threw it into their mouths, and ate it with a crunch. "Hiss, it's so cold. It tastes good, a little sweet." As they said that, the two looked at the pigeon. "What about you? Show us what you have awakened." The pigeon didn't move, pretending not to hear. "Hurry up, don't hide it anymore." Seeing that he didn't move, Fuyo pushed him, and Black Crow also began to pinch his fingers, making a crackling sound, and said, "Little pigeon, don't force your brother to do the fuck." Looking at the pigeon that suddenly turned into a human-shaped light bulb, Heya stopped talking abruptly. He stared at the pigeon with his eyes wide open in disbelief. "You!" He touched it and found that the light had not disappeared, and the familiar pigeon was still shining. "What's going on? Why is it still shining?" The pigeon was once again hopeless. "I don't know either." Black Crow and Fuyo immediately looked at Jian Yu. Jian Yu spread his hands helplessly and said, "Sorry, pigeon, I am not knowledgeable enough to answer this question. I don't know what the use is." Jian Yu nodded, and Heya and Fuyu were no longer disappointed. It didn't matter if they didn't awaken their special powers. They still had the genetic modification fluid to rely on. "Pigeon this? I'm afraid there's really no hope." Hee hee, a shiny superpower. "Come on, let's go out and try out your ability." Holding the pigeon's neck with one hand, Fuyo laughed. Pigeon didn't want to go. It was embarrassing enough to be shining brightly, but he had to go outside and embarrass himself in front of the guards. Didn't he have any face? As if knowing what he was thinking, Black Crow said seriously, "It will be embarrassing sooner or later. Now let's go and try out what your ability is. Once it works, it won't be embarrassing anymore. If you don't try now, it will be really embarrassing if you suddenly become shiny later." "Yes, let's try it." Gu Mingi agreed and continued. Xiao Yuer said it, there are no useless abilities, only abilities that you don't know how to use. Also, everyone has his or her own talents. What's wrong with being bright? At least when you're running at full speed, the bright light can blind people. I think it should have the same effect on Zerg and zombies. If you don't believe me, let's go find Sister Way and get some Zerg and give it a try. What are you looking for the Zerg for? The fox's voice sounded, and several people looked back. Seeing that he was neither glowing nor excited, they immediately realized. Another one who hasn't awakened yet. Fuyo sighed. Heya hummed. Pigeon had its neck strangled and couldn't speak. Gu Mingi wanted to speak, but Fuyo and Heya shouted at him to shut up. Gu Mingi, is there any justice in the world? After awakening his superpowers, does he no longer have the right to speak? Yes, but the three unawakened ones don't want to talk to him. The fox looked at Gu Mingi, who was angry but dared not say anything, then looked at the pigeon, which had its neck strangled and looked like it had lost all hope in life, and couldn't help but say something fair. Not awakening superpowers is not a big deal. Jian Yu also said that there is a survivor bias rate. It's not that Pigeon and Crane asked us not to awaken. Why are you bullying them? Thanks to this fat friend, 909BZ3 Jeff, who I don't know if he is a big brother or a big sister, for the reward. It is true love. Thank you. Let me ask you a question. Does this big brother or big sister's fat friend want to make a guest appearance? If you want, you can leave a message and I can write it. Chapter 47, We Are Comrades. Yeah, it's not us who made you unawakened. Why are you bullying us? Someone helped to speak up, and Pigeon and Gu Mingi immediately stood up. Plankton and Black Crow. The smug look on these villains' faces makes me really want to beat them up. Fox didn't want to fight. He just wanted to know why they were looking for the Zerg. The question I asked you has not been answered yet. The Pigeon's ability is a bit strange. We want to try out what its ability is used for, or how to use it. Black Crow took over the conversation, and the fox's eyes suddenly became strange when he looked at the pigeon. No wonder this kid didn't show off at all after awakening his superpowers, but instead looked like he had lost all desire to live. It seems that his ability is a bit special. I'm interested. Let's go together. The fox smiled and urged. Seeing his smile, Fuyo and the others shuddered at the same time, and then walked out without saying a word. Gu Mingi was extremely surprised by the well-behaved boy. He followed silently, thinking that the fox was not someone to be messed with. This guy is either very strong or the smartest person in the team, and he might be a very sinister person. He's the kind of person who likes to betray his teammates, no matter how many he betrays. Well, he who knows the times is a hero. No matter what kind of person it is, it's always better not to provoke them easily. No one knew what was going on in Gu Mingi's mind. Looking at the 5 people leaving, Jian Yu neither stopped them nor followed to join in the fun. She looked at Yun Jian and the others, wondering how many of them could still awaken. Sensing the energy fluctuations of the source crystals in their hands, Jian Yu sighed. Oh, survivor bias is really a fatal thing. Only 4 people showed energy fluctuations, the rest did not. Even Yun Jian, whom she had high hopes for, was a being without any energy fluctuations. Having said that, Yun Jian's situation is a bit strange. It is obvious that he was an extremely powerful thunder element in his previous life. Why can't I awaken even with the source crystal in this world? Could it be that he had to awaken naturally, without any help from outside objects? If this is true, then Yun Jian can only wait patiently for the end of the world to come. As for Minister Wu, there is energy fluctuation. If nothing unexpected happens, the probability of Minister Wu awakening is as high as 99.99%. It was an unexpected surprise. Looking at Wu Zhitong, Jian Yu touched his chin and thought, since Minister Wu can awaken, why not call the big boss and the others to try as well? Why did the Dragon Kingdom fall so quickly in the previous life? Because most of the senior executives have been infected. It's not that they are unlucky, but that they are busy with official duties all day long. People like big bosses don't even have time to eat when they are busy. Nothing is easy, either internally or externally. Even if there is a healthcare group, it cannot stop them from having low levels of exercise and their physical fitness is relatively poor. In this situation, high-level infection is extremely normal. It is precisely because of the high-level infection that the higher-ups have lost control of the local areas, and some greedy people, with the arrival of the end of the world, want to occupy the mountain and become the king. Therefore, public security was disrupted, and an era of everyone going their own way came. At this point, the Dragon Kingdom lost its backbone, and the major safe zone shelters became a mess. Unity is a joke in the end times. When survival becomes the first priority, humans and safe zones will only fight each other for interests and materials. Human beings are very complex creatures. It is very common in the last days for people to become Buddhas or devils with just one thought. If there was a backbone from above to suppress the situation would be much better. However, after losing the backbone, the complete fall and decline of Dragon Kingdom became inevitable. After being reborn, everything Jian Yu did and every step he took was ultimately aimed at avoiding the tragedy of his previous life. Then, step by step, new students were welcomed to compete with Chi and others. Even if their generation cannot achieve their wishes, future generations can continue to work hard. If the next generation fails, there will be new generations. This blood feud will be passed down from generation to generation, and one day this blood feud will be avenged. But the prerequisite for it to be passed down from generation to generation is that the state machinery can function normally and the dragon state has a backbone. Only when the big bosses and other backbones are well and alive and well, Dragon Country will not be in chaos and the state machinery can function normally. Then mobilize all available people, forces, and materials to create a new world in the end times. Let all the people of the Dragon Kingdom usher in a new life. Thinking of this, Jian Yu's desire to make the boss and the others wake up became stronger and stronger. The gaze he looked at Wu Zhitong became more and more passionate. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Wu Zhitong suddenly turned into a fireman. The red fireman had flames flying all over his body and a ball of flame jumping above his head. Jian Yu moved his fingers, and the flame above his head suddenly became a little bigger. She moved her fingers again, and the flames on Wu Zhitong's body disappeared neatly after being suppressed by Jian Yu's supernatural power level. Wu Zhitong's breath was choked, and he looked at Jian Yu helplessly and said, "At least let me feel the abundant energy in my body, and then you can suppress me." Jian Yu smiled innocently. "Don't feel it anymore. There will be plenty of opportunities to feel it in the future. Let me tell you something now." "You say." Wu Zhitong was all smiles. Really, he never thought that he had actually awakened his superpowers. It's a wonderful thing to have your body filled with full, rich energy. It makes your body feel much more relaxed. I want the big boss and his men to try it too. Wu Zhitong paused as he buttoned his shirt. "How did you come up with this idea?" Jian Yu touched his nose and asked instead of answering, "Is it not possible?" "That's not impossible." Wu Zhitong was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "Wait a minute. I'll call the big boss and see what they say." "Good." Then, Wu Zhitong went aside to call the boss. At this time, Yun Jin opened his eyes and looked at Jian Yu. After a long silence, he said, "Sorry, I couldn't wake up." "It doesn't matter. One failure is nothing. You will wake up." Jian Yu sincerely comforted him, and Yun Jin's slightly depressed mood suddenly improved a lot. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your encouragement." "You're welcome. We are comrades in arms." Jian Yu smiled and pointed outside. "The foxes are outside if you want to spit." Suddenly, a ball of stuff fell on her head. Jian Yu was talking at the time, and something happened to fall into her mouth. Suddenly, a strong, earthy smell came. Jian Yu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of mud, then looked at the venomous snake and yelled, "Venomous snake, stop it now." That's right. This mud was created by poisonous snakes. This guy awakened the earth element. I don't know if it's because he's unfamiliar with the energy or if he wanted to try to control his abilities. As a result, a pile of dirt appeared out of nowhere, and now everyone is covered in dust. Sorry, I didn't expect this." Jian Yu looked quite disheveled at the moment, with dirt all over his head and face, and even around his mouth. She took some water and was rinsing her mouth to clean it. Probably because the soil tasted bad, she had a look of disgust on her face, and her brows were twisted like caterpillars. Chapter 48, Don't Touch. Viper felt so guilty that he opened his mouth to apologize, but he heard a puff sound behind him. He turned around and saw that the madman was completely shrouded in black mist. "You! Don't touch!" The venomous snake reached out to touch the madman, but Jian Yu, who looked up at him after hearing the noise, was immediately horrified and shouted, "Don't touch the madman." The room was filled with silence. Everyone looked at her in amazement, unable to understand why the madman was just shrouded in black fog. Needless to say, this situation was also a kind of supernatural power. But Jian Yu's reaction was a little wrong. As soon as this thought came to their minds, they watched Jian Yu rush to the madman with shining eyes and muttered as if he wanted to take action but didn't dare to. Rare attribute of the dark system. "Damn it, madman. You are going to defy the heavens." "Madman?" Uh, isn't there something wrong with my ability? As soon as the madman said this, Jian and the others immediately looked at Jian Yu with burning eyes. Jian Yu was circling around him. Hearing this, she hummed. There is indeed a problem. A big problem. Ah? But don't worry, this is a good thing. As she spoke, she looked around and found that there was nothing in the room that could be used for experiments. After thinking for a while, she took out the dagger she carried with her and handed it over. Come on, try it. What the hell are you trying? The madman subconsciously reached out to take the dagger, but before he could finish his words, he was shocked to find that the dagger in his hand was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was stunned. What's going on? Why is the dagger gone? He looked at Jian Yu blankly, and Jian and the others' expressions were not much better. Jian Yu grinned, showing her white teeth, and said happily, I've already said that your supernatural power is amazing. Let me tell you this. Your ability can not only decompose any object, but also reconstruct matter. For example, the dagger you just dissolved without you noticing can be reconstructed if you want. Isn't this an ability that only the creator possesses? The venomous snake blurted out in shock, but his eyes were full of envy. Compared to the madman's extremely cool ability, his earth-related, it feels instantly not fragrant anymore. I want superpowers like a madman, but I wonder if I can awaken it a second time? If possible, it would be beautiful to have another one. The creator. Jian Yu thought about it and said, it's different. The creator should be able to create things out of thin air, but a madman can't do that. He can't create something out of nothing. Just like building a house, a madman wants to create a brand new item or weapon. He must first lay the foundation, that is, use the existing resources around him to decompose them, and then reassemble them with the help of these decomposed resources. So, outrageous? In unison, Jian Yu hummed. Yes, the madman's ability is so amazing. Can you disassemble the airplane cannon? Not now, but I can do it when I get a higher level. What level can do that? At least level 5. In his previous life, Jenu knew a person with the same abilities as the madman, so he had experience. She said, once the madman passes level 5, he can even make mushroom eggs. Ah? This statement, which sounded like a fairy tale, shocked everyone. The madman pointed at himself in disbelief and said, will I be able to make mushroom eggs in the future? Theoretically, yes, but there is a prerequisite. What premise? The one who questioned this time was Wu Zhidong. After contacting the big boss and the others, he came back and heard Jian Yu and the others discussing heatedly. He originally didn't intend to speak, but when Jian Yu made a comment, he could no longer maintain his usual calm and composure and spoke excitedly. The madman knows how to make mushroom eggs. Jian Yu said seriously. The madman's ability can be developed into many uses, but all uses have a premise, that is, it is impossible to create something out of nothing. For example, mushroom eggs. If a madman knows how to make mushroom eggs and their operating principles, then the mushroom eggs he reconstructs and creates can be used as real objects. If he doesn't know how the mushroom egg is made and how it works, but has seen the appearance of the mushroom egg, then the mushroom egg he reconstructed and created is just a facade. It's useless. After saying that, he felt something was wrong and immediately added, no, it is useful. At least it can kill a few Zerg or zombies. As soon as Jian Yu said this, the madman suddenly lost all desire to live. The sight of the poisonous snakes made their teeth ache. You have such an amazing ability. You should be happy, but why do you look so depressed? The madman looked up at the potato who was speaking and sighed. I should be happy, but when I think about how I will have to learn the production method and operating principles of mushroom eggs in the future, I feel so desperate. It's no joke that everyone has their own specialty. He can be asked to train soldiers or even lead them in battle. But this mushroom egg, I don't think I can learn it. You don't have to learn mushroom eggs. You can also learn airplanes, tanks, etc. Jian Yu gave his opinion, and the madman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For laymen like us, making these things is not much easier than making mushroom eggs, okay? It's such a simple thing. Just go find something simple and practical. Jian Yu said seriously, if all else fails, just take the house. It's also good to use the house to smash it. Concrete piers, stone lions, stone balls, and the like are also quite powerful. Anyway, if you think mushroom eggs and the like are too high level, then find something simple and crude. If you can't use magic attacks, you can use physical attacks. As she spoke, she drew a big pie for the madman. Just think about it. If you can create hundreds or thousands of big stone balls with a wave of your hands, when a zombie or insect swarm comes, the scene of throwing the big stone balls and smashing a large area is really cool. The madman really thought about it along her lines, and then he chuckled. Cool, he said in a resounding voice. I'll listen to you and follow your idea. As he said that, he ran outside excitedly. I'll go practice it. As soon as the madman ran, Viper and the others followed him. Seeing that Wu Zhitong seemed to have something to say to Jian Yu, Yun Jian also left considerately, leaving the space to the two of them. After everyone left, Wu Zhitong looked at Jian Yu and said, the big boss, and the others agreed. Real? Jian Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Zhitong hummed. Really? I also told the big boss that it might not be possible to awaken, but they still want to give it a try. Then try. Jian Yu said firmly, let's try it first. It would be best if it can awaken. If it really can't awaken, we can wait for the gene modification fluid. That's right. Wu Zhitong nodded in agreement, and then asked her, when do you plan to try it? The big boss and his men definitely can't come here. Let's go over there. Jian Yu said, let's solve this matter today. Can we just wait till tonight? Get it resolved sooner and feel at ease sooner. Chapter 49, Batch Test. So Jian Yu followed Wu Zhitong to Tiange to awaken the big boss and the others. The bosses are busier than each other, and they don't even have time to get together, so they have to squeeze out time one by one to let her do the work. By the time everything was done, it was already past 8 o'clock the next morning. Excluding Wu Zhitong's 8 bosses, 3 have awakened and 5 have not. The awakened ones are the second boss, water type. The fourth boss is wood. Boss 7, earth element. The awakened boss was overjoyed and felt like he was 10 years younger. It perfectly illustrates what it means to be radiant. After completing the mission, Jian Yu left Tiange and went to meet up with Gu Mingyi and the others. When she arrived, the madman was almost really going crazy. Why do I have to learn all this? Why do I have to learn all this? He grabbed his short hair and yelled in despair, while Gu Mingyi and others beside him were making sarcastic remarks. You never stop learning. What you learn now will lay the foundation for your future at level 5. I'm not even at the first level right now, so I think it's too far away to think about the 5th level and beyond. The implication is that one doesn't want to learn or wants to learn later. You lunatic, what you said is not right. People need to have ambition. If you don't seize the time and study hard now while your level is still low, it will be too late when you reach level 5. Do you really want to make a bunch of big stone balls to fight? Isn't it embarrassing? The madman thought about it seriously and felt that it was not shameful. He said, how can it be embarrassing if I wave my hands and create hundreds of huge stone balls that crackle and smash? It's obviously very cool and awesome, okay? No matter how handsome or cool you are, you can't compare to mushroom egg. Yes, mushroom eggs are very powerful. One can destroy a whole city in one blast. This is quite cool. The madman thought that his comrades were probably all crazy, even crazier than him, the guy codenamed Madman. Otherwise, why would they think mushroom egg was cool? Although it is really cool and nice, this thing is very harmful. The radiation can affect the environment for many years. How about making a grenade, rocket, or something? Wouldn't that be great? Why must he fight to the death with mushroom egg? It's simply insane. His frenzied comrades were still cheering him on and expressing their wishes. Come on, madman. I'm waiting for you to make mushroom eggs in the future. My requirements are not that high. Just give me a fighter jet of the latest model that I can fly. If your requirements are not high, shouldn't you buy a bicycle? Why do you want a fighter jet? Jian Yu couldn't help but respond. The requirements for a fighter jet are not high. Should we say that he is worthy of being a special forces officer? Many soldiers, from the day they join the army to the day they retire or transfer to civilian jobs, may not necessarily have the chance to touch a fighter jet. They are lucky enough to have managed to build a fighter jet. The group of men who suddenly heard her voice were startled, then turned around and looked over with joy on their faces. You're back pretty quickly. They thought it would take several days, but they came back after just one night. What an efficiency lever. It is proven that the big bosses are really hardworking. It's really hard to find time to awaken when you are so busy with work. Of course, Jin Yu is also very hardworking. Look at her current situation. The people who were about to look for dark circles under her eyes looked at her smooth, white, and energetic face and were all silent for 2 seconds, worrying that she would look haggard from not sleeping all night. They were worrying for nothing. Gu Mingyi stared at her for 2 seconds, and then he felt relieved. How are the big boss and the others awakening? Are all awake? Jian Yu shook his head. Only 3 bosses have awakened. There are 9 bosses in total, 5 have not awakened and 4 have awakened. This ratio. It's not bad, it's better than 1 or 2. Jian Yu nodded and asked them, "What are you doing?" "Let the madman learn how to make mushroom eggs." Jian Yu leaned over to take a look at the computer screen, then immediately looked away because it was too eye-irritating. This thing is totally incomprehensible. Fortunately, she doesn't have to learn this. It would be such a sin. Crazy, come on. After comforting the madman with a not very sincere remark, Jian Yu said, "Here comes the mission." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions immediately stopped smiling and looked at her seriously, saying in unison, "What mission?" "The big boss asked us to bring the source crystals and use the Jinghai military region as the center point to help the soldiers awaken. We will awaken as many as possible." "Okay, shall we start now?" Jian Yu hummed. "Let's go. We'll go directly to the commander. He should have received the news." The commander did receive the message and expressed a warm welcome to their arrival. Several army commanders came up eagerly and asked to try it on their soldiers first. Before Jian Yu and the others could say anything, several army commanders started to confront each other. "You don't need this because you are not a frontline combat unit." "The one who said that we are a frontline force and that we desperately need people with special powers. More people with special powers will provide an extra layer of insurance for the safety of our soldiers' lives, etc." In short, in order to awaken and become superpowers earlier, several army commanders refused to give in to each other, and everyone wanted their subordinates and soldiers to be the first. Jian Yu and his men looked at the army commanders with question marks on their faces, who were glaring and ready to roll up their sleeves for a fight. They interrupted them countless times and asked them to calm down, but the arguing army commanders not only ignored them, but also told them to shut up. Jian Yu and the others then shut up and signaled to the commander with their eyes to let the old man go up. The commander, who was holding a big teacup and smiling, received their gazes and immediately changed from a smiling Buddha to a fighting Buddha, with an alarming murderous aura. "Quiet," the old man said calmly. "Whoever is not quiet will have his place in the trial canceled." As soon as these words were spoken, several army commanders immediately became as quiet as chickens and looked at the commander as if they were being very good. The commander nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Jian Yu and the others and said, "Are you ready to try?" "Try in batches," Jian Yu said in a deep voice. "But let me make it clear first. There is only a certain probability, and it cannot be guaranteed to awaken." "Can," the commander of the 72nd Army said with a smile. "It's good to be able to awaken one. We understand the problem of probability." "Yes, we understand. Just go ahead and do it with confidence." Several army commanders expressed their opinions one after another. Seeing this, Jian Yu said, "Then please inform your subordinates to gather in groups of 10 at the large training ground and wait for instructions. If possible, it's best to select elite personnel for the first few batches of members." Jian Yu had no idea when that psychopath in Chi-Chi would go crazy again and issue tasks. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. It could happen at any time. The more elite the military personnel are, the better their physical fitness and other aspects will be than ordinary people. In life, many things cannot be achieved by hard work alone. Hard work accounts for only a small part of success. Like special forces. Why do members of the special forces have to be carefully selected from the troops in the major military regions? Why are there so many active duty soldiers joining the army across the country, but only so few can join the special forces? Because the requirements are too high. The training is too strenuous, and it exceeds the limits of the human body again and again. You can't succeed just by working hard and not giving up. Chapter 50. Being timid is not like a man. Willpower is one aspect, physical fitness is another, and then there are aspects such as mentality and so on. The requirements for joining the special forces are really too harsh, but once in, everyone can become a capable military leader. Yun Jian and his men are genuine special forces members with good physical fitness, but the number of their awakenings is not satisfactory. They're all like this. The probability might be even lower if it were an ordinary soldier. So, let's go straight to the elite. The army commanders had no doubts about Jian Yu's request. Several people contacted their subordinates at the same time, notifying them to bring a group of 10 elite personnel to the large training ground to prepare for awakening their special powers. The division commanders who received the notice said, "Genetic modification fluid is out?" This was the first reaction of the division commanders. Then, they became excited and called for their favorite generals, asking them to select 9 people plus their favorite generals, making a group of exactly 10 people to go to the large training ground to awaken their special powers. Way Shawa was the regiment commander and the favorite of the commander of the 1st Division. When he heard the commander's words, his eyes widened and he asked, "Commander, what are you talking about? Superpowers? Isn't this stuff fake? Real?" The division commander said affirmatively, "Hurry up and take your men over there. Don't let the 2nd Division get there first." Are the 2nd Division students going too? Not just the 2nd Division, but several army groups will go. Way Shawa chuckled. "Commander, we are not afraid. Our current competitors are only a few divisions of our group army. The remaining 2 group armies are not in Jinghai, so they can't get here in a short time." The teacher laughed and said, "So we have the advantage." As he said that, he scolded, "Stop talking nonsense to me and go and recruit troops." "Okay, wait for my good news." Way Shawa saluted happily, then turned around and walked out of the commander's office to quickly go and check the troops and generals. At this time, Jian Yu and his colleagues, based on the principle that it would take time for the soldiers to get to the training ground, simply gave the commander and several division commanders a try on awakening. As first-time awakeners, Gu Mingi and his friends do not have enough energy to activate the energy in the source crystal and then conduct the energy to the human body for a circulation. So only Jian Yu can do it. Jian Yu, who was very experienced in the task, finished the task in less than 5 minutes. She then left Viper behind to watch over the commander and the others. If they had awakened, she would teach them how to use energy. If they had not awakened, they would have to wait for the genetic modification fluid. Then, Jian Yu and the others went to the big training ground. The Beijing military region has 3 large training grounds and 4 small training grounds. The largest one is located near the auditorium. The auditorium is open except for large-scale events and is usually closed. The training ground here is rarely used and is basically used by car and tank soldiers to practice their driving skills. When Jian Yu and his companions arrived, some soldiers wearing regular uniforms, training uniforms, and field uniforms had already arrived at the training ground and were waiting for them in an orderly line. Seeing the dense crowd of heads, Jian Yu stumbled and asked in shock, "Why are there so many people?" Although she acts quickly, how long will it take to guide so many people to awaken one by one? I felt like I was sweating. I was so scared. Yun Jian and the others were silent and unable to respond. Needless to say, in this situation, it must be that the commander and the others were not passing the message correctly. Fortunately, the teachers didn't know what they were thinking. If they had known, they would have definitely protested that they were innocent. This situation really has nothing to do with them. It's their subordinates who pretended to obey and secretly added people. As a result, the number of people increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then became what Jian Yu and the others saw. Jian Yu regretted it. She muttered, "I'm so stupid. Really, I shouldn't have tried the source crystal awakening method. Wouldn't it be better to wait for the gene modification fluid?" Fuyo laughed and said, "You can go find the commander and tell him that there are too many people, and you can't do it." At this point, he looked at Jian Yu and said, "The key question is, are you willing to leave?" Jian Yu's expression kept changing, and Gu Mingi and the others understood immediately that she was reluctant to let go. As expected, just as this guess came to their mind, they heard Jian Yu sigh and said with a rather melancholy look, "I can't bear to leave." She lifted her drooped shoulders, and her whole body instantly became more energetic. "Let's go. Let's cast a wide net and catch some fish." So, a group of people appeared in front of the officers in line with high spirits. When they saw Jian Yu and his team appear, the officers in line all raised their hands and saluted to greet them. Among Jian Yu's group, she has the highest military rank, followed by Yun Jian, then Fu Yu, the highest rank being colonel, and the lowest being Lieutenant Colonel Gu Mingi. In terms of military rank, except for the 2 lieutenants Bash and Gidge who had relatively low ranks, the rest of Jian Yu's team either had higher ranks than those present or were on par with them. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the officers in line saluting first. Jian Yu and the others promptly returned the greetings, introduced themselves, and then got straight to the point and asked them to take off their clothes. If Yun Jian and others had said this, the officers and soldiers in line would not have thought much about it. The key point is that these words were said by Jian Yu, and the officers and soldiers' expressions suddenly became strange. Reluctant to take action, Jian Yu, "I don't know whether I should say MMP or not. What's wrong with these guys? Do you think she's a pervert who wants to take advantage of them or something? Take it off," she said angrily. "I think I like looking at your bodies, right? On height." Pulling out the float, she said, "You can't compare to him." On appearance, pull out Yun Jian and Gu Mingi. You are no match for these two. She loosened her hand and signaled the three to return to the army. She said rather aggrievedly, "You think I like looking at your bodies? What's so good about a body full of sweat and muscles? If it weren't for awakening your superpowers, I wouldn't do such an eye-catching job. Officers and soldiers. There are many grooves but no openings." They really didn't know how to respond to what this sister said. "It's so helpless." One of the soldiers wearing a 12-cent cap shouted, "Sir, can I ask a question?" "Ask. Does it really have supernatural powers?" "Have," Jian Yu said, stretching out his hands to everyone. Everyone watch. Before she finished her words, a fireball appeared in her right hand. The fireball was the size of a basketball, and its astonishing heat could be felt from a long distance away. And on her left hand was a white ball of the same size. Two energy balls, one red and one white, were jumping in her palms. One was burning hot, and the other was warm. The colors contrasted sharply and gave people different feelings. Looking at everyone's surprised eyes, Jian Yu waved her hand, and the fireball and white ball instantly dispersed and disappeared in the sunlight. She smiled and said, "Did you see it?" "I see." They spoke in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. "Do you want to have superpowers like me?" "Think." The voice was more eager, and the eyes were more burning. Jian Yu smiled and said, "Then take off your clothes." Pointing to a soldier in the first row carrying 2 poles and 2 stars, he said, "I'll start with you. Hurry up. I have to do it for so many of you. The task is difficult. Don't be so timid and act like a man." Chapter 51 Too Risky. The soldiers who were criticized by Jian Yu for being timid and unmanly became angry. They quickly took off their shirts and looked at her with burning eyes. "It looks like you have nothing to say now that we have taken off our clothes. Come on, sit down cross-legged. I'll take them one by one." Jian Yu quickly took the source crystal and started working. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many there were. We haven't finished yet until dark, and this is just the first batch. Whenever she thought of the countless batches to come, she wished that time could go back to the time when she proposed awakening the warriors. This awakening method was really exhausting to her. However, it is too late to regret, and now I can only do it anyway. Fortunately, the hard work was worth it. The number of awakened people in the first batch was quite large. It might also be because of the large number of people, so the number seemed large. In fact, according to the number of people like Yun Jian, this base number is also not good enough. But it doesn't matter, as long as it's there, it's fine. The awakened superpowers are even more varied, some with normal attributes and some with rare attributes. They were overjoyed when they awakened, like big boys who had got their favorite toys. They all shouted, "Look at my fire dragon technique," or "I'll show you my water dragon technique," or ice dragon technique. Anyway, the 3 attributes of water, fire, and earth are connected to the dragon pole. Then the ones with rare attributes are relatively balder. It's like a rare attribute. His awakened abilities are charm and illusion weaving. Because they had just awakened, Jian Yu was busy just to awaken them, and he didn't know who to ask for advice on how to use his ability. After asking around and finding that no one could help him because they didn't have the same attributes, he figured it out by himself. Then this thought led to a problem. Those who were close to him were all bewitched by him and entered into the illusion he created. The illusion they wove might be a little unhealthy. It was probably about going to some entertainment venue, and then a group of men started dancing in unison in an extremely enchanting way, in other words, a striptease. Looking at those men who have nothing to do with women when they are flirting, Gu Mingi commented coldly, "They must be single guys. Look at the coquettish look, tisk." He shook his head and said, with an expression that the world is getting worse and worse, "It's really embarrassing." Fuyo was watching the show with a smile on his face. He glanced at him and said calmly, "Are you single?" Gu Mingi touched his nose with an unnatural look on his face. Fuyo understood immediately and said pertinently, "Young people still know how to admire. Hot-blooded men will only be more exaggerated. It is normal for this to happen. If you go in, your condition won't be much better than theirs." At this point, Fuyo touched his chin and said, "What I am more curious about now is whether there is only one kind of illusion 68, or whether it can be independently woven and changed according to different occasions. No matter which one it is, if used well, this ability of 68 can be used as a group attack skill." Yun Jian said calmly, "In a situation like this, it would only take a minute or two to wipe out the entire group." Everyone looked over there and found that it was true. Pigeon couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if his ability will be useful to the Zerg. No one could answer this question. After all, there were no Zerg here for them to experiment with. I can only wait for the opportunity. While they were chatting and laughing, several warriors with the same attributes as Gu Mingi and his companions came over to ask questions. So, Gu Mingi and his colleagues acted as teachers to instruct these warriors with the same attributes on how to use their special powers. The men who were trapped in the illusion also came out of it and woke up. This group of people were a little confused, looking as if something had happened. But the next second, their expressions suddenly changed. They looked at the man who had awakened the ability to weave charm and illusions with ferocious looks as if they wanted to eat him. Don't 68 saw that things were not going well and subconsciously wanted to escape, but it was too late. He was surrounded and beaten by the group. I let you, a wicked bastard, create this illusion. Old 8 will pick his nose. Tickle the soles of your feet. The little mule is ticklish. He's ticklish. That's great. I'll tickle his armpits. Ha ha. Ha ha. 68, that is, the little mule Luo Shushin couldn't stop laughing and couldn't even utter the words to beg for mercy. It was so painful to laugh that I almost choked. However, he was not a good person, so his brothers decided to teach him a lesson and had no intention of letting him go so easily. So, when Jian Yu completed the awakening of the last warrior, Luo Shushin was still laughing intermittently. The reason why it was intermittent was that he really didn't have the energy to laugh. He lay on the ground with a look of despair. Jian Yu wondered, what are they doing? Leave them alone. Gu Mingi didn't want his sister's eyes to be polluted, so he pulled her and turned away. Let's go eat first, and then we'll have the second batch after we're done. Jian Yu wanted to quit again. However, the braised pork soothed her sadness. She ate with her mouth full of oil and felt that if the benefit of awakening for the soldiers was that she could eat the braised pork prepared by the squad leader every day, she would be happy to do it. Then, Jian Yu mentioned it again at the dinner table. The commander, who was very powerful and got to know what she said through some unknown channel, paid for her 3 meals a day out of his own pocket. All the food she cooks is her favorite. As the saying goes, a man who has received favors from others should be grateful and kind-hearted. This is Jian Yu's current situation. So, there is no other way to go except to fuck her. Then, she worked diligently for 2 days to awaken, and awakened a total of 414 people with special abilities. The reason why he awakened for only 2 days was because Jian Yu received another task issued by Enchichi. Second, the research and development and clinical trials of the genetically modified fluid have been completed, and the progress of the Phase 3 clinical trials has been accelerated. Then, the experts involved in the genetic modification fluid were all a group of ruthless people. They conducted 3 phases of human experiments on themselves. When Jian Yu heard the news, he broke out in a cold sweat. It's too risky. It's very adventurous. Wu Zhidong is still frightened now. Recalling how he felt when he found out that the professors were conducting human experiments on themselves, he covered his chest and said, I was almost scared to death by them. If something goes wrong, the country will suffer great losses. It is really not easy to train a professor with real talents and strong professional skills, and losing one is very painful. Fortunately, nothing happened. I'm scared to death. This is nothing wrong. What if something really happened? What should I do? She said to Wu Zhitong. You must keep a close eye on the cell repair fluid and don't let the professors use you as an experiment. If we really want to do human experiments, I suggest that we bring out the death row inmates who have been sentenced to death but have not yet been executed. Even serious criminals are fine. As soon as she said this, Wu Zhidong's eyes changed when he looked at her. Do you know what you're talking about? I know. Jian Yu was confident and didn't think there was anything wrong with the suggestion he made. Don't blame me for being too harsh. Let me tell you this. As long as the state machinery can still function normally, the group of serious criminals in the prison will not be a problem. Chapter 52, Task Submission. But once the state machinery fails, these people will cause one tragedy after another. After so many years in prison, locked up in that small space year after year, believe it or not, even if a psychologist is there to counsel them 24 hours a day, these people will still have psychological problems. Then she asked Wu Zhidong, Leader, are there psychologists in the heavy prison? No. What can I say about the profession of psychologist? There's actually a lot of water in China, and there are not many psychologists with real qualities. Many psychologists who have a license are the only ones who know their abilities. In Longwa, psychologist is a profession with promising market, but also quite scarce. Therefore, it is unrealistic to provide prisons that hold serious criminals with specialized psychologists or something like that. Jian Yu spread his hands when he heard this. You see, even if there is a psychologist, there will be problems. Without a psychologist, the problems will only be bigger. By the way, have the big boss and his team figured out how to place these people? Wu Zhitong was silent, and Jian Yu immediately understood that the higher-ups had ignored this group. Is this the boss's fault? No blame. I'm so busy that I only sleep 2 or 3 hours a day, and I have to squeeze out time to eat my meals in a hurry. They have the pressure of a country and more than 1 billion people on their shoulders. They have to consider all aspects and think about how to protect the safety of the people to the greatest extent possible and ensure that they have food to eat and clothes to wear. Not threatened by creatures such as Zerg and zombies. Therefore, it is understandable that prison, a relatively special place, is overlooked. I still need to take some time to think about it. Jian Yu reminded. We must be on guard against the possibility that there may be a prisoner with special abilities. Especially for those with combat attributes, it's not so easy for them to cause trouble. This is true and makes sense. Wu Zhitong listened to Jian Yu's words and nodded. I understand. I will mention it to the boss. Jian Yu was relieved when she heard that. She was about to say goodbye when Wu Zhitong asked again, what is the third task issued by the system? Jian Yu was surprised and asked, didn't I tell you? Wu Zhitong shook her head. She thought about it carefully and found that there really was none. She smiled and said, it's not an important mission. Let me go stockpile arms. Huh? Wu Zhitong's eyes widened in surprise. Why would such a task be issued? This means that Jian Yu has handed herself in. If she had not, given the national conditions of Long Country, she would not have been able to complete the mission no matter what. Because I refused to accept the task of hunting down the system owner, the system had no choice but to send me this task. Wu Zhitong frowned and said, does the person behind this system have a way to know what's happening on our planet? Why do I feel like this mission is aimed at you? You could take away the feeling. It was directed at me. It's true. Wu Zhitong calmed down. Because the system doesn't know all your information? You are half right. The other half is that I am disobedient and the system cannot control me. Speaking of control, Wu Zhitong remembered something. What are other system holders doing? Jenu thought for a moment and said, they have emergency reserves just like our country, but the system holders will not tell others that they own the system, so the things they can stockpile are limited, nothing more than food, guns, and ammunition. Wu Zhitong sighed. Only a beautiful and free country can raise such people. It's the end of the world. I know I can't end it with my own strength alone. At this point, he said with emotion, you are the best. You handed yourself in without hesitation. Xiao Jin, I owe you a thank you. No need. I'm also a citizen of the Chinese race. Jin, you felt unworthy of this thank you. She smiled and said, then you are busy, leader. I will go to do the task. Pointing at the door, she looked like she wanted to run. Wu Zhitong smiled and said, go ahead. You can contact me if you have any questions. It's true. Jian Yu, who had already stepped out, turned around and came to the desk and asked Wu Zhitong with a burning look, leader, when can the gene modification fluid be distributed to thousands of households? Soon, all the major pharmaceutical groups received a notice to expand their production lines when you handed in the genetic modification fluid. The mechanized assembly line production will greatly shorten the time. If we produce 24 hours a day, it will only take a week at most to supply all the residents in the country. Jian Yu grinned, showing off her small white teeth. Really? Real? Wu Zhitong nodded and said, but Xiao Jian, it is highly unlikely that we can supply enough food to meet the needs of the entire population of the country. Jian Yu, is it because of the raw materials? Yes. Wu Zhitong did not hide it. More than 1 billion tubes of genetic modification fluid require a huge amount of materials, and the country is willing to do its best for this. But Xiao Jian, there are some things that we cannot get just because we are willing to do our best. Jian Yu naturally understood this principle. Seeing Wu Zhitong's guilty look, she sighed in her heart and comforted him. Don't feel guilty. The country has done its best. Please don't worry. We have tried our best. We have done it. And we have a clear conscience. There is no such thing as perfect in the world. There are gains and losses. Don't you think this is true? This child really doesn't know how to persuade others. And his words of comfort are also funny. Wu Zhitong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, just go and do your task. You don't need to worry about me. Okay, I'm leaving then. Jian Yu was delighted when he heard this, and then he ran to the military district to meet up with Gu Mingyi and the others, and then he went to the commander to get an order and go to the quartermaster's office to pick up arms. The quartermaster who was in charge of receiving them looked at the list with the official seal on it, verified their identities, and then took out the arms. Jian Yu did not take anything with him and said to the quartermaster, "Can I borrow a room here? I will need you to store these weapons later." This time, the task submission only needs to let Chi know that her task is completed, and there is no need to give the weapons to the system. Therefore, taking it away becomes an unnecessary thing. As soon as Jian Yu said this, the quartermaster began to doubt their identities. Other things were fine, like bullets, which were consumables, and the only things that could be recycled were the shells. As for heavy and medium weapons, there was indeed a procedure for putting them back after they had been used, but it didn't make sense to return them without taking them away. "Who are you anyway?" the quartermaster said in a deep voice. "What is your purpose in doing this? Who is your superior? I need to contact your leader." Several questions came out one after another, and Jian Yu and the others didn't even have a chance to interrupt. Chapter 53, Therapeutic Device. Because of the quartermaster's responsibility, Jian Yu used the commander for this task. After this person personally guaranteed them, the quartermaster prepared a separate room for her, as she requested, so that she could submit her mission. Upon learning that her mission was completed, Chi fell into deep doubt. Could it be that the system holders of Aguchi and others also lost control like her system holder? Isn't it said that Longwa is a country with strict gun bans and knife controls? It is said that in Longwa, if you walk on the street with a kitchen knife, you will be invited to have tea by the security guards. How come her host can even get large quantities of arms? Or did she make a mistake and the host country was not Dragon Country, but another country that spoke the Chinese language? And Chi-Chi's thoughts were in a mess. Jian Yu, who had been waiting for a long time but had not received any feedback, became impatient and asked in a deep voice, "System, can the task be submitted?" "Able." And Chi-Chi came back to her senses and said to Jian Yu, "Host, please click to scan the mission items." Before she finished her words, a curtain of light appeared in front of Jian Yu. There was only one bare button on the light screen. Jian Yu pressed it decisively. A fan-shaped light appeared and swept across the boxes, containing weapons one by one. Rows of data appeared on the blank light screen, and Chi-Chi, who was receiving the data synchronously through the system background, pouted and complained, "What a backward civilization. Their weapons are still in the category of basic weapons." After the scan was completed, a button to confirm the submission of the task appeared on the light screen. Jian Yu pressed it again, and the task submission was completed. She couldn't wait to ask, "System, where's the promised mission reward?" "Here it comes again. Every time I mention the task reward, I am more enthusiastic than anyone else and start doing the task. Well, the task is done quickly. I'm sorry, host. The medical bay cannot be given to you right now." Jian Yu, I know it won't be so smooth, and I still feel disappointed when the time comes. She really wanted the medical bay. This thing is so effective. Seeing that she didn't say anything, and Chi-Chi explained in a gentle voice, "Host, if you want to obtain the medical cabin, the source crystal mission must be completed. That medical bay is out of the question. They don't even have enough source crystals themselves, so they definitely won't use them as quest items at this stage. One or two would be fine, but thousands is impossible." Thinking about missing out on the medical cabin, Jian Yu felt unhappy. She said perfunctorily, "I don't have the source crystals right now. I'll submit the task again after I get enough of them." Are you so easy to talk to this time? Or is her host thinking of some bad idea again? And Chi-Chi, who was frightened by Jian Yu, was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Host, I can't give you a medical cabin at the moment, but I can give you a treatment device as a gift." "Therapeutic device?" Jian Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there such a good thing? She didn't say anything, but Chi-Chi actually offered to give it to her. It was like the sun rising from the west. Yes, the healing device. Taking an ancient version of the healing device and calling the courier mummy to deliver it. And Chi-Chi said in a gentle voice, "Host, if you do the task seriously, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Jian Yu nodded perfunctorily, looking forward, waiting for the little mummy to appear. This time the little mummy appeared slowly, and it took a full 5 minutes to appear. As for Chi-Chi, she kept talking to herself for 5 minutes, and Jian Yu kept responding with words like, "Okay, I got it, and don't worry about the system. If you don't put your heart into it at all, forget about it." After the little mummy appeared, she was even busier studying it. After waiting for a long time without any response, Chi-Chi became anxious and kept calling host. Jian Yu was annoyed by her, but she still pretended to be apologetic and explained why she didn't answer. "Sorry, system. I was just researching the therapeutic device. This thing has a very high level of technology. The tone was full of shock and envy. Jian and the others couldn't help twitching the corners of their mouths as they listened to her words, which were in stark contrast to her expression. This is just a drama queen who enjoys fooling the system. The person behind the system is really pitiful. If he knew the truth, he would probably be angry to death by her. Compared with those systems and system novels that always threaten to eliminate the host, Jian Yu's system can be called the most humble system in history. Fortunately, Jian Yu didn't know what they were thinking. If she knew, she would definitely scold them or even beat them up. How sick must one's brain be to think of sympathizing with the culprit who blew up the blue water planet and caused the extinction of mankind? Unfortunately, she didn't know, so Jian and the others escaped. When Chi heard Jian Yu's words, she thought that monkeys in the Middle Ages were just monkeys in the Middle Ages. She was so happy about an old version of the therapeutic device with the lowest configuration that was even more useless than chicken ribs. If she was given a medical cabin, she would be overjoyed. He kept complaining in his heart, but his tone was not obvious. Host, you were too kind. The treatment device is actually a useless existence. It is not comparable to the medical cabin at all. Host, do your mission well and try to get the medical cabin as soon as possible. With a medical cabin, you can gain both wealth and connections. Rich people are afraid of death. This is true. The crux of the problem is, but the end of the world has come, and the medical cabin seems to be of no use. It seems to be like this. In the end times, no one cares whether they are rich or poor. If they have no ability, they will die, and if they have the ability, they will live. The Zerg have no intelligence and cannot tell the difference between rich and poor people. They just start eating anyone they see. Thinking of this, she quickly retracted her wandering thoughts and said to Jian Yu, Host, the medical cabin can cure cancer. I know, Jian Yu said calmly, but living in the apocalypse is painful. If you hadn't reminded me, I would never have thought that the medical cabin would be useless after the apocalypse. So, I thought about it carefully. What are you pondering? And Chi had a bad feeling in her heart, feeling that her host was going to cause trouble again. As expected, as soon as this thought came to her mind, she said to Jian Yu, How about we change the task reward? Everything went dark before her eyes, and Chi once again had the urge to kill Jian Yu. She took a deep breath and told herself to stay calm. She must stay calm. This is related to the host's victory in the game. She cannot turn against him before the final victory is in her hands. But this situation cannot continue. Ideas change too quickly. If she is not stopped from continuing, she will be tormented by this host and will collapse. Impossible, host, don't even think about it. The mission reward remains unchanged. When you have collected all the Zerg source crystals, I will give you the medical cabin. I will go report the mission status to the Lord God first. Host, call me if you have anything else. That's it. Before she finished her words, she severed the connection with the system with a snap. Subsequently, the mechanical version of the system was launched. Jian Yu teased the system for a few words, then felt it was boring and let it go back to the small dark room. Then he gave the treatment device to Gu Mingi and others to study. The therapeutic device is very simple to use. There is only one button. When you press it, it will turn green. It can treat simple injuries, but it is not clear whether it can treat other diseases. It's a bit tasteless. After the research, Gu Mingi and his team gave a very pertinent evaluation of the therapeutic device. How can I put it? It feels dispensable. Jian Yu hummed in agreement. It's pretty useless, not as good as my healing ability. Let the professors at the Shanghai Jiaotong Research Institute do their research. Agree. Everyone raised their hands in agreement, and the therapeutic device was introduced into the Research Institute. Chapter 54. The Beginning of National Awakening. The night the therapeutic device was handed in, Jian Yu slept well. In my dreams, I see genetically modified fluid coming off the production line, entering thousands of homes and awakening the superpowers of all the people. After the end of the world comes, I kill all the Zerg zombies, retake the blue water planet as my home, and build a beautiful village together. The scene in the dream was so beautiful that Jian Yu couldn't help but indulge in it and felt like she was about to fly with happiness. Just as she was having a sound dream, the village chief of Datian Village, Pingxi Town, Yufeng City, Furong Province was awakened by a burst of shrill dog barking. The village chief didn't plan to get up at first because there was no need. Datian Village is located deep in the mountains and is surrounded by mountains. It is more than 10 miles away from the nearest village, and even farther away from the town and the city. Thanks to the country's policies that are getting better year by year, many families in Datian village have made money in big cities. After returning, they bought houses in towns or cities and moved their families out. Those who still stay in the village are basically elderly people who are reluctant to leave their hometown. The undeveloped forests are very primitive and dangerous. In order to protect the home and for safety, every household in the village keeps cats and dogs. Cats can catch snakes and mice, and dogs are authentic hunting dogs that can fight wolves in the mountains. The village chief's family is no exception and has a hunting dog. But now, a shrill scream made the village chief jump up from the bed. It was the voice of his dog Dahuang. Having raised Dahuang for 5 or 6 years, the village chief is very familiar with the barking of his own dog. When a group of dogs bark together, he can accurately distinguish the voice of his own dog. This time is no exception. The village chief had a bad feeling in his heart. He turned on the light, put on his clothes, got out of bed, went straight to the door, opened it, walked out, shouting Dahuang, Dahuang. At this moment, there was a slight clicking sound and a terrifying aura coming from the side, like a ferocious beast waiting to pounce at any time. The feeling of being stared at by death frightened the village chief so much that his legs went weak and cold sweats broke out. Suddenly, the sight disappeared, and the village chief breathed a sigh of relief. Then he felt a pain in his neck. Before he fell to the ground and lost consciousness, he saw a pair of terrifying eyes. It was late at night, and the dog stopped barking. The sound of chewing could be heard for more than 2 hours in this village, where only old people lived. The strong smell of blood filled the air and was blown away by the mountain breeze. The sun is out, and it's a new day. The first batch of genetically modified fluid has already come off the production line and appeared in the military, police, and fire departments. Not even the relevant government departments were allowed in. The main reason why the higher-ups made such a decision is that people in the 3 professions of military, police, and firefighting will be the main fighting force after the end of the world. Whether the Dragon Kingdom can establish a strong defense line after the end of the world depends on the strength of its combat power. The stronger the combat power, the more secure the safe zone will be, and the people's lives will not be so hard. Therefore, the primary suppliers of genetically modified fluid are the military, police, and firefighters. Xiao Jiwei is an armed security policeman, only 21 years old and single. I'm on vacation today, and not long after I got home, I received a call from the captain. He answered the call, but before he could reply, the captain said, "Return to the team immediately. There is an urgent mission." Yes. Xiao Jiwei's expression froze. After hanging up the phone, he quickly packed his backpack and prepared to return to the team. His mother, who was busy in the kitchen making a big meal for him, heard the noise and came out. Seeing him carrying a backpack and looking like he was going out, she was stunned for a moment, then suppressed her disappointment and said calmly, "You're going back to the team." Xiao Jiwei responded, walked up to his mother and hugged her with open arms. "Mom, I'm sorry. I have to go back." "Why are you saying sorry? Since you have chosen this profession, you should do it well." Mother Xiao hugged him back and patted him, reminding him, "Just one thing, you must pay attention to safety when you go on a mission. Don't let your father and I send off the young. Your profession is quite dangerous." "Got it. I'll be extremely careful." Xiao Jiwei nodded, then let go of her hand and said, "Then Mom, I'm leaving. Hey, come back next time you have a day off." "Good." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the first thing Xiao Jiwei did after returning to the team was to go to the office building to find his leader to cancel his leave and report on his work. However, before he arrived at the office building, he met the team leader. The first thing the captain said when he saw him was, "Why are you here?" Without waiting for Xiao Jiwei to reply, the captain grabbed his hand and headed towards the duty clinic. "Only you and Lao Fong are left." Xiao Jiwei, who was being dragged away, was confused. He said, "Captain, didn't you say it was an emergency mission?" "It's an urgent task. The urgent task issued by the higher-ups must be implemented by each of us." "What's the meaning?" Xiao Jiwei was even more confused. "Captain, can you explain it more clearly?" The captain succinctly recounted what had happened, leaving Xiao Jiwei stunned. After he finished speaking, it took me a while to digest what he said. He was shocked and said, "Gene modification fluid, this unscientific thing actually exists? It's real." Speaking of this, the captain said with a strange expression, "My daughter reads online novels all day long and told me about genetic modification fluid and optimization fluid. I always thought it was a fictional existence in novels. I never thought that scientists in our country actually made it." The key is that this genetically modified liquid is so powerful that it can actually awaken people's superpowers. Oh yes, there is also the unscientific existence of superpowers. Xiao Jiwei's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, Captain, have you injected the genetic modification fluid? No. Ah, I did drink it. Seeing his confused look, the captain laughed and said, Who told you that the genetic modification fluid is injected and you can drink it directly? Of course, you can get an injection if you want. Forget it then. Since I can drink it, I might as well drink it. There is no need to get an injection. Although injections don't hurt, and he is not afraid of them, the same thing applies. It is better to avoid injections if possible. Captain, what's your special ability? I don't have any special powers. The captain was indeed disappointed at first that he could not awaken his special powers, but this kind of thing cannot be forced. What's more, although he failed to awaken his superpowers, his physical condition has improved. Now he looks like he has returned to his 20s and is full of energy. But your vice captain has awakened his superpowers. What superpower? Earth type, your deputy captain is now happily acting as the Earth Walker. Xiao Jiwei. Is it the Tuxingson I was thinking of? Xiao Jiwei said with a longing look on his face. I want superpowers too. We'll know soon. As they were talking, the duty clinic arrived. There were quite a few people waiting to register to receive the genetic modification fluid. The line formed a long queue. Just line up here, I'll go check it out in front. Pushing Xiao Jiwei into the team, the captain ran forward happily. After running for only a few steps, joyful cheers were heard, followed by the arrogant laughter of a boy. This man laughed and said that I was destined to become the god of fire. Chapter 55, Transformed into a Birdman. The captain is Jizha, a strong man in his 40s. He was originally strong, and after taking the genetic modification fluid, he became as light as a swallow. When he heard that a young man had become the god of fire, he immediately became excited and leaped forward with light movements. He was as agile as a fish in a crowded crowd, jumping left and right and rushing forward in a moment. He was in the front in a moment, squinting at the young man who was holding a ball of fire in his palm. It was a very small fireball, not even the size of an egg, at most the size of a quail egg, but the color of the flame was very red, and it looked like a dyed fiery red quail egg. The young man laughed out loud with his hands on his hips, looking like a mean man who has become arrogant when he succeeds. Next to him, several young men of about his age were curiously studying the quail egg fireball in his hand. One of them reached out to poke, but the fire-type psychic immediately dodged. You'll burn. He looked serious and spoke in an earnest tone, as if to say, I'm really doing this for your good. I don't believe it. One of the young men said calmly, such a small fireball can't even burn a strand of hair. Stop bragging. Yes. Another young man added, I think your fireball may not even be able to defeat my water ball. Jizha's eyes lit up again. Is there actually a water system here? With a light puff sound, the water-type youth who spoke flipped his wrist, and a small water snake pounced towards the fireball, and the fireball was extinguished. The young man who claimed to be destined to become the god of fire suddenly widened his eyes and shook his head as if he was deeply shocked. No, this is impossible. I am the man who is destined to become the god of fire. How could I be defeated by a little water snake like yours? This is unscientific. I refuse to believe this fact. As he said this, he angrily said to the young man of the water element, Old Chun, let's compete. Old Chun, also known as Chun Qing, chuckled and said, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Come on, let's go to the training ground next door to compete. The brothers next to them watched the fun and surrounded the two of them and went to the training ground. Jizha smiled and didn't follow, but returned to Xiao Jiwei. As soon as he saw Jizha coming back, Xiao Jiwei, who had been looking forward to it, immediately asked excitedly, Captain, is the god of fire very powerful? I think it must be amazing. However, after looking at him for a few seconds, the captain said with a complicated expression, such a big fireball. He used his fingers to indicate the size of the fireball. Xiao Jiwei? The armed security guards lined up in front, behind, and on both sides, all equally curious. Jizha patted Xiao Jiwei on the shoulder and said, Xiao, some things in novels can be believed, but some cannot. It's like this supernatural power, which can create a huge water dragon or a sea of fire. This is not realistic. Xiao Ji for them. Boss, is it really okay for you to say that? Jizha didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It is better to break the fantasy in advance than to find out that the truth is completely different from what you imagined. At least the gap isn't that big. Anyway, when it's your turn next, you must stay calm no matter what the outcome is, and maintain your image of being indifferent to fame and disgrace. Captain, you are not easily surprised by praise or criticism. Xiao Zhiwei corrected. Also, I don't have a personality. He is just an ordinary armed security guard, not a star who needs a character setting. If I have to say that I have a personality, then it's probably the truth. As he said this, he nodded and said, "Yes, my character is real." Jiju was speechless, but still praised. "Okay, keep it up." Xiao Zhiwei nodded heavily and said seriously, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely not let you down." "Boss, what do you expect from me?" This is an important question. You need to think carefully before answering. Jija, who was not in a hurry to answer, brainstormed for a while, and then said seriously, "I hope you can become a superpower, preferably a combat type. The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility. Similarly, the stronger your ability, the greater your chance of survival. I hope you can become a lightning or gold element. At worst, fire or ice will be fine. If you don't have any of these, you can become an earth or water element. Stop it now." Xiao Zhiwei was sweating profusely after hearing this. Feeling the mischievous looks from his comrades around him, he no longer cared whether it was an act of insubordination or not, and covered Jija's mouth with his hand, and whispered, "Captain, you know that what you said is hateful." Jija pulled his hand away and took a breath. "Now I know. This kid even dared to cover his mouth. It would be strange if he didn't know." Xiao Zhiwei smiled at him. "Captain, you've always been with me. Stay with me. I need to see what you have awakened. I want to know that too." Time passed by minute as the two were full of expectations, and finally, it was Xiao Zhi's turn. After going through the procedures of registration, filing, etc., Xiao Zhiwei finally received his genetic modification fluid. The two walked to the side, and Xiao Zhiwei's hand holding the gene modification fluid was shaking a little. He looked at Jija. "Captain, I'm a little scared." "What are you afraid of?" "No superpowers." Jija was amused when he heard this. "What's there to be afraid of? What's wrong with not having superpowers? Can't I live without superpowers?" Your captain, don't have any special powers either. Look, I'm still fine." As he spoke, Jija patted his shoulder and comforted him. "If you don't have it, don't be sad. At least the gene modification fluid can improve your physique. It is difficult to explain in words how the situation has improved. You have to experience it yourself to understand the feeling. Hurry up and drink. Your life or death depends on this day." "That makes sense." So, I drank it? Holding the genetic modification fluid, Xiao Zhiwei looked at Jija anxiously. He hummed, "Don't be shy." The unfinished words came to an abrupt end when Xiao Zhiwei tilted his head back and poured the genetic modification liquid into his mouth swiftly. Now it was Jija who was feeling nervous, even more nervous than when he himself took the genetic modification fluid. How is it? How does it feel? After drinking a bottle of genetic modification liquid, Xiao Zhiwei had no time to savor the taste before Jija's hurried questions made him laugh and cry. "I don't feel anything right now." "Jija, wait a moment. It won't be that fast." Xiao Zhiwei nodded. "Captain, shall we go back?" "That's fine." So the two of them walked back side by side. After walking a few steps, Jija asked, "What now?" "I don't feel anything." "Oh." A few minutes later, still no feeling? "Not yet." Xiao Zhiwei had a bad feeling in his heart, and he said, "Captain, I feel, what's wrong?" Jija didn't think much about it, and just walked forward while asking. After walking a few steps without getting a response, Xiao Zhiwei did not move. "What the hell?" Jija stopped and looked back at Xiao Zhiwei. He couldn't believe his eyes. He jumped in front of Xiao Zhiwei and pulled his wings and said, "What's wrong with you? Why did you turn into a birdman?" "My God, these wings are so big. If you pluck the feathers and make them into New Zealand grilled wings, they must taste great." Slurp, too winky face. Chapter 56, Don't Panic. Xiao Zhiwei. Xiao Zhiwei's eyes widened in shock. "Captain, you actually want to eat?" Jija touched his nose and said, "It's not my fault. It's just that your wings are too big." As he spoke, he picked up Xiao Zhiwei and asked, "Can it fly?" "I'll try." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Zhiwei began to try to learn how to fly. However, he is a human being and has lived as a human being for more than 20 years. Now he suddenly has a pair of large wings. Let alone flying, he can hardly even walk, because there is no way to control the balance. The scene that followed was chaotic and attracted the attention of countless people. After struggling for a long time without any success, Xiao Jiwei finally collapsed and lay on the ground and gave up. As he lay down, he sadly discovered that because of the extra pair of large wings, lying flat was no longer a pleasure, but a torture. He could no longer hold back the grief and anger in his heart and burst into tears. Jizha, watching the comrades, if they were to awaken such a superpower, they felt it would be better not to do so. Wow, Captain, I don't want to be a birdman. Xiao Jiwei choked up and said, being a birdman is so painful and miserable. I can't fly and I fall when I walk. How am I going to live like this from now on? Jizha was also bald. After all, he didn't have wings, so he couldn't understand what Xiao Jiwei was feeling now. There was no way to teach him to fly or keep his balance. What now? After thinking for a moment, he helped Xiao Jiwei up and said, don't worry, the captain will report the situation to the higher-ups right now and see how to solve this problem. Good. There are many people like Xiao Jiwei who have taken genetically modified fluids. However, unlike Xiao Jiwei who had extra wings, some people directly became half-beasts. These situations have occurred in military camps, armed security police, fire security police, and national security police. Xiao Jiwei can neither fly nor walk. The situation is similar for those comrades who have partially transformed into beasts. But messages for help still came to Wu Zhidong like snowflakes. Faced with this situation, Wu Zhidong chose to find Jian Yu. Then, after reading the information coming from all over the place, Jian Yu was completely stunned. The astralization? She was shocked and asked, why do some people become beastly and partially beastly? Wu Zhidong shook his head. I don't know. Jian Yu, this is not right. There must be something wrong. A normal person doesn't have any animal genes in his body. No matter how much genetic modification he has done, he shouldn't be transformed into an animal. The two looked at each other, and after a while they said in unison, there must be something wrong with the genetic modification fluid. Wu Zhidong stood up and said, let's go find Ding Zhang and the others. Good. So, after Jian Yu and Wu Zhidong arrived, Ding Zhang, who was busy and confused, received information that there was a problem with the genetic modification fluid. Upon learning about the beast transformation, Ding Zhang's expression immediately became serious. That's impossible. I can guarantee with my career and professionalism that there is absolutely no problem with the genetic modification fluid we can crack and replicate. Patting his chest, he said firmly, we are the best example. Before the genetic modification fluid was put on the production line, we conducted animal and human experiments. No one has ever transformed into a beast. Jian Yu and Wu Zhidong. Good, misunderstood. Jian Yu quickly explained, what my leader and I said was that there was something wrong with the genetic modification fluid I handed in. Ding Zhang understood what she meant immediately. That's possible. Because there was a problem with the source, we haven't discovered it yet. After we cracked and copied it according to the source, the subsequent problems can be explained. At this point, he asked, comrades who have transformed into beasts, do you feel any discomfort or other sequelae? Jian Yu and Wu Zhidong exchanged glances, and Wu Zhidong said, not only can a person with wings not fly, but he can't even walk properly. Is this considered a sequelae? Ding Zhang, who was originally worried, was speechless. It doesn't count. He said, baby birds cannot fly, but they need to learn to fly when they are old enough to leave the nest. Animals cannot walk when they are born, just like human babies need to learn to walk. If you want to say that, this really isn't a sequelae. The aftereffects I'm talking about are the loss of rationality. For example, do comrades who grow wings and become birdmen want to eat insects? Do comrades who grow leopard claws and tiger claws want to eat raw meat? They also become hostile to normal humans and have a strong desire to attack them? That kind of aftereffects. This is not really the case. The situation you described has not occurred yet. Ding Zhang said, I have a guess, but I don't know if it's correct. You say, is it possible that the people behind the system are from an advanced civilization with animal genes? Jian Yu. Wu Zhidong. Wu Zhidong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Jian Yu. I think the Dean's guess is closest to the truth. Jian Yu is really confused now. To be honest, this guess was indeed the most likely to be close to the truth, but the orc civilization? Her mind was a little confused, so she said, I'll call the system and ask. System, come out to me. The alarm kept beeping, and Chi-Chi, who was in a deep sleep, woke up with a start as if she was dying of illness and immediately connected to the system, asking, what's wrong, host? Why am I transforming into a beast? They couldn't tell others about their beast transformation, nor could they let Chi know that they had cracked and copied the genetic modification fluid. So Jian Yu had to do it alone. She lied without thinking and was possessed by the spirit of drama. She choked and said, "My hands turned into tiger claws. I'm so scared. System, what's wrong with your gene modification fluid? Why can it make a person turn into a beast out of nowhere? Are you sure? Host, don't be anxious. Calm down." Seeing that she was asking questions one after another and seemed to be endless, and Chi quickly interrupted her and said, "Don't panic. Just listen to me, and I will tell you slowly." "You say." Jian Yu sniffed and continued to sob. "System, I trust you very much. Please don't lie to me." Okay. I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. We have a community of interests." And Chi was surprisingly patient this time. She explained, "Host, don't worry. There is really no problem with the genetic modification fluid. The beast state is normal. In the interstellar age, there are many intelligent races. Among all the intelligent races, the genes of the Okados are the most stable and excellent. The gene modification fluid was developed by the wise men of the Okados. The original purpose of the gene modification fluid was to stabilize the genes of those intelligent races whose genes were not very stable and suffered from genetic diseases. So, when the wise men were making the genetic modification fluid, they first experimented with their genes." And Chi kept talking, and Jian Yu and the others were confused, but Dean Zhang and the others listened with their eyes shining. They even took out paper and pen or ran to the computer to take notes blindly. From time to time, he nodded with an expression as if to show that this is what the problem is. When Jian Yu saw this scene, he felt relieved a little. He would have to wait for Dean Zhang and others to come to a conclusion for the details. Chapter 57, No Problem. Finally, and Chi finished her chattering. She asked Jian Yu, "Host, do you understand?" Jian Yu, "I don't quite understand, but I understand one thing. That is, the genetic modification fluid is harmless and only beneficial, right?" "That's right." And Chi affirmed, "Host, you really don't have to worry. Genetic modification fluid is a common household medicine in my civilization. It's no problem to have a bottle whenever you need it. The primary level has the weakest and mildest impact on the body's genes. Above the primary level, there are intermediate and advanced levels. In my world, any intelligent life form can buy the intermediate level, but the advanced level is a military product and cannot be purchased by non-internal personnel. Why? Because the combat power generated after taking it in advanced form is too strong." Jian Yu believed this. After all, she had taken advanced genetic modification fluid in her previous life, and her combat power was truly impeccable. At least in the human society at that time, she was invincible. No one could do it. If she hadn't chosen the greater good in the end and gone to kill the Ninth Order Insect King, with her strength at that time, she would have had no problem living for 200 or 300 years. But it was precisely because she chose righteousness that she was able to know the conspiracy of Chi and others. All I can say is that there is gain and loss. At this moment, Jian Yu had completely dispelled his doubts about the genetic modification fluid. Even if there is a problem, it is a good one. A potion that can enhance one's strength, allow people to survive in the bloody, dark, and cruel apocalypse, and prolong life. Even if there are problems, I guess many people are willing to try it. Anyway, if Jian Yu were to choose, she would choose to try. Thinking of this, she said, "Good system. I understand. Thank you for clearing up my confusion." "You're welcome." And Chi was still a little uncomfortable with Jian Yu's politeness and easygoing manner this time. It was too strange. According to her understanding of this host, this guy should be trying to find ways to ask her for intermediate and advanced gene modification fluids. Worried that Jian Yu would really speak, and Chi said decisively, "Host, if you have nothing else to do, I will leave first. The Lord God notified us to have a meeting." What a shitty meeting. He kept complaining in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. "Okay, go ahead. I'll call you if there's anything. Then I'm leaving. Host, see you next time." After saying this, and Chi quickly logged off as if she was being chased by a ghost. Jian Yu shouted twice, and the mechanical version of the system came online. She let the mechanical version of the system go to the small dark room to play by itself again, and then she and Wu Zhitong looked at Dean Zhang and the others. At this moment, this group of people were gathered together discussing something enthusiastically, and the light in their eyes was incredibly bright. Jian Yu and Wu Zhitong leaned over and listened for a while, but they didn't understand anything. There were so many professional terms, especially those related to life genes, that Jian Yu and Wu Zhitong, two outsiders, were so amazed by what they heard. I have even more respect for President Zhang and his people. Intellectuals are really scary. Cultural people engaged in academic research are even more terrifying. The discussion became too heated, and the two tried several times to ask Dean Zhang and the others to pause, but they ended up being yelled at. Also, let them be quiet and don't disturb their inspiration. Jian Yu, Wu Zhitong. The two looked at each other helplessly and smiled bitterly. Jian Yu poked Wu Zhitong. Leader, say something. Wu Zhitong. I'm also afraid of being scolded. How about you tell me? Jian Yu refused immediately upon hearing this. No, you said you are busy. Don't forget that there is still a lot of official business waiting for you to deal with on your desk. I'm different. I'm just an unemployed vagrant with nothing to do. This is very infuriating, but it makes a lot of sense. Wu Zhidong was speechless. He was indeed busy to the point of being crazy. There really isn't much time to waste here, as the heads of the major military regions are still waiting for his response regarding the soldier's beast transformation. Just wait for me. After glancing at Jian Yu, Wu Zhitong ran off to disturb Dean Zhang and the others. Dean, hey, why are you so annoying? I told you not to bother us. Dean Zhang waved his hand like a fly, his words full of impatience. Wu Zhitong was so helpless, but he had to be that annoying fly and said again, Dean. Pulling the dean out of the crowd, Wu Zhitong said, I don't mean to bother you, but now there are local beast transformation phenomena in various places, and the soldiers are worried, waiting for you to give them some reassurance. As soon as these words came out, Dean Zhang's fiery heart suddenly cooled down, and he realized belatedly that he had forgotten the important matter while working hard on the new knowledge points in his excitement. Blame me. Dean Zhang slapped his forehead in annoyance and said, It's my fault for being so absorbed in it that I forgot you were still here. I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, the genetic modification fluid is fine. The phenomenon of animal transformation is a matter of probability. Not everyone who takes the genetic modification fluid will experience animal transformation. There are many people who have no reaction at all and only have their physical fitness improved, like us. At this point, he patted his chest and said firmly, You should know that we have also taken the genetic modification fluid. If there is any problem, we are still there to support you, so don't worry, just go forward boldly. Wu Zhitong was relieved after hearing this. Now that you've said this, I know what to do. Then he asked, Is there any way for the beastly warriors to help them adapt quickly? This question, Dean Zhang thought for a moment and gave an answer that was not really an answer. Let them practice until they can adapt to the changes in their bodies and can use them as easily as their arms and legs. The corner of Wu Zhitong's mouth twitched. It was the same as saying nothing. Will the beast-transformed warriors have to appear in this appearance in the future? Won't, Dean Zhang affirmed. Jian Yu and Wu Zhitong looked at him at the same time and asked in unison, Is there any basis for this? When Chi was lecturing, Dean Zhang listened very carefully. To be the dean of the Institute of Life Genetics, he is not just a name, but has the real talent. Therefore, he understood everything Chi said. Although he couldn't fully comprehend it yet, it was not difficult for him to understand the knowledge points with his professional qualities. So he talked about his basis in a loud voice. Seeing that Wu Zhitong and Jian Yu looked confused, he sighed and said with a look of incorrigibility, You won't understand even if I tell you this. Jian Yu and Wu Zhitong felt an invisible knife piercing their chests. You only need to know one thing. That is, the beastly state will only appear when the energy is running, and it will return to normal at other times. Jian Yu and Wu Zhidong suddenly realized that if they could return to normal, there wouldn't be any big problems. But, the two men's hearts were lifted again, and they looked at Dean Zhang with burning eyes, waiting for him to continue. The prerequisite for returning to normal is that the warriors must be proficient in how to use energy. As long as the energy keeps flowing, the local beastly characteristics will not stop. Chapter 58, Slaughterhouse. At this point, Dean Zhang scratched his head and said helplessly, Outsiders can't help with this. We can only let the soldiers slowly adapt and figure it out on their own. This is also a method. Although the effect is a bit slow, as the saying goes, it is better than the strange shapes of the soldiers. So, the two people who got satisfactory answers said goodbye and left. On the way back, Jian Yu said to Wu Zhitong, Leader, have you thought about how to face international public opinion? Wu Zhitong snorted, Don't worry about it. The end of the world is coming soon. By then, it will be too late to clean up the mess in front of you. Believe me, Even the security police in the Pacific won't have the time to engage in a propaganda war. When survival becomes a problem that everyone has to face, when being alive becomes a luxury, everything that is not related to survival is empty. Just staying alive and surviving successfully is the key. Jian Yu hummed. How is the emergency reserve going? So, Wu Zhidong could not hide his anxiety when talking about this. Time is really too tight. Even if all departments work around the clock, there is only a limited amount that can be stored. As he said that, he looked at Jian Yu and said, "You may need to take on a task at that time." "What mission?" "Lead a team to visit overseas countries to collect supplies and provide some humanitarian assistance to local people when necessary." Jian Yu was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Leader, can I ask you a question?" "You ask." "Have the big boss and his gang ever thought about announcing the end of the world? Just pretend we didn't say anything." It would have been better if this question had not been asked. Once Wu Zhidong was asked, he almost exploded. When we were purchasing supplies in large quantities all over the world, high-level officials from various countries called us one after another, some to inquire about the news, some to take advantage, some to be sarcastic, and so on. It perfectly illustrates what it means to be a living being. Moreover, some countries say high-sounding words but do nothing behind the scenes. You are either leading a team on a mission outside, or you are busy with Zerg and system matters. You may not be aware of some things. Since we started emergency reserves, we haven't done a good job of finishing the work because time is too tight. Moreover, the noise was too loud, so it is impossible to conceal it even if we want to. Then, all the evil spirits were mobilized. The National Security Bureau arrested a lot of people during this period, both domestic and foreign. Just 3 days ago, after intense discussion and voting, we decided to announce the news of the coming of the end of the world. Then the big boss contacted and held an international conference. It's better not to mention the results of the meeting. Jian Yu understood immediately that this was a sign of being bullied. Are there no bosses from various countries attending the meeting who believe it? Wu Zhitong said helplessly, but it's useless. The ones who believe it are small countries with little say. Our big brother is skeptical, but we have observed the situation in their country and there has been no movement, so it is likely that they still don't believe it. There is really nothing we can do about this. It's been said, but it's really frustrating if you don't believe it and don't make preparations. Sighing, Jian Yu said, "Forget it. We have done our best for humanitarian reasons. As long as we have a clear conscience, that's enough. Now, let's just take care of ourselves first. That's all we can do." Just when the two were feeling helpless, in a ranch in the distant Rothfank Empire, the sheep and cattle that were leisurely grazing suddenly became agitated. A dangerous and smelly smell hit me in the face. The herds of cattle and sheep began to run wildly in all directions, no longer as leisurely and orderly as before. Seeing that something was not right, the shepherd dog stood up quickly and looked towards the southeast. Then, they were met with a pair of cold mechanical compound eyes. One after another, huge, ferocious, ugly, and unknown creatures jumped out from the forest in the southeast at an extremely fast speed and ran towards this side. The sheepdogs first stood up instantly, and their strong sense of danger made them roar wildly. The sheep and cattle also followed suit, yelling in panic, and then ran even faster. The sheepdogs did not run away. Instead, they crouched down and made attacking gestures. When the monsters were about to reach them, they pounced on them. With a snapping sound, a sheepdog's head was bitten off by the monster's sharp mouthparts. The sheepdog's well-proportioned and slender body fell to the ground with a thud and was eaten by the monsters that swarmed over nearby. There were too few sheepdogs and too many monsters. If the sheepdogs had not chosen to attack when they discovered the monsters, but had turned around and fled like the cattle and sheep, they might have survived. But they did not flee. Instead, they chose to fight actively. So, the sheepdogs suffered a tragedy and became food for the monster. In a moment, the sheepdogs were eaten to pieces, and the sound of chewing could be heard continuously. Monsters are creatures that don't know when they are hungry or full. Moreover, the monsters are in urgent need of nutrition. A few sheepdogs can't satisfy their appetite at all. So, after eating the sheepdogs, groups of monsters chased in the direction where the sheep and cattle left. When the threat of death looms, any living creature will have a strong desire to survive. Flocks of sheep and cattle are no exception. Then, the Mordeus ranch fell into complete chaos and became a slaughterhouse of killing. Cows and sheep died one after another. and their wailing sounds reached the ears of the drunken rancher through the monitor. He opened his sleepy eyes, and before his brain woke up, he picked up the gun on the sofa and walked towards the door staggeringly, cursing nonstop, cursing the cowboy for taking money without working, cursing his wife for leaving him because she thought he had no future, cursing his friend for being disloyal, and so on. The mouth is never idle for a moment. Then he climbed into his pickup truck, started the car, and drove deeper into the ranch. Then he met the monster. Looking at those huge, ferocious, and ugly monsters that were eating frantically, Mordeus, who had stopped the car with emergency brakes, was instantly frightened awake. He sat in the driver's seat in a daze, unable to believe his eyes. What were these? Aliens have come from science fiction movies into reality? Is it an illusion? Is it an illusion? Mordeus hoped that this was an illusion, but the strong smell of blood and stench in the air outside the wide-open car window made him realize clearly that this was not an illusion, but real. For some unknown reason, a large group of monsters similar to aliens suddenly appeared on his ranch. What can he do at a time like this? Mordeus started the car with trembling hands and turned the steering wheel sharply, wanting to leave, but it was too late. Hearing the sound of the car, the aliens that were eating all turned their heads to look over. Mort suddenly became furious. He gritted his teeth, picked up the shotgun on the passenger seat, turned on the safety, loaded the gun, leaned forward, aimed at one of the aliens, and pulled the trigger calmly and decisively. Bah! The bullet shot out from the gun barrel at high speed and hit one of the aliens' chest accurately. Chapter 59, Anti-Aircraft Guns Kill Mosquitoes. A terrible scene appeared. The alien that was attacked did not die. Instead, it seemed to be enraged. The moment the bullet in its chest hit the ground, it kicked the ground hard with its powerful hind legs, and the whole alien jumped high. Then, he pounced towards Mordeus at lightning speed. At the same time, several other aliens also pounced. Ah! Mordeus screamed, dropped the gun in his hand, started the car, and wanted to get away from this damn place. He doesn't want to die, but it was too late. There was a loud bang, and the roof of the car felt heavy, followed by a sharp tearing sound. The roof that had been tightly covering the top of the head was torn into a hole by the alien. Mordeus looked up in horror and came face to face with the alien that was poking its head in from the cave. He didn't even have time to feel fear before his eyes went dark and he fell into endless darkness. Then a continuous clicking sound was heard, and it stopped after 2 minutes. An hour later, the ranch was filled with bones and the smell of blood, and there was no living creature except the alien insects. These alien insects, which had a full meal but were controlled by their endless appetite, left in all directions after a short rest. 5 hours later, the phone lines of the relevant departments in the state of Raincam were almost blown up, and every time a call was answered, the owner of the phone was shouting in fear that there was an alien invasion. This was followed by a sound similar to chewing. When the relevant departments first received such calls, they thought someone was playing a prank. However, as more and more calls came in with the same situation, the relevant departments could no longer ignore it and immediately sent people to investigate the situation. But it was too late. After causing one tragedy after another, the scattered alien insects successfully avoided all people and surveillance cameras and disappeared in the crowd. There is no other channel for relevant personnel to learn about the situation except the crime scene and witnesses. Tragedies similar to the Rotfank Empire Ranch incident occurred around the world this day. That evening, news reports and discussions about the incident appeared in overseas news media and online social platforms. Domestic. The country is currently relatively peaceful and is not troubled by the Zerg issue. But this peace is about to be broken. What did you say? The top leader of Yufeng City stood up in shock, looked at the man across the desk, and said in a deep voice, Shurchunwei, do you know what you were talking about? I know. Shurchunwei took a deep breath, took out a stack of photos from his briefcase, and handed them over. Leader, I couldn't believe it when I first received the news, but when I arrived at the scene, I found out. At this point, he suddenly became excited. His eyes began to turn red. Dead. All dead. Not a single one is alive. The scene was bloody and brutal. All the bodies of the victims were torn into pieces and gnawed into pieces. Some of them could not even be put together. The first people to arrive at the scene were police officers from the local police station. They were good at handling trivial matters, but not this kind of large-scale criminal case. So, when these security police arrived at the scene and found that the situation was beyond their capabilities, they immediately reported the matter, and then all members of the Criminal Investigation Brigade were dispatched. After on-site reconnaissance and trace tracking, Captain Rong told me solemnly that they might not be able to solve this matter. Trace identification confirmed that the cause of the massacre was not humans, nor wild beasts in the mountains, but an unknown creature with a huge body and strong bite force. And there are a lot of them. For the safety of Pingxi Town, Captain Rong's advice to me is to immediately organize the entire town to evacuate, then blockade Pingxi Town and report to the army to deal with these unknown creatures. Because he judged that these unknown creatures have a big appetite, and Pingxi Town has a special geographical location with mountains everywhere. After a full meal, these unknown creatures will go into the mountains, making it difficult to find them. If the local people are not evacuated, they will eat a few people every once in a while, or eat several people a day. The people of the whole town will not be able to survive for long. This is too big for me to make the decision, so I'm here. Looking at the man, Shi Chunhui choked up and said, "Leader, there are more than 70 people in the village. All died tragically, without even a complete body left, and there are still a lot of follow-up hidden dangers. How should this matter be handled? Give me a definite answer. I'm not afraid of taking responsibility. As long as things like what happened in Datian village don't happen again, I will do anything." The leader took a deep breath and said, "You must go back immediately and follow Captain Rong's instructions to organize the entire town to evacuate. We cannot stay in Pingxi Town anymore. I'll take care of the rest. I'll go to the provincial government building right now to find the leader and ask for military support." Seeing the leader's solemn expression, Shi Chunhui had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Leader, the creature that caused the Datian village massacre couldn't be the kind of creature I thought it was?" The leader looked at him deeply and said, "The possibility is 99.99%. They had received the news early in the morning. The country's emergency reserves were not very secretive. Moreover, they were originally people within the system. There were some things that outsiders did not know clearly, and those who were well-informed could only guess. However, those of them, big and small, who were considered leaders within the system, knew everything clearly. I originally thought there was still some time, but I didn't expect it to break out now. Or it broke out in the area under his jurisdiction. Damn." The leader was so angry that he packed up the photos and put them in his briefcase. He solemnly warned, "The evacuation of the residents of Pingxi Town needs to be implemented as quickly as possible. Such tragedies cannot continue. The Zerg have a big appetite and a large number. Captain Rong is right. If we don't find a way to eliminate these Zerg, the entire population of Pingxi Town combined will not be enough for the Zerg to eat for a few days. Do you understand what I mean?" "Understand," Shi Chunhui said seriously. "Leader, I'll leave first and then notify them to take action. Well, you also need to rush back as soon as possible to take charge. Extreme times call for extreme measures. If anyone dares to cause trouble for you, you should just deal with them. I will take responsibility for any problems that arise." "Yes." As they were talking, the two of them had already left the office and walked downstairs. After the two men hurried out of the office building, one drove left back to Pingxi Town, and the other drove right to the provincial government building. 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 43 seconds later, in an office in the Furong Provincial Military Region, the commander of the 1st Division of the 72nd Army suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Leader, I think I heard something." "What did you just say?" "Let me lead a group of people and equipment to Pingxi Town to hunt the Zerg." "What insects?" "The insects in the farmland and vegetable fields." The saying, using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito, has always been used, but before this, Mu Shihan never took it seriously and just treated it as a joke. As a result, he is now asked by his direct superior to lead a team to use anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes, not insects. Well, it doesn't matter whether they are mosquitoes or insects, it's all the same. Chapter 60, The End of the World is coming. "Lead, shut up." The leader was disappointed with his chatterbox character and said, "Don't talk, just listen to me. You heard me right. I want you to lead a regiment of troops to Pingxi Town. Your mission is to radiate in all directions from Datian village as the center point and conduct a carpet search to find the Zerg. Yes, Zerg. They are not the bugs in the vegetable fields that you imagine. They are the Zerg similar to the aliens in science fiction movies. This is not. Don't talk to me about science or not. Think about the genetic modification fluid you took before and the superpowers you suddenly gained." At this point, the leader looked at Mu Shihan meaningfully and said, "Xiao Mu, the end of the world is coming. This Datian village incident is your first battle. I hope that all of you will return safely." At this point, he shouted, "Remember my words." "Yes." Mu Shihan's expression was stern. He raised his hand to salute and said loudly, "Report to the leader. I promise to complete the task." The leader nodded. "Go ahead, set off immediately." "Yes." After leaving the leader's office, Mu Shihan immediately issued an emergency assembly order for all members to gather. In Longwa, a standard full-strength regiment has 1,700 people. The regiment led by Mu Shihan is a standard combat regiment. Under normal circumstances, the regiment led by Mu Shihan would not issue an order for all members to assemble. Once it happens, it means that the situation is very serious. So the whole group became busy. An hour later, the huge convoy left the military area. Military trucks loaded with personnel drove towards Pingxi town in the dark. Behind the military trucks were vehicles pulling tanks. When the vehicle enters the city, the traffic police who have been waiting there will immediately mobilize their motorcycles or vehicles, sound the alarm, and lead the way. Some sections of the road were also closed. Such a big movement attracted the attention of vehicles and pedestrians along the way. Some drivers and passengers in some vehicles even take photos and videos when the traffic lights are green and post them on their moments or on social networking sites and short video sites. Pedestrians also follow a similar routine. In the information society, it has become the norm to take a picture of everything you see and post it on WeChat moments or short video platforms. As soon as these short videos and photos were uploaded, they immediately sparked heated discussions. What's going on? Is there going to be a war? Let's hold an exercise. The international situation has been quite peaceful recently. I haven't heard of any troubles that have escalated to the point of war. I have a guess. Is the country going to take back how to air? Is that so? If so, I will donate 1 year's salary to support the motherland and let our son come home. The person above is very courageous. I have to support my family. I cannot donate a year's salary, but I can donate 2 months' salary. The tanks have been dispatched, so the situation must be very complicated. Yes. An imaginative netizen began to talk nonsense in a serious tone. Friends, I have inside information. It is said that the end of the world is coming. The reason why the army was dispatched this time is because of the massive invasion of alien creatures. Everyone listen to my advice. Don't hang out outside at night during this period. The staff of the Information Security Center looked confused. What's going on with this person? You can say he is talking nonsense, but what he said is true. To be honest, what he said next seems a bit frivolous. Just when I was wondering whether it was better to fish in troubled waters and stir up trouble, or to block this information directly, another comment came. Really? What do invading alien creatures look like? Is it delicious? Can I eat it? By the way, to the person above, if the end of the world is coming, should we stock up on supplies? Otherwise, when the end of the world comes, order will be disrupted, and even if you don't die at the hands of alien creatures, you will starve to death. Brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna go stock up on some supplies. I counted the money in my wallet, and it's enough for me to buy 3 packs of instant noodles. I can't even afford the ones in buckets. Better than me. The money in my pocket is only enough for me to buy a steam bun. I don't care if alien creatures come or not. For me, moving bricks and making money is more important. Brother upstairs, how much do you make for carrying bricks a day? 500. Not so much. I once worked as a bricklayer, but the black-hearted capitalist only paid me $50 a day. I was so angry that I beat up my boss, and then I ate free lunchboxes for more than a year. Well, because I was ugly and dark, my life in there was quite comfortable. The only bad thing was that I had to operate the sewing machine every day. Then the comments went completely off topic, and everyone started talking nonsense in a serious manner. Staff. All I can say is that the leader's worries are unnecessary. Today's netizens are more dishonest and unreliable than each other, and are more likely to go astray. With a sigh, the staff continued to diligently monitor the trends on the internet, ready to guide public opinion at any time. At this time, Jian Yu and his friends were watching the soldiers from the Beijing military region using their superpowers to their advantage. Look at my scattering flowers. A water soldier waved his hand, and countless water drops fell from the sky like flowers scattered by fairies. Look at my fire dragon flying. Another soldier shouted, then made an 18 dragon subduing palms gesture and pushed his palm forward. A mini fire dragon that could be mistaken for an earthworm jumped out from his palm with a whoosh. It disappeared within 2 seconds. The comrades' onlookers burst into violent laughter, and some even joked, Lu Lao-san, you are a fire earthworm. You are as weak as you in following up. You didn't even hold on for 2 seconds, and you fell apart. Let me ask you, if you are not hurt, you will not feel inferior. You are the one who has low self-esteem. You are super low self-esteem. I'm not low on self-esteem. I'm extremely proud. Anyway, I have superpowers. No matter if it's an earthworm or something else, I can't deny that it's a superpower. You. He laughed, and the crowd laughed at him when he opened his mouth. I don't even have superpowers. If I were you, I wouldn't be in the mood to make sarcastic remarks here. I would have hid under the quilt and cried. Everyone. Hey, this sounds so irritating. A group of soldiers who took the genetically modified fluid but did not awaken their superpowers and only improved their physiques looked at each other and said in unison, "Tickle him." So, Lu Laosan was beaten up by the brothers who rushed over. He screamed and shouted for help. No one came to his rescue, and the brother who had tickled his armpits fiercely asked him whether he admitted his mistake and accepted the punishment. Lu Laosan persuaded these guys who were ruthless in betraying their brothers, and then asked him to treat them. The requirements are not high. Just ask them to set up a small kitchen in the canteen. Lu Laosan didn't want to invite them, but he was almost laughing to death because of their tickling, and he didn't dare to resist or refuse. So, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out the word please. Lu Laosan was bullied by his brothers because he was too arrogant and was ridiculed by everyone. The rest of those who awakened their superpowers were not much better than him. The result of each one being more arrogant than the other was that the training ground was filled with shouts and laughter. Very nice. Seeing this scene, Jian Yu's eyes were filled with smiles. Gu Mingyi put his hand on her shoulder and said lazily, "Sister, because of you, I am separated from my brothers. Shouldn't you compensate me in some way?" Compensation for what? Jian Yu tilted her head to look at him. "I'll tell my aunt that you bullied me, believe it or not. I say, you are a grown-up girl now. Can you please stop complaining to your parents all the time? Do you still think you are the little girl with pigtails and a crying habit?" Gu Mingyi was so angry that he pinched her face. "I have loved complaining since I was a child. Because that little girl loved to tell tales so much, his childhood and teenage life were extremely miserable." Chapter 61, Humanoid Weapons. Jian Yu said confidently, "In front of my aunt and uncle, even if I am in my 70s or 80s, I am still a little girl." Gu Mingyi, recalling the way his parents treated Jian Yu, and then thinking about their attitude towards him, Gu Mingyi endured, and finally couldn't help but said, "I seriously suspect that we got the wrong baby. You should have a last name Gu, and I should have a last name Jian." This sounded a bit confusing, but Jian Yu understood it as soon as he heard it. She hummed, "Okay, I'll remember this. Don't worry, I will definitely tell my uncle and aunt." Gu Mingyi was silent, and was about to say do whatever you want when Fuyo came over and said, "Old Gu, there are so many fire-type psychics in the field. Why don't you go down and have some fun?" Gu Mingyi raised his eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. Fuyo laughed when he saw this, and twisted his neck with a crackling sound while pinching his finger bones. "If you don't want to go, forget it. I want to go down and play with them." Before he finished speaking, the other person had already gone far away. Then his loud voice was heard in the field. "Brothers, let's practice. Just practice." The soldiers responded enthusiastically to the proposal of floating. Then Viper and the others also joined in. Pigeon wanted to go, but was stopped by Jian Yu. "I'll go practice too." The pigeon looked at Jian Yu, who had a blank expression on his face. "What are you practicing? What can you practice with a human-shaped generator?" That's right. After these days of exploration, the function of the pigeon as a human-shaped searchlight has finally been discovered. That is, it can generate electricity. The voltage is stable and lasts for a long time. With pigeons, they don't have to worry about electricity even when the end of the world officially arrives. All we need is a set of solar power generation equipment to let the pigeons generate electricity, and the electricity problem can be completely solved. This ability may seem useless now, but it will be very useful after the end of the world. Moreover, in addition to generating electricity, pigeons have another function. That is, the light they emit can be used as aqua regia. However, the pigeon was unhappy, as this was far from his ideal superpower. Upon hearing Jian Yu's words, his face immediately fell and he asked, "Let me ask you a question. Do I still have a chance to awaken a second time?" Jian Yu laughed and said, "Do you dislike your abilities so much?" "I don't hate it, but I don't feel happy either." Pigeon said rather melancholy, "My ideal superpower is fire, lightning, or gold, but this glittering power is beyond my expectations. To be honest, the gap in my heart is quite big." Yun Jin raised his eyes to look at him and reminded him lightly, I don't have any special powers yet. As soon as these words came out, the pigeon immediately looked up and down and didn't look at him. Why are you looking at me? He feels guilty. He has superpowers, but he still complains about this and that. His boss is still a poor commander with nothing under his command. In order to avoid being taught a lesson by the boss, he decided, I'll go see them floating. Before he finished his words, he started running so fast that he disappeared from Jian Yu and the other's sight in the blink of an eye. Gu Mingyi was a little confused, so he asked Jian Yu, why hasn't Yin Jian awakened yet? This question left Jian Yu speechless, and she wanted to play dead and not answer. However, two pairs of eyes were staring at her. Gu Mingyi was full of curiosity, and Yun Jian was nervous. Jian Yu. Yun Jian also wanted superpowers. When all the team members had superpowers, he was the only one without them. I'm afraid only he knew the disappointment in his heart. Moreover, Yun Jian in his previous life was really strong. As a powerful user of Thunder-type abilities, Yun Jian relied on his own strength to establish his status as the king of the apocalypse step by step. Even though he later died, and died in such a heroic way, he is still a well-deserved king. He is a hero in the eyes of all survivors. And now, this hero is still an ordinary person. There will be, Jian Yu affirmed, but I don't know when he will awaken. Not a comfort? Yun Jian asked her. Jian Yu did not answer but asked, do you need my comfort? I understand. Yun Jian nodded and said with a smile, let's go have a midnight snack? Jian Yu's heart was shamefully moved. She looked at the scene of the water snakes, fire snakes, earth thorns, and plants dancing wildly in the training ground and asked, are you too sure you don't want to join in the fun? I won't join in. Gu Mingyi said calmly, no one can beat me. If I go on the field, I will kill them in seconds. This is arrogant, but it is also true. Gu Mingyi is very talented and has already mastered the use of his special powers. When it comes to control over supernatural powers, he is indeed better than everyone else in the field. So, Jian Yu looked at Yun Jian. The man with curved lips smiled and said softly, your brother can't beat me. Ah! Jian Yu was surprised and looked at Gu Mingyi. Have you two practiced before? As soon as these words came out, Gu Mingyi's face darkened. Recalling the scene of Yun Jian sparring, he took a deep breath and said helplessly, I practiced and I lost. He was very concise and to the point, and he was not willing to let Jian Yu know the inside story at all. But even if he didn't say it, Jian Yu could probably guess it. She sighed. You are a superpower, but you can't beat an ordinary person. You may have some misunderstanding about ordinary people. Gu Mingyi rolled his eyes and complained as he walked out with the two of them. If Yun Jian was an ordinary person, there would be no ordinary people in this world. He is clearly a humanoid weapon. His predictive ability is incredibly strong. He has a special trick, which is that he can judge a person's attacking moves and where the attack will fall through his muscles and body language. People with superpowers are also human beings, and as long as they are human beings, body language will appear when they display their superpowers. And this is exactly what Yun Jian is good at. Therefore, most of the moves he used in the battle against Yun Jian failed. Before he had superpowers, he had no chance of defeating Yun Jian. After he gained superpowers, sadly, he could only tie with Yun Jian. Well, he called himself a tie. To be strictly objective, he was actually at a disadvantage. This shows how strong this guy is. As soon as Gu Mingyi said this, Jian Yu's gaze towards Yun Jian suddenly changed. She asked curiously, I want to know what kind of training you have undergone to achieve this level. Yun Jian, it's very harsh and cruel. The training we went through is many times more than your brother's. The repeated life and death training brought irreversible damage. In our team, anyone over 30 has to leave. It can be transferred to a civilian job, to a lower unit, or retired. No one is over 30. Many don't even make it to 30. If it weren't for this incident, I would have retired in 2 years at most. Gu Mingyi asked the question that had been lurking in his mind for a long time. What is your standard for selecting people? In fact, I have always thought that I am quite good, and you are also the first choice for my ideal team. But I was eliminated in the 3rd round. I have always wondered what your standard is for passing the round. Chapter 62, Something is Wrong. Yun Jian was silent for 2 seconds. There is no standard. What the hell? Gu Mingyi stumbled. Then why was I eliminated in the first place? Yun Jian thought about it seriously and said, I don't know. He explained, I might not be there when you go for the tryout. This possibility is real. Gu Mingyi reported a series of names. These are the instructors who participated in the selection at that time. Yun Jian said seriously. Except for Boss Qin, the rest have already retired. Because of age? Jian Yu asked curiously. Yun Jian hummed. My physical strength is starting to decline, and my hidden injuries are starting to break out. My current physical condition doesn't support staying here any longer. If you want to stay, you can only transfer to civilian positions. You definitely can't stay on the front line. But for those of us who have served on the front line, no one would be happy to switch to civilian positions, so we don't have many options left. We can either quit another unit, transfer to civilian jobs, or retire completely. After hearing this, Jian Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. There are many people like Yun Jian in Long Country. It is precisely because of thousands and millions of people like this that Dragon Country is what it is today. But soon, the hard work of several generations will be destroyed. When the end of the world comes, everything that once was will vanish into thin air. All that was left to them was blood and countless separations of life and death. Once again, Jian Yu hated Chi-Chi and the others so much that her teeth were itching. At this time, Mu Shihan and his friends had already arrived at Pingxi Town. Datian Village is a small mountain village with only one rural passage, which is a cement road. However, the road is not wide enough, making it difficult even for a car to pass through, let alone huge vehicles such as military trucks and tanks. Therefore, the convoy stopped directly in Pingxi Town. And then Mu Shihan personally led the reconnaissance team to Datian Village to investigate the specific situation. On the way to Datian Village, the scout Shi Jinxing, who was sitting on a chair assembling a heavy machine gun, wondered, Captain, what happened in Datian Village? Why are they allowed to use medium and heavy weapons? The reconnaissance team is a fast and mobile team. In order to facilitate operations and reconnaissance, the reconnaissance team usually travels lightly. Even if they carry weapons, they are light weapons. But this time, they not only brought heavy machine guns, but also Type 105 rocket launchers. Not to mention the tanks behind. The artillery troops were dispatched. Not only Shi Jinxing was curious about this mission, but everyone in the reconnaissance company was jumping up and down like a kitten in their hearts, wanting to know the answer. Mu Shihan was looking at the local map of Pingxi Town. It was an ancient hand-drawn parchment map, which was said to have been hand-drawn by several generations of old hunters in Pingxi Town. This map of the special era was handed in for some reason. It has been kept in the town archives over the years. In the information age, it is easy to know the terrain of a place, and drones and satellites can do this. But again, Datian Village has a special geographical location and is surrounded by mountains. What drones and satellites can capture and see is just the surface. What is the situation inside the forest? It is difficult to take pictures because the branches and leaves are too dense. Look again, it's nighttime now, and even if I fly a drone, the pictures I take won't be as good as during the day. For Mu Shihan, he trusts the map and his intuition more. So he contacted the person in charge of Pingxi Town and got the map. Hearing Master Jinxing's words, he said without even raising his eyelids, "Hunting Zerg. This thing has great lethality, and light weapons may not be able to defeat Zerg." Everyone has a question mark face. The reconnaissance company commander Wei Jinyan said solemnly, "Captain, are you sure you are not still asleep?" "I didn't sleep," Mu Shihan said calmly. Wei Jinyan reached out to touch his forehead and said, "That means the high fever has confused your brain." "I'm not confused." Slapping Wei Jinyan's hand away, Mu Shihan raised his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I'm not kidding. We are really hunting the Zerg. Datian Village was massacred by the Zerg. We came here after the news was reported to higher levels. Our mission this time is to conduct a carpet search from Datian Village outwards. Whether it is adult insects or eggs, we must kill them if we see them. We absolutely cannot let these Zergs spread out." An old scout soldier couldn't help but ask, "So, the genetic modification fluid we took was designed to fight the Zerg?" Mu Shihan. How would he know this? Before this, he had no idea there was such a thing as genetic modification fluid. But, yes, he said, "Have you all seen the sci-fi movie Alien?" "I've seen it." In unison, Wei Jinyan's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, "Captain, don't tell me that the Zerg we are going to deal with this time are aliens?" Mu Shihan nodded, then shook his head, leaving everyone speechless, and they all asked him whether it was true or not. Similar to the aliens, they are not native to the Blue Water Planet, but come from outside this planet. I don't know what they look like, but it is said that the Zerg have a variety of appearances, some with wings, some with scales, and so on. In short, these Zerg are very dangerous, with voracious appetites and strong attack power. You have weapons and abilities. I hope that after this actual battle, all of us can return alive. Can they really defeat alien bugs like the alien? A trace of confusion arose in everyone's heart, but soon after, the confusion disappeared. Because they're soldiers. There are still soldiers with special abilities and experienced in battle. It's just a Zerg fight, they can do it. Thinking of this, everyone said yes in unison. Wei Jinyan patted the rocket launcher in his arms and said with a smile, "As long as the Zerg dare to come, I will kill them today." That's right, kill those alien bastards. The soldiers were filled with righteous indignation. Whenever they thought of these alien species slaughtering Datian village and killing so many of their compatriots, they felt a fire burning in their hearts. The fire burned more and more fiercely, making them eager to fight the Zerg to the death. Finally, the wheeled vehicle carrying Mu Shihan and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Datian village. It was late at night, and the Datian village surrounded by mountains was pitch black. The bright moonlight fell from the sky, making the Datian village look like a huge mouth open and ready to devour people at any time. Eerie and silent. Before he got out of the vehicle, Mu Shihan had a bad feeling when he leaned out of the sunroof of the wheeled vehicle and looked around with a night vision telescope. Something's wrong. Everyone be careful. The weather in mid-May is already warming up, and even though the temperature in the mountains is lower than in the city, it is not ridiculously low. In this kind of climate, the small animals in the mountains and forests are very active. But Datian village and even the surrounding mountains are so quiet that it makes people feel uneasy. There was no sound of frogs croaking, birds chirping, etc., not even the buzzing of mosquitoes. Flying insects have the property of gathering light. Mu Shihan took out the headlamp and turned it on, but failed to attract even a single small flying insect. This situation made him feel even more depressed. Chapter 63 Lost Contact. Mu Shihan climbed up the ranks from a scout to the position of regiment commander step by step. As someone who had worked at the grassroots level and carried out many A-level missions, his unique, keen intuition and perception of danger made him have a stronger and stronger bad premonition. Scorpion, Potato, Pumpkin, the three of you stay here and use the chariot as a base to set up a strong defense line and monitor our actions. If you find something wrong, contact the main force immediately. Do you hear me? Yes. The three people named took action immediately. The rest of you follow me and be alert. Receive. At a command, Mu Shihan and the members of the reconnaissance team got off the chariot and advanced towards Datian village at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. 5 minutes later, we arrived at Oda village. The old houses, weeds, vegetable gardens, and lush vegetation on the surrounding hills cast fierce shadows under the moonlight. Quiet. This is the first feeling everyone has after entering Datian village. It was so quiet that they could even hear their own breathing. Mu Shihan led the way and walked in front. Time passed by minute. When a group of people appeared in the center of the village near the end of the village, Mu Shihan suddenly stopped. Stop, there is a smell of blood. Everyone get ready for battle. The rotten and foul smell in the air went straight into the nose, making people want to vomit. Normally, with such a strong smell, Mu Shihan should have ignored the faint smell of blood in the stench, but he smelled it anyway. Once nicknamed the Golden Retriever, he has an exceptional sense of smell. He could discern useful information through the smell carried on the wind, and his nose was of great help in one mission after another. Mu Shihan was very confident in his sense of smell. He didn't think he would be wrong, so there were definitely potential dangers waiting for them in the middle of the village, including the end of the village. Maybe it's the Zerg, maybe it's Zerg eggs, or more likely, it's the animal carcasses that the Zerg dragged back from the mountains. After Mu Shihan gave this order, everyone's breathing quickened. The three people from Pumpkin who released the latest model of drone from the tank for monitoring discovered through the infrared heat source sensor on the drone that a large number of light spots were coming towards Datian village from the mountains and forests in all directions. Contact the main force and have them go to Datian village for support as quickly as possible and bring their equipment. When Pumpkin gives an order, Potato executes it immediately. The person in charge of Pingxi Town was the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion, Qi Xiaowei. After the communicator came to report the situation, he immediately ordered the large force to take their equipment and rush to the scene at full speed. After the main force left, he finally had the mood to go to the makeshift information center. Looking at the fast-moving dots of light on the big screen, he swallowed and asked, "Are these all Zerg? Isn't that too many?" This is a conservative estimate. There are tens of thousands of them. They are densely packed all over the place. If someone with trypophobia saw this, he might faint from fright. I don't know if it's the Zerg. The communicator hesitated and said, the heat source sensing system didn't respond, but the infrared sensing system did. Qi Shaohui thought about it for 2 seconds and knew where the problem lay. Strictly speaking, the Zerg are cold-blooded creatures, so the heat sensing system cannot detect them. However, the Zerg are living creatures, so it's not surprising that the infrared sensing system can detect them. At this point, his face suddenly became serious. The number is beyond our expectations. Contact the headquarters. If possible, please evacuate all residents in the villages and towns around Pingxi Town as quickly as possible. Send another large force to provide support. When he gave the order, the communicator did not obey it immediately, but hesitated and asked, Captain, is it necessary? Qi Shaohui had an advanced strategic awareness, and his intuition told him that this mission would not go smoothly. The problem won't be solved unless a bunch of people die. The alien Zerg were a completely unfamiliar species, and they had no idea about them. Their chance of winning was still reasonable given their small numbers, but the number that had appeared now had far exceeded their expectations. And these are just the ones that have been exposed. Datian village is surrounded by mountains, and who knows if these insects have come out in full force. If not, it means there are still Zerg in the mountains. With so few people, even with equipment and weapons, it would be difficult for them to fight against the alien Zerg. Yes, sir, he shouted sternly, and the communicator uploaded the message without saying a word. The military district was also paying attention to the situation in Datian village. As soon as Commander Lin received the news, he called personally to inquire about the situation. Are you sure the number of Zerg is in tens of thousands? Sure, Qi Shaohui said in a deep voice. Reporting to the leader, the display screen is so densely packed with them that it is impossible to count them. Also, I don't think that's the full amount. Datian village is backed by a mountain, and all the mountains are connected. Now, no one knows how many Zergs are still in the mountains. Therefore, for the safety of the people and to reduce unnecessary casualties, I personally think that it is necessary to evacuate the local residents. All the people in Pingxi Town have been evacuated. If we need to evacuate now, we will evacuate to several places around Pingxi. Qi Shaohui, you should know that this is not a trivial matter. Yes, I know, Qi Shaohui said anxiously. But leader, we can't just do nothing. I have read the information about Beidong Town next to Pingxi Town. This is a town that is larger than Pingxi Town. Because there is a national forest park, Beidong Town is a well-known tourist spot. Without talking about the current number of tourists, let's just talk about the permanent population, which is more than 300,000. I hope my judgment is wrong, but what if? Once the Zerg in the mountains spread out, Beidong Town will definitely bear the brunt, and the consequences will be disastrous. There was no response from the other end. Only the commander's breathing could be heard. Qi Shaohui felt a little desperate, and his heart began to sink. I see. Suddenly, Commander Lin's words, as if he had made up his mind, rang in my ears like the sound of nature. You go to Datian village immediately. I will arrange the evacuation of Beitong, including the reinforcements. At this point, Commander Lin paused, then said in a deep voice, Qi Shaohui, listen to my orders. Qi Shaohui is here. I order you to hold your ground and not release any Zerg, even if only one person is left. Please rest assured, we will complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Qi Shaohui looked at the communicator and said, contact the group leader and ask them what the situation is over there. Yes. As a result, the communicator's expression suddenly became serious when he contacted the person. He tried several times, but the signal could not be connected. Leader, they lost contact. Lost contact? As soon as the communicator reported the news, Qi Shaohui's face changed immediately. He leaned in front of the display screen and asked in a deep voice, can you find out the reason for the loss of contact? The technician, who was sitting in front of the computer, said in a deep voice, reporting to the battalion commander, I suspect it's a magnetic field disorder. Chapter 64A, Fireburned. What caused the magnetic field disturbance? The technician couldn't answer this question. He looked at the big screen that was turning into a snowflake and said hesitantly, preliminary suspicion is that it was caused by the Zerg, but the details still require technical identification. The implication is that he is not sure either. Qi Shaohui stopped worrying about this problem and said in a deep voice, can we find a way to solve the problem of magnetic field disorder? Able, the technician said firmly and then added, but you need to go to the site. Without going to the scene, There is no way to find out the problem or solve the problem from the root. You're going there in person? Chi Xiaowei looked at him, and the young man smiled and said confidently, "Except for me to make this trip myself, no one else can solve this problem." "That's true." "Okay." Chi Xiaowei nodded. "I'll send a team to accompany you to the scene. Make sure to complete the mission." The young man stood up and saluted, then said, "Captain, I'll go get the equipment." So the technician left the temporary information center and prepared to go to the scene. At this time, Mu Shihan and his friends encountered a Zerg that was in the egg-laying period. Everyone swallowed as they looked at the Zerg in front of them, which was more than 2 meters tall, with 6 wings on its back and covered with hard, fiery red shells. It looks very difficult to deal with. The body is too large, and the wings can carry this Zerg into flight. Coupled with the shell that wraps its body tightly, it may not be easy to deal with this Zerg. But it's not easy, and we have to do it. This thing is extremely lethal. His eyes fell on the corrosive saliva flowing from the corners of the Zerg's mouth, and Mu Shihan made a few tactical gestures. The machine gunners and snipers who had hidden in advantageous locations in advance immediately opened fire, drawing all the Zerg's attention to Mu Shihan and the others. The bullet shot out from the gun barrel, hitting the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle with fierce firepower. With a clanging sound, the bullets collided with the shell and fell to the ground one by one with sparks. Gosh! The sniper who saw this scene couldn't help but swear. He raised his arm slightly and aimed the muzzle of the gun at the copper bell-sized compound eyes of the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle. With a slight movement of his fingers, a bullet flew straight towards the compound eye with a sound of breaking through the air. However, the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle is alive, and it is now an egg-laying period when it is in urgent need of nutrition. In order to protect its eggs, and given the high aggressiveness of the Zerg during the egg-laying period, this 3-star, 6-winged red beetle did not stand there stupidly and take bullets. Instead, it moved like lightning, with the flapping of its 6 pairs of gauze wings that looked as thin as cicada wings but were actually extremely tough. The huge body of the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle rose into the air with a huge sound of airflow and pounced straight towards Mu Shihan and the others. "Fire!" Mu Shihan shouted loudly, and gunshots rang out. A volley of bullets headed for the eyes, mouth parts, gauze wings, and other parts of the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle. Bah! One of the gauze wings was damaged. Bah! One compound eye was broken. Bah! The damaged gauze wing might have injured a nerve or something else. The 3-star, 6-winged red beetle, which was originally suspended in the air and dodged bullet attacks flexibly, lost its balance in an instant, and its huge body tilted, and the whole insect fell straight down. Now! Mu Shihan's eyes lit up, and he activated his supernatural powers. His whole body was wrapped in a layer of frost, and he stomped his feet hard on the ground and pounced towards the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle like an arrow. Puff! Almost at the moment the insect fell to the ground, Mu Shihan, who had calculated the angle, appeared in front of the Zerg. Without giving the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle a chance to react, with a slight sound, Mu Shihan's dagger wrapped in frost power quickly and accurately pierced into the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle's soft abdomen, the only part that was not covered by scales and had a layer of fluff. I have to say that Mu Shihan's weakness was well found, and he was hurt well. His sword stabbed right into the part of the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle where the source crystal was hidden. A strong sense of crisis came over it, and the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle froze for a moment before struggling violently. However, it was too late. Mu Shihan, who was nearly sent flying by its fierce struggle, reacted quickly, twisted his wrist fiercely, and pulled hard, leaving a big cut on its soft belly. Mu Shihan caught a glimpse of light from the corner of his eye, and before his brain could give any instructions, his hand reached into the big hole as if it had self-awareness and grabbed a hard object. Then he pulled hard and a fist-sized ball was pulled out. The 3-star, 6-winged, flying beetle fell to the ground after a short chirp and never moved again. Is this dead? Everyone was delighted. Long before Mu Shihan used his special powers to pounce on the 3-star, 6-winged red beetle, the machine gunner and sniper had stopped shooting in order to avoid accidentally hurting Mu Shihan. But the muzzles of the guns were all aimed at this 3-star, 6-winged red beetle. When Mu Shihan was almost thrown out, the machine gunner and sniper were so scared that they almost shot. Fortunately, Mu Shihan had rich combat experience and on-the-spot reaction ability, and he readjusted his body almost instantly. Thus, the giant Zerg was defeated. Except for the machine gunner and sniper who remained on guard. All the rest came to watch the Zerg. Fuck, this bug is really big. A new scout recruit said in amazement. What's this? The veteran's attention was not on the adult insects, but on the piles of fluorescent objects on the ground that looked like ping-pong balls. Where? Mu Shihan turned his head and looked over, then squatted down and frowned. Old Wu, is this the position where the bug was squatting originally? The veteran scout, known as Lao Wu, thought for a few seconds and nodded. Yes, when we found this bug, it was standing here motionless, and no one knew what it was doing. At this point, he quickly realized the problem and immediately looked down at these ping-pong balls in disbelief and said, No way. Could these things be insect eggs laid by it? I think these are insect eggs. Mu Shihan poked the eggs with a dagger and said, A fire-type mutant. Please burn these eggs. Regardless of whether these ping-pong ball-like things are insect eggs or not, the safest way is to burn them with fire. Captain, I'm here. As he spoke, a soldier came over and stared at the ping-pong balls for 2 seconds, then burned them with fire and said, As expected of an alien insect race, the adults are big and the eggs they lay are also big. The fire of a fire-type mutant can make any object ignite easily. Almost at the moment when the flame fell on the ping-pong ball, the flame suddenly grew larger, and the ping-pong ball fireball suddenly became a fireball as big as a small rubber ball. Immediately afterwards, a strong and exotic fragrance spread. Chapter 65, Bayonet Charge. Gurgle. After smelling this scent, a group of people swallowed their saliva in unison. Veteran scout Shirfangbin even said, This thing smells so good when it burns. It's definitely the feeling of wanting to eat. Looking at the huge Zerg next to him, and then at the Zerg eggs that were almost burnt by the fire, Shirfangbin was about to speak when he saw Mu Shihan holding a pink and blue spherical object in his hand. He immediately came over curiously and asked, Captain, did you get this from the Zerg? Is there anything else on the Zerg? As soon as Shirfangbin said this, Lao Wu and the others immediately asked, What is it? This thing. Mu Shihan spread out his palms for them to see the source crystal and reminded them, This thing is similar to the human brain and heart called source crystal. It is said to be a new type of energy, and it can also allow people with special abilities to upgrade. Let the superpowers upgrade? How do you upgrade them? There were many people with special abilities present, and they immediately became excited when they heard Mu Shihan's words. Mu Shihan, it is said that we need to activate the energy inside. As he said this, he put the source crystal into his pocket and ordered in a deep voice, Now is not the time to study this. Complete the task first. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone moved towards the end of Oda village again. After searching the entire village, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment as they didn't find a single Zerg. When Mu Shihan was thinking about what the problem was, a sniper on guard suddenly shouted, Captain, we are surrounded. Before he finished speaking, snipers and machine gunners who occupied advantageous terrain came out from their hiding places in unison, holding their guns and aiming at the Zerg coming from all directions, and retreated to Mu Shihan and the others at a speed that seemed slow, but was actually very fast. At this moment, Mu Shihan and the others also saw those Zergs. Dense swarms of Zerg appeared from all directions, and pairs of cold, inorganic, compound eyes glowed red in the moonlight. A chill rose in everyone's heart. There were too many of them. Captain, what should we do now? A soldier couldn't help but whispered. Mu Shihan gritted his teeth and ordered in a deep voice, Fire. At the command, the first battle between humans and Zerg officially began on this moonlit night. Hurry, hurry, everyone move at full speed. The sound of explosions coming from the direction of Datian village could not be hidden from the 2nd Battalion commander and his large troops who had arrived. Everyone looked at the fire appearing in the direction of Datian village with concern and subconsciously sped up. But it was no use. After entering the village road leading to Datian village from the rural road, vehicles could hardly move forward. The road is so narrow that not only tanks can't get in, but military trucks can't get in either. The 2nd Battalion commander and his men couldn't understand why. Since a cement road had been built, the road wasn't widened. With such a narrow road, were there usually no vehicles entering Datian village? Everyone, take your equipment, get off the vehicle, and move on foot. Although he couldn't figure it out, the 2nd Battalion commander still decisively ordered the men to abandon the vehicle and walk. Tank soldier, Captain, what about us? We can also shoot from here. You wait here and keep your communications equipment open. I will contact you to report the coordinates for bombing when necessary. Okay, Captain, please be safe. You too. After saying this, the 2nd Battalion commander led his troops towards Datian village. Everyone speed up and run at full speed for me. Listening to the incessant gunfire coming from Datian village, the 2nd Battalion commander became anxious. Running side by side with him was the company commander of the 3rd Mountain Company. He was carrying dozens of kilograms of equipment, but he ran without getting red in the face or out of breath, and he even had energy left to talk. Captain, what do the Zerg look like? Who should I ask if you ask me? I have never seen Zerg before. The 2nd Battalion commander rolled his eyes and added, It must be very ugly. Not necessarily. What do you think the butterfly looks like? Suddenly, there was a strange smell in the air. The 3rd Company commander's face changed. Battalion commander, it's the smell of blood and an indescribable fishy smell, as well as the smell of gunpowder. I smell it. The 2nd Battalion commander urged everyone to run faster again. Boom! With a roar, the fire arrow shot out from the single-shoulder rocket launcher on the scout's shoulder exploded the moment it fell into the swarm of insects. The fierce fire attack and powerful airflow immediately blew the Zerg apart. The Zerg that were directly hit by the explosion of the fire rocket bombs were half dead even if they did not die. But those who were not directly hit, within a few seconds after flying out, rushed towards Mu Shihan and the others again as if nothing had happened. Among these Zergs, some have wings and some don't. Some are covered with hard shells, some have sharp spikes, some are furry, and some are fleshy without fur, thorns, wings, or even scales. Some are as big as an adult golden retriever. But no matter which type of Zerg it is, the feeling it brings to people is nothing but ugliness, disgust, and fear. Fire with all your strength. Don't be stingy with your ammunition. Don't let these Zerg get close to you at any cost. Mu Shihan stared at the Zerg with bright and resolute eyes and said, Those with special abilities, get your bayonets on and follow me in to finish off the enemies. Yes. The soldiers with superpowers immediately stepped out and installed bayonets on their rifles. Then, they used their superpowers to follow Mu Shihan and rush towards the Zerg. It is not suitable to fire blindly at this time, as it is easy to injure comrades by mistake. As a result, rocket launchers were abandoned and replaced by rifles, machine guns, and sniper rifles. Everyone cooperated well. The sniper was responsible for fixed-point shooting, while the machine gunner and rifleman were responsible for focusing fire and attracting the Zerg's hatred to relieve the pressure on Mu Shihan and the others. The Zerg's combat effectiveness is not weak, and among these Zergs there are not only low-level Zergs, but also high-level Zergs. High-level Zerg can command low-level Zerg, and similarly, their combat power and defense are also stronger than low-level Zerg. Those Zerg that look like flesh worms have the weakest combat power and are easy to deal with. The furry ones are okay, but even the Zerg with sharp spikes all over their bodies, like hedgehogs, are the example of being good-looking but useless. It is not easy for Mu Shihan and his team to deal with them, but those with scales and wings are difficult to deal with. The former have too strong defense, and bullets cannot penetrate or destroy their scales. Those with wings can fly, and their maneuverability is too fast, making it extremely difficult to deal with them. It would be nice if these winged ones were like the bug one before. A soldier watched the Zerg he was attacking fly into the air, but his attack missed. He was annoyed and kicked the ground hard with his feet. The soil under his feet began to rise, and he jumped high into the air, raising his sword and swinging it at the two strong-looking forelimbs of the Zerg that had risen into the air. Crash! The point where he dropped the knife was quite clever. It landed right on the joint of the forelimb. Then, the lower segment of the two forelimbs separated from the upper segment and fell to the ground. Its neural sensor system was destroyed, and the Zerg, which had lost its limbs, shook its body twice and fell from the air with a bang. Chapter 66 Casualties. The soldier was delighted that such a good thing would happen. He immediately flew over and finished off the Zerg while reminding everyone loudly, if the flying insects cut the two limbs below their forelimbs, they will lose their balance. The crowd, who originally had no way to deal with these flying Zergs, immediately took action upon hearing this. As the sword flashed, the limbs fell down one by one, and along with the limbs, the Zerg that lost their balance and could not stay in the air also fell to the ground. Lei Yongming is a wood-type mutant. He was not proficient in the use of his supernatural powers and didn't even know how to use it at the beginning. But actual combat is the best way to accumulate experience. After more than half an hour, he has become proficient in using wood-related abilities. A place like Datian Village, which is surrounded by mountains and forests and full of plants and trees, has a strong home advantage for wood-type mutants like Lei Yongming. It has advantages over the main combat-type abilities such as fire and gold, because you can manipulate plants and trees for your own use without having to worry about causing problems such as fires. When he learned that if a flying insect lost its limbs, it would lose its balance, his eyes lit up and he controlled the plants to wrap around the limbs of the insects and pull them down. If you can pull it down, immediately pounce on it and cut off its limbs first, then finish it off and take out the source crystal. For those that cannot be pulled down, they can also create resistance to the flight of the flying insects. The gold, fire, earth, and ice elements nearby can immediately cooperate tacitly and use gold thorns, fire snakes, earth thorns, ice cones, etc. to attack the eyes, mouth parts, jaws, abdomen, and other parts of the Zerg. Not to mention that they can be hit every time, but at least 2 out of 10 can be taken down. As long as it falls to the ground, the rest will be easy, relying on perfect tacit understanding and cooperation, as well as basic superpowers and a simple bayonet. Mu Shihan and his team killed quite a few Zergs. But the good times didn't last long. The superpowers would be exhausted, and the number of Zerg was simply too large. Soon, casualties began to appear. With a scream of bullying, a sniper soldier responsible for fixed-point shooting was surrounded and dismembered by several Zergs. Mu Shihan and the others heard the noise and turned around, just in time to see the soldier being torn apart. Their eyes were instantly bloodshot. Hachi, the old soldier who had a good relationship with the soldiers, shouted, then turned his hateful gaze to the Zerg that were quickly devouring Xiao Ba's body, and a huge flame suddenly rose from his body. "I'm going to kill you." Before he finished his words, he flew towards the Zerg like an arrow. The Zerg, sensing the danger, wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The flames on the old soldier's body instantly transformed into several fire snakes that flew towards the Zerg and ignited them wherever they stuck to them. With a loud boom, the huge Zerg swarm turned into huge fireballs. Being burned by fire is not a pleasant feeling. Even if the Zerg have no intelligence, their instinct for survival will prompt them to struggle and run around, trying to put out the fire on their bodies. But it is not easy to extinguish the fire of a fire-type mutant. Therefore, these Zergs that turned into huge fireballs not only failed to survive, but the fire on their bodies became even bigger due to the influence of the wind while they were struggling and running around. At the same time, some of the flames on their bodies fell on other Zerg, sticking to them in the same way. There were a few more fireballs, but these fireballs had little effect on the battle situation. As I said, there are too many Zergs. Burning a few of them will make them lose their combat effectiveness. This loss is affordable considering the huge number of Zergs. For Mu Shihan and the others, it also did not reduce the pressure of being besieged. Casualties continued, with more and more soldiers dying. Some were torn apart by the siege and attack of the Zerg. Some were injured and lost limbs. The smell of blood, gunpowder, angry shouts, and the shrill screams of the soldiers made the 2nd Battalion commander and his men, who were about to reach Datian Village, feel very heavy-hearted. Hurry up, faster." The 2nd Battalion commander urged him on, and he sped up and ran like a flash of lightning towards Datian Village. Boomstreepje. An old soldier aimed his last rocket, a missile, at a group of Zerg and fired it. Under the precise attack, the Zerg, facing the power of the rocket, was instantly torn into pieces and flew away. There were also some fish that escaped death. After a brief dizziness and pause, they stood up again and shook or trembled their huge bodies. Then, he continued to rush towards the soldiers with great momentum. "Captain, we're out of ammunition," the old soldier shouted, then put a bayonet on his rifle and yelled, "Come on, damned Zerg. Today it's either you or us who will die. Isn't it just fighting hard? Who is afraid of whom?" From the day he put on the military uniform, he was ready to sacrifice his life for his country. Before he died, he would have gained something by killing a few more Zergs. "I just feel a little sorry for my wife and children. However, without a country, there would be no home. If they do not fight to the death to stop these Zergs, once these Zergs spread out, countless people will die tragically at the hands of the Zergs' sharp mouthparts and huge appetite. Brothers, charge! Rush!" The ammunition was exhausted, and all the men drew their bayonets. Facing the aggressive Zerg, some showed fear in their eyes, some had firm gazes, and some were ready to die. But no matter what kind of look it was, at the moment of life and death, none of these people chose to retreat, but instead rushed forward fearlessly with bayonets in hand. When the 2nd Battalion commander and his men arrived, they saw several soldiers dying tragically under the siege of the Zerg. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned red. "Get down and fire!" Lie down was a command for Mu Shihan and the others, and fire was a command for the main force. As soon as the 2nd Battalion commander said this, the soldiers who came with him immediately opened fire, and Mu Shihan and the others just lay down on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The arrival of a large force meant that there was sufficient ammunition. Bullets shot out from the barrel of the rocket launcher and landed in the Zerg pile. The rumbling sound of explosions was endless. The power of hundreds of rockets and bombs exploding together was enormous. The earth shook and the forest caught fire. The Zerg began to suffer casualties in large numbers, or were blown away by the blast and crashed heavily into houses, tree trunks, mountains, and other places. "Hurry, hurry, go and see how the captain and the others are doing." Upon hearing the order, the soldiers immediately rushed out to look for people, while the 2nd Battalion commander and his men, some of them took guns and madly shot at the Zerg, while others took machetes and pounced on the Zerg, chopping, stabbing, and pulling them. Well, there are many ineffective attacks. Mu Shihan and his men, who had crawled out from under the insect corpse and perfectly avoided the impact of the explosion, climbed up dazed. Before they could fully recover, they saw the actions of the 2nd Battalion commander and his men. They immediately became anxious and shouted at the top of their voices, cut off the limbs under the 2 front legs, and then pierced the belly to take out the source crystal. The 2nd Battalion commander, who was raising his knife to chop off a Zerg's head, immediately changed direction when he heard the sound. The knife light that was supposed to fall on the Zerg's head fell on the limbs instead. With 2 snaps, 2 limbs were cut off. The Zerg struggled violently and flapped its wings desperately to take off, but it was too late. Sizzle. The bayonet in the 2nd Battalion commander's hand had already stabbed into the Zerg's abdomen very accurately, and then he gripped the handle and pulled it down hard. A huge cut appeared, and light green liquid immediately gushed out. A shiny new green spherical object caught the eyes of the 2nd Battalion commander. He stretched out his hand, grasped the sphere, and then pulled it hard and something broke. As the sphere completely separated from the Zerg's body, the Zerg, which was originally in a struggling state, stiffened and became motionless. The 2nd Battalion commander didn't have time to study what the sphere was. He raised his knife and pounced on another Zerg. The new warriors were at their most powerful point, and with plenty of ammunition, Mu Shihan and his group, who had exhausted their superpower's physical strength, were seriously injured and had tinnitus and dizziness from the explosion, were no longer fit to continue fighting. Therefore, they were helped out of the battlefield by the soldiers who came to look for them, and went to the rear to have the military doctors and nurses who had set up camp on the spot, assembled equipment and built tents, examine their bodies, treat their wounds, and eat and drink water to replenish their nutrition. Chapter 67. Fight to the death. The war continued, and Zergs were killed or injured under the fierce artillery attack. At the same time, the soldiers were attacked by swarms of Zerg. Some died, and some were injured. In this battle between humans and Zerg, no matter whether the Zerg are completely annihilated in the end, the Zerg will be the final winner. No matter how many Zergs are killed, as long as there are casualties, you will be the absolute loser. Everyone present knew that with the Zerg's ferocious eating habits and combat capabilities, humanity would be in danger if they were given time to develop and grow. Knowing this, Mu Shihan and the others, after treating their injuries, all those who were able to move joined the battlefield again. It doesn't matter if their superpowers are exhausted, they still have weapons. The ammunition is exhausted, but it doesn't matter, they still have cold weapons. In their first battle with the Zerg, they must fight to the death. Even if only one person is left in the entire regiment, the Zerg must be killed in the Datian village area. We must not let any Zerg go, or give them the opportunity to leave Datian village and harm the people outside. If unfortunately all members died in battle, and there were still some Zerg alive, they would be powerless to do anything. I have tried my best and risked my life, and the rest is up to fate. The joy of awakening superpowers was overwhelmed as more and more Zergs gathered here from the mountains and forests. The death of each Zerg made the hearts of the soldiers, who were originally happy, sink further and further, until they felt as if they were in a cold ice kiln, with only despair left. A soldier watched helplessly as several Zergs rushed towards him. His weapon had long run out of ammunition. Even the glory bullets had been used up. But it doesn't matter, he still has a grenade. Gritting his teeth and making up his mind, the soldier took out the grenade he had originally kept as a precaution, pulled the fuse and shouted, "Brothers, I'm leaving first." Before he finished speaking, he pounced towards several Zergs. Boom, boom. An explosion was heard, and the Zerg that were besieging him and planning to attack him as food were killed in the blast. And this soldier also died heroically. As more and more Zergs joined the battlefield, more and more soldiers who had run out of ammunition began to make the same heroic choice as this soldier. Use suicide attacks to eliminate the Zerg and achieve a tragic victory. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. At this moment, inside the SUV, Qi Xiaowei was looking at the computer screen with bloodshot eyes and yelling into the walkie-talkie. "You must hold on. The main force is coming soon." Amid the rumbling explosions, the communicator said with tears in his eyes, "Captain, we can't hold on for much longer. We are running out of ammunition. Hold on for 5 minutes. Hold on for another 5 minutes. We're almost at Datian village. Tell the captain and the others to wait for us." Qi Xiaowei shouted, "Everyone, speed up for me." One by one, the military vehicles began to speed up, but how fast could they speed up on a country road? At this time, Mu Shihan encountered the biggest crisis in his life. He was surrounded by Zerg. Moreover, the mouth parts of these Zergs had bitten his shoulders, arms, and other places. Feeling the severe pain, Mu Shi, with a distorted face, said in a cold heart, "Even if I am going to die, I will take you guys with me." He reached for the grenade, forcing his long-depleted energy into a suicide attack. However, he didn't expect that he could not touch a hard round object. When he was about to move his hand away, a stream of extremely pure energy suddenly rushed towards his body like nectar. In an instant, the exhausted body was like the dry earth, which was soaked thoroughly by the heavy rain. This is what it means to be blessed by the rain after a long absence. Mu Shihan's physical strength and supernatural powers recovered to their peak state, and he exploded instantly. He roared and circulated his energy. Amid the rustling sound, the surrounding plants began to grow wildly, and vines and branches began to spread crazily. The carnival of plants began. These vines and branches, which had transformed into the most advantageous offensive weapons, began to launch targeted attacks on the Zerg under Mu Shihan's precise control. Everyone listen up. Those who have superpowers and source crystals immediately use their superpowers to absorb the energy in the source crystals. Soldiers without superpowers find a way to withdraw from the battle circle. Before he could finish his words, the Zerg were torn into pieces by the vines that were rolling up like crazy. Source crystals fell to the ground one by one. The warriors with superpowers and source crystals had no time to pick them up. They were busy bursting out with powerful combat power again, with the pure energy flowing into their bodies to hunt down those Zergs. Those who have no source crystals and no special abilities will start picking up source crystals while fighting. A warrior who picks up a source crystal but has no superpowers will throw or stuff the source crystal to his brothers who have superpowers. A warrior with superpowers who picks up a source crystal will start to frantically use his long-exhausted superpowers to absorb the pure energy in the source crystal and then join the battle. When Qi Xiaowei and his team arrived, the situation on the battlefield had changed. With source crystals as combat resources to supplement their power, the supernatural warriors began to chase the Zerg. The warriors who have no superpowers but are still able to move no longer participate in the battle against the Zerg and concentrate on picking up source crystals for the superpower warriors whenever they have the chance. The military doctors and nurses stationed in the rear were very busy because there were too many wounded. The painful groans of the wounded were heard everywhere. Qi Xiaowei grabbed a soldier who was passing by with 2 source crystals and asked, "What are you holding? What's going on with the captain and the others now?" A soldier who was stopped briefly recounted what happened, and then said anxiously, "Captain, I have to go deliver the source crystal to my brother. You go and take care of your injuries. We'll take care of picking up and delivering the source crystals." As he spoke, he snatched the source crystal from the soldier's hand and said, "Brothers, go and dig up the source crystals and give them to the superpower warriors." "Receive!" The soldiers whose combat power was still intact responded, and like wolves entering a flock of sheep, they began to frantically finish off the injured Zerg, dig out the source crystals, take out the source crystals from the Zerg corpses, and pick up the fallen source crystals. This is a group of fresh forces. With their joining, Mu Shihan and his companions, who were determined to avenge the tragic death of their brothers, become more courageous and go crazy. They no longer need to worry about replenishing their superpowers, and with sufficient combat power, they have the capital to completely wipe out the Zerg. Each superpower warrior is like a killing machine, tirelessly and madly absorbing energy and releasing superpowers to fight the Zerg to the death. Half an hour later, when no Zerg appeared in the surrounding mountains and forests, and when the last 5-star rectangular giant beetle was destroyed, the battle finally ended. Mu Shihan and the others, after hours of nonstop killing, could no longer hold on and fell down with their eyes closed. Captain, third brother, Dakui. Amidst the shouts of fear, there were nimble figures running over to catch people. Chapter 68, I Jumped First. At the moment the person was picked up, a sound was heard from the sky above, followed by beams of strong light shining down. In an instant, the area was as bright as day. The Zerg corpses and human corpses all over the ground immediately caught the eyes of everyone on the helicopter. Amid the smell of gunpowder, the helicopter door opened and paratroopers jumped out of the plane one by one. The paratroopers dispatched by the military region this time are all elites, and they land quickly and accurately. It seemed like just a blink of an eye, and the paratroopers fell to the ground one by one. After taking off their parachutes, these paratroopers ran over at a very fast speed with their loads to join the main force. A school officer with 2 poles and 1 star on his shoulder wanted to find someone to find out what happened, but after taking a quick look at the tragedy at the scene, he knew it was inappropriate. Therefore, he directly ordered the soldiers to help clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded, clean the wounds, and so on. 2 hours later, the number of soldiers sacrificed and the number of Zerg hunted were counted. In this battle, nearly 4,000 Zerg were hunted, and the number of soldiers who died heroically reached a terrifying number of more than 700. Among them, there are 302 people with special powers and more than 400 non-special power warriors, for a total of 769 people. It accounts for nearly half of the entire group. This was a result of Mu Shihan accidentally finding the source crystal energy to absorb and leading the supernatural warriors to fight. If he had not discovered the use of the source crystal at that time, and had brought the superpowered warriors to change the situation, it is possible that the entire army would have been wiped out. As soon as the casualty rate was reported back to headquarters, everyone's eyes turned red. There were less than 4,000 Zergs, but they sacrificed so many of their soldiers. The casualty ratio was really too tragic. The commander who was waiting for the result in the command center took a deep breath with bloodshot eyes and gave the order. Pass on my order for everyone to conduct a carpet search of the mountain. All the insect eggs on the mountain must be destroyed. Yes. The communicator took the order and then told Mu Shihan, who had just woken up with a sad expression and bloodshot eyes covered with a layer of water vapor, the commander's order. I understand. I will lead the team to search the mountain myself. Therefore, the large force, including the soldiers who parachuted down from the helicopter, under the leadership of Mu Shihan, began to conduct a carpet search with Datian village as the center point. The wounded were taken away to the hospital by car, and the Zerg corpses were also loaded onto trucks and transported away. Also carried away were the bodies of the sacrificed soldiers. The commander immediately reported the casualty rate of Datian village to Jinghai. After receiving the news, Wu Zhidong remained silent for a long time before contacting Jian Yu. It was past 4 in the morning. Jian Yu, who was woken up, answered the phone, and before she had time to say anything, Wu Zhidong's voice came through the receiver. Shao Jian, a large number of Zerg appeared in Datian village, Pingxi town, Yufeng city, Furong province. What? Jian Yu instantly woke up from his dying illness and sat up in shock. I'll take people over right away. No one on the other side spoke. Jian Yu said anxiously, Leader. No. Wu Zhitong interrupted her, and Jian Yu suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She said tremblingly, Leader, is it what I think? More than 70 people in Datian village died tragically, and the incident was not discovered until 2 days after it happened. The local authorities went to investigate and reported the matter to the provincial government. Afterwards, Mu Shihan, the commander of the 1st Regiment of a certain division of the 72nd Army Group of the Furong Provincial Military Region, led a regiment to Datian village. The battle is now over. The soldiers killed 3,961 Zergs and sacrificed 769 soldiers. At this point, Wu Zhitong couldn't help but choke up and said, Shao Jian, more than 700 or 800 soldiers have died. I'm giving you an order now. I want you to lead your team to set off immediately to various places in Dragon Country that are sparsely populated but have lush forests and vegetation, and conduct a carpet search to find the Zerg. Can you do it? Able, Jian Yu said with a determined look. Don't worry, leader. I will do my best to search for the Zerg and prevent another tragedy from happening again. Be safe. Yes. Contact the local garrison as soon as you discover the Zerg. I will push your contact information to the responsible persons in various places in the name of the War Department. Okay. Send me the contact information of the responsible persons in various places, and I will go to the emergency assembly and set off to Wanshan Province now. Wanshan Province and Furong Province are neighbors, but Wanshan Province has a larger mountainous area than Furong Province. The 10,000 Mountains refers to Wanshan Province. This province has too many mountains and rich natural scenery, but its economic development has been unsatisfactory due to its geographical location and inconvenient transportation. In addition, Wanshan Province has a large minority population, and many of them have lived in the mountains for generations, leading a relatively detached life from modern life. Working from sunrise to sunset and resting from sunset is the lifestyle of many local ethnic minorities. Combining the memories of the previous life, Jian Yu felt that since the insect plague had already broken out in Furong Province, the next outbreak should be in a city in Wanshan Province. As for whether there is a Zerg base in a certain city that she suspects, it is still an unknown. Jian Yu only hoped that her return would not cause too big a butterfly effect and lead to her wrong judgment. After the emergency assembly, 3 helicopters carried Jian Yu and others to Wanshan Province. 2.5 hours later, the helicopter arrived at its destination. At this time, the sky was already bright. The bright morning sun was shining on the earth, and the rolling hills under the sunlight formed a beautiful natural scenery picture. But at this moment, no one had time to appreciate it. Xiuyu, are you okay? At the cabin door, the whistling wind blew his clothes. Amid the rumbling noise, Gu Mingyi looked at Jian Yu, who was carrying an umbrella, with concern and said, "How about I take you down?" "Need not." Jian Yu took a deep breath and looked down. Suddenly, his vision went dark and his legs went weak. He wanted to sit down like a prank. "It's too high, it makes me nervous just looking at it." This was the first time in her life that she stood in such a high and dangerous place. Whenever she thought about having to jump down from here with an umbrella on her back, she timidly wanted to agree to Gu Mingyi's proposal like a coward. But no, she couldn't back down out of cowardice. There will be more and more such situations in the future. She must learn to grow up, adapt, and become proficient on her own and not rely on her brother. The situation will only become more and more difficult in the future. If she doesn't want the tragedy of Datian village to continue to happen, she can only rely on herself to fight and be strong. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said, "Brother, I'll jump first." Before she finished her words, she jumped down, left the cabin, and began to fall rapidly. "Ah!" She screamed in fear, not daring to open her eyes. But soon, she forced herself to open her eyes. It feels very strange to look at the world from the air through protective goggles. The blue sky and white clouds, including the green mountains under your feet, are also of strange colors. Puff! A parachute bag opened next to him, and Yun Jian shouted, "Open your parachute bag. It will be too late if you don't open it now." The wind was strong in the air, and Yun Jian's voice was also very loud, but after being blown by the wind, it became blurry and intermittent in Jian Yu's eyes. Chapter 69, Following Orders. She didn't hear what Yun Jian said, but she did hear the word umbrella bag. Jian Yu recalled the skydiving knowledge that Gu Mingyi and the others had taught her after she got on the plane, and sadly found that her head was a mess and she couldn't remember it at all. She racked her brains for a long time, but when she still couldn't figure it out, she just made up her mind and started using her supernatural powers. With a puff, 2 wings made of flames appeared behind her. Yun advised them, "Shit, there are people who use superpowers to cheat. By the way, can this flame wing be used?" Everyone was a little confused as they opened their parachutes and adjusted the landing direction and location, but their eyes were always on Jian Yu. It turns out that this flame wing is gorgeous to look at and to use. Except for a few panicky flaps at the beginning, Jian Yu adjusted himself quickly. It flies steadily and levelly, and can change postures and adjust angles at will. Originally, she was a certain distance away from them, but after adjusting herself a few times, she began to fly around them. He laughed as he flew. "Ha, mine is better than your umbrella bag." Gu Mingyi and the others didn't want to talk. "What are you talking about?" As both are people with superpowers compared with Jian Yu, it really is true that comparison makes one feel dreadful. Her special ability allows her to fly freely in the air, while they need to carry a parachute to do so. Her flaming wings were condensed and did not disperse no matter how she flapped them, and not even a single spark flew out. As for them, let alone achieving her level, they couldn't even create a big fireball or a big water dragon. At most, I can make a small fireball, a small water snake, or something like that. I feel so depressed. Apart from feeling depressed, I have no other thoughts. So, just stop talking and shut up. However, they didn't want to talk, but Jian Yu was unwilling to let them go. She flew in front of Gu Mingyi and asked him with a proud smile, "Brother, am I handsome?" Gu Mingyi said expressionlessly, "Handsome? Isn't that cool?" Jian Yu didn't know what it meant to quit while ahead and continued to ask questions. Gu Mingyi put on the mask of pain. "Cool." He said, "Girl, can you stop torturing me? Do you know what I want to do most now?" "What?" "I want to kick you away." Aw. He stretched out his leg to kick Jian Yu, and Jian Yu reacted quickly and flew to Yun Jian's side. "Deputy Captain Yun, do you think I'm handsome now?" Yun Jian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I think you are itching for trouble." Jian Yu made a face at him. "Even if you feel itchy, you can't hit me." Yun Jian fell silent upon hearing that. He wanted to fight, but there was a high chance that he would lose. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jian Yu ran to harass Fuyo and the others again, making everyone want to beat her up, and then they finally arrived at their destination. "Watch the fire carefully. Don't start a wildfire." Seeing that they were about to land, Gu Mingyi and the others quickly reminded them. "Receive! Wildfires are terrible. There are many mountains here, and they are all connected. Once a wildfire occurs on a mountain, it will spread across an area at an extremely fast speed with the help of the wind. By then, even if all the firefighters from Wanshan province were dispatched, there would be no way to put out the fire. In the past life, there were forest fires in Wanshan because the climate was too dry and there had been no rain for a long time, causing drought in Wanshan. Wildfires followed, and the order of Dragon Country had collapsed. Everyone was struggling to survive under the siege of Zerg, zombies, and mutant creatures. No one has the energy or time to put out the fire. There are many mutated plants in Wanshan. Many of them grow stronger by strangling their own kind and feeding on animals and insects in the forests. They have the ability to pull out their roots and leave the soil and run around. When the wildfire came, these strange plants pulled out their roots and ran away. But by then they were already on fire, and this running brought sparks to places where there was no fire originally. Then, the entire Wanshan mountain began to burn in a way that no one expected. The raging fire burned all over the mountains of Wanshan province, and the southwest sky remained red for a month. Then, with the arrival of a cold wave, the wildfire was finally extinguished. Jian Yu knows what is important and what is not, so even if Gu Mingyi and the others don't remind her, she will pay attention. With a crackling sound, Jian Yu nimbly passed through the branches of the big trees and landed on the ground. Gu Mingyi and his team didn't have it so easy. They used parachute bags, and the forest was full of lush trees with branches. So, some people stumbled and landed on the ground like Jian Yu. Someone was unfortunately caught. People like Yun Jian, who are skilled and brave, simply take off their parachute bags and jump down like monkeys, grabbing branches and vines that are within reach. Fuyo and the others were unlucky. They were not hung, but they were stuck. Not only was it stuck, but the parachute also fell down with branches and vines because of their hard work, covering their heads and faces completely. This kind of mountain with lush vegetation, similar to a primitive forest, is originally dim, and after the parachute covered it, it became completely blind. What to do? Don't struggle. Just ask for help. So, hearing the cries for help from all directions, Jian Yu flew up diligently in the aircraft and brought them down one by one. Finally, the last venomous snake stuck in the treetops fell to the ground. Jian Yu retracted his flaming wings and said, "Do you want to take a break?" "No need, just look for it." Everyone refused. On the way here, they had already learned about what happened in Datian village. At this moment, everyone felt hatred towards the Zerg and were eager to find and destroy them. Compared with human lives, source crystals are nothing. Now the key point is, which direction should we start looking? Jian Yu took out a source crystal from his pocket and said, "Let me try." She tried to activate the energy in the source crystal, then closed her eyes and concentrated her mind, releasing her mental power to listen to the movements in the wind. There were faint sounds coming from several directions in the distance. Jian Yu's heart sank. Wanshan province really had become the Zerg base camp, just as she had judged. Those who lived in the mountains were probably killed. Opening her eyes, she said solemnly, "We have to start preparing for the worst possible outcome." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces became serious. Yun Jian even said, "You make the arrangements, and we will follow your orders." "Good." Jian Yu nodded and said to Gu Mingyi, Brother, you and the floating pigeon start from here and go southeast. Do you see the mountain that looks like a swallow? Pointing at Yinzi Mountain through the lush branches and leaves, she said, there is a village there. I need you to find out what's going on in the village. If no one is hurt, I don't care what method you use, just organize everyone in the village to evacuate. If he is gone, report the incident immediately, then return and find him based on his location to reunite with us. Any questions? No. The three people who stepped out spoke loudly, and Jian Yu nodded and said, action. Walk. Gu Mingyi turned around and left quickly, and Fuyo and Pigeon followed immediately. In a moment, the three disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 70. Is targeted blasting possible? Let's go to. Following the fluctuations from the source crystal, Jian Yu led the team to search for it. The roads in the mountains are difficult to walk on, especially those in the mountains where there is not even a bit of artificial development. The forest was covered with thick fallen leaves, snakes, rats, insects, and ants were everywhere, and there was an indescribable smell in the air. This is the smell of rotting plants and small animal corpses. Mixed with the smell of grass and trees, it is not bad, but it is definitely not pleasant. The air is bad, the roads are difficult to walk on, and the direction is hard to tell. If it were someone else, they would have collapsed long ago. However, Jian Yu and his group walked as if they were walking on flat ground, without slowing down at all. After rushing all the way for more than half an hour, we finally arrived at our destination. Stop! At Jian Yu's command, everyone stopped. Everyone get on the tree. Before she finished her words, she pushed her feet hard on the ground, jumped up, and climbed onto a big tree next to her, climbing up as nimbly as a monkey. Yun Jian and his group were not slow either. Almost the moment she climbed up the tree, the group also climbed up the tree. Taking out the telescope and looking towards the northwest, a group of Zergs that seemed to be sitting in their nests immediately broke into everyone's field of vision. Fuck! Seeing these Zergs, everyone started cursing in their hearts. There are so many Zergs. If I am not mistaken, these are all queens that are in the egg-laying period. After observing the environment around the insect nest, Jian Yu made a gesture, and a group of people got down from the tree and gathered together for a meeting. The number is conservatively estimated to be in the hundreds. Black Crow said his judgment. Besides, what we can see are only the bugs on the surface. We don't know how many bugs are hiding in the dark. Yun Jian looked at Jian Yu, who frowned and looked thoughtful, and asked, what are you going to do? Jian Yu raised his eyes and looked at him. What do you think of a targeted blast? It's possible, but the power of a bomb that can do targeted blasting is relatively weak, so there's no guarantee that it can blow up these bugs. Jian Yu naturally understood this principle. I don't expect to blow these bugs to death. If it was really that easy to blow up, Mu Shihan and his team, who had sufficient weapons, equipment, and ammunition, would not have suffered such heavy casualties. There were less than 4,000 Zergs, several batches of ammunition were exhausted, and hundreds of people were sacrificed. You can imagine how strong the Zerg's defense is. What I want is for the Zerg to panic, and then we can go over and defeat them one by one. Looking at the people who looked thoughtful, she said seriously, also, we must fight quickly and decisively. We cannot give the Zerg a chance to react and gather a large force. There are still large troops? Papaya, who couldn't help but spit out a look of shock, said, I thought there was only this one nest. No, a lot. Jian Yu took out a pen and paper from his backpack and started writing. Then he stopped and pointed to the middle point and said, this is where we are now. Do you see the colored dots around us? The group of people were silent for a while, then nodded and said they saw it. These dots represent Zerg. I don't know whether each dot represents one individual or a nest. But in my estimation, the possibility of a nest is greater than that of one individual. Jian Yu used to make a living by his craft. While he has strong hands-on ability, he has also learned aesthetics, online sketching, quick drawing, oil painting, and landscape painting. The pictures he draws are clear and easy to see at a glance. It was precisely because the painting was so clear that everyone's hearts sank to the bottom when they understood it. This amount. Heiyu swallowed his saliva and said in despair, this is too much. Indeed, a lot. After thinking for a moment, Yun Jian asked Jian Yu, is there any way to lure out these Zergs one by one and defeat them one by one without causing a big noise by exploding? Jian Yu understood that Yun Jian did not agree with her plan. I need to think about it. This question is a bit difficult. In her previous life, when she saw the Zerg, she only knew to kill them. Any temptation is useless. Just attack the Zerg when you see them. It would be really difficult for her to find a way to lure out the Zerg now. She is not Way Shawa, who has special attributes in the eyes of the Zerg. Thinking of Way Shawa, Jian Yu took out the source crystal from his pocket. Using the source crystal can induce a slight resonance and perception with the Zerg. Then think about it from another angle. If you can find a way to get the energy in the source crystal out and not absorb it, but directly cover the surface of the body, can you disguise yourself as a Zerg? When she came up with this idea, everyone was stunned. It takes a lot of imagination to come up with such a solution. But after thinking for a few seconds, Papaya was the first to speak. How about we give it a try? How? The venomous snake stared at the source crystal in Jian Yu's hand with deep hatred and raised questions from the depths of its soul. Once the energy is activated, people who have awakened their special powers will be unable to control themselves from absorbing it. Okay, even if we suppress our instinct to absorb energy, how can we cover our entire body with energy and disguise ourselves as Zerg? If this problem is not solved, this idea will remain just an idea. That makes sense. Then, a group of people got together and began to study how to cover their entire bodies with energy and disguise themselves as Zerg. Suggestions were put forward one after another, and experiments were conducted one after another. No, none of them. There is no way to disguise it at all. The energy drawn out from the source crystal is either completely absorbed by the psychic in the first place, or the psychic manages to suppress the absorbing instinct and draw the energy towards his body, only to have the energy dissipated. After a lot of trouble, Jian Yu got angry. She stood up and said menacingly, "I will be the bait to lure out the Zerg one by one. You guys get ready to kill them." "No, I am the captain. All actions are under my command." Yun Jin opened his mouth to refuse, but Jian Yu did not give him a chance to speak and interrupted him. "As my deputy captain and partner, I don't need you to say no. Just follow my orders." "Yes." Yun Jin gritted his teeth and accepted the order. Seeing this, Dusha and the others had nothing to say but to follow his orders. "Get ready. I'm going." "Wait a minute." Yun Jin grabbed her, and Jian Yu was forced to stop and look over. "Anything else?" Yun Jin reached out and released her. "You have to choose an ambush location so that we can ambush there. You also have a goal and direction to lead the Zerg to. With such a large forest, you're not always running around aimlessly after luring out the Zerg, right?" "Yes." Jian Yu nodded hurriedly. "Thank you for your reminder. Then let's discuss the action quickly." It was her fault for not remembering such an important thing. In her previous life, she was used to working alone. She would just rush into anything she did. No one would discuss anything with her, and no one needed to discuss anything with her. Even though they later worked as a team, she always charged forward because of her strong fighting power. As for strategic layout, there were military advisors who made battle plans, so she didn't need to worry about it. Chapter 71 Find Out. But the situation in this life is different. She has a team now, so she needs to consider things comprehensively instead of using the thinking of her previous life to do things. If Yun Jin didn't pull her aside and point out the problem this time, it would be too late to regret if something went wrong. "Thanks." Jian Yu thanked Yun Jin. Yun Jin was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the fear in her eyes, he smiled and comforted her. "No one is perfect. Besides, you were not a professional before, so it's normal for you to be careless in considering things. Just don't make the same mistake again next time, and don't act on your own will. I want you to remember that you are not alone. You have teammates, and we are all people you can trust. It's someone you can trust with your back. You need to change your mindset. Don't think of yourself as just one person. If you don't believe me, look around. We are all here." "Right." Viper and the others laughed and said, "Trust us a little more, Captain, and rely on us a little more. We will always be here until the moment of sacrifice." Jian Yu hummed, "I understand. I will remember it." Before she finished her words, she urged, "Hurry up. I still have to go fight the Zerg." After these words were spoken, everyone was speechless, but they also began to discuss the plan as he said. There is no doubt that Jian Yu is the bait. She is the strongest and the fastest, and her going there can avoid casualties to the greatest extent. As for Yun Jin and the others, regardless of whether they admit it or not, it is true that they are not as strong as Jian Yu, and they are not qualified to volunteer. In Jian Yu's words, "You are going there to deliver food." Before the other Zerg were even lured out, he was already being divided up and eaten by the Zerg. What a pity and cowardly way to die. They felt cowardly, but it was Jian Yu who felt it was a pity. Therefore, they had to give up the idea of volunteering to replace Jian Yu and concentrate on their support work. "Here." Yun Jin drew a map and pointed to a slightly flat area and said to Jian Yu, "We will ambush here." You lead the Zerg here. Is there any problem? Jian Yu stared at the map for a long while, calculated the distance of the Zerg from here, and said seriously, I have no problem. Just follow this. That's fine. Yun Jin put the map away and said, you can set off now. If we go this way, we will reach the ambush point before you. You must be careful. Remember, your safety is everything. I see. Jian Yu nodded and then said goodbye to everyone. I'm leaving now, and you guys should hurry up. Before she finished her words, she rushed out. Set off. At Yun Jin's command, a group of people immediately ran away in another direction. At this time, Gu Mingyi and his companions, who were rushing through the forest, finally reached Yinzi Mountain after crossing the hill. Yinzi Mountain is not a big mountain, at least among these rolling mountains. Yinzi Mountain is inconspicuous in all aspects. But there are people who have lived in Yinzi Mountain for generations. The rice is running out of water. The three people chose a high point to observe the situation of Yinzi Mountain. When they saw the terrace fields, Pigeon couldn't help but say, crops are very important to farmers, but look at the crops in the terrace fields. They're already dying. At this point, he said in a somewhat heavy tone, I suspect that the people of Yinzi Mountain have been killed. Gu Mingyi and Fuyo made the same judgment. The three of them looked at each other for a while before looking at each other. It's a dangerous situation. Fuyo asked, should we report it or go find out? Gu Mingyi adjusted the fingerless tactical gloves on his hands and said seriously, I want to go and find out what's going on. Then let's go. Fuyo said decisively, let's see if we can encounter any Zerg. If we can, it wouldn't be a bad idea to kill a few of them. The corner of Pigeon's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but complain. Are you sure you are the one who will deal with the Zerg? Not the Zerg who will deal with you? Look at what you said. Fuyo rolled his eyes, then said with some complacency, after all, I am an elite. The most important thing is that I think I am lucky. The Zerg should not be able to kill me in a short time. Gu Mingyi laughed when he heard the voice. All right, elites, stop bickering and focus on your journey. Then, the three of them sped up silently. 20 minutes later, the three people who were walking up the Bluestone Mountain Road suddenly stopped and looked towards the 3 o'clock direction with serious expressions. Fuyo made a gesture and said something was wrong. There was a strong, fishy smell. Gu Mingyi waved his hand and took the lead, walking towards the 3 o'clock direction with a gun in hand. Fuyo and Dove followed immediately. All three of them were professionals, and they could land silently even in a place like the forest. The three of them were very careful and alert in their movements, and their 5 senses and even the muscles in their bodies were adjusted to the best condition. Moreover, the formation they formed while marching allowed them to attack or defend. Really very cautious, and their caution paid off. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, we arrived at our destination. The three of them lay down on the spot, hiding themselves in the lush bushes, and then suddenly widened their eyes when they looked at the piles of insect eggs. Damn, so many insect eggs. Gu Mingyi made a gesture, indicating that they should quickly observe whether there were any adult insects around. After observing for a while, Fuyo and Viper shook their heads at him. Gu Mingyi put his hand on his neck and looked at them to ask what they were doing. Dry. They both nodded and gestured to him at the same time. But not now. The unhatched insect eggs are not a threat. They don't have legs or wings and cannot run away. We should not rush to alert them. We will have time to get rid of these insect eggs when we return from the village after checking the specific situation. That's fine. So, the three people who reached a consensus retreated cautiously. As they withdrew, no adult insects appeared around the egg pile. Not a single living creature appeared. Looking back at the insect eggs again, the three of them exchanged glances and began to rush towards the village at full speed. There were corpses everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a fishy smell of decay. Among these corpses, there are not only humans, but also the corpses of animals such as pigs, cows, and sheep. Gu Mingyi also found a horse with a larva lying on its belly. The strong smell of blood attracted the larva, and it crawled out of the horse's belly and looked at Gu Mingyi. This is a cute-looking bug, a bit like a cartoon version of a little dinosaur. Perhaps because it is still small, it has not yet grown scales or hair on its body, so it looks quite harmless, and the whole insect is pink and white. However, just because the bug looks harmless doesn't mean it is actually harmless. On the contrary, even though it is still a larva, its viciousness has already been revealed. The moment its eyes met Gu Mingyi's, the larva opened its mouth parts covered with blood and flesh, and pounced towards him with incredible flexibility and speed. Chapter 72, The Situation is Bad. What a brutal thing. Gu Mingyi's expression froze, and he subconsciously wanted to shoot, but then he reacted and threw a small spark over. It was a small spark, only the size of a ping-pong ball, but it was extremely powerful. Almost the moment it landed on the larva, it stuck firmly to it. Then, the little spark, with something to attach to, suddenly became stronger as if it was doused with gasoline. But in a moment, the ferocious larva was completely surrounded by fire. It stopped its movement in the blazing flames, fell to the ground with a plop, and began to roll around, turning into ashes under the burning of the supernatural fire. Come and see. Fuyo's suppressed voice suddenly came, and Gu Mingyi and Gij immediately walked towards him quickly. Just as they were about to ask what he was looking at, the body in front of Fuyo made them break out in cold sweats. The eggs have entered the body, and this corpse has become a breeding ground for the Zerg. After looking around, Gu Mingyi and the others felt their hearts sink completely. Things were heading towards the worst direction. They had been mentally prepared for the village to be completely wiped out, but they had never expected that the Zerg eggs would enter their bodies. What now? The three of them looked at each other for a while, and Fuyo asked, "Do you want to investigate further?" "Check." Gu Mingyi gritted his teeth and said, "See if there are any survivors. If not, report immediately and have them bring gasoline to burn." "Incineration?" The pigeon was shocked and said, "You are crazy. If a place like this burns, it may cause a wildfire. As long as the fire break is well built and someone is watching, it won't be a big problem. We can't afford the cost of not burning." Pointing to the corpse in front of Fuyo that was covered with dense insect eggs, Gu Mingyi took a deep breath and said seriously, "Once these insect eggs hatch, they will roam around to survive. All the animals in the mountains will encounter them. If they go down the mountain, the people will encounter them. An adult worm can lay eggs in large quantities. If they enter the human body or attach themselves to the human body, as is the case now, it will really be a disaster for everyone. We cannot afford the consequences. We must incinerate it on the spot. Split up and explore the entire village as quickly as possible." Okay, so the three of them split into three directions and explored the entire village. Half an hour later, the three of them reunited with heavy faces. Gu Mingyi, "No survivors found." Fuyo, "I didn't notice it either." Pigeon, "I didn't find it. Report it." As he spoke, Gu Mingyi took out his specially equipped mobile phone and contacted Wu Zhidong. As soon as the call was connected, he explained the situation briefly. "Are you sure that everyone died and there is no survivor?" "Yes, in the village," Gu Mingyi said in a deep voice. "We cannot give an accurate answer as to whether all the people in the village were killed. This requires the local household registration office to verify the population." "Okay, I understand. Tell me the address, and I will contact the local government to send someone there immediately. Do we need to wait here for the local staff to arrive and take over?" Wu Zhidong wanted to say no, but when he thought about what Gu Mingyi had reported, saying that the people in the village had become a breeding ground for insect eggs, he thought for a moment and said, "Are you in a hurry? If not, you can stay and wait for the local staff. The matter of insect eggs is a bit troublesome. I'm worried that the grassroots staff won't be able to handle it well." "Leader, we can only stay here for an hour at most. Team Jin's mission is also very heavy. If I'm not wrong, the situation there may be worse than ours." Wu Zhitong wanted to curse, of course, not at Gu Mingyi, but at the higher civilization. There are many villages like Hapu Village in Longhua, all of which are located in the mountains and are dozens of kilometers away from the nearest county town. These groups lead a relatively traditional life. They have mobile phones and television, but due to their geographical location and environment, there are more terraces than plains. Modern agricultural machinery cannot be used in such places, so planting and breeding are all done manually. We are very busy on weekdays and only watch TV and use mobile phones after work in the evening. Young people like to do this, but older people don't. Therefore, the acceptance of external information is slower. This is a neglected group and a group that has little communication with the outside world. I am afraid that except for the local household registration management staff, no one knows how many people there are in Hapu Village. However, dealing with insect eggs requires professionals. Not to mention whether ordinary people can handle it cleanly. It would be even worse if insect eggs stick to them during the process. The situation in Hapu Village is already like this. Wu Zhidong can't imagine whether those villages or villages with similar situations to Hapu Village have also encountered the same situation as Hapu Village. "I'll ask the local fire department to go over there. You guys wait there. They'll be there in an hour." "Yes." Regardless of whether the situation is the same or not, the most urgent task is to deal with the matter of Hapu village first. After hanging up the phone, Wu Zhidong immediately contacted the person in charge of Wanshan province and told him the situation in Hapu village. At the same time, he ordered the local fire department to rush to the scene as quickly as possible. He also asked the person in charge of Wanshan province to go to a scientific research unit in the provincial capital to second several biochemical researchers or professors to the local area to support the firefighting. This is serious business. The person in charge of Wanshan province knows the harm and danger of the Zerg and dares not be careless when hearing the news. After hanging up the phone with Wu Zhidong, he turned on the computer to find out which city Hapu village is under the jurisdiction of. After finding it, he immediately contacted the person in charge of a certain city and issued an order. After arranging these things, he immediately told his secretary to postpone the afternoon meeting, and then he set out from the provincial government building and went to a scientific research unit. He met with the head of the unit, and after successfully seconding several professionals, he told his secretary to personally send them to a certain city. The materials needed to process the insect eggs will be directly assigned to the local authorities, who will fully cooperate. After the people got on the car and left, the person in charge contacted Wu Zhitong with a heavy heart and told him about the arrangements he had made. Wu Zhitong nodded to show that he understood. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, he heard the person in charge ask, "Minister Wu, has the same situation occurred in other places in Wanshan province?" "I don't know," Wu Zhitong said in a heavy tone, "but I think Hapu village is not a special case. If possible, I hope you can ask the relevant local departments to clean up all the areas, especially those with rich forest resources, rural forests, etc. You can focus on searching and cleaning them up. This method is indeed feasible, but Wanshan province covers a large area, and there are many places that meet the requirements. If this arrangement is really made, the grassroots staff will be exhausted. Don't do it." After thinking for a moment, the person in charge gritted his teeth and said, "I will go back and hold a meeting right away." It would be fine if he didn't know, but if he knew and didn't do something, it would be unacceptable and he couldn't get over it. Whether it's to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost or to give yourself peace of mind, you won't know the result until you do it. Chapter 73, A Bit Fragile. Just as Wu Zhidong was contacting the person in charge of Wanshan province, Jenu had already arrived near the insect nest. The scent of living people was too strong. Almost the moment Jian Yu arrived, the mother insects laying eggs in the nest all turned their heads and looked at Jian Yu. Zerg are very ugly creatures. No matter what type they are, they all have a pair of cold, inorganic compound eyes. The only difference is that different types of Zerg have different colors of compound eyes. Being stared at by so many pairs of compound eyes, anyone else would have been panicked and at a loss, but Jian Yu did not. With her survival experience in her previous life, she knew how to lure out these female insects that were in the egg-laying period. She took a dagger, and under the cold gaze of a pair of compound eyes, she took out the dagger she carried with her and cut a very small cut on the tip of her finger, which just started to bleed. There was no blood even coming out. It's similar to skin injuries. Even this little bit of red can whet the appetite of the Zerg, who are extremely sensitive to the smell of flesh and blood. The female insect is in urgent need of food to supplement its nutrition during the egg-laying period. Jian Yu's move immediately caused these queen insects to become agitated. When the first 2-star on insect was about to leave the nest to kill Jian Yu as food, a 4-star green beetle next to it turned its head, opened its mouth parts, and took a bite at the head of the 2-star on insect. With a crisp sound of crackling, the huge body of the 2-star worm that had lost its head fell to the ground and began to twitch. However, it had not twitched for more than 2 seconds before being eaten up by several female insects nearby. That's right. When the female insects in the egg-laying period are in urgent need of food supplements, they will attack other female insects. No matter whether you are the same species or not, they will just kill you and eat you. Therefore, it is not uncommon to see this kind of food sharing in insect nests. Of course, queen insects that are not in urgent need of food to replenish their nutrition will not attack other queen insects. But at this time, the queen insect had been killed by the higher-level queen insect. For the queen insects around it, this was food that was delivered to their doorstep and would be a waste not to eat it. But conversely, the queen insect that ate the corpse of this queen insect will not be eligible to participate in the division of Jian Yu's food. If you want to participate, the highest level 4-star green beetle in this insect nest must die. So when the queen beetles that had divided up the queen beetle's body saw the 4-star green beetle leaving its nest to chase Jian Yu, They stepped forward to stop them when they discovered that the remaining queen beetles were ready to chase after it. Thus, Jian Yu's idea of luring a queen insect out of the nest was realized. Hearing the strange noises coming from afar, Jian and the others were startled and thought that they had arrived. Sure enough, just as this thought came to mind, Jian Yu's figure appeared from behind the bushes, and closely following her was a 4-star green beetle that was over 2 meters tall and rushed forward like a tank, crushing directly through the jungle. Seeing that the 4-star green beetle was getting closer and closer to the trap they had set, Jian counted to 3 in his mind and made a quick gesture. Seeing this, the poisonous snakes lying on the tree immediately exerted force with their hands at the same time, and a thick rope immediately jumped out from the lush bushes and thick fallen leaves. The 4-star green beetle, which just walked to the rope, was instantly tripped by the powerful force and fell to the ground with a thud. Jian Yu seized the opportunity, turned around, and pounced forward like lightning, holding the knife snatched from Potato's hand and stabbing it hard into the soft armor under the forelimbs of the 4-star green beetle. Jian and the others narrowed their eyes. The green beetle's weakness was the soft armor under its forelimbs. Very good. Next time they encounter the same type of Zerg, they know where to attack. After being attacked in the vital parts, the 4-star green beetle's body stiffened, and then it began to struggle. However, this was a futile struggle, because after Jian Yu stabbed the tip of the knife into the soft armor and stirred it twice, he pulled out the knife and chopped at its head quickly, fiercely, and accurately. Crack! The green beetle's shell was extremely hard, and Jian Yu was almost numb from the blow. However, the flaming broadsword successfully broke through the defense of the 4-star green beetle's shell and successfully separated its head from its body. Jian Yu did not stop there, but drew his sword and looked at the body of the 4-star green beetle again, chopping its huge body into 2 pieces. At the same time, Black Crow, who failed in his first awakening but luckily awakened the wood-type ability in the second awakening, immediately controlled a vine to reach into the body of the green beetle and took out a light green source crystal that looked like a green egg. The 4-star green beetle, which had lost its source crystal, finally died beyond death. Jian Yu didn't say anything. Instead, he put down the knife in his hand, gestured to them, then turned around and left for the insect nest. Jian and the others immediately jumped out from their hiding place, cleaned up the bodies of the green beetles, and set up traps again. Almost as soon as they finished and returned to their hiding place, Jian Yu led another Zerg over. After repeating the same method, the second 4-star red flower insect was solved. This insect looks really disgusting. Despite its nice name, it is a toad among the insect family. The bumps on its body that look like flowers are actually poison sacs. It is somewhat corrosive and will penetrate into the body through the skin once it comes into contact with the skin, causing hallucinations. Moreover, this hallucination is not a good one. It is probably a nightmare-like hallucination. Therefore, Jian Yu knew that everyone who came into contact with the venom of the red flower beetle committed suicide, and no one could stop them or wake them up. Even if you tie up their hands and feet with ropes and block their mouths, people who have been contaminated by the safflower beetle venom will find ways to torture themselves to death. Because of the characteristics of the safflower bug, Jian Yu did not rush to leave as before after getting rid of the safflower bug. Instead, he specifically explained the characteristics of the safflower bug to Jian and the others, and only left after making sure that they would not accidentally fall into the trap and would handle subsequent matters with caution. In the following time, Jian Yu used himself as a living insect attractor, luring out one Zerg after another for Jian and others to deal with. Hone their insect-killing skills, learn the weaknesses of each Zerg species, how to quickly and effectively eliminate the Zerg, and so on. Just as they were working in unison to kill insects with great enthusiasm, Gu Mingi and his team finally arrived with the local security police and fire police. As soon as the two sides met, Gu Mingi and his team recounted what had happened in a concise manner. The security police and fire police looked heavy-hearted as they listened, and they were mentally prepared for the tragedy in Hapu village. However, this preparation was useless. No matter how well prepared they were mentally, when they followed Gu Mingi and the others into Hapu village and saw the corpses that were occupied by insect eggs and became breeding ground for the eggs, their faces suddenly changed and they began to feel acid reflux and wanted to vomit. However, this preparation was useless. No matter how well prepared they were mentally, when they followed Gu Mingi and the others into Hapu village and saw the corpses that were occupied by insect eggs and became breeding ground for the eggs, their faces suddenly changed, and they began to feel acid reflux and wanted to vomit. Some people who were weaker in endurance could not help but vomit. Gu Mingi and others. Is it really okay to keep them in this state? It seems a bit fragile. After exchanging glances, Fuyo asked the security chief and the fire chief, "Is it okay for you to stay here alone and deal with these?" The two captains looked at their teammates who were vomiting and vomiting bile and nodded at the same time, feeling embarrassed. "Okay, we have no problem. You can leave first if you have something to do." Chapter 74, Military Order. Gu Mingi was still a little worried and asked again, "Is it really possible?" "It's really possible, as long as there are no Zergs." As soon as these words came out, the hairs on Gu Mingi and the others stood up. They really had no way to avoid this problem. "Are there any superpowers among you?" Grassroots security police and fire police are also the main force for injecting genetic modification fluid. In the two teams dispatched at this time, the number of people with special abilities and ordinary people is half and half. There were 36 people in total, 18 with special abilities and 18 ordinary people. When they heard that there was a person with superpowers, Gu Mingi and the others felt a little relieved. The rest of their worries were also put at ease after they explained to everyone the dangers of the Zerg and their known weaknesses. Then, he exchanged contact information with the two captains and asked them to contact them as soon as there was any situation. The two captains expressed their gratitude and watched them leave quickly. Before the person was completely out of sight, the security captain clapped his hands and said, "Don't be idle. Start working quickly." "Here it comes." The security police took action one after another, and the fire chief also ordered, "Go get the body bags and put the bodies in first, and then carry out a large-scale, deep disinfection of the entire Hapu village." "Receive." The firefighters also took action. The two teams were lucky. From the beginning to the end, and then to leaving with the corpses, they did not encounter any Zerg. They didn't get any contact with the insect eggs because not long after Gu Mingi and his team left, professionals came with equipment to collect and process the eggs. It was 3 hours later when everything was ready and we left Hapu village. At this time, Gu Mingi and his team had successfully joined forces with Jian Yu and his team. More than 100 queen insects were lured out one by Jian Yu and killed all of them. The piled-up insects formed a small hill. Everywhere you look, there are hideous and ugly insect corpses. "There's no way to ship these out?" Fuyo asked from the depths of his soul, and Jian Yu hummed, "It's not a convenient time, and delivery is not allowed." While dismantling the useful carapaces, sharp bone spurs, and limbs of the Zerg, she said, "Tear down the useful parts that can be used to make equipment, pack them up, and send them to the logistics department to collect them. Don't worry about the corpses. After everything is done, you can burn it or bury it deep. That's fine." So, a group of people started to do the demolition work together. There were more than 100 queen insects, and a lot of useful resources could be obtained from them. I packed more than 50 vacuum compression bags with me. Some parts are large and sharp and cannot fit in bags, so they are piled together and tied into a pile with ropes to make it easier for logistics personnel to take them away. By the time everything was done, the light in the forest was already so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but it was almost that dark. Without taking a rest, Jenu took out his specially equipped mobile phone to contact the logistics department and sent the coordinates. Then he hurriedly urged the Earth-type mutant to bury the remaining insect corpses. Then return to the insect nest, kill all the insect eggs, and rush to the next location without stopping. At exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, Jian Yu and his companions, who were quickly traveling through the forest in the dark, arrived at the second insect nest. "What's going on?" Looking at the empty insect nest that exuded a strong, fishy smell, Gu Mingi and the others looked at Jian Yu in confusion. "It is indeed a nest of insects, but why can't I see a single insect?" "Creatures of the night," Jian Yu said with a heavy face. "Our mission has become more difficult. Nighttime is the peak period of Zerg activity. It is difficult to find their traces during the Zerg's activities. Even using source crystals won't work?" "No." Jian Yu shook her head. "The nearest village here." Taking out the map of Qianfeng City from his pocket, Jian Yu took out a headlamp, put it on, and turned it on, then began to study the map under the bright light of the headlamp. After some research, she pointed to Lily County and said, "Let's go to Lily County." As a soldier, you must learn and master how to read maps to determine directions in the primeval forest, as well as estimate routes and judge distances. Therefore, as soon as Jian Yu said this, everyone began to calculate the estimated distance from their location to Lily and which direction to go that would be closer and save time. After the calculation was completed, a group of people looked at Jian Yu with complicated eyes. It's over 50 kilometers. Are you sure we can make it there in time? Jian asked. Jian Yu looked at the map and asked in surprise. More than 50 kilometers? Right. Jian Yu. She could tell from the map that it was not close, but she hadn't expected it to be this far. Too late. She took a deep breath and managed to squeeze out a sentence from between her teeth. Contact the local authorities and ask them to take precautions. If the Zerg follow the direction and route I have determined and head towards Lily County, the situation will become very critical and dangerous. Jian nodded and immediately took out his cell phone to contact the Baja County headquarters using the internal line. That's right, there is a military base in Bailey County with a military strength of about 2 battalions. Arms? Probably not many, but definitely some. Furthermore, if all members take the genetic modification fluid, even if not all of them can awaken, at least 1/3 of them should be able to do so. Cooperate with local security police and firefighters. If the number of Zerg is small, you can solve them directly. If the number is large, you can hold on for a while and wait for reinforcements. The person in charge of the station who received the call was stunned for a moment, then asked anxiously, "Leader, are you sure there is a Zerg invasion in Lily County?" "There's a 75% chance." Jian didn't say the exact number, but this percentage was enough for the person in charge to pay attention to. He was not aware of the brutality of the Zerg before, nor did he know that the planet they lived on had been invaded by alien Zerg. However, although the video of the battle between the soldiers of the Furong Provincial Military District and the Zerg after the Datian village massacre and the sacrifice of so many people has not been made public, places like military camps are well known. Through the battle videos taken by drones, the person in charge had a deep understanding of the ferocity of the Zerg. Upon hearing the sound, he immediately said, "Don't worry, leader. I will arrange for personnel to go out for inspection and notify the relevant local departments." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work," Jian reminded. "You can apply for support in advance." "Understood. I'll act accordingly." After hanging up the phone with the person in charge, Jian looked at Jian Yu and asked, "Are we still going to Baja County?" Jian Yu thought for a moment and said in a loud voice, "Go. Not only do we have to go, we have to rush there at a forced march." Covering his chest, Jian Yu said in a dull voice, "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in my heart. I have a feeling that things in Lily County will not go smoothly today. The casualties will be heavy. The casualty rate was even more severe than that in Uda village." This premonition made Jian Yu uncomfortable, but she was powerless to stop it. As for changing, she took a deep breath, took out her cell phone, and contacted Wu Zhidong. After the call was connected, she said decisively, "Leader, I am now applying to send troops to Bailey County for support." Wu Zhidong stood up and said seriously, "Is something going to happen in Baja County?" "It's very likely. I have a bad feeling. The number of troops stationed there is too small." "Wait, your hunch." Wu Zhidong interrupted her and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Jian, is your premonition accurate?" "Allow. Leader, you trust me. I won't joke with you about this. I know that mobilizing support to Baja County is a big deal. It is precisely because of this that I can issue you a military order." Chapter 75 Zerg appears. "Need not." Wu Zhidong suddenly interrupted her, and Jian Yu exclaimed, "What does this mean?" Just as she was about to ask, she heard Wu Zhidong say, "I believe you. I will contact the Qingyuan Provincial Military District to send troops to Baja County now." Jian Yu was really touched by Wu Zhidong's trust and support. She took a deep breath, suppressed her boiling emotions, and said in a trembling voice, "Leader, we will go to Bailey County immediately. At the same time, please discuss with the big boss about evacuating those mountain residents. The situation in Wanshan province is very bad. Hapu village will not be the first village to suffer, nor will it be the last." She looked up at the starry sky that was blocked by lush branches and leaves, and said in a heavy tone, "At this moment, in places we don't know, I believe that many villages have been affected by the disaster." Wu Zhidong. Wu Zhidong was silent for 2 seconds and said that he would report it to the boss. He also reminded Jian Yu and the others to be careful, and then hung up the phone. "What does the leader say?" Seeing Jian Yu put away her phone, Gu Mingi and the others immediately came over and asked, "Should we set off now?" "Set off." Jian Yu turned around and ran quickly in the direction of Baja County, saying as she ran, "The leader said that he would report it to the big boss, but I don't know whether it will be implemented or not. However, in my opinion, the probability of that happening is very high. After all, It's not just one or two lives, but many countless lives. This topic was very heavy, so heavy that no one was in the mood to talk. In the following time, everyone walked on in silence. I hope the journey will be smooth and that they won't encounter any obstacles so that they can get to Bailey County as quickly as possible. However, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to come. Less than half an hour after running, they came face to face with the Zerg roaming at night. These insects, who were foraging for food and were covered in blood, brains, and animal feces, suddenly felt that the food in their mouths no longer tasted good the moment they smelled their vigorous and fresh blood. They dropped their food and pounced on them ferociously like hungry wolves that had accidentally fallen into a flock of sheep. The battle broke out. Because they were concerned about Lily County, no one thought about retaining their strength, but instead went all out to fight the Zerg. The battle was not smooth. The light at night was too dim, and humans without night vision were no match for the Zerg in the dark. At least the Zerg are not troubled by the darkness, but humans are not. What's more, the surrounding vegetation is lush, and if you're not careful, you'll easily trip over the bushes and vines under your feet. Fortunately, Jian Yu and his group had rich combat experience, and those who had not awakened in the early stages with the help of the source crystals were awakened with the help of the genetic modification fluid. Except for the unlucky Yun Jin who failed in his second awakening, the rest all have superpowers. Therefore, after a bloody battle, Jian Yu and his team won the final victory and wiped out a total of 78 Zergs they encountered. I got 78 source crystals, but I really didn't have time to get the materials, so I had to give up. After simply treating their wounds, the group continued on their journey without stopping. At this time, Lily County was surrounded by war. The story begins when Yun Jian contacted the person in charge of the Bailey station. After the person in charge hung up the phone, he called an emergency meeting and issued an order for a fully armed patrol of Bailey County and surrounding residential villages. Once you encounter the Zerg, while ensuring the safety of the crowd, immediately gather to annihilate the Zerg and dig out the source crystals. As soon as the order came out, the soldiers were in an uproar, but then their faces turned serious. They knew very well how brutal the Zerg were, so they had to go all out tonight. Everyone went to the equipment depot to collect equipment, and then the team left the base according to their company and patrolled different areas according to their locations. At the same time, the person in charge was not idle either. After announcing the disbandment, he personally drove to the home of the person in charge of Lily County. They contacted the person in charge by phone on the way. The person in charge had already fallen asleep at that time. He was in a bad mood when he woke up by the phone call. His temper instantly exploded and he wanted to curse, but the person in charge's words were like a bucket of ice water containing a lot of ice cubes poured over his head, making him feel cold to the bone. According to reliable information, there are Zerg infestations in Lily County. The head of the county government sat up in shock from his dying illness. "Old Huang, are you serious?" As soon as he said this, he knew that he had asked the wrong question, and immediately said, "I understand. I will call a meeting of all staff and issue instructions now. Don't hold the meeting. By the time you finish it, the opportunity will be gone. The most urgent thing is to notify all employees to get moving." Huang Huaning said seriously. "Also, let those who are hanging out outside go home immediately, and all entertainment venues should be closed immediately." Before he could finish his words, he heard noise and people running in panic in the distance. Huang Huaning looked over and immediately cursed. "Ho!" he shouted. "Old Jiang, the Zerg have appeared in the Jining night market in Bai County. Please quickly notify someone to come and evacuate the crowd. I will go meet the Zerg first." After hanging up the phone with the Zerg, he urgently called his comrades. "This is 01. This is 01. Zerg have appeared in Jining Night Market. Please rush over immediately to provide support and fight." The situation at Jining Night Market was already very dangerous at this time, with more and more people crying and running for their lives in panic. Behind them were huge, ugly, and ferocious Zergs. Two of the Zergs grabbed a person with their short forelimbs and stuffed them into their mouths. Seeing this scene, Huang Huaning was so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. "Damn Zerg, I want you to die." Huang Huaning stepped on the accelerator, and the car started to speed. He drove towards the Zerg with a determined look in his eyes and shouted at the fleeing crowd through the wide-open car window, "Run towards the county government and the public security police station. If you can't escape from the Zerg, don't lose heart. Please find a shelter on the spot and hide." After hearing his shout, the crowd that was running around like headless flies found a direction. Those who were about to be caught up by the Zerg also looked around and found suitable shelters to hide. Those who were hiding were extremely frightened. They were afraid that their crying and shouting would attract the attention of the Zerg, so they all covered their mouths. Sizzle. Amid the harsh sound of brakes, Huang Huaning stepped on the brakes to turn off the engine, then swiftly jumped out of the car with the gun in hand and landed his feet on the isolation pier. He aimed his gun at the Zerg that was stuffing a person into its mouth. With a slight movement of his finger, a bullet wrapped in frost shot out of the barrel and headed straight for the Zerg's copper bell-sized compound eye. The compound eye that was hit exploded with a bang. The Zerg began to go crazy, but it was too late. The frost wrapped around the bullet that entered its brain through its compound eyes began to freeze it from the inside. As a psychic who has only awakened his superpowers a few days ago, Huang Huaning's superpowers are not strong, but his advantage is that he has a good entry point. Even if the freezing ability is weak, and is weakened again after entering the Zerg's body, that little bit of frost power is enough to cause trouble to the Zerg. The Zerg paused, and the whole thing fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 76: Eat a Piece and Throw a Piece. Although Duanmu Ju's name sounds like a male protagonist, he is actually no one's male protagonist. He is just a little gangster. From the time he was born till now, he has never been praised by anyone. He grew up without parents and was brought up by his grandparents. Because his family was poor, he even finished compulsory education with difficulty. When he was young, he was ignorant, and because his family was too poor, he stole food from the fields and homes of people in the village. The adults saw him sighing, but didn't say anything. He just told him not to do that again next time. If you are really hungry, you can tell them, and they will not be stingy with giving you some food. He remembered it and believed it to be true. Then the next time he was hungry, he really went and told the people who had food to eat at home. He was given food, but the next day rumors began to spread in the village, saying that he was shameless. The child didn't say any of this, but started calling him a thief. Later, his reputation as a thief spread. The rumors spread more and more and more widely. No matter whether he did it or not, just put the blame on him. Later, he had a conflict with his classmates at school, but the cause of the incident was not his fault. But the teacher didn't want to listen to him and directly accused him of a crime. It was clearly not his fault, but he still asked him to apologize to his classmates. Afterwards, I was also insulted by my classmates' parents. From then on, he had a clear understanding in his heart that he was destined not to be a good person in this life. You are also destined to not be a useful person to society. Just after I finished compulsory education, my grandfather died of illness, followed by my grandmother. From then on, he was alone in the world. The days when one person's food fed the whole family gave him a lot of fake brotherhood. Today, he and his plastic brothers received their wages after moving bricks at the construction site for a month. The salary was good, more than 4,000 yuan in hand. He had never seen so much money before, so he decided to reward himself. After all, he had worked hard for a month and had shed several layers of skin on his shoulders and hands. You would be sorry for yourself if you don't eat something good. So, he and his plastic brothers made an appointment to have some barbecue. They were enjoying their meal when suddenly a frightened sound came from the street. They turned around and saw a heterosexual insect like the one in a science fiction movie appeared in their sight. To be honest, he is not afraid of insects. Even though the bug was very big or had a strange appearance, he was not afraid. He still had the mood to continue eating his skewers calmly. But this calmness came to an abrupt end when he saw the bug bite a person, so that only half of the body was left, while the upper body disappeared into the bug's mouthparts. Duanmu Yu felt hot under his body and was so scared that he almost peed himself. He wanted to run, but found that his legs were too weak to stand up. I wanted to shout for help, but my throat felt like a ball of cotton was stuffed in it, and it was so uncomfortable. No matter how hard I opened my mouth to scream, no sound came out. Everyone around him who could run ran away, but he was the only one who couldn't shout because his legs were too weak. He sat stiffly on the plastic stool of the barbecue stall, watching one big insect after another appear. He watched helplessly as those huge insects that seemed to appear out of nowhere bit many people into two pieces one by one, eating and throwing away a piece in a very wasteful way. His strong desire to survive made him explode. Ah! He screamed and ran away. His weak legs and frightened peeing were nothing, compared with being bitten in half by a bug. These were nothing. He ran and ran, his legs swinging at a frequency that was the fastest in his lifetime. The sound of the wind from his fast running vibrated his eardrums, making his ears hurt. My heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of my chest. Even breathing began to become difficult. He could clearly hear his own wheezing breathing, like the sound of him sitting at the stove door and helping to pull the bellows to control the fire when his grandmother was still alive. Duan Muyu himself couldn't figure out why he had the mood to think about such messy things at such a critical moment of life and death. The fishy smell behind him gradually became stronger and stronger, so strong that he didn't need to look back to know clearly that there was a huge bug behind him. Duan Muyu's hand touched his lower back, where there was a dagger that he always carried with him. He bought this dagger at a street stall. The seller said it was a Tibetan knife, very sharp and easy to use. There are also intricate patterns carved on it. He didn't know whether it was a hidden knife or not, but he really liked this dagger, and he paid someone to sharpen it. It turned out that the seller was right. The dagger was indeed very sharp and very easy to use. It is very sharp and can be used for chopping melons and vegetables, deboning, slicing, and mincing meat. Pulling out the dagger from the sheath, Duan Muyu was extremely glad that he had a weapon with him. Although this weapon is small and cannot kill big bugs, it can kill himself. That's enough. Although it is painful and cowardly to solve such problems by yourself. But it's still easier than being bitten in half by a big bug and having to eat one piece and throw away the other. He didn't want to be bitten in half by the big bug, nor did he want to be eaten by the big bug, so... Yusti! With a loud roar, Duan Muyu summoned up all his courage and pointed the dagger at his heart. Just as he was about to stab the dagger into his heart, a roar like thunder rang in his ears. Run towards the county government and the police station. If you can't escape from the Zerg, don't lose heart. Find a shelter and hide immediately. Following the roar, a gunshot was heard. The big bug opened its sharp mouthparts to bite him, but suddenly its body paused and fell to the ground. As someone who was very close to the big bug, Duan Muyu also fell to the ground. The big bug pressed down on him. The huge weight made his eyes go dark, and he felt like his soul was leaving his body. Duan Muyu. Good. He was not bitten into two pieces by the big bug and had to eat one part and throw away the other, nor was he able to solve the problem himself. This is really a wonderful and lucky thing. But damn, it's just as embarrassing to be crushed to death by a big bug. He really didn't want to die in such a shameful way. What to do? By struggling, he can get rid of the oppression of the big bug and escape. If he can't get rid of it, he accepted his fate. As a result of his hard struggle, he endured the severe pain in his body and finally broke free from the weight of the big insect. But in contrast, his dagger was missing. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire was heard continuously. After finally escaping, Xingtian was gasping for breath and preparing to crawl forward to find a hiding place, when he saw a familiar handle out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head and found that the familiar handle was the handle of his dagger. The handle is currently located on the white spot on the abdomen of the big insect. Duan Muyu. Duan Muyu looked around and found that the ordinary people in the bustling night market had disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a mess everywhere, huge insects and fully armed soldiers who suddenly appeared from nowhere. The soldier held his gun and shot while shouting at people to run quickly, not to come near this side, and not to watch the fun. Chapter 77, Becoming a Superpower. Duan Muyu. To be honest, he really didn't want to join in the fun, and he really wanted to leave. But the probability seems not to be high. Looking at the big bug lying not far from him and struggling to get up, Duan Muyu didn't know where he got the courage from. He suddenly stood up and ran over quickly to pull out his precious dagger. With a pop, something broke. Duan Muyu thought he was hallucinating because of the pain. He glanced at the insect that twitched and then stopped moving, then ran towards the struggling insect with a dagger in hand. Fuck! A soldier who was shooting with a gun saw Duan Muyu and was shocked and shouted, "The man in front! Don't run inside, run outside! Quick, quick! Focus your fire on the Zerg approaching that young man. Zhou Xiaowushing, Zhang Xiaofeng. The three of you quickly go over and bring that person out." Seeing that the young man not only did not run out obediently, but ran inside instead, the person in charge, Huang Huaning, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and immediately gave an order. Zhou Xiao and the other two, who were named, immediately raised their guns and fired while moving towards the direction and position where Duan Muyu was. As a result, when they got closer, they watched Duan Muyu come to the Zerg that was still alive but struggling on the ground, then raise the dagger in his hand high and stabbed it quickly, fiercely and accurately into the white spot on the Zerg's abdomen. In an instant, the big insect, which was already struggling, struggled even more violently after being stabbed. But this intensity lasted only a short time, only a few seconds, and the Zerg froze there motionless. Is this dead? The three of them were confused, But Duanmuyu was excited after verifying his guess. He shouted, "Attack the spots on the abdomen of these insects, and the big insects will die." Before he finished speaking, he drew out the dagger again and was about to pounce bravely on another big winged insect when a crisp snapping sound was heard. It was not an illusion, nor was it his illusion. There was really something at the place where he stabbed. Duanmuju gritted his teeth and didn't know what to do, so he decided to ask the soldiers for help. He pounced on the winged insect with a dagger in hand, shouting, "There seems to be something in its abdomen. If it breaks, the insect will die. I want to do an experiment. Can you help me buy some time?" "No problem," Zhou Xiao responded loudly, and then together with Wu Xingli and the others, they concentrated their fire to prevent the Zerg from approaching Duanmuyu. Relying on the firepower of Zhou Xiao and others to stop it, Duanmuyu successfully reached the winged insect. Then he used the same method to stab the dagger into the insect's body. However, this time he did not pull it out in a hurry. Instead, he held the handle of the dagger and slashed it downwards hard, leaving a cut. His dagger was really sharp. After stabbing 2 big bugs, the blade not only did not become dull, but it felt even sharper when used. Duanmuyu didn't know where this change came from, and he had no time or energy to explore it at this moment, because the contents of the worm's stomach fell out through the big cut. It is a sphere with beautiful color, like a crystal. Even though it is covered with mucus and some dirt, it does not detract from the beauty of the sphere. "What's this?" Duanmuyu reached out to pick up the spherical object, but before he could ask anything, a stream of extremely pure energy surged into his body through his palm like a tide. In an instant, his whole body felt hot, as if endless power was flowing from his internal organs along his blood vessels to his limbs and bones. "Ah!" Feeling the changes in his body, Duanmuyu could not help but roar. A golden light appeared, and he instantly turned into a golden little man. "Duanmuyu!" Zhou Xiao and the other 2, who were keeping an eye on him, shouted, "Fuck, this brother actually awakened." Zhou Xiao and the others were shocked at first, then they shouted with joy, "Brother, you have become a superpower. Can you please help kill the Zerg?" There are many people with special powers in the military camp. After their ammunition is exhausted, many soldiers begin to use their special powers and the bayonets installed on their rifles to fight the Zerg. Duanmuyu had normal vision, and he also saw the way these superpowers fought. Hearing the voice, he said without thinking, "I do." Before he finished speaking, he picked up the bayonet dropped by a screaming soldier who died under the sharp mouth parts of the Zerg and joined the team to kill the Zerg. I don't know if it's due to the spherical object, but Duanmuyu feels very strong, super strong, not just ordinary strong. Specifically, when a big insect opened its sharp mouth parts to bite him, he thought he was going to die and shouted, "My life is over," and he was actually bitten. But he did not die. Instead, the big bug that bit him suddenly made a crisp snapping sound. He looked up and saw that the insect's mouth parts had become flat, as if they had been cut in half. The sharp teeth like shark teeth are gone. Duanmuyu. Seeing that the big insect was about to run away, Duanmuyu subconsciously reached out and grabbed one of its front legs. Probably because he used too much strength, he was pushing downwards while the big insect, flapping its wings and trying to leave, was pushing upwards. There was another snapping sound, and the lowest section of the forelimb suddenly broke. Then, the insect, which had lost a leg or foot, became unable to fly. The whole insect began to fall over. The opportunity has come. Duanmuyu was delighted, and while the insect was descending, he grabbed its other forelimb and pulled it down hard. Instantly, the lowest section broke again, and the insect, as if unable to bear the weight, fell down and hit the ground heavily. "Good fall!" With a loud shout, Duanmuyu rushed towards the spot on the insect's abdomen with his bayonet in hand. With a puff sound, the bayonet entered the insect's body. Duanmuyu slashed it downwards fiercely, and the familiar wound appeared again. He drew out his bayonet, and a spherical object appeared. Duanmuyu reached out to pick it up, and another stream of pure energy surged into his body. He shouted, "There is a crystal-like ball on the spot on the insect's abdomen. Brothers, this ball can replenish superpowers." "That's the source crystal," Zhou Xiao replied loudly. They all knew that the Zerg had active crystals. It was also mentioned above. Everyone knows that source crystals are good things. Not only can they replenish superpowers, they can also be used as a new type of energy. Not only that, the source crystal has another function, which is that using the source crystal has a certain probability of awakening superpowers. It is definitely unrealistic to say that they don't want to dig source crystals. But they don't have time. There were too many Zergs at the night market, And there were also endless streams of Zergs coming over here from the mountains and forests not far away. In this situation, they didn't even have time to kill the Zergs. So how could they have time to dig for source crystals? Why don't you want this thing called source crystal? Chapter 78 war. Zhou Xiao and the others. What kind of confusing statement is this? Don't they want it? No. We don't have time for that. There is no time to kill the insects, let alone dig for source crystals. Duan Yu's eyes lit up. When I have time, I'll dig source crystals for you. Before he finished speaking, he ran off to carry out his great cause of source crystal. Duan Yu's defensive ability was so strong that Zhou Xiao and the others were worried about his safety at the beginning. They kept an eye on him from time to time, using fire attacks to prevent the Zerg from getting close to him, and were responsible for attracting hatred when he went to hunt the Zerg. When they found that the Zerg could not break his defense and had no way to deal with him, Zhou Xiao and his friends began to pay less attention to him. Just at this moment, a scream was heard. Duan Yu, who had just dug out a source crystal, turned his head and looked. His eyes turned red immediately due to the stimulation of the scene in front of him. I saw a brave soldier with water-based abilities who was killing insects. However, he ran out of abilities and couldn't dodge in time, so he was torn into pieces by several Zergs. A healthy person was torn into pieces, with his internal organs scattered all over the floor. Ah! Duan Yu roared, and ran around the place like a hot wheel with a bag of source crystals in his hand, delivering source crystals to the psychics. But it was of no use, just a drop in the bucket. The number of Zerg is simply too large. Even if there are a steady stream of military and police coming to support, it is useless against the Zerg that keep coming out of the mountains and forests. Every time a Zerg dies, a corresponding soldier or police officer is sacrificed. In addition to the original fishy smell in the air, there was an extremely strong smell of blood and gunpowder. The three smells mixed together made people want to vomit. But the physiological reaction can be overcome, but the psychological reaction cannot be overcome. When one comrade and colleague after another died in tragic ways before their eyes, the military and police officers who could not endure it mentally collapsed. Once the psychological defenses collapse at the critical moment of the battle, the consequences will be serious and tragic. Calm the fuck down. Seeing that the soldiers were in panic, Huang Huaning shouted at the top of his lungs. Captain, I can't hold it any longer. One soldier collapsed, not forgetting to aim his gun at a Zerg and shoot. He choked and shouted, Datu is dead, Xiao Saner and the others are dead too. Captain, will we be the next to die? Death is not scary. Since the day they put on their military uniforms, they have been prepared to sacrifice. They can sacrifice their lives for the country, die heroically to protect the lives and property of the people, accept accidental death, or die of illness. The only thing he could not accept was being killed by the Zerg in such a cruel way. The soldier almost cried out as he said this. Huang Huaning was furious when he heard it and said, We can't accept this kind of death, let alone you. What can I do if I can't accept it? With a bang, the bullet shot out from the gun barrel accurately hit the compound eye of a Zerg, and then the Zerg fell to the ground with a bang. Huang Huaning pounced forward, changed his hands into claws, aimed at the spot on the insect's abdomen, and grabbed it hard. With a crackling sound, his beastly claws directly tore through the Zerg's abdomen. Then he quickly and accurately found the source crystal and pulled it hard, and the struggling Zerg was instantly killed. After absorbing the energy in the source crystal, Huang Huaning continued to attack the Zerg while saying, We can only hold on. We can only bear it. Even if all of us die in battle, we cannot retreat even a single step. Brothers, behind us are the people, the unarmed people. Once we retreat, what will happen to the people? What will happen to millions of families? The Zerg are not found in just one place. There should be many places in the country where they are found. Everyone is afraid of death, including me. It's useless to be afraid. The Zerg will not stop entering areas where humans live just because we are afraid. When we back off because of fear, we set a bad example and more people will choose to back off in the future. You killed the Zerg because you were afraid, and he refused to kill the Zerg because he was afraid. I would like to ask you, who will protect the people? Who will protect our families and friends? Even as he spoke, he did not stop killing the Zerg. One by one, the Zerg were either shot through the abdomen by his gun or had their belly spots torn apart by his sharp claws to take out the source crystal. The scene was too bloody and tragic, and Huang Huaning's image at this time was extremely bad. His body was covered with blood, brain tissue, and internal organs, and mucus bursting out of the Zerg. The whole person was fishy and smelly, and his face was covered beyond recognition. Only a pair of eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit, shining shockingly bright in the night. Va! Influenced by him, after a brief silence and contemplation, all the fear and terror of the people present disappeared. At this moment, everyone had only one thought, which was to kill these Zerg and fight to protect the people. Fight for those millions of families. The sound of gunfire continued, and the residents of Lily County had learned what was happening through those who had fled from the night market. The story went viral on WeChat Moments. Everyone was in panic, and some people packed their things in a panic and prepared to leave Baiha County overnight. Some people believe in the military and police, thinking that the garrison and security police can handle the situation and there is no need to flee. What's more, instead of hiding at home, he felt that he had discovered the traffic password that could make him famous all over the world and become an internet celebrity. He boldly took the device and left home for the night market. Because of the differences in temperament, various forms of sentient beings appear. But no matter what the reason was, when the sound of gunshots rang out again after a brief interruption, whether Baiha County was preparing to leave, was at home, or wanted the traffic password, their hearts were raised at this moment. Something must have happened. Lin Yerong is a veteran who has retired for 7 years. When the gunfire rang out, he was in a dream, and his dreams were all about the scene in the military camp. The sound of gunfire woke him up. At first he thought it was his hallucination, but after listening for a while, he was sure that the gunshot was not his hallucination but a real thing. As a man who had been away from the military for many years, but still strictly followed the military lifestyle, Lin Yerong's reaction was quick. Almost instantly, he jumped out of bed, changed his clothes, and went out. Then he came face to face with his worried wife. Seeing her husband wearing the training uniform he brought back from the army, his wife's face changed almost on the spot. "What are you going to do dressed like this?" she asked angrily, and Lin Yerong was silent for 2 seconds. "I want to see what happened." "Don't go," the wife said sharply. "Lin Yerong, you need to understand clearly that you are not an active-duty soldier, and you are not even a security guard. No matter what happens outside, it has nothing to do with you. You are no longer the active-duty soldier who wore a military uniform and took it as his duty to defend his country. You now have a wife and a child. You are a middle-aged man who needs to support your family and fight for your children." Chapter 79, Come Back Alive. At this point, the wife could no longer suppress her surging emotions and burst into tears. "Lin Yerong, don't go. Consider me and my son okay?" Looking at his wife's tears, Lin Yerong chose to compromise after a fierce inner struggle. "I'm not going. I'll just stay with you and my son." Coming to his wife and wiping away her tears, Lin Yerong sighed and hugged her in his arms, as if he was speaking to his wife, or also as if he was speaking to himself. "You're right. I'm not an active-duty soldier anymore. No matter what happens out there, there are people to deal with it. It won't help if I really go there." It would have been better if she hadn't said this, but once she said it, her wife felt even more upset. She looked up at her husband. They had been married for 10 years. The reason she agreed to her husband's pursuit was not only because of her love for military uniforms, but most importantly, her husband was her ideal type. So, even though her husband, who was still her boyfriend during their passionate love, lost contact from time to time and was never able to give her gifts on Valentine's Day, birthday, etc. on time, she followed him without hesitation. Later, they got married. In the second year of their marriage, she fell seriously ill and her husband chose to retire from the army in order to take care of her. In fact, she knew very well over the years that her husband had always had a dream of joining the army. While she was sleeping, she often heard her husband shouting slogans, and her husband's daily life in recent years was still like that of the military camp. No bad habits whatsoever. She feels satisfied and proud of this. It turned out that she did not choose the wrong man. This time was no exception, and she was equally proud of her husband for choosing her and their son over his own beliefs as a soldier. But after the pride comes guilt and heartache. She felt guilty about her selfishness and felt sorry for her husband's efforts. She thought, just this once, at least her husband's life would have less regrets. After some hesitation and thought, she took out her cell phone and said, "You must not know what happened yet. Take a look." After opening her moments, she held the phone screen in front of her husband's eyes. Just then, the gunfire stopped, and then more intense gunfire rang out. Lin Yerong, who was browsing his circle of friends, trembled all over. The sound of gunfire meant that the situation was becoming more and more serious. Xiaolin, after returning the phone to his wife, he managed to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. "I want to go and see." I don't know what I can do. Even if I wanted to, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything. He gave a slightly bitter smile. But if I don't go and take a look, I will never be at peace in my life. It's dangerous. This time his wife did not become hysterical or break down and cry. Instead, she looked at him calmly. Lin Yerong hummed. I know. It is precisely because of the danger that I should go and take a look. Pointing at his wife's phone, he said solemnly, Xiaolan, I swear on my military career that these alien-like creatures that appeared in the night market are definitely not native to our blue water planet. If the military and police fail to keep them safe and allow these creatures to enter areas where humans live and residential areas, the disaster that will result will be enormous. We can escape, but believe me, if Lily County is lost, other places won't be safe either. These creatures just appeared out of nowhere. No one had ever seen or heard of them before, but they just appeared out of nowhere. I now suspect that these things exist elsewhere. At this point, he held his wife's shoulders and said in a deep voice, Wife, I'm sorry, can I go and see? There was a long silence, and his wife did not respond. The light in Lin Yerong's eyes dimmed. Just as he was about to compromise, his wife suddenly spoke. You go ahead. Reaching out to straighten his collar, his wife said gently, If you are not needed, just take a look and come back. If you are needed, I allow you to join the battle. But, looking up at Lin Yerong, she warned, Lin Yerong, you must come back alive. Don't let Tuanchuan be without a father, and don't let me lose my husband. Good. Lin Yerong was so moved that he almost cried. He hugged his wife tightly and said, I will remember your words and will do my best to come back alive. As he spoke, he quietly asked for his wife's opinion. Then my wife, I'm leaving. Let's go. Smiling and stepping back, his wife said softly, Lin Yerong, remember that Tuanchuan and I are waiting for you to come home. Must. Raising his hand and saluted his wife. Lin Yerong looked at his wife deeply again, then opened the door and walked out quickly. Fong Lan stood at the door and watched his figure disappear at the stairs. She stood at the door in silence for a long, long time, so long that her legs began to feel numb and weak. Then she reached out to close the door and turned back to the bedroom. A person sat on the bed and prayed silently, praying that the military and police could control these alien-like creatures, and praying that her husband would return safely. There are not many veterans in Lily County, but there are not too few either. There were many veterans who made the same choice as Lin Yerong. When the car was approaching the night market, the sound of military and police shouting kill could be vaguely heard amid the rumbling of gunfire. The sound of gunfire and the smell of gun smoke have made this small county town, located on the border, less peaceful and more noisy. Dense military vehicles and police cars blocked the area from the entrance of the night market to the middle section of the main road. The car could not move any further, so Lin Yerong and his companions chose to get off and walk over. Car doors were open one after another, and men of different sizes walked in neat steps and ran quickly towards the entrance of the night market. At this time, the battle had reached its most intense moment. Swarms of large insects came out of the mountains and forests and joined the battle. More and more insects died, but more and more people were sacrificed as well. Captain, if reinforcements don't arrive, we won't be able to hold on. Boom! The soldier who spoke fired the last rocket of the single-room rocket launcher, a bullet. The rocket that shot out of the barrel, the bullet landed accurately into a swarm of Zerg. Suddenly, amidst the rumbling explosion, rocket bullet, the powerful Zerg were immediately blown away. Some Zergs were killed directly by the explosion, while others shook their bodies unharmed and rushed towards the crowd again. Hold on a little longer. I have already sought support before coming to the night market. If nothing goes wrong, they should be here soon. Huang Huaning was already exhausted at this time, but he couldn't show it. If he showed any signs of fatigue, what would the soldiers do? There needs to be a backbone in place. Will reinforcements really come? The captain of the Lily County Criminal Investigation Brigade, who had awakened his fire ability and was fighting bravely to kill insects, couldn't help but ask when he heard the voice. To be honest, after fighting for so long, he was almost in despair. His teammates died one by one, and his soldiers also died one by one, and now their ammunition was almost exhausted. Even if there are active crystals to provide them with energy, the number of psychics is always small. Compared with the densely packed Zerg, they really have no room to maneuver. At this moment, he urgently hoped that reinforcements would arrive soon so that they could catch their breath. Too tired. It's really tiring. It's too hopeless. Separation and death happened before their eyes again and again, but they didn't even have time to grieve. The emotions have been suppressed to the extreme, and it is unknown when they will no longer be suppressed and completely collapse. Chapter 80, Request to Join the War. Meeting, Huang Huaning said firmly. When I reported the situation to the military district, they clearly stated that they would send troops to support us. The criminal investigation team leader breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's good that he can come. Fuck him. Before he could finish his words, the captain blew up a Zerg's head with a rifle he picked up from the sacrificed soldier. The captain is a former military police officer. Before he retired, he had a reputation as a sharpshooter in the army. There is no gun he can't handle, and no target he can't aim at. Bullets flew straight to the Zerg's heads. Every shot hit the target without missing. Seeing this, Jian Yu and the others nearby rushed over to finish off the enemy and dig out the source crystal. By now in the battle, everyone's tacit understanding had been honed. But not everyone is as accurate as the captain in shooting, and they miss the target quite often. It is better to shoot the Zerg in the head directly. Although it cannot kill the Zerg instantly, it can make the Zerg without a head lose its mobility and vision. It's okay if the body struggles. If the soldiers can't see, they are blind. For the soldiers who have run out of ammunition, just use bayonets to kill them. It's not that difficult to solve, but if there's no headshot, it's over. The Zerg will be angry and will struggle. As a result, one soldier after another died in the struggle against the Zerg. At this moment, the guns on the armored vehicles also stopped firing. Huang Huaning and his men were out of ammunition for their guns, so Huang Huaning shouted, "Any more ammunition?" "There is none left," a soldier replied loudly, and Huang Huaning sighed. "Everyone, the battle has officially entered the hand-to-hand combat stage." As soon as these words came out, a superpowered person said, "Captain, it's too late for you to say this. We have already engaged in hand-to-hand combat." "Okay." As he spoke, he swung his fist covered with golden energy heavily. A huge gravity came over him, and the Zerg weighing 200 or 300 weight was knocked back by the punch and fell to the ground with its belly facing up. The opportunity has come. The warrior's eyes lit up, and he pounced forward faster than his brain and dug out the source crystal from the spot on his abdomen with one knife. The Zerg, who were struggling to turn over, died completely after losing the source crystal. It was a bloody battle. When Lin Yarong and his men arrived, the soldiers and police who were guarding the night market entrance were all covered in blood and wounds. Looking at the miserable appearance of the military and police officers present, and then looking at the huge Zergs trying to rush out, Lin Yarong and the others' eyes turned red. After exchanging glances, the group of people did not choose to retreat, but walked towards the street intersection with firm steps. A security police officer sensed their approach and immediately shouted, "It's dangerous. Please leave." Lin Yarong, a retired soldier from the 38th Army Aviation Brigade, requests to join the war. Yan Wenjue, a retired soldier from the 72nd Army Artillery Regiment, requests to join the war. Nie Hongzhong, a retired soldier from the 46th Army's Reconnaissance Company, requests to join the war. One by one, retired veterans introduced themselves and asked to join the war. The security police had never encountered such a situation before and was stunned for a moment. While he was stunned, Lin Yarong and his men picked up the rifles dropped on the ground by the fallen soldiers, installed bayonets on them, and rushed into the battlefield. A Zerg attacked from the side. Huang Huaning moved his feet and perfectly avoided the attack of the Zerg. Then he attacked with his bayonet, quickly, fiercely, and accurately cutting off the lower limbs of the attacking Zerg. In an instant, the Zerg's balance system lost balance, and the whole insect fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yarong rushed forward with his bayonet raised. Every strike of his sword was sharp and ruthless, but none of them hit the right spot. All of them stabbed into the Zerg's eyes. The Zerg's eyeball burst after being stabbed, but it was still alive and was still struggling frantically. The force of his struggle was so great that Lin Yarong staggered and fell backwards. Huang Huaning. This veteran who came out of nowhere has a good combat awareness, but his fighting methods are all wrong. Huang Huaning, who had stretched out his strong arm and grabbed Lin Yarong's arm, quickly retreated. Wrong position. Either cut off the limbs or stabbed the colored patch on the third segment of the abdomen. Remember? After escaping danger safely, Huang Huaning gave instructions loudly. "No!" Lin Yarong quickly replied. No wonder he didn't die after being stabbed in the eyes so many times. After all this time, he realized that eyes were not the weak point of this thing. "Okay, go fight. I'll take credit for you afterwards." At this moment, Huang Huaning had already discovered that there was a new group of reinforcements in their team. As soon as these new forces took action, He knew they were retired veterans. He immediately smiled with relief. If I were still alive. Comrade Major, we are not joining the war to seek credit. Lin Yurong laughed loudly and rushed towards another Zerg again. It is everyone's responsibility to defend our country. It is everyone's responsibility to defend their country. You are the best fighters in the world. Jian Yu and his companions, who had finally arrived after rushing for a long time, just happened to hear Lin Yurong's words and immediately rushed into the battlefield with loud laughter. Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard in the distance. Jian Yu looked up and saw that a soldier's arm was bitten off by a 6-star sky beetle, and blood gushed out from the broken arm. The soldiers also screamed and ran back. Run to me. In a hurry, Jian Yu used his supernatural power to condense 2 flaming wings and flew towards the warrior, while white light condensed in his hands. The soldier was about to faint from the pain, but his strong willpower allowed him to continue running towards Jian Yu. All the military and police along the way were protecting him, covering up for him, and attracting the Zerg's hatred. Finally, Jian Yu came to him. Trust me, it will be fine soon. Before he finished speaking, Jian Yu threw the condensed healing light ball at his broken arm. The white light entered the body, and a warm current began to spread from the broken arm to the internal organs. The excruciating pain that had previously made the person wish he wanted to die disappeared. A warm current and an itchy feeling followed. The soldier looked down at his broken arm, and his eyes widened in surprise. Damn, his wound had actually healed. Does it still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. The soldier answered haltingly, then asked Jian Yu, Comrade, are you a healer? Right. With a wave of her bare hands, Jian Yu summoned a group of small fire snakes that were rich in color, black and red. While controlling the fire snakes to attack the Zerg, she said in a gentle voice, but the level is still low now, so I can only heal the wounds. There is no way to regenerate severed limbs yet. At this point, she warned, don't be discouraged because you lost an arm. It will be fine. Your arm will come back in the future. I won't give up. The soldier replied loudly, then picked up a bayonet and rushed towards the Zerg again. I'm going to kill these bastards and avenge my brothers. Compared with his brothers, he was lucky to have survived and only lost an arm. So many brothers died, all killed by these damn things. If he doesn't take revenge, what right does he have to be discouraged and lost? He wanted to kill the insects, kill these bastards. These bastards won't stay in the mountains anymore and will come out to cause trouble for them. Can't kill them. Chapter 81, 6th Level Insect King. As the only 6th Order mutant in human history today, the combat power brought by Jian Yu at full power is enormous. The black and red fire snakes entered the Zerg's body through its mouth and eyes and began to burn the Zerg from the inside. In a moment, one ferocious Zerg after another, whether they could fly or not and could only move on land, either fell from the sky or collapsed to the ground with a thud. Some military and police officers were killing when their target Zerg suddenly died. The military police were quite confused, and Lin Yurong and his men were also quite confused. And Jian Yu's ultimate move continued. Every time he waved his hand, a group of fire snakes appeared. These fire snakes, with a scorching temperature that seemed capable of burning everything, entered the bodies of the Zerg amid their hissing and flapping wings and began to burn from the inside. Don't just stand there. Dig up the source crystals to finish off the enemy. Seeing that many soldiers were stunned by the fighting ability of their sister, he immediately roared. Suddenly, the soldiers, as if struck by lightning, woke up. They can dig source crystals, they're good at it. Thus, the situation of the battle was changed. Whether it is Jian Yu, Gu Mingyi, or Yun Jian, they are all people who dance with death. Their identities meant that they would not be assigned ordinary tasks, and the tasks that were assigned to them were almost always life-threatening. Being able to come back alive requires both strength and luck. Being able to come back intact and without any disability means that you are stronger and have better luck. Therefore, after rushing into the battlefield, they, who were experienced in combat, began to kill indiscriminately together with Jian Yu. The ferocious Zerg in the eyes of Huang Huaining and his men became like paper tigers under their attack. Yun Jian has no superpowers. No matter whether he is awakened by the source crystal or the genetic modification fluid, he is unable to awaken any superpowers. But his fighting ability was not bad at all. He was holding a big sword forged with Zerg corpses as raw materials, and he used the sword to the extreme. The techniques of picking, chopping, stabbing, and slashing either kill the Zerg directly or make them lose their combat effectiveness. preventing them from even struggling. The pigeons and their companions were not that weak either. They used their abilities like ice spikes, water dragons, earth spikes, sulfuric acid, etc. to the fullest extent. Even the strong light from the human-shaped giant lightbulb pigeon played a huge role. As the strong light appeared, the Zerg's eyes went dark. They could not see anything, and their sense of smell was also disturbed. Because they could not determine the direction and exact location of the food, these insects, disturbed by the strong light, immediately became like frogs on a summer night. When illuminated by the flashlight, they squatted where they were and did not even move, let alone run away. Huang Huaning and others. Holy shit, this strong light ability can actually be used like this? Brothers, hurry up and follow me, raising his knife and shouting. Huang Huaning rushed towards the Zerg and thrust his bayonet directly into the Zerg's abdomen. The criminal investigation team leader and his group also made the same move as him. Yu, it feels like my ability is a fake one. After looking at Jian Yu and his group who were killing everyone, and then looking at Huang Huaning and his group who were so excited that they looked like pagans, Yu breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over. Digging source crystals. This is a treasure. Just like money, there's always a time when you can only have too little and never too much. The battle had been going on for quite some time before Jian Yu and his team arrived. Even though they had a steady supply of source crystals as replenishment and seemed to have sufficient fighting power, in fact, Huang Huaning and the others' bodies had already been exhausted. But the appearance of Jian Yu and others injected vitality into their tired bodies. Therefore, they have the energy and enthusiasm to dig source crystals. Since they are no longer needed as the main force in killing insects, they cannot fall behind in digging source crystals. So, the current scene is that Jian Yu and his team are bravely killing insects in the front, while Huang Huaning and his team are bravely digging source crystals in the back, chopping off the Zerg's limbs, poking out the Zerg's eyes, and so on. Time passed minute by minute, and at this moment, a huge sense of oppression suddenly came from the direction of the forest. Jian Yu paused, then raised his eyes and looked towards the forest. There, an 8-star colorful insect, which was not huge, but rather petite and only about 1 meter tall, was slowly coming towards this side. When Jian Yu saw this colorful insect, his face suddenly turned dark. She shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone retreat, don't take the source crystal, don't kill the Zerg, leave quickly." As soon as she said this, Gu Mingyi and the others' expressions suddenly became solemn. Yun Jinfei ran over and asked, "What's going on?" "6th level insect king." Jian Yu hurriedly said, "Quick, take everyone and retreat as far as possible. Don't stay here, it's dangerous." Damn it, the 6th level insect king. The end of the world hasn't officially arrived yet, but the 6th order insect king has already appeared. Will the 7th, 8th, and even 9th order insect king appear when the end of the world comes? In the previous life, a 6th order insect king only appeared in the 3rd year after the end of the world, but now it has appeared so much earlier. The butterfly effect brought about by her rebirth is too great. At this moment, Jian Yu even wanted to find an Chi-Chi and torture her to death. Insect King. Yun Jian's face changed drastically. Having been taught the levels of the Zerg by Jian Yu, he naturally knew how exaggerated the Zerg King's combat power was. What's more, this is a 6th level one. I'll lead everyone to evacuate immediately. What about you? Leave me alone, I can't kill it. And it can't kill me either. Jian Yu said in a hateful voice. You guys go first, don't stay here and distract me. It's time for a fight to the death. Even if her supernatural powers were destroyed today, she would save the life of this 6th order insect king and absolutely could not let it leave here. The entire Bailey County, including all the people in Wanshan province, will become the insect king's ovipositors and incubators. Be careful. After taking a deep look at Jian Yu, Yun Jin ran out quickly, evacuating as he ran, and evacuated immediately. Gu Mingyi and others. After a brief silence, Gu Mingyi and the others also joined the urging team. Huang Huaning was in a trance. He looked at Jian Yu, who was standing alone in the middle of the night market with a sword in hand, and asked as he ran after him, "What on earth happened?" "The 6th level insect king has appeared." Yun Jin briefly explained the combat power of the 6th level insect king. Everyone was shocked to hear that the combat power of one 6th level insect king could match that of hundreds of Zergs. Is it really that amazing? The criminal investigation captain asked. You must remove the 2 words that the 6th rank insect king is just that powerful. Gu Mingi gritted his teeth. But even if the one who appeared today was not level 6, but level 5 or level 4, he would not choose to run away. Instead, he stayed and fought alongside his sister. But the one who showed up was level 6. With their abilities, if they really stayed, not only would it be terrible to help, it would also be a drag on Jian Yu and distract her, which would be really bad. A group of people were running panting. Their legs were almost leaving after images, and at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind them. The sky behind me suddenly turned red. As soon as they noticed the noise coming from behind them, the group of people ran faster. Gu Mingi and the others couldn't help but worry and look back. When they looked back, they found that Jian Yu was already fighting with the 6th level Insect King. The man and the bug fought fiercely, with flames shooting up into the sky and rumbling sounds. One after another, the houses along the street were hit by the man and the bug, with big holes appearing on the houses or they collapsed. Amid the flying dust and construction waste, Jian Yu's attacks became more and more fierce, and the 6th Order Insect King was not much behind. Chapter 82, I Can't Run Anymore. The 6th level Insect King is nearly 7 or 8 meters tall and has an astonishingly huge size. With every step I took, the ground seemed to tremble. Jian Yu's strength is not weak. At least she can easily fight against 10 elite warriors alone. However, against the Insect King, she, who is also at the 6th level, does not have much chance of winning. The Insect King is really too powerful. It is a creature that completely goes against science. A psychic can challenge ordinary Zerg across levels, but cannot challenge the Zerg King. However, the Insect King can challenge high-level psychics across levels. In her previous life, Jian Yu reached the 12th level and was a well-deserved peerless powerhouse among the human survivors. However, facing a 9th level Insect King, she had no chance of winning and could only choose to exchange her life for the Insect King's death. The defense is so strong that she will never be able to defeat the Insect King if she does not self-destruct and only relies on her supernatural powers to fight against the Insect King. But now, if she wanted to fight the Insect King simply by relying on her supernatural powers, she would definitely lose. Fortunately, she had hunted many Insect Kings of different levels in her previous life and knew where their weaknesses were. As long as we plan well, there is a good chance of killing this Insect King. But before that, she had to let the Insect King enter a weak period. We have to hold on no matter what. Thinking of this, Jian Yu climbed out of the ruins with a determined look in his eyes. Ignoring the dust and wounds all over his body, he activated his supernatural powers to condense flaming wings and soared into the sky. A strong wind blew, and her military jacket ballooned up. Above the flames, a huge fire dragon appeared, and the overwhelming fear and pressure spread around like a substance. The 8-star colorful insect that was walking towards her paused and stared at her in surprise and suspicion with its pair of compound eyes that seemed to have emotions and intelligence. Zerg are creatures with low IQ, and many of them will never develop any intelligence in their entire lives. For the Zerg, survival, reproduction, and eating are the goals they strive for all their lives. When you see the food, just eat it. The Zerg don't understand things like storing food and maintaining a steady flow of income. But the Insect King is different. The appearance of the Insect King is a mystery. For the insect ant colonies on the blue water planet, it is normal for a group to have one king, like ants like a colony of bees. But this law does not apply to the Zerg in the outer universe. You don't know which race will produce the Zerg King, nor do you know where the Zerg King comes from. The Insect King is very obedient. When there is no higher-level Insect King to command him, the low-level Insect King is the undisputed king, can command all species of Zerg within a radius of 1,000 miles. Generally speaking, the Insect King will not appear easily. His favorite thing to do is to sleep in his nest and enjoy being fed by his people. The Insect King will only take action when the Zerg group he leads is in major crisis. In addition, the biggest difference between the Zerg King and ordinary Zerg is that the Zerg King has intelligence. Not only that, some Insect Kings are also good at mental attacks. You can also use the frequency generated by mental resonance to communicate with people. Jian Yu had communicated with many Insect Kings in his previous life, but unfortunately, humans are destined to be unable to coexist with the Zerg. The Insect King will not allow it. In the eyes of the Insect King, humans are food. They can provide them with sufficient nutrition and serve as a breeding ground. Jian Yu really didn't expect that the Insect King would appear at this time, but this Insect King appeared. Jian Yu judged that the most fundamental reason why the insect king gave up sleeping and ran out was that they hunted the Zerg too harshly, so harshly that the insect king almost became a commander without any troops. So it couldn't stay there any longer and could no longer sit back and enjoy itself and ran away. The 8-star colorful insect looked at the food in front of it, which seemed dangerous to it. After hesitating for a while, its instinct to eat prevailed. It shook its tentacles at Jian Yu, then moved its huge body towards her. Jian Yu's eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and ran a long way before stopping and looking back at Gu Mingi and the others, and saw flames rising all over the sky. Countless fire blades, fire dragons, and fire snakes were densely packed together. Wherever they went, raging flames rose up and connected into a sea of fire, instantly surrounding the entire 8-star colorful insect. And at the moment when the sea of fire surrounded the colorful insect, invisible sound waves appeared like a wave. The fire dragon was shattered into pieces, and the fire snake and fire blade were directly scattered. The sound waves were still spreading outward, leaving traces on the surface of the buildings as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. Some branches of the sycamore trees planted along the street were broken, some were beheaded, and some were even broken in half. The sound waves continued. Yun Jian, who had walked the line between life and death countless times and was particularly keen on danger and had a beast-like instinct, saw the sycamore tree at the street corner broken in half. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, keep retreating." A group of people ran out again. Amid the sounds of bang, 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 many military vehicles, police cars, the car driven by Lin Yerong and his companions, and private cars parked on the roadside parking spaces were displaced and collided with each other by the sound waves. Battalion commander, "I can't run anymore." The little soldier who was speaking really couldn't run anymore. He dragged his heavy steps and panted like a broken bellows. "Yes, can we stop running?" He was so thirsty and wanted to drink water. He wanted to drink water desperately. He felt that if he didn't drink some water, he would die of thirst. Huang Huaning couldn't answer this question and was about to ask Yun Jian when a voice like the sound of nature came. "You can stop now." As soon as Yun Jian said this, the exhausted crowd immediately stopped. At this time, Jian Yu was fighting with the colorful insect again. The invisible sound waves attacked her like a sharp blade. Jian Yu lightly tapped the ground with her toes, and the flaming wings condensed from her supernatural powers immediately carried her into the air. Then, the fire feathers on the fire wings turned into sharp fire blades, broke away from the wings, and flew towards the weak points of the colorful insect. The colorful insect was also very sensitive to danger. As soon as the fire blades were fired and had not yet gotten close to it, it quickly moved its body, trying to avoid the fire blades' attacks while rolling its huge body into a ball to protect all its weak points. But it was too late. A fire blade pierced into the hole on the top of its head quickly, fiercely and accurately, and another fire blade drilled into the joint of the third section of its back. Then come the limbs, abdomen, and so on. The colorful insect was really panicked. It hissed and tried to roll over, but suddenly it felt waves of pain inside its body. The flames began to burn from the inside. The colorful insect was in so much pain that the whole insect fell to the ground uncontrollably and began to roll and hiss. Invisible sonic attacks came one after another, but Jian Yu remained unmoved and fired another batch of fire blades. All of these fire blades penetrated into the body of the insect king without missing a single one. As a result, the burning inside became more intense, and the colorful insect suffered more and more pain. As time passed, the half of the sky that was dyed red by the fire finally faded. The colorful insect that kept rolling and knocking down one building after another and crushing one car after another gradually stopped rolling, and the tentacles and legs lying there moved. Jian Yu watched patiently, and finally the tentacles and legs stopped moving. She tried her best to support her exhausted body, which had used up all her supernatural powers, and walked towards the colorful insect step by step with heavy steps. Then, she pointed the big knife she picked up at the third segment of the colorful insect's body and chopped it down hard. With a crack sound, she successfully cut off the body of the colorful insect. Jian Yu bent down and pried open the spotted scales. Then she used a knife to break open the abdomen of the colorful insect and took out the source crystal. Chapter 83 Sleeping Beauty has no good ending. Now, the colorful insect is completely dead. The dead cannot die again. Jian Yu, who had completely let go of his worries, could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Gu Mingyi and others. Military police, Duanmu Yulin Yerong and others. Little fish. Gu Mingyi's eyes were bloodshot, and he ran towards Jian Yu. His speed was faster than ever before. In almost the blink of an eye, he ran to Jian Yu and picked her up. Xiao Yu, wake up. Gu Mingyi slapped Jian Yu's face with his big hand, but got no response. He looked at her face, which was as white as paper, and felt so distressed that he picked up Jian Yu and wanted to run away. He was stopped by Yun Jian. Get out of the way, Gu Mingyi said angrily. Yun Jian said in a deep voice, how are you going to get to the hospital? On your own two legs? Gu Mingyi's face froze. Yun Jian sighed and said, drive and follow me. Good. Gu Mingyi was now in a panic and did not know what to do. He just held Jian Yu and followed Yun Jian. Pigeon and the others also arrived, and seeing the scene asked, is the captain okay? Have no idea. Yun Jian's usually calm voice was filled with urgency. He ordered, old Gu, and I will take the captain to the hospital. You guys take care of the rest here. Good. So Yun Jian ran to Huang Huaning to ask for a car and took Gu Mingyi and Jian Yu to the hospital. There is a hospital in Bailey County, a county hospital. It is definitely not comparable to the top 3 hospitals, but there is no problem in checking Jian Yu's health. I went straight to the emergency room, underwent a full set of examinations, and the doctor gave a conclusion. Jian Yu is fine. The reason why she is unconscious and has no reaction is because of her body's self-protection mechanism. Just wait until you recover. In other words, it is too tiring and consumes too much energy. As he spoke, the doctor looked at the two of them strangely and asked, what is your relationship with the patient? Brother and sister? Comrade? Doctor? It turned out that he was overthinking it. However, what happened that made the little girl faint from exhaustion and her face as white as a piece of paper? The doctor wanted to ask, but he probably couldn't get anything out of it, so he gave up the idea of eating melons and asked, do you want to be hospitalized? Does my sister need to be hospitalized? Gu Mingyi asked, implying that you can stay if you need it, and don't stay if you don't need it. The doctor smiled and said, I personally don't think it's necessary. If you believe me, go out and find her a quiet place with a good environment so that she can rest for a while and eat some nutritious food. She will recover soon. It's nothing serious. I'm just really tired. Then don't stay. Gu Mingyi immediately gave a choice. The doctor nodded and quickly printed out a bunch of documents and handed them over. Go pay the money and you can leave. Thanks. After taking the receipt, Yun Jian signaled Gu Mingyi to carry the person up and leave. Half an hour later, Jian Yu was lying on the big bed in the best hotel in Bailey County, unconscious. Gu Mingyi stayed to take care of her, while Yun Jian returned to the night market to meet up with Gu Zi and the others. What did you say? Wu Zhitong, who was still working in the middle of the night, received a call from Yun Jian. All his tiredness was instantly swept away, leaving only a heartache. Sacrifice so much? Yes, Yun Jian said in a heavy tone. We arrived too late. Fortunately, the Zerg were completely wiped out. This is a blessing in disguise. Lucky ass. Wu Zhitong slammed the table and said angrily, what does a 6th order insect emperor mean? The advanced civilization will not stop until they kill us. It's a blessing that Jian Yu is here. Have you ever thought about it? If Jian Yu wasn't here today, who could resist with the combat power of the 6th order insect king? The problem can be solved by sending in military artillery bombardment. But what about the civilians? How tragic would the casualties be? Yun Jian was silent for a while before saying, it's useless to think about these things now. We can't stop what has already happened. The most urgent thing is to deal with these sacrificed soldiers. Leader, you guys need to come up with a set of rules as soon as possible, and the families of the fallen soldiers must also be notified. I understand. I'll arrange it now, Wu Zhitong said in a deep voice. Who is the person in charge of the Lily Station? Send me his number. When I have made arrangements here, let Xiao contact him and connect with him. I will also notify Wanshan boss. Please tell the person in charge of the Lily Station that the soldiers' sacrifice will not be in vain. The country and the people will not forget their contributions. Learn. After hanging up the phone, Yun Jian came to Huang Huaning and took over from him. Upon learning that they were leaving, Huang Huaning was in a daze for a moment before he said, Brother, give me a definite answer. Where did those Zerg come from today? Yun Jian was silent for a while before he pointed to the sky. Extraterrestrial creatures. Huang Huaning smiled bitterly. No wonder they are so powerful. They are alien creatures. We deserve to lose. Then he asked another question. Is this a lot of stuff? Yes. Jian reached out and patted his shoulder. Make good use of the source crystals and don't waste them. Someone will come over to hand over the Zerg corpses to you when the time comes. You have to hold on. You still need to take care of the affairs of the fallen soldiers. I know. Huang Huaning wiped his face and wiped off the water on his hands. He choked with red eyes and said, I know what to do. You still want to continue to look for Zerg and hunt them, right? Jian nodded, and Huang Huaning raised his hand and saluted him. Brother, if possible, please kill a few more Zergs. Must. Jian returned the greeting. Because time is very tight, there are many places where Zerg appear in Wanshan province. We have to leave. Please take care of yourselves. You too. He opened his arms and gave Huang Huaning a hug that belonged to men. He patted his shoulder, let go of him, turned around and shouted, Gather, we should go. After collecting the bodies of their comrades, Pigeon and his companions are in a bad mood. As soon as they heard Jian calling for a gathering, the group of people immediately came over with murderous intent and asked, Boss, shall we go fight the Zerg? Go see the captain first. As Jian walked towards Anning Road, he said, If the captain wakes up, we will act together. If she doesn't wake up, leave 2 people to take care of her, and the rest of you come with me. Hunting and blocking Zerg is a serious matter. The sooner a Zerg is killed, the less victim there will be. No time to waste. If we hunt and stop a group of them, more lives can be saved. They can't just sit by Jian Yu's side and do nothing just because she isn't awake. This was not what she wanted to see. However, Jian Yu was destined to be unable to participate in this operation. When hunting the 8-star colorful insect, Jian Yu achieved his wish at the cost of overdrawing energy. The aftermath was that cracks appeared in the energy core where she stored energy. However, because she was a dual-system mutant, one of which was an extremely rare and precious healing ability, she could repair herself. But the repair process is uncertain. It is unknown when it will be repaired. If you ask Jian Yu when she will wake up, I'm afraid she herself doesn't know. So, while Jian and the others were running around in various inhabited mountain villages, Jian Yu was sleeping and repairing himself. While Jian and his men discovered nest after nest of Zerg and hunted and killed nest after nest of Zerg, Jian Yu continued to sleep and repair himself. When Jian and his team borrowed an armed helicopter and used a dual method of satellite and field surveys to conduct a focus search in several places in Wanshan that had been circled by Jian Yu still showed no signs of waking up. Jian and his men were busy hunting and blocking the Zerg, but Gu Mingyi began to feel that life was becoming difficult. As Jian Yu's cousin, he was kept. Originally, Jian wanted to keep Fuyo to take care of Jian Yu with him, but he refused. Boys and girls sit at different tables after the age of 7. Not to mention that he is just a cousin, even if he is a biological brother from the same mother. All he can do is stay with Jian Yu. He can't do things like wiping the body and changing clothes, so he can only ask the female waiters of the hotel for help. As his brother, he's already in this state, so even if Fuyo stays, it will be useless. So, there is no need to keep 2 people. Just him is enough. So, Fuyo left with Jian and the others to take care of the Zerg affairs. During their daily phone calls, Gu Mingyi would tell Jian and the others about Jian Yu's situation, and Jian and the others would also tell Gu Mingyi about their gains. There was good news every day, and Gu Mingyi was itching to take action. He wished he could go into the battlefield and fight the Zerg to the death himself. However, after looking at Jian Yu lying on the bed, he sighed, walked to the bedside, and reached out to pinch Jian Yu's face. Xiao Yu, can you please try harder and wake up soon? Being a sleeping beauty will not end well, you know. Fairy tales are all lies. Even if Sleeping Beauty is awakened by the prince's kiss, she will not have a good ending. Besides, I don't have anywhere to find a prince to wake you up right away. So you see, since there is no prince, you should wake up quickly. As long as you wake up, I will take you to a big meal and buy you a bag. No, don't pack it. Without even opening her eyes, Jian Yu said, I want lipstick. Lots and lots of lipstick. Okay, as long as you wake up, don't talk about lipstick. Gu Mingyi, who answered the question subconsciously, finally realized something was wrong. He lowered his head in a daze and happened to meet Jian Yu's eyes, which were open and filled with smiles. The moment their eyes met, Gu Mingyi blinked, then blinked again, and then, with a look of disbelief, he reached out and pinched himself hard. Even though he was attacking me, he showed no mercy at all. The pinch brought an instant pain. Gu Mingyi immediately shouted sister and opened his arms to give Jian Yu a bear hug. The force was so strong that she was almost strangled to death, and she couldn't even breathe. Jian Yu struggled, but he held her even tighter and started howling. You scare me to death, you know that? I'm so afraid that you won't wake up. What will I do if you don't wake up? How will I explain to your uncle, aunt, and my parents? He kept mumbling, and his worry, fear, and terror were all revealed through his mumbling words. Tapte 84, Prupe siya puling. Listening to his mumbling and feeling his fear and terror, Jian Yu gave up struggling. She even reached out and patted his back, comforting him. You're just worrying about nothing. I'm your sister, an indestructible cockroach. Don't worry, nothing will happen that easily. Gu Mingi became anxious when he heard this. He let go of her and slapped her on the forehead. Jian Yu gasped. It hurts. Gu Mingi snorted. You actually still feel pain. I thought you were invulnerable to swords and guns and had a body as strong as diamond. Then he said earnestly, Sister, can you not be so stubborn next time? Do you know how long you've been sleeping? How long? Today alone, I slept for almost 70 hours. How many? Jian Yu's voice suddenly rose. Why did I sleep for so long? I have to ask you that. Gu Mingi's expression suddenly turned serious. He said in a deep voice, Tell me the truth. What happened that night? Nothing happened. Jian Yu didn't really want to talk about this topic, for fear of being scolded. She looked around but didn't look him in the eye, and it was obvious that she was feeling guilty. Gu Mingi was so angry at her that he gasped. He raised his hand and wanted to hit her, but he couldn't bear to do it. The result of tolerating for so long was that he compromised. Sighing, he reached out and ruffled her hair. Next time when you face danger, can you think more about yourself and your uncle and aunt? You know, my parents raised you as their daughter. If anything happened to you, my parents would be very sad, right? Jian Xiaoyu, you can't let my dad lose you, his niece, after losing his sister and brother-in-law. Do you understand what I mean? Clear. I responded nicely, but I couldn't help sighing in my heart. She had considered this before, and it was precisely because she had considered this that she decided to kill the 6th-level colorful insect on her own. Thinking of the 6th-level colorful insect, she asked anxiously, Where is the source crystal I dug out? Here. Gu Mingi took out a box from the pocket of his military jacket and opened it. Inside was the clean 6th-level source crystal. This is a green source crystal. The green is pure and clear. Just one glance at it is enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. Call. Seeing this source crystal, Jian Yu's heart was completely at ease. Seeing this, Gu Mingi said, No one knows about this source crystal. I was the first one to arrive after you fainted. You had already lost consciousness, but your hand was tightly holding this source crystal. At this point, he asked Jian Yu, Yu, do you want to use this source crystal? No. Jian Yu looked at the source crystal and said, I want to trade this source crystal with the system and ask her for medium and high-level gene modification fluids. The 6th-level insect king has appeared. I don't know if there are other high-level insect kings. The situation in this life is different from the previous life. Perhaps the butterfly effect has begun since the day she came back. The experiences of previous lives can be used as reference now. But as time goes by and the butterfly effect deepens, subsequent experiences are likely to become invalid. In this situation, if humans want to prevent extinction and have a hope of escaping the planet or exterminating the Zerg and zombies, all of them must become stronger. But it is obvious that the primary genetic modification fluid cannot awaken the superpowers of all people. The physical fitness of the military and police officers in both departments is far superior to that of ordinary people, and the chance of awakening is only about 30%. The proportion is too low. If this is changed to the general public, with almost everyone in the society suffering from subhealth conditions, I'm afraid the proportion would be less than 30%. 20 is probably the maximum. In an age where office workers are rampant, after a day's work, all workers want to do is lie in bed, watch TV series, and sleep. Capitalists? Well, I don't necessarily have a lot of time to exercise or do fitness because I have to socialize. The physical fitness of office workers and capitalists may not be as good as that of laborers and farmers. Under such circumstances, it is simply a pipe dream to expect the entire nation to wake up. But the medium and high levels of genetic modification fluid are different. The effects are stronger and the chances of awakening are greater. Her only worry now is, it may be impossible to collect the raw materials for making genetic modification fluid. This is indeed a problem. It is said that even the primary gene modification liquid cannot satisfy the people of the whole country. Let's have the intermediate and advanced ones. Time is too tight. Gu Mingyi said with a sad face. It's only a few days before the end of the world officially arrives. I feel it's harder than climbing to the sky to build a production line and raw materials for manufacturing mid to high-level genetic modification fluids in just a few days. Jian Yu frowned upon hearing this. What should we do then? How about you and the system exchange for something else? There's no way to change it, Jian Yu said in a deep voice. The only thing that can be exchanged now is the gene modification fluid, which is not on the list of them all. I don't have enough points for other things, and I still owe the system so many source crystals. She won't agree to exchange those high-tech products in the mall with me. You can take advantage of others, but you must know when to stop. In order to win the final victory of the game and obtain the generous gambling money, and Chi-Chi will tolerate her taking advantage of the situation. But if she goes too far and treats Chi-Chi as a fool, the consequences are hard to predict. Jian Yu has always felt that when you treat others as fools, you are a fool yourself first. Being able to gain the upper hand in several confrontations with Chi-Chi was not inevitable, but the result of her step-by-step planning. It is because of the experience in the previous life and the understanding of Chi-Chi that we have the current situation. It's already very good. We can't be too greedy and break the situation. The little mummy was able to tear through space to come to their world. The fleet under Noikaz was able to bomb the Milky Way and the Blue Water Planet, which meant that people from Chi-Chi's civilization could come to the Milky Way. When a lower civilization faces a higher civilization, it's like a newborn baby facing a malicious adult. The result can only be disastrous. It is never too cautious to be careful before you have absolute power and strength to defeat people from higher civilizations like Chi-Chi. Therefore, this source crystal can only be exchanged for mid to high-level genetic modification fluid, and nothing else can be dreamed of for now. After hearing this, Gu Mingyi thought for a while and then gave her an idea. Contact Wu's army. They are well-informed and have been in different positions and environments. They are all old foxes with a history of thousands of years. They are definitely better than the two of us greenhorns. You throw the problem to them and see what they suggest. He smiled and said, "You, we are not fighting alone. We have the country behind us, and the country has a super think tank. I think you can make more use of the members of the think tank." That makes a lot of sense. Jian Yu's eyes lit up. Then I'll contact Wu Bu. It's a must. So Jian Yu dialed Wu Zhitong's number. Wu Zhitong and the others all knew that Jian Yu fell into a coma after killing the 6th Order Insect Queen. They've seen videos of the fight. Know how much Jian Yu paid for the death of the 6th level Insect King. Originally, Wu Zhitong and his team wanted to send a special plane to bring Jian Yu back to Jinghai so that they could give her a more detailed examination. Gu Mingyi refused and gave a very legitimate reason. It was a turbulent time and things had their priorities. His sister was really fine, she was just too tired. The doctor came to check on her several times and gave the same advice every time. Let her sleep until she wakes up naturally. No need to move and no need to waste medical resources. As for delivering nutrient solution, he can do it. It doesn't matter whether it is injected into the body through an 4 drip or poured directly down the throat as a liquid. In this case, there is really no need to go to the trouble of sending a special plane to pick her up. What he said was so reasonable and well-founded. Wu Zhitong didn't know whether others were convinced, but he was convinced. So Jian Yu stayed in Bailey County. But this does not mean that Wu Zhitong does not care about her. During the time when Jian Yu was unaware, calls from Wu Zhitong and the boss came one after another. The time is never fixed. I always take some time out of my busy schedule to call and ask about the situation. When Gu Mingyi first received the call from Wu Zhitong and his friends, he was quite nervous and excited, but later, he is numb. Answering the phone is no different from answering the phone with an ordinary person. Without some of the halos, the big bosses are indeed ordinary people. So, he calmed down. Wu Zhitong couldn't remain calm. When the phone rang, he didn't pick it up. Instead, he tilted his head to look at the lit screen. As a result, when he saw the name jumping on the screen, his heart skipped a beat, and he acted faster than his brain could react. The first thing he said was, "Xiao Gu, is there something wrong with Comrade Xiao Jian?" Jian Yu. This made her at a loss for words. Those who knew about it wouldn't think too much about it. They just felt that Wu Bu was concerned about her. If someone didn't know, they might think that Wu Bu was cursing her. "Leader, it's me, Jian Yu." Worried that Wu Zhitong would say something again, Jian Yu quickly spoke up and introduced herself. "Are you awake?" Upon hearing Jian Yu's voice, Wu Zhitong immediately breathed a sigh of relief, followed by happiness. You're awake, are you okay?" It's okay, I'm healthy. Jian Yu smiled and said, Leader, I want to ask you and the other bosses for your opinions on something. You say. Then, Jian Yu explained the matter in a concise manner. Upon learning that she wanted to use the Sixth Order Insect King's source crystal to exchange for intermediate and advanced genetic modification fluids, Wu Zhidong's first reaction was to exchange. The word change was on the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed it back when I saw the date on the calendar. Time is too tight, and I'm afraid it won't be of much use after I exchange it. There are not enough raw materials and production lines for replication and mass production, and only 2 bottles of genetically modified liquid are available. No need to change. Wu Zhitong, who was still undecided after thinking for a while, scratched his hair and said to Jian Yu, Xiao Jian, you hang up first. I'll go talk to the big boss and see what they mean. Do you think this is okay? Okay, that's great. Jian Yu smiled and said, let me know after you have discussed it with the big boss and the others. Afim. After hanging up the phone, Jian Yu said to Gu Mingyi, now wait for news. Gu Mingyi hummed and was about to ask Jian Yu if she was hungry when she asked again, where are Yun Jian and the others? Going to hunt and smother the Zerg. Tell me more about it. Okay. Back in Bailey County, Gu Mingyi was telling Jian Yu in detail what had happened during the time she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in Jinghai Tinga, Wu Zhidong had already appeared in the big boss office. Chapter 85 Memorial. Upon learning that Jian Yu wanted to use the source crystal of the Sixth Order Insect King to exchange for mid to high level genetic modification fluid, the big boss's mouth twitched. Why doesn't she use it herself? Wu Zhitong said. She said she wanted to maximize the benefits. If she uses the source crystal, she will be the only one who is powerful. Even if the gene modification fluid cannot be mass-produced, it can still give 2 people superpowers. This is more cost-effective. I think she makes sense. Not only does it make sense, it's also a very long-term plan. The only bad thing is that Jian Yu is sacrificing her own interests in exchange for more benefits. She is the one who suffers the loss. But it is precisely because of the losses that she appears to have a broad mind. If the citizens of Dragon Country could all reach her level, the end of the world wouldn't be that scary. However, although there are some people who like to do things that harm others and benefit themselves, it still remains true that such people are a minority after all. Most of it is worth looking forward to. The cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom has never let them down. Even if the end of the world really comes, as long as everyone works together, they can overcome this difficulty. Thinking of this, Wu Zhitong smiled with satisfaction and said, personally, I actually agree with her proposal. In addition, I also want to try my best to see if I can copy and produce a batch of intermediate and advanced gene modification fluids. Even if the materials are insufficient, we can always spare a few $100 or $1,000 for the expenses. The big boss agreed with his idea and said, your idea is feasible. Although you can't mass-produce it to supply many people, it's not a big problem to make a few $100 or $1,000. So many raw materials have been stockpiled, etc., and a very important issue seems to have been forgotten. Are the raw materials needed for the intermediate and advanced genetic modification fluids the same as those for the primary genetic modification fluid? Wu Zhitong couldn't answer this question. He looked at the boss, and the boss also looked at him. The 2 of them fell silent at the same time. Wu Zhitong couldn't hold it anymore and looked away first, coughing, I'll ask Jian Yu. So, Jian Yu received a call from Wu Zhitong. After listening to his questions, Jian Yu became silent. After waiting for a long time without an answer, Wu Zhitong still had something he didn't understand. He said with some disappointment, you don't know either. Jian Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when hearing this. Leader, please be reasonable. I don't even have the intermediate or advanced genetic modification fluid, so I naturally can't know whether the production materials are the same as the primary ones. I'm not a god. Even if she had taken all 3 versions of genetic modification fluid, medium, high and low, in her previous life, it doesn't mean she knew all this. Wu Zhidong looked at the big boss, asking with his eyes whether he wanted to change. The big boss nodded slightly. Seeing this, Wu Zhidong said to Jian Yu, I have discussed it with the big boss, and your wishes are the main consideration. The boss' eyes suddenly widened, but soon returned to normal. Seeing his change of expression, Wu Zhidong remained unmoved and continued. If you want to change it, then change it. The system is in your hands anyway. If you don't want to change it, you can just use the source crystal. Change. Jian Yu was firm in her opinion that the 6th level source crystal was indeed very attractive to her, and with her strength, it would be no problem to upgrade it to 2 more levels. But as the saying goes, a single drop of water cannot make an ocean. and a single tree cannot make a forest. It is useless for one person to be strong in the end times. Only when all members are strong can they survive the end times crisis. This is the real reason why she used Source Crystal to exchange for genetic modification fluid. Do you need help to negotiate with the system? Jian Yu thought about it and felt that she could handle it, so she rejected Wu Zhidong's kindness. Let me talk first. If the negotiation is successful, then there's no need to bother. If the negotiation is not successful, there's still time to ask for help later. Okay, remember to contact me if you have anything. After hanging up the phone, Jian Yu looked at Gu Mingyi and said with a smile, "Brother, let's go meet up with Yun Jian and the others." "It's a bit far," Gu Mingyi said as he packed his things. "During the time you were unconscious, they were busy running around outside. Now it should be over at Tunghua Mountain." After calculating the distance in his mind, he said, "Do you want to eat something first?" The entire journey from Bailey County to Tunghua Mountain is over 100 kilometers, and dozens of miles of it are mountain roads. Cars can't drive in, so we have to walk. Jian Yu was about to say no, but when she heard that she still had to walk, she immediately swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and changed them to, "I want to eat big plate chicken." Gu Mingyi's mouth twitched. "Where can I get you a big plate of chicken? We don't have this dish here. Can we just stew or roast the chicken?" "Okay, since there is no big plate chicken that you want to eat, roast chicken or stewed chicken will do. They're all chicken as long as they taste good. Not picky about anything else." So, after checking out of the hotel, the brother and sister ran to the restaurant to have a meal, then left the hotel and drove towards Tunghua Mountain. The arrival of the Zerg broke the tranquility and peace of Lily County. The atmosphere on the streets was different. The entrances of residential buildings and shops along the streets hung black and white cloth strips and a bunch of white chrysanthemums. These are used to commemorate the soldiers and police who died in the Zerg battle that night, and the ordinary people who died tragically at the hands of the Zerg. The artillery fire was too intense, and the number of casualties was too great. As a resident of Lily County, it was hard not to know. Night markets are also street-side shops. It is now normal to install surveillance cameras when opening a shop and doing business. Therefore, the battle that night was recorded by many store surveillance cameras. Even though the Zerg's combat power was too strong and the surveillance cameras in many shops broke down, we could still piece together the truth of the matter by piecing together those that were still working. The unknown alien-like creature that came out of the mountains was not only ugly, but also man-eating. The most fundamental reason why so many military and police officers were sacrificed was because they wanted to kill the Zerg in the night market to protect them. If such a terrifying, ugly, yet powerful unknown creature ran out of the night market, the consequences would be disastrous. In a more just sense, heroes should be remembered. From a personal perspective, they should be more grateful to the military and police that night. It is this group of people who are fighting and working hard for their peace and safety. Just like there may not necessarily be a rainbow in the sky after the rain, but it may just rain again, there is no such thing as truly peaceful and quiet days in this world. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Therefore, people in Bailey County took the initiative to hold memorial services. The guard booth at the entrance of the base receives food, milk tea, flowers, and other things sent by local people all day long. Oh, there are also pumpkins and winter melons. They are all from villagers in the villages near Bailey County. The villagers picked the pumpkins and winter melons from the fields and sent them over. I thought about returning the items, but these people didn't know how to deliver things, and many of them didn't even get out of their cars. They just opened the door or sunroof, threw the items out, and drove away. Those who don't have a car will take a taxi. There are also children who come early in the morning with 1, 2, 3, or 7 or 8 cups of milk tea, and they also throw them away and run away. No need to worry about breaking the cup. Guards are not allowed to leave their posts without permission, so the soldiers holding their weapons and standing straight can only watch the people leaving their belongings behind and running away as if they are being chased by ghosts. Chapter 86. Go with the flow. Looking at the black and white strips dancing in the wind and the bunches and pots of white chrysanthemums, Jian Yu felt a little heavy. So many people have sacrificed their lives even before the end of the world officially arrives. Once the end of the world really comes, no one knows what will happen. Sighing, she asked Gu Mingyi, who was driving, what arrangements have been made for the sacrificed military and police officers. He will be posthumously awarded the title of first-class martyr. There will be a memorial service. The date of the memorial service has also been set. It will be held at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. The general manager of Wanshan and Major General Lin of the military region will personally hold the ceremony. Then Gu Mingi asked her, "Do you want to attend that day?" "Maybe I won't be able to attend," Jian Yu said in a deep voice. "We still have a mission, the memorial service." After 2 seconds of silence, she said, "There should be a live broadcast that day, right?" Gu Mingi exchanged glances with her through the rearview mirror. Seeing the understanding in her eyes, he smiled and said, "Yes, the higher-ups are preparing to make public the origin and danger of the Zerg. The public has the right to know the truth. It should be more than just this purpose." Jian Yu thought for a few seconds and said affirmatively, "I guess the higher-ups want to use this opportunity to relocate the people." Gu Mingi tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said with an incredulous look on his face, "I'm beginning to doubt whether you were faking it when you were unconscious." Jian Yu's mouth twitched. "I'm not that boring. It's true that I didn't realize it. The reason why I was able to guess it." After a pause, she said calmly, "It's actually very easy to guess. Today is May 20th, and there are only 8 days left until the end of the world officially arrives. If we don't hurry up and migrate, it will be very troublesome later. In addition, the emergency reserves should be almost complete." Gu Mingi nodded and then reminded Jian Yu, "It's okay for you to tell me these things, but don't say them in front of Yun Jian and the others." "I'm not stupid. You're not that smart." Just as Jian Yu was about to respond, Gu Mingi's phone rang. He answered it, and Yun Jian's voice came out. "Old Gu, how is Jenu doing today?" "I'm awake," Jian Yu replied and asked him, "What's the situation over there now?" Yun Jian looked up at the lush tree canopy that blocked the sky completely, then put his eyes on the telescope and watched the moving Zergs with a curled lip. "It's been a great harvest. We found another insect nest." Jian Yu's eyes lit up. "What type of bug is this? Describe its appearance to me, and I'll tell you where its weakness is." "That's really great. There are too many types of Zerg, and each Zerg has different weaknesses. Cutting limbs can indeed destroy the balance system of most Zergs, but the winged insects are best dealt with after the rebalancing system is out of balance. Even if the balance system of the wingless Zerg is unbalanced, they will not lose their ability to move. They have found quite a few Zergs in the past few days, at least a few hundred of them. Most of them can be dealt with easily, but a small number of them are very difficult to deal with. On the one hand, it has strong defense, and on the other hand, it is too flexible. When they moved so quickly, they could not be caught by the human eye. By the time the Zerg were finished, they were also injured. It is no exaggeration to say that this group of people are now covered in wounds. Now that Jian Yu is awake, with her external help to guide them, they will probably be able to deal with this latest insect nest more easily." Thinking of this, Yun Jian used a telescope to look at the insects in the nest one by one, and at the same time described the appearance characteristics, body shape, and other aspects of each insect in detail to Jian Yu. He spoke seriously, and Jian Yu listened carefully as well, taking notes with a pen and paper. At the same time, every time Yun Jian described a Zerg, Jian Yu told him what the name of the Zerg was, what he needed to pay attention to when fighting against this Zerg, where its weaknesses were, and so on. The car was speeding on the road, and Jian Yu's voice passed through the open window, drifted away in the wind, and finally faded away. Fuyo was typing away on the keyboard to record the Zerg, while Pigeon and the others were watching from the side. Every time they read the information about a kind of Zerg, their frowns relaxed a little. After Yun Jian finished describing it all, and Jian Yu finished explaining the plankton records, the brows of everyone who had read all the information finally relaxed. After Yun Jian hung up the call with Jian Yu, Viper couldn't help but ask, "I have a question. Since these Zergs are creatures from outer space, why does Jian Yu know every Zerg so clearly?" When he asked this question, everyone turned their heads and saluted him. Viper. Dew Snake felt a little numb when being stared at, especially when his boss looked at him as if he were looking at a sharp blade. I wanted to pierce his heart. It's so scary. He would rather be beaten up by the boss than be looked at like that. What happened? What's wrong?" Yun Jian said calmly. "You don't know that Jian Yu has a system?" "No." Viper really wanted to say that even if Jian Yu had a system, he should know all the characteristics and weaknesses of the Zerg. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly thought of a possibility and asked in surprise, "Boss, are you saying that these Zerg were created by the system?" "It's obvious." Yun Jian squatted on the ground, took out the map, and began to make a battle plan. He kept writing and talking. The system is an alien creature, there is no doubt about it. The Zerg are also alien species. It's impossible that two alien species entered our planet at the same time without some hidden agenda. No one knew how long Jian Yu had been in the system before she handed herself over to the country. You've seen that she has a deep hatred for the Zerg and a bad attitude towards the system. Rather than saying that the system is binding her and urging her to complete the task, it's more like she's just going with the flow. Think about it carefully. Will every mission she undertakes and everything she asks for be of great use before or after the end of the world? Everyone thought about it and found that it was true. Whether it is the genetic modification fluid at the beginning or the nutrient solution and cell repair fluid later on, they are all items that can be used by humans. She was too precise and timed her steps so well that the system was forced to follow her steps. Thinking of this, the pigeon thought of a question. When seeing is not necessarily believing and hearing is not necessarily true, do you think it is possible that the system is just going with the flow? Black Duck's expression was stern. Does Jian Yu know? Did she know that while she was going with the flow, the system was also going with the flow? Not sure. Yun Jin shook his head, thinking back to Jian Yu's personality and the system's performance. He chuckled and said, "But don't worry about Jian Yu. The system currently has no way to deal with her. I suspect there must be something wrong with the system. Is there a problem with the link?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Yun Jian hummed, "I've read a lot of system novels, and the system has a punishment function, but Jian Yu has never been punished once. Is it that the system doesn't want to punish Jian Yu? No, I can feel that the system was very angry with Jian Yu many times, but it still chose to compromise afterwards. Therefore, there is a high possibility that there is something wrong with the system, and Jian Yu probably discovered a loophole in the system not long after interacting with it. Then, he decisively obtained the genetic modification fluid from the system and quickly handed himself in. What she did broke all the plans and settings of the system. Then the situation became what we see now. At this point, Yun Jin looked up at Viper and said, "Remember, Jin Yu is our teammate and our captain. I hope you won't use your suspicion on her next time." Early when she turned herself in, the state had already thoroughly investigated everyone and everything within 5 generations of her. Chapter 87, Don't Be Brave. Jian Yu was completely unaware of the conversation between Yun Jian and the others. The car sped along the way, and on the way, Jian Yu received a call from her aunt. As soon as she answered the phone, her aunt's loud voice rang out. "Where have you been, little girl? Why is there no one at home?" Jian Yu looked at Gu Mingi. This guy was winking and signaling with his eyes to her not to tell the truth. Jian Yu nodded slightly to show that she understood, and then smiled and said, "Aunt, I'm out to play." When my aunt heard this, she immediately asked a bunch of questions, such as when did she go out to play, who did she go with, whether she went alone or with friends, etc. Her words were full of concern. Then he asked her when she would be back and said he would prepare something delicious for her. Jian Yu answered every question, but they were all lies. She couldn't tell the truth in her current situation, but she would have time to tell her uncle and aunt the truth during the big migration. Better not to worry them now. Listening to her fooling her mother, and especially hearing her mother being fooled around, Gu Mingi couldn't help but smile. But the laughter didn't last for a few seconds because his mother started to complain about him in her loud voice. They say that he is not doing well. Kids of his age have at least 1 baby, and some have 3. Only he doesn't have a partner, let alone a wife. It is indeed a fate destined to be alone. He wanted to respond, but didn't dare. Once his mother knew that he was with Jian Yu, many things would become unclear. Moreover, this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that my mother will urge me to get married. Not only will she urge me to get married herself, but she will also instigate Jian Yu to help urge me. If he were desperate, he might ask Jian Yu to look through her circle of sisters and classmates and try to find an unmarried classmate or sister to introduce him to. Thinking back to the time when he was on vacation and went home, being sold everywhere like a slow-moving commodity and going on blind dates, Gu Mingi felt a chill down his spine. Therefore, in order to avoid being urged to get married, Gu Mingi thought it would be better for him to keep his mouth shut and remain mute. Isn't it just spitting and complaining? He could just pretend to be deaf and dumb for a while and pretend not to hear it. However, this decision almost made him depressed due to the complaints along the way, and it also caused him to have serious doubts about himself. So, his question came up almost as soon as Jian Yu hung up the phone. "Xiao Yu, am I really that bad of a brother?" Jian Yu, Aunt is anxious. Really anxious. She calculated Gu Mingi's age and said, "You are only 3 months and 3 days away from turning 30. Your neighbor Dawei already has 3 children. Aunt wants you to get married and have children soon so they can have grandchildren. Gu Mingyi's mouth twitched. Then I guess your aunt will never see this day in her lifetime. Jian Yu rolled her eyes and said, Don't worry, I will pay for the dowry and marry you off together with my uncle and aunt. Do I dislike you so much? Gu Mingyi felt like crying, but had no tears. Jian Yu nodded and was about to speak when the car suddenly stopped. We're here. Get off the bus. You need to walk the rest of the way. Then Gu Mingyi asked her, Can you hold on? Able. After taking out the backpack and equipment bag from the trunk and putting them on, Jian Yu looked at Gu Mingyi, who also had an equipment bag and a backpack. It's time to go. Let me check Yun Jian and the other's current coordinates. After taking out his cell phone and operating it for a while, Gu Mingyi wrote down the approximate location. Then he put the phone back in his pocket and walked towards Tunghua Mountain along the winding mountain path. If you can't hold on any longer, remember to tell me. Don't try to be stubborn. No. In the following time, the two of them hurried on their way. At this time, Yun Jian and his team had already begun their Zerg hunting plan. Yun Jian is the bait, and Fuyo and the others are the main force in the battle. With the tacit cooperation of both sides, the Zerg were lured out one by one and became dead insects. Source crystals were harvested one after another, and just when most of the Zerg were eliminated and only a few were left, the situation changed. These Zergs were not fooled. No matter how Yun Jian tried to lure them, no insect came out alone, but instead swarmed towards him. Yun Jian. Damn, the trick that always works suddenly failed. After recalling the weaknesses of the Zerg that Jian Yu had told him, Yun Jian turned around and ran towards Fuyo and the others. Attention, the Zerg swarm is moving out, and it's time for a real fight. He ran and shouted, and those who heard his shouting were startled, and half of them quickly replaced the knives in their hands with sniper rifles, light machine guns, and the like. As for the remaining half, they also changed the knives in their hands. However, unlike Viper and his men who replaced their weapons with guns and ammunition, Fuyo and his men replaced their guns. A long cold weapon similar to the javelin and red tassel spear. So, when the Zerg chasing Yun Jian arrived at the area where Fuyo and the others were hiding, the sound of gunfire rang out. The Zerg encountered heavy artillery attacks from humans. These were a group of insects that had never seen the world. When the gunfire rang out, they immediately panicked. They began to run around like headless flies. At this time, Yun Jian and his men seized the opportunity and rushed towards the Zerg with weapons in hand, under the firepower attack. This group of Zerg are large in size, with the shortest one being more than 3 meters tall. Many plants in the mountains and forests are not as tall as them. None of Yun Jian and his gang are short, but they cannot compare with the Zerg. Therefore, with their height, they can easily drill under these Zergs. Just dodge their hooked and barbed legs. This did not pose a problem for Yun Jian and his men, as they were all elite fighters with rich combat experience. As they rushed towards the Zerg, they did not have to worry about their comrades' guns accidentally going off and hitting them. Moreover, they were able to flexibly dodge the Zerg who were running around in panic and occasionally colliding with their own kind. In this way, they smoothly arrived under the belly of the target they were targeting. Then, find out where the plaque is, raise the spear, aim at that plaque, and stab it hard. Those with superpowers will also cover their spears with a layer of superpowers. As a result, there were continuous puffing sounds, and the Zerg that were attacked in a weak position did not react at first to what happened, but just felt that their body reaction was a little slow. When they looked down, the Zerg finally realized what had happened. However, they discovered it too late. Therefore, there was no time to do anything. Without the source crystal, they couldn't even struggle. These huge and ugly Zergs fell to the ground one after another. The dead shall die no more. As the last Zerg fell to the ground, Yun Jian pulled out his spear, then used a knife to open the third abdominal section of the Zerg's body and dug out the source crystal. In the following time, a group of men acted like butchers, cutting open people's stomachs and taking out the source crystals. 1, 2, 3. After who knows how many, after digging out more than 20 source crystals, Pingyu took out a yellow basin from his backpack, then took out some mineral water, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured the water into the basin.